All right, you guys, so welcome to my little corner of YouTube. My name is Lindsey Pogue. I am the author of the Savage North Chronicles. This is the fifth installment, Untamed, and if I seem a little over the top excited, it's because I have been very impatiently waiting for you guys to get to this point. I love The Darkest Winter, but Untamed was by far my favorite book to write. It's the most fun, and this adventure is unlike any of the adventures that you've read in this series so far. This is Beau's story, which takes place, I believe, 13 years after The Darkest Winter. So everybody's older, things are a little different, and I cannot wait for you to meet Ren and all the things. So anyways, without further ado, please like and subscribe. And if you have any questions about reading order, be sure that you look below. Read the other books first if you haven't gotten that far yet, because I promise you it will make this experience so much more poignant and exciting for you. Okay, so see you on the other side, you guys. Enjoy.
Untamed, Savage North Chronicles Book 5, an ending world novel. Written by Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Bermudez and Rebekah Nemethy. Chapter 1. The morning swarm of passers-by walked the streets of Whitehorse as I made my way through town. My Jeep Wrangler shuddered over the rutted asphalt as I drove past the SS Klondike, an old sternwheeler beached on the bank of the Yukon River. The roads were getting worse every year from lack of upkeep, even if they were used infrequently compared to before the virus, that is. While some people, like me, chose biodiesel-powered vehicles to get around, others chose to walk, or, like my sister Thea and my aunt Kat, to ride horses instead. I barely noticed the roads anymore. Luna, on the other hand, looked like she was holding on for dear life in the seat next to me. She stared out the window, her nails gripping the leather. Unlike most people who lived in Whitehorse proper, we had an 8-mile trek into work each morning, and Luna, with her graying wolf mane and snout, appreciated the drive, despite her discomfort. "We're almost there, girl," I told her as the Jeep lurched through a pothole. Her black eyebrows lifted and she glanced at me. I reached over to scratch behind her ears, gratified when her eyes lazily blinked closed, content. While I liked to think it would always be Luna and Beau against the world, I knew the day was coming when Luna wouldn't be able to go everywhere with me, and I was dreading it. So instead, I tried to ignore it. Even if I wanted her to stay behind, which I didn't, she'd still go everywhere with me. Every time I had to lift her in and out of the Jeep or watch her struggle to stand was a blaring reminder of that, and it killed me. The September mist hung low and thick in the air, clinging to the evergreens and orange-leafed birches that lined the streets. Everyone was heading into work, opening up their shops and produce stands or taking their children to the school. Sometimes it was still hard to believe that 11 years ago the world had been upended, and while billions of people died from the outbreak, those of us who survived had to start our lives all over again. Some might even argue we'd been dealt a worse fate. In a world where crazy people and overzealous ability wielders roamed the unkempt valleys and cities of the ruined world, life was anything but certain. Danger had taken on a new, far more terrifying form, something my sister considered to be superpowers. Good or bad, we all had them, and life in the North wasn't what it once was, and it never would be again. I never bought into the survivor groups that felt the need to form crusader alliances in preparation for a superhero villain standoff one day. And I generally ignored the idle drones of survivors who wished there were more perks that came with surviving, like strength for those who didn't have it, and a long life. At least until it came to Luna. We still didn't know if the virus changed animals too, or if animals had always been able to communicate with humans, only our genetic makeup just hadn't allowed it before. But some nights I found myself angry that of all the things people could do, from telepathy to elemental manipulation to super senses, that someone couldn't stop time, just for a little while. Until that person magically appeared, I'd have to watch the best friend I'd ever had age before my eyes, determined to remain by my side no matter what it cost her. Glancing at Luna once more, I tugged playfully on her ear with a sigh. "You're stubborn, you know that?" As I turned onto 2nd Avenue, just down the road from the White Horse Survival Center where I'd be instructing my first class of the day, my grip tightened around the steering wheel. "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered, eyeing the trail of broken wooden crates and produce littering the sidewalk. The tension in my shoulders tightened before I even saw him. With a groan, I pulled off the road and parked in front of the trading post. I glanced at Luna with a "you're waiting here" look. She blinked at me, a motherly expression of patience etched on her face, and begrudgingly, I climbed out of the Jeep. "Damn it, Bear," I muttered, making my way closer to him. He was sitting in front of the store entry, eating the morning's fresh produce while an angry Mr. Murphy glared at him helplessly from the doorway, trying to shoo him away with a broom. There was little he could do with a giant grizzly staring at him, happily munching and unaffected. "Sorry," I said, flashing the storekeeper my regrets. Mr. Murphy's brow furrowed deeper. "I thought you were going to get him under control, Beau. He's only getting worse." I know, I said, picking up the only crate that wasn't broken and handing it to him. "He's going into torpor," I explained, as if it was any excuse. "He'll be gone soon." I glared at Bear. "What the hell is your problem?" I seethed. He looked up from his morning feast with a grunt, his jaw smacking on what was left of the apples. "You're trying to annoy me, aren't you?" I ground out, glancing at the few pedestrians walking by with an apologetic smile. "He's harmless," I told them with a wave. With 1,000 people living in Whitehorse, I didn't know everyone anymore. Not well, at least, and not all of them had warmed up to Bear yet. In fact, most of them hadn't. He was friendly, but obnoxious, and while most bears were out in the wild eating their weight's worth of food before hibernation, Bear had grown lazy and too accustomed to the conveniences of town. "You have thousands of acres to roam. Do you really want these people to hate you? Because trust me, they do." Bear turned his back to me, and I could feel defiance rolling off him in waves. "Hey!" I barked out, and his head craned to look at me. I stared directly into his obstinate brown eyes. "Go. Now." It was one thing to be able to communicate with Luna and the other wolves. It came naturally, and I could hear their minds in my head, a connection that was near impossible to break. Bear, on the other hand, was different. Not only had he been thrust upon me, but despite our muddled connection, he'd never leave, and I had no idea why. We could barely stand each other. As he stared at me, his deep breaths echoing around us in the foggy air, I saw myself through his eyes, always glaring and never happy with him. "Please," I muttered resentfully. Even at 9 years old, he was still acting like a kid in need of attention, and I had enough to worry about without a 1,000-pound grizzly in the mix. "Bear," I growled. Finally, he growled at me in answer, swatted at a scrap of broken wood, and then lumbered past me, slow and reluctant, toward the river. He stopped beside the Jeep, looking in at Luna, who stared back at him. They couldn't communicate, at least not with their minds, but I knew they had some sort of silent communication, maybe an interspecies sense of respect. Bear grunted, then continued walking. Heaving a sigh, I peered up and down the sidewalk staring at his mess. Fantastic. "That was enough produce for the whole week," Mr. Murphy said grumpily, as if I could feel any worse about it. I held my hand out for his broom. "I'll take care of it," I told him. "And I am sorry." Mr. Murphy's frown lines eased a bit, and he scratched his whiskered face. "I know," he said. While he didn't blame me per se, everyone knew Bear wouldn't be around if it wasn't for me. I bent down to pick up the trash. There were other animal telepaths in town, but only a handful, and I was the only one lucky enough to come with a slobbering, troublemaking, cantankerous grizzly bear. Chapter 2. The breeze rustled the spruce tips above me as I stood in the back lot of the survival center, nestled in the gray mountain foothills. The sun was out, staving off the chill of the afternoon, but I tended to enjoy the crisp autumn air. It reminded me of Alaska, of a lifetime ago back home. When I stopped long enough to think about how much time had passed and that I'd be 21 this year, it felt impossible. Then I recalled all the terrible things I'd experienced since I was a kid. The fever, the crazy people, my mother trying to kill me. And I was grateful it was over, and far enough in the past that I was able to move on. Grumbles, grunts, and the sound of scraping stones filled what would have otherwise been silence as 24 students tried to light fires at each of their stations, their last hands-on exercise for the day. My newly hired instructor, Marika, walked up and down the rows of fire pits made by the middle graders themselves, coaching their techniques as I watched from the sidelines. "Can't we just use the matches in our bug-out bags?" Davy Hansen groaned at the end of his row. His chin rested on his bent knee where he sat. His pathetic attempt to hold his fireboard and spindle in place was eye-roll worthy. I would have had sympathy for him if he was actually trying, like Michelle Yun sitting beside him, holding her tongue just right as she tried to catch her tinder aflame. Marika's bright blue eyes flashed to mine, and her smirk made my heart double thump in response. She liked screwing with me, knowing I lacked patience when it came to most kids, except for maybe my own niece. "Boss?" she said, lifting her delicate eyebrow as she waited for me to answer the question. I hated when she called me that. I wasn't her boss. I was just the guy who kept the classes going after Ross and Jackson decided this program was necessary for everyone in Whitehorse, young and old. I pulled my hands from my pockets and crossed my arms over my chest as I walked slowly down the row of 12 and 13-year-olds. "I don't know," I told him. "Why would you need to start a fire without your matches?" Davy's eyes met mine, and I held them, unwilling to give him the answer. In the 11 years since Thea and I had come to Whitehorse with Elle and Jackson, so much had changed. Not only had Elle and Jackson become my parents in every way but blood, but each year life seemed to even out a bit more. Kids no longer remembered what it was like before the outbreak. Not only were they born with abilities as if it was normal, but they had Whitehorse to grow up in, a safe haven where there was food, warm beds to sleep in, and most of what they needed was provided for them. With the new Alaska Marine Highway along the west coast from California to Alaska and the shipping port in Prince Rupert, one of the largest trading hubs, there wasn't much we needed that we couldn't obtain in some way. The Yukon, at least, what was inhabited, was sustainable. Whitehorse was solid. But even in a city that was 1,000 people strong and ran like a well-oiled machine, one skill remained an absolute must, no matter how fluffy our pillows were: survival. Survival without water if something ever happened to the hydro plant. Survival without our abilities, since most of us couldn't save ourselves simply by using them anyway. Survival if we had to pick up and leave without ever looking back. No matter one's age, being able to live off the land and survive on our own was paramount. And that's where Marika, myself, and a few other volunteers came in. Davy just stared at me, his eyes wide. It wasn't so much fear I saw in them, but uncertainty, like he hadn't figured me out quite yet. Good. The kids tended to listen more when there was a little bit of mystery and apprehension. When Davy didn't answer my question, I crouched down across from his unlit bed of tinder. "Do you ever go fishing with your dad at Marsh Lake?" I asked, knowing full well that he did, since his dad was one of the most avid fishermen in Whitehorse and helped put food on people's tables. Davy nodded. "Do you ever go ice fishing?" Again, he nodded. "That's a fun thing to do in the winter, but it gets really cold and windy up there sometimes too." He blinked at me, his curly red hair flopping in his face. "Do you and your dad take your survival pack with you when you go?" Yeah, he said, his mouth parted slightly. He licked his lips. "Well, sometimes I do. Sometimes my mom makes me take it because she says my dad worries more about his trout than about me. She said she's tried to change him, but he's damn hopeless." I cleared my throat to suppress a smile. "Right, well, do you wear your backpack while you're on the lake?" Davy licked his lips again. Sometimes." I nodded this time, remembering the blistering cold Arctic water as it rushed over my skin and filled my lungs. "What would happen if you fell into the lake and you were wearing your pack?" When your dad pulled you out, you wouldn't have any dry matches. So, what would you have to do? He swallowed thickly. I'd have to make a fire without them. I nodded and rose to my feet. That's right, I said more loudly, and looked out at the kids. Their eyes followed me down the row as I walked back up to the front. That's why we need to know how to make a fire without matches. You could be hiking or get lost and be caught out in a rainstorm so that all of your gear gets wet. I turned to face them again. What's the best kindling in these parts for making fires, especially if it's wet outside? I quizzed. Birch bark, they called back. And what's the little evergreen plant that burns if it's wet, with scale-like leaves and bell-shaped flowers that we see around here in the spring? White mountain heather, they answered in unison. I nodded. Also known as Cassiope, a girl shouted. I nodded. Good. And my last question before you build your fires to blazing is, what's the best wood to use for your fireboard and spindle? Cottonwood, juniper, willow. All of the kids shouted different answers, and then their voices trailed off, as if they were suddenly uncertain. They glanced around at one another. I grinned. All of you are right, I admitted. It was a trick question. There were some grumbles and a couple of sighs, and I earned an amused headshake from Marika before I nodded for them to continue practicing. With that, Marika clapped her hands together, her blonde ponytail bouncing as she took a step. All right, now let's show Beau our biggest, baddest fires. Her voice and face were animated again, like this was exactly where she wanted to be, here with the kids, teaching them. There was something about her that was refreshing and different, and I was beginning to grow dependent on her smiles to get me through the day. I'd been drawn to her since the day she and her sister came to Whitehorse 6 months ago, and I had a growing determination to ask her out. Raise your hand if you need extra help, she added, back in instructor mode. Michelle Yun continued to struggle with her fire plow, her tongue held precariously between her lips again. I admired her adamant effort, even if she was doing it wrong. I crouched down beside her. Don't forget to put your tinder in a nest, sort of like this, I said softly, so as not to single her out, and I bunched it up at the end of her fireboard. And the key is, I said, holding her spindle correctly to demonstrate, to push it at an angle. It will be easier on your arms and fingers. Michelle brushed her wispy black hair from her freckled face, and her chin did a quick dip with understanding. I offered her the spindle and she angled it back as I'd shown her before, placing it in the groove and rubbing the tip back and forth. A minute or so passed before her tinder began to smoke, and we both leaned in and blew on it until the smoke turned into a flame. Michelle squeaked with excitement, and I smiled. Good job. I held up my hand for a high five, then rose to my feet. Marika stood behind me, smiling at Michelle. Good job, girl, she praised, holding her hand up for a high five of her own. Ready to try again? Michelle nodded, more encouraged to try this time since she was the first to light her fire. Marika crouched down and waved her hand over the flames, and they evaporated to nothing. Michelle's eyes widened. All right then, go ahead. Marika winked at her and rose to her feet, smiling from ear to ear. I don't think I'll ever get used to the looks on their faces, she said, flashing me a toothy grin. With a smirk, I nodded to Kenny and Ainsley, a few students down. Looks like you've got a few more fires to put out, I told her. She turned on her heels and headed toward the boys. Even if kids weren't really my thing, it was gratifying to watch the awe that filled their faces when they realized they could build fires and shelters and make their own fishing poles, if they ever needed to. Standing at the outskirts of the class, I peered beyond the 20-plus little heads that bobbed and shook as the kids worked on their fires, and into the tree line for Luna. She's over here. Sophie stepped up beside me, her hands in her back pockets as she surveyed her class, hard at work. Her long, strawberry blonde hair caught in the breeze as she lifted her hand to shield her eyes and to praise her students. I glanced back at Luna, asleep under the picnic table behind us. Her black coat rose and fell with each breath. Her mind wasn't what it used to be. It was less sharp and more difficult to connect with, but this time I knew it wasn't because of me. This time I knew it was for a worse reason. How's she doing? Sophie asked, hesitant. I widened my stance and crossed my arms over my chest. unable to look at her. I didn't want to see the sympathy in her eyes. She's tired, I told her. And old. But she's okay. Has Tyga been around? I shook my head. Luna's mate hadn't been around for months. He's gone with the others. Littlefoot stays at the house as usual, but he's always been more of the family wolf, so that's not surprising. I never fully understood my connection to Luna, only that our minds melded as one. I felt the connection to the other wolves and could speak with them, but it wasn't the same. It was muted, and it always had been. Sophie nodded in understanding. I saw Littlefoot by the river when I was leaving my house this morning. He came to play with Fiona. He loves Fiona. Tilting my head back to look at her, I grinned. Everyone loves Fiona. She's freaking adorable. I've always thought so, Sophie said with a shoulder lift and a wink. Whatever apprehensions she and Alex had while Sophie was pregnant had been for naught. Fiona was perfect, with burnt umber hair and blue eyes that had a glimmer of mischief in them at all times. She was their only child, but she was all they needed. And they were happy. Sophie's constant smiling was proof of that. So, what are you and Alex going to do for her birthday next week? Sophie inhaled a deep breath and blew it out, like it was the hardest question I could ask her. I haven't really had time to think about it since she's been sick. Now that she's feeling better, I have no idea, she admitted. What do you do for a 4-year-old who is perfectly content to play outside in dirt with her animal friends, like her Uncle Beau? That's easy. Because Fiona's ability was a version of both her mother and father, she could amplify what people were feeling, which wasn't ideal for a little girl trying to understand the world. That made escaping to play with Littlefoot and the farm animals not just fun, but therapeutic at times. Her eyebrows lifted. Please do tell. A puppy. One that's young like her, that she can go on adventures with and grow up alongside. I shrugged. Fiona needs a friend, right? And the animals make her more comfortable, so why not? I couldn't imagine my life without Luna. I didn't have a connection to any person the way I was connected to her, and I knew that was why I clung on so hard. She always had my back and knew what I was feeling and thinking before I even did. The time she crawled into bed with me when I'd had a bad dream, the way she pulled me out of my shell to go exploring and see the wildlands, she was a constant presence in a world that continuously changed beyond recognition. Beau? Sophie started with a concern in her tone I knew all too well. Don't, I told her, shaking my head. I didn't need her sympathy or another lecture about Luna's age. I knew her pain and lethargy more than anyone did, but I wasn't ready to let her go. Not yet. Well, you need to hear it, Sophie said, this time in her mom voice. I rolled my eyes. She's staying because of you. You know that. I know, Soph, I bit out. What the hell do you want me to do? Send her away? Put her down like some dog? Maybe you should send her away, you know? She's still a wolf, Beau. That's what they do in the wild. I shook my head more adamantly. The last thing I wanted was Luna slinking off to die, alone. Fine, Sophie sighed, resigned, and I was grateful for the resolve in her voice. I had enough to worry about, with Bear terrorizing the town at every turn, without the added guilt about Luna thrown into the mix. Sophie turned to face me fully. Subject change, then. Have you asked Marika out yet? My brow furrowed, and my head whipped to her. No. Why? Because I know you want to, she practically snorted. My eyes narrowed on her. Stay out of my head, Sophie. Like most of us, her ability was well-honed and more maddening these days than it used to be. She could read people's memories and feel what they felt without even touching them. She practically barked with laughter. I don't need to be in your head. Your sullen face lights up whenever you look at her. She nudged me. You should just ask her already. What's there to lose? Pride when she says no, I thought to myself. But then I'd never really had to ask a girl out before. The brief thing with Arya had just sort of happened when we were 17 and was over just as quickly. She was too much like a sister, and we fought just like she was too. Camille, a local girl I'd known for years, liked the idea of being with me when we were 18, but her brother didn't, and I didn't care enough to win him over. There was Starla when I was 19, who was my first in many ways for many things, but she'd left with her best friend for New Bodega in California to help with their medical developments down there. But Marika was different. She hadn't grown up knowing me like the others. She was new to Whitehorse, intriguing even, and she liked the same things I did. That, and she had a killer smile. Sophie finally relinquished and threw her hands up. Fine, I'll leave it alone. Good. I nodded toward the survival center behind us. Is Fiona in there with Jade? Sophie sighed with a knowing grin. Yes, Fee wanted her to know that she was feeling better after her stomach ache, and to be honest, I think she's going stir-crazy in the cabin. I don't blame her, I muttered. Locked in there with you and Alex. Ha ha, hilarious. Sophie shoved my shoulder, and I grimaced. Ouch, you been practicing your punches again, Soph? Yeah, so you better be careful. She waved toward the building. Jade started a story, so I figured I'd come out to check on the class. Of course Jade has a story, I said. She was the quintessential grandma and had stories about everything. Ones we all love to hear, and some that were more like legends I'd grown up listening to. I eyed the bear paw tattoo on Sophie's wrist that she'd gotten a few years ago. Then I thought of the wolf on my chest and the night Jade told us about the souls of our loved ones, dancing in the midnight sky while the lights flickered overhead. For Sophie, the bear represented strength and was a reminder to herself about how strong she was. For me, the wolf was just a part of me. My love for them and my loyalty to Luna. I'd always felt like I was part of her pack. I smiled. Having Jade, Dell, and Took around felt right, especially after all our years together, like meeting them was somehow meant to be. From day one, they had been a part of the family, not just three kind strangers who'd helped us on our way here from Alaska. They were the grandparents Thea and I never had, the words of wisdom Ellen Jackson often sought, and a calmness in the storm of chaos and uncertainty. Like Sophie was lost in thought too, she sighed. Thanks for squeezing the class in today. She glanced out at her students, who looked like they were finally getting the hang of fire starting. I needed to take the munchkin to Nathan's office at the hospital and make sure she wasn't just saying she felt better to get outside of the house and play. Of course, you know how much I like kids, I said wryly. Ha, yeah, that's why it's an extra special favor. With a quirk of a smile, I pulled her against me. Anything for you, Soph, I said, and squeezed her shoulder. Long gone were the days when she was taller and stronger than me. She rested her head on my shoulder as we watched the kids chattering and grunting, Marika's soft laughter and encouragement carrying on the afternoon breeze. Don't get too comfortable, I said when she let out a contented sigh. I need you to keep an eye on your students for a sec. I nodded toward the building. I want to say hi to Fiona. Luna and I got something for her this morning. I dropped my arm from Sophie's shoulder and glanced at the walking stick, leaning against the side of the brick building by the door. Sophie looked over and nodded with approval. Just like Great-Grandpa Took's, Fee's going to love it. Glancing one last time at Luna, happily sleeping in the partial sunshine, I trotted to the building, snagging the walking stick as I stepped inside. The small artifact room was empty of visitors, save for Fiona curled up in Jade's lap at the cataloging table. Jade's paperwork was all but forgotten as big blue eyes blinked up at her, ensnared by her story. I was so sick I'd never felt anything like it before, Jade said. Like me? Worse even. Jade gave an animated shrug. But it was a little different. How? Well, Jade started. I got something called sepsis. What's that? Fiona absently scratched the side of her face. Jade waved Fiona's question away, hugging her tighter. Oh, nothing you need to know about right now. But I was very, very sick. It was very scary. What did Grandpa Took do? Fiona peered into Jade's kind gray eyes, unblinking, and Jade's expression softened a little. Well, he wasn't around at the time, she explained, and I could hear a bit of regret in Jade's voice, which I didn't understand. My grandmother didn't know what type of fever I had or what to do with me because nothing would help. No teas or tinctures, not even her prayers seemed to be helping. But then she remembered a story her mother had told her about an ancient magical plant that could cure anything. She told the story with awe, and I found myself getting sucked in too. Fiona played absent-mindedly, with Jade's long, silver hair twirling it around her little finger. "What was it?" "Devil's Club," Jade said, her voice ominous and her eyes wide. She lifted her eyebrows playfully. I grinned. Alaskan ginseng. Definitely not a mystery, but Jade had a way of making everything fantastical in one way or another. Everyone knew about the ginseng. That's why it was so rare now, over-harvested because of its healing properties, said to cure everything from colds and depression to cancer back in the day. Jackson had told me all about it, and I knew it was near extinct in these parts. She found it deep in the forest, where the earth was moist and shaded from the sun, Jade continued. I felt Luna's mind stir before she ambled over and stopped beside me in the doorway. Jade and Fiona looked at us, and I grinned. "Story time." "Grandma almost died," Fiona said as she climbed out of her lap. A quirk of a smile pulled at the corner of Jade's mouth, and the vertical lines tattooed on her chin moved with it. "Well, I'm glad she didn't," I said, and squatted down. Fiona came over to give me a half hug. It would have been offensive if her eyes hadn't been locked on the stick in my hand. "Is that for me?" My smile widened. Glad she was as excited over this silly stuff as I was sometimes. "It is. Luna and I found it on our walk this morning, and we thought it would be the perfect height for you." I glanced at Jade, remembering all the time she helped me make walking sticks out of willow and mesquite branches when I was younger. "I think Grandma or Great-Grandpa Took might be willing to help you carve something pretty on it if you ask them nicely." "Ah, yes," Jade said, standing up with a wince. She wasn't as spry as she was when we'd first met her, but she was still always smiling. "Perhaps we can teach you how to carve the wolf, Beau's favorite." Jade flashed me with a knowing smirk, but her eyes softened with sympathy. "How about we wait to teach my 4-year-old how to carve things with a knife until her 5th birthday, at least?" Sophie said dryly as she stepped into the room behind me. She gave us a wry smile. Jade and I both shrugged, knowing it was never too early to learn. Fiona climbed up into Sophie's arms, and Sophie groaned. "Lordy, you're getting heavy." She brushed Fiona's hair from her rosy cheeks and forehead. "You getting tired, Munchkin?" Fiona nodded against Sophie's shoulder. "Did you know Grandma almost died when she was little, from a fever?" Sophie and I looked at each other with a smirk, knowing neither of them had any idea how bad a fever was until you lived through the outbreak. The virus that made you feel like you were burning alive from the inside out. I tugged on the ends of Fiona's dark hair and handed her the walking stick to take home with her. "For when you feel all the way better, okay? We'll go for a walk." "Okay," she said with a yawn. "What do you say to Uncle Beau, Fee?" Sophie brushed the back of her finger across her daughter's cheek. "Thank you, Uncle Beau." "No prob, Squirt. Feel better." I kissed her cheek. "Beau?" A little voice called my name, and I glanced out at Claire and her bedraggled brown hair in a messy ponytail. "I can't get my flames to light, and everyone else already did it twice." She looked like she was about to cry, and I hurried out the door, desperate to prevent it. "Duty calls," I said over my shoulder. "See you all tonight at dinner." Chapter 3. Once full night set in and our last-minute request for after-hours training had wrapped up, Marika and I gathered our things and closed up the office. My stomach rumbled as I reached for my jacket. Family dinner had been a no-go since I'd worked late, and I was starving. At least there would be leftovers when I got home. Luna stared at my stomach as it grumbled again. "I know," I muttered. "Let's get you home." With a sweet grin, Marika pulled her hair up into her go-to ponytail. "I like watching the two of you together," she mused. "You're different with her than with everyone else." I raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "Thanks," I hedged. Marika's smile widened, and her blue eyes crinkled in the corners. "You're welcome," she said, reassuringly. She looked pointedly at Luna. "Careful, girl. Michelle Yun was pretty smitten after Beau helped her with her fire this afternoon. You might have some competition on your hands." I barked out a laugh. "Don't listen to her, girl," I said, and I bent down and rubbed Luna's head as she peered up at me. "Michelle's got nothing on you." "You know," Marika continued, Between the kids this afternoon, the seniors group, and the advanced class tonight, we taught nearly 50 people how to either start fires, build a tourniquet, or track food today. She shrugged. Not bad, huh? I grinned, remembering myself incapable when I was 11. Then I thought of Bert in our advanced night class, who had only learned how to track in the past few years. That I was the one teaching him made me smile. No, not bad at all. And I had Jackson to thank for what I knew. Him and Ross, and the Ranskins. Without all of them, I wouldn't have survived a day on my own, let alone a night. Luna whimpered, ready to go home for the night. I could feel the ache in her bones like it was my own. But despite her exhaustion, there was another thought on her mind too. Marika. Luna's tail thumped on the concrete floor. She was encouraging me to say what I'd been mulling around all evening. I opened the door for Marika to walk out, feeling Luna's cold nose on my hand as she urged me on before stepping outside into the evening after her, her tail lazily wagging back and forth. "Hey, Marika," I said, as I pulled the door shut behind me, locking it for good measure. We didn't have a lot of vandalism, nothing extreme anyway, save for some kids who got bored and liked to play harmless pranks once in a while. But we had students' names and information in there, including lists of abilities, which was more important these days than a social security card from way back when, or so I'd been told. Marika stepped into the street. "Yeah?" The instant she turned to me, the words became leaden on my tongue, and I had to force my mouth to move. I cleared my throat. "Do you want to go for a hike sometime, or something? Off the clock, I mean." I lifted my head with an air of forced confidence and shoved my hands in my pockets. "There were some great places around here you haven't seen yet, and..." The words dissolved from my lips as her eyes averted mine, and her face fell. "Or not?" I said quickly. I held up my hand to stop whatever polite decline or excuse she was about to give me, my heart racing. "It's cool. I just thought..." Marika reached her hand out and placed it on my forearm, and my tongue stilled. Warmth filled my chest as she smiled. "You're really nice, Beau. I like you a lot. I'm kinda with Cal right now. It's not official or anything, but..." The rush of excitement I was beginning to feel withered to disbelief and shock, though I had no idea why the hell I was surprised. Fucking Cal. Enigmatic wonder boy. Everyone seemed to have forgotten he'd held a gun to Ross's head, that Cal and his lackey Harlan broke into Kat's home and tied her up. They were probably going to kill her for all any of us knew. It didn't matter if Cal was helping Ross save the world, one lost boy at a time these days. He'd still been the reason they'd started the rehabilitation program to begin with. Delinquents like him were the cause of rehab programs in Prince Rupert, Yellowknife, and everywhere else towns seemed to be popping up. Somehow, Cal had become the poster child of it all, the bad boy turned good. Even if he was different now, I hadn't forgotten that night in Kat's house. I probably never would. "I'm sorry. I hope it's not going to be weird." "Nope," I said, nodding toward her street. She lived close, thankfully. We wouldn't have to walk for very long in awkwardness. "Not weird at all," I lied. She fell into step beside me as I walked her home. "Cal's cool. I totally get it." And part of me did get it, even if I didn't trust him or like him. "He's pretty great," Marika mused. "He and Ross were the first two people my sister and I met when we arrived. Cal's been really helpful in showing me around. Ross has too, but, that's different." Yeah, that was different. Ross was a gruff military guy, double Marika's age, with the most badass chick in Whitehorse at his side, and officially off limits. Cal, on the other hand, was a novelty, and according to my sister, so hot. I had to refrain from rolling my eyes just thinking about the drooling look on her face. I scoured my brain for something else to talk about. My sister said you stopped by the horse paddock at the rehabilitation facility last week." I grabbed hold of the memory. "You interested in horses too?" "Janet is," Marika said. The words rushed and clipped in the strange silence. "We, stopped by to talk to Kat about some riding lessons, and Theo was there. She told us about her role in the program and said they were always looking for more riders to keep the horses busy when the rehabilitation facility is empty, which is a lot these days. Yeah, I guess you're right. Now that most of the unruly gangs of youth had been rehabilitated through Kat and Ross's programs, or had dispersed beyond our territory, the prison had taken on a different symbol. A symbol for our townspeople that stood for change and hope. Everyone who'd lived through the outbreak had scars and nightmares to chase away, and the horses helped with that. And it's really great that they offer therapy sessions, too. I nodded as Marika and I walked down the spruce-lined street for a few more minutes, Luna meandering at my side. Finally, we arrived at her court, a quarter-mile from the survival center. The moment I saw the lights on inside, I stopped. All right, well, I better get Luna home, I said, hitching my thumb over my shoulder. See you tomorrow, bright and early. With a tight-lipped and aggravatingly sympathetic look in her eyes, Marika gave me a half-hearted wave. See you then, and thanks for walking me home. I nodded in answer and glanced down at Luna, who watched Marika walk away. Luna's disappointment was my own, but I knew I couldn't compete with Cal, so I wasn't even going to try. Come on, girl. With a sigh, we headed back up the road toward my Jeep. It dawned on me that I could have driven Marika, but the awkwardness had come and gone, and now I just wanted to get home, scarf down some grub, and take a hot shower. The September evening was dark and frigid, and it was only a matter of time before the snow would begin to fall. I could tell because my hands were dry and my skin was tight from being outside all day, but that wasn't the only reason I knew it was coming. After 11 years of living in White Horse, you learned to smell the snow in the air before it arrived. A crisp scent that burned the inside of your nose to the point of pain. I'd give it another few weeks before snow covered the ground. A month, tops. As we walked back up the main road, I watched the world through Luna's eyes. Maybe she was the reason I knew the snow was coming. Everything she saw was sharp and almost magnified. Each hair on my head moving with the breeze, each pebble in the road, one of a million that made up the whole. Each scent in the air palpable on the back of my tongue, like the smell of fresh meat in the air, salty and warm to my senses. That's how it used to be anyway. I used to have to ignore the sensations that came with sharing a consciousness with a wolf, but not anymore. I glanced down at her walking beside me, no longer trotting ahead like she'd always done before, but barely keeping up with my pace. I slowed, and she glanced up at me with tired eyes, and yet it was a look that had always been distinctly hers, protective, content, loving. I'd always been hers, and she'd always been mine. The clank of glass and muffled laughter met my ears. So did the scent of homebrew. Luna and I looked in the direction of the elementary school playground. It was fenced in, which meant someone had to have a key to the gate to get in. It was all the indication I needed to know who was back there. Donovan. And, if he was, Thea and Aria likely were too. I could climb into my Jeep and leave them there to be teenagers, but Donovan wasn't the type of guy I wanted my sister hanging out with, and there was no way I was leaving her with a guy who, rumor had it, slept around even with younger girls like Thea. Luna peered up at me knowingly. Shit, I shook my head. Thea and I butted heads a lot, but she was going to be pissed at me for breaking up their party. Regardless, my legs headed in their direction without hesitation. Luna followed me through the wrought iron fence, the gate squeaking as I opened it further, and we stepped into the courtyard. Pine and spruce trees towered around the fence, thick and formidable, like a protective wall between the school and the road. Donovan and his friend Evan's eyes landed on me first, then Aria's, before Thea caught on and glanced at me over her shoulder, a beer bottle halfway to her mouth. "Beau!" she gasped, pivoting on the picnic tabletop. "What the hell are you doing here?" I lifted my eyebrow, less than enthused. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at family dinner?" As I drew closer, Thea's eyes flicked to Luna. Then she set her bottle aside and climbed off the table. If I wasn't mistaken, she had a bit of a sheen to her brown eyes, and I wondered how much she'd already had to drink. "We didn't really have one. Everyone was too busy." I glared at Evan and Donovan. "So you decided to sneak out of the house instead?" I looked at Aria first, who was rolling her eyes. Then my eyes finally met Thea's, and she was glaring at me. "I didn't sneak out. I'm allowed to hang out with my friends. Besides, what's it to you?" She spat the words, like it was ludicrous for me to even ask. Really? I mused, my gaze leveled on Donovan. And does Jackson know who your friends are? When I glanced at Thea, she looked away. That's what I thought. I shook my head and stared at Arya. You seriously brought my sister to hang out with this guy again. I thought we had... Whatever, Beau, she grumbled. You're such a buzzkill all the time. This guy? Donovan repeated. Dude, don't be a dick. I'm sitting right here. I ignored him and glared at Thea. Donovan was a cocky prick, even before puberty, when they'd brought him in with another gang from up north years back. While he wasn't necessarily dangerous, he was still an asshole. One I'd even heard Elle curse about under her breath a time or two. We all knew Thea shouldn't be hanging out with a guy who had been connected to a number of accidents in town having to do with broken windows and noise disturbances. Not to mention he always smelled like brew, which meant he was either a lush with connections to the general store or he was a thief, and either way, I didn't like him. Not for my 17-year-old sister. Come on, I told Thea, nodding toward the gate. I'll take you home. No, Beau, she said, glaring at me as she backed up against the picnic table behind her. Just go home and leave me alone. Oh, Jackson coming down here is your preference? I laughed bitterly and threw up my hands. Fine with me. Why do you have to be such an asshole? She seethed, her eyes shimmering. She'd hate me for a week for embarrassing her in front of her friends, but she'd get over it. I'm not being an asshole, Thea. I'm being your big brother. She picked up the beer bottle and laughed bitterly. Yeah? Since when, exactly? She took a swig and climbed back up onto the tabletop beside Arya. You're too busy being a mopey grouch all the time. Thea's words stung. There was no denying that. But they didn't deter me from getting her away from two guys that were planning on doing a lot more than groping her by the end of the night. I stepped closer and leaned in. You can think whatever you want, I said flatly, my voice quiet and firm. But I'm not leaving you here with these guys. Donovan shot to his feet, and Evan took a step toward me. I almost laughed at their bravery as Luna growled at my side. She said she wants to stay, Donovan bit out. You're an idiot if you think I'm leaving my sister here with you, I said, stepping closer to him. Luna's growl loudened, turning into a snarl, and for the first time Donovan seemed to notice her. A flash of fear crossed his face, then it turned into amusement, and he sneered. Your whole brood thinks you're all some kind of special, don't they? With your fancy town and your rehabilitation facility? He spat at me. Like you're royalty here or some shit. But I'm not afraid of you, of any of you, and definitely not of your pet wolf. Then you're dumber than I thought, I spat back, baiting him. Elle could singe him to ash in the blink of an eye. Cat could strike him down with lightning where he stood. Thea could make him a pancake against the side of the school building if he pushed her too far. And me? I could brawl better than all of them. My fists clenched at my sides, itching to punch the smirk off his fucking face. Oh, Donovan said with a grin. Did I strike a nerve? I've heard about that temper of yours. It gets you into trouble sometimes, don't it? His eyes were like black holes searing into me, and I knew the old him. His darker side was stewing in there, wanting to come out. But I didn't care enough to back down. Beau, Thea said, her voice more of a plea. Stop it! She climbed off the table again. Her voice was shaky, but I barely registered it. Just go home, okay? She grabbed my arm to pull me back, and my eyes cut to her. Not unless you're coming with me. You heard her, Donovan said, shoving me, and Luna lurched forward with a snarl, giving him pause as I righted myself. Every inch of me was coiled to strike, and it took everything I had in me not to beat the shit out of him. Never touch me again, I warned him. Beau, Thea pleaded again, and Donovan laughed, shoving me once more. I was ready to beat his face in with my fist when Luna lunged at him. I said stop it! Thea screamed, and before I knew what was happening, I was flung back with the force of 100-mile-an-hour wind to the face, and Luna's body was sailing through the air beside me. I hit the ground with a thud, and Luna whimpered as she hit the concrete beside me. No! I shouted, scrambling over to her, but I already knew it was bad when she didn't get up. I could feel the break of her brittle bones. My watery gaze scoured her body as it quivered, and Luna whimpered in pain again. Her leg was broken, but it was more than that. I felt an exhaustion pulling at her that had only lingered beneath the surface until now. It was heavier and oppressive, and she struggled not to give into it as much as she struggled to breathe. "Luna," Thea whispered, and she ran over. My sister's visage was a blur as my chest heaved and my heart ached with unchecked anger and fear. I clenched my jaw so hard my teeth protested, and I whirled around to Thea. "Get away from her!" I shouted, seeing 4 stunned expressions staring back at me. Even Donovan looked shocked and saddened, but Thea's wide, bleary eyes held no sway against the desperate fear and anger swelling inside me. Turning back to Luna, I gathered her up into my arms as carefully as I could. "I got you, girl. We'll get you all patched up." I rose to my feet. Luna's 70 pounds in my arms was barely noticeable as my adrenaline took over. "Beau?" Thea reached for my arm, but I nudged her hand away. "Beau, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." I ignored Thea's cries, pleas, and sobs. "We'll get you to Nathan, girl," I said as softly and reassuringly as I could muster, and I carried Luna out of the courtyard. "You'll be okay. Hold on just a little bit longer." I loathed Thea in that moment for being so stupid. "Have fun with your friends," I barked out, and my legs couldn't carry me to my Jeep fast enough. It was all I could do to hold myself together as my heart began to break. Chapter 4. The air was stale, and the hospital lights flickered above me as I sat beside Luna. Nathan circled the table, examining her stretched out beside me, but all I could do was pet her reassuringly. Her fur was coarse between my fingers as I absently stroked the side of her face. And as Nathan listened to her heartbeat and poked and prodded her as gently as he could, I laid my head against her body, listening to the shallow beat of her heart. I saw flickers of images, but they were sporadic, almost like her mind was muddled and fogging over as little bits of her life reemerged. Luna playing in a river with her pups. The sound of Tyga's howl on the cold, still nights when she'd gone in search of me, feeling an inexplicable connection with my mind. Me beside her, small and smiling, her protectiveness swaddling me like a warm blanket. The way she memorized my footprints, the way I smelled to her, sweet and foreign, not of her world. I saw Elle and Jackson and Littlefoot. I saw Rocky as a rambunctious baby before he'd died, and Thea playing in the bushes with Arya. I saw towering trees and felt the sun warm on my back. I felt the cold press of snow against my feet. I was little and shivering after Jackson had pulled me out of the frozen lake. Luna was curled up on me, a wild wolf with a fierce need to protect me, using her body heat to keep me warm. That was the moment. That was when she and I were bonded. Whatever crazy life Luna had lived by my side, she'd been happy and filled with a purpose that had been stronger than her connection to any of her pups. She didn't want to leave me, but I felt the heaviness of her mind and the ache in her bones above everything. She didn't wince or whine. She didn't have to. She was tired of this life, and I knew she was done. She had been for a long time, and no amount of medicine or rehabilitation could change that. She was ready to go, and I couldn't put it off any longer. Aside from the fracture in her tibia, she's got arthritis in nearly all of her joints, and she's almost blind in her right eye. My heart skipped a beat. Blind? I found myself glaring at her. I felt betrayed in a way I didn't understand. Was it possible she tried to hide how bad she really was from me? Or had I simply not wanted to notice and accept it? My chest tightened as the guilt weighed heavier. There's nothing I can do at this point, at least not that I'm comfortable with, Nathan added. I can give her something for the pain, he said as he stroked her back gently. But I shook my head. Even if she'd been my companion for the past 11 years, she was a wolf, and whatever moments she had left, I wanted her to remain free. It will help ease what little time she has left. No, I said. She doesn't want that. I forced my gaze away from Luna and looked over my shoulder at Alex in the doorway. Sophie stood with little Fiona asleep in her arms behind him, and Thea leaned against the hallway wall, red-faced and shoulders heaving. Jackson stood tall and protectively beside Elle, his arms wrapped around her, all of them quiet, all of them grief-stricken. Alex's dark eyes met mine, filled with sadness. Get Ross, I heard myself tell him. though my head was pounding with regret and indecision. With an inhale, Alex dipped his chin, his eyes shadowed with understanding, and he hurried away. The minutes passed. Luna's heartbeat remained shallow and my eyes stung with unshed tears, afraid of what would happen the moment I let them out. No one said anything, which I was grateful for, and Nathan stepped outside with the others as I sat with her, waiting for Ross. When I finally heard his footsteps echoing through the hall, my heart caught in my throat. My breath hitched, and I clutched Luna's fur between my fingers. I wasn't ready. Ross hesitated in the doorway behind me, but only for a moment. Then he came in and stood beside me. I couldn't bring myself to look at him, knowing I'd barely be able to say the words. "You'll do it?" It was all I could manage. Ross rested his hand on my shoulder. "Of course I will," he said, in a rushed, gruff whisper. "Let them say goodbye," I breathed. Ross nodded, and when I forced myself to look at him, somehow his scruffy, scarred face and deep blue gaze held more kindness than I'd ever noticed before. I stood up and moved to the corner as my family's sniffles and shuffling feet filled the room. There were quiet murmurs and watery goodbyes, but none of it registered as I stared at Luna's shaggy black tail, knowing that after tonight, it would never wag again. Thea's sobs broke my trance, and she walked over to me. Seconds passed before she said something. "I'm sorry," she squeaked, her face a red, swollen mass. "I didn't mean to do it." Her words cut off with a croak, and I wrapped my arm around her, pulling her into me. A bitter part of me did blame her, because if she hadn't been drinking, she might not have done it, but I knew that wasn't fair. I knew she loved Luna almost as much as I did, and I knew Luna wouldn't want Thea, who absently played with her tail and talked to Luna like she wasn't a wolf, but a friend, to be sad for her. Thea clung to me, her long brown hair matted to the side of her face as she cried into my chest, and my eyes filled with tears. "I know you didn't," I told her. "It's okay. I'm not mad." The words fell from my lips, but they were more of a distant whisper as sadness overwhelmed me. "Thea," Elle murmured, walking over to collect her. "Let's give Beau some time with Luna." My heart cinched at the words, and as Thea nodded, I reluctantly let her go. Elle ushered Thea out of the room, both of them the same height, though they looked more like sisters than mother and daughter. Everyone else filed out behind them, leaving Ross, Luna, and me in a vacuous room that felt like it was closing in around me. Ross met my gaze, and with leaden feet, I forced myself over to him and Luna. Her eyebrows rose, and her head lifted slightly with a languid thump of her tail. I struggled to breathe as she licked her lips and craned her head to look back at me with a whine. Stepping closer, I reached for her, and like she'd done 1,000 times before, she licked my hand, and as her eyes met mine, I saw the understanding in them. She knew. My vision blurred again, and I fell back into my chair as she laid her head back down with a sigh. After a few more moments, Ross looked at me. He was about to do what he'd done for me before, take one of my wolves to a better place where there was no more suffering. Maybe Jade's stories were true, and earthly souls did dance in the northern lights that colored the night sky. Luna would be with her pup Rocky, at least. With an inhale, I nodded at Ross, knowing I would never be ready for what came next, but I could no longer prevent it. I rested my forehead against Luna's and nestled my fingers into her warm fur, feeling her heart beating through me. "I love you, Luna." The words were barely a whisper. Always. I poured every ounce of love I had into her, wanting that to be the last thing she felt before she left the world and me behind. Ross closed his eyes and stroked Luna behind the ears, gentle and methodic. Then the brightness of her mind dulled, and the pain in her body ceased. I couldn't feel the ache in her bones anymore, and the heaviness of her mind began to lift. For a moment, I thought I might know what Luna felt like as a puppy, curious and happy and suddenly light until the lightness she felt was gone too. Bye, girl, I breathed, and the burn in my heart was searing. It felt like a piece of flesh was being cut away from me. I gripped her shaggy fur between my fingers, willing her to stay but knowing I had to let her go. And when the last of her consciousness was gone, a spark in my mind dimmed. Forever. I wrapped my arms around her as silent tears streamed down my face, unable to pull myself away from her lifeless body, unable to look. I don't know how long I sat beside her as the empty part of me settled deeper, and the fear of life without her hit me harder and harder. Suddenly, I was a little boy again, lost and scared, and I needed Luna to make me feel whole again. "Son," Jackson said softly, and his heavy boot steps stopped behind me. I hated the warmth and sympathy in his voice. I hated his sadness. I shook my head and choked out a breath. He reached for me, and as I rose to my feet, Jackson wrapped his arms around my shoulders, pulling me tight against him. With a sob, I grabbed hold of his jacket, afraid I might fall if I let him go. Chapter 5. After Luna was buried at the edge of the property, alongside Jenny and Rocky, and after everyone had gone into the house for a late breakfast, I sat on the deck, staring out at the farm. Even with the horses and the chickens, the pigs and the goats, even with the towering trees and the outbuildings littering the property, it felt empty. Although I knew how lucky we'd been during the years of turmoil after the outbreak, I couldn't help but feel the weight of our losses too. Elle's sister Jenny, who was taken from her so soon after they'd been reunited, Rocky, who'd been attacked by Bear's mother when he was a cub, and Luna, though I knew deep down she'd been the luckiest of them all and had lived a long, happy life. But all of them were missed, and all of them gone too soon. Footsteps creaked at the screen door behind me. "Beau," Elle said softly, "you should eat something." It wasn't only sympathy in her voice, but an exhausted sort of sadness. Registering the chatter inside the house for the first time and the sound of chairs being pulled out around the dining room table, I glanced back at her. Elle's dark brown hair was up in a crooked ponytail, and normally happy lines were etched in the corners of her green, shimmering eyes. But not today. They were darkened with sorrow as she tried to smile. I had to remind myself that she, all of them, had lost Luna too, and I cleared my throat. "I'll be in soon," I promised roughly, even if I wasn't ready to sit in a room with 8 pairs of eyes trying not to look at me, the air thick with miserable silence. "Okay," she conceded. "I'll make a plate for you." I nodded, but Elle stood there, eyeing me. "Aria radioed," she said quietly. "She wanted to make sure you were okay." All I could do was nod again. Aria, of all people, would know what it might feel like to lose Luna, since she was an animal telepath as well. "Thanks." With another forced smile of understanding, Elle left me to wallow on the deck. I turned back to the property that stretched out around me. The sun was warm, despite the intermittent clouds. The wrens warbled in the spruces, the ravens cawed in the still morning, and when I saw no other movement, my chest restricted a little. If it were a normal morning, Luna would be lying in the patch of sunlight on the deck beside me. No, if it were a normal day, we'd be at work. She'd be lounging in the sun after getting a few pets in from the students. And she'd be miserable. My eyes burned as it hit me once more. I'd never have her at my side again. The fact that she was no longer suffering was all that gave me solace. The screen door slid open, but I didn't bother glancing back this time. I could tell it was Jade as she cleared her throat. Her footsteps were graceful and light as she made her way over to the table, and I could smell mint and chamomile wafting off of her. "I've brought you some tea," she said. "Mint and honey, your favorite." She set it on the tabletop and pulled out a chair to sit beside me. "I keep watching the tree line, hoping they will come back," I confessed, but I couldn't sense any of the wolves and knew they likely wouldn't return. Now that Luna was gone, they'd abandoned me completely. It's like they were only here because she was, or maybe because she'd wanted them to be. Or, Jade said, perhaps they are grieving too. I looked at her. With that thoughtful glint in her eyes, Jade peered out at the property that had become her second home. The Ranskins spent nearly all of their time with us, living in the cabins next to the house. Took's cabin was next to mine, so Jade and Dell could have one of their own. They'd wanted to be closer to us, especially since Took was getting too old to hunt and fish the way he used to with Dell, and all of us welcomed them. Having the Ranskins around, having Jade there, who sometimes seemed like the only person who understood me, felt like one of her salves on a fresh wound. You grieve for a companion and friend, she said. The wolves have lost their mother. Maybe they just need time. It would be hard for them to be here, I realized, especially if their connection to her felt anything like mine. I wouldn't want to be. Everywhere I looked, I saw memories, and everywhere I looked made the strange void I felt more gaping. It sounds stupid, I said, wondering why I was admitting it at all. But I don't know how to live without her. How to be me. Understanding lit Jade's gray eyes, and she shook her head. You have had a connection with another spirit for many years, a connection unlike any of us have ever had. I wouldn't expect you to feel any other way. Really? She nodded slightly. You are 20 years old, Beau, and have only known this life. Here as you are now, with her by your side and in your mind, I would imagine whatever it is inside of you that called to her is breaking, just like your heart. That's exactly what it felt like. A broken heart. How do I make it stop? I asked, my voice almost a whisper. Jade had answers to everything, always. I needed her to tell me what to do and how to make the pain go away. But Jade's face didn't light up with reassuring hope. It fell with regret. You can't make it stop, sweet boy. She clasped her hands in her lap, rubbing her wrinkly thumb over the back of her hand. My people believe that everything has two souls, the one that breathes and gives you life so you can't live without it, and the free soul, which can roam the world and help you experience life through different eyes. When you're incapable of experiencing it for yourself, I believe that Luna was your free soul, and therefore you will miss her the rest of your life. I frowned, hating the way my gut turned. I didn't want to feel this hollow forever. The corner of Jade's mouth curved upward. We all have a purpose, she explained, and the wolf is loyal. She is intelligent and fierce, and she protects her young at all costs. I believe she came to you when you needed her for a reason. Perhaps that reason is no more. A purpose, I thought aloud. Then I shook my head. I didn't know what exactly Luna's and my purpose had been or what the hell I was supposed to do now. Then I remembered something. Sophie once told me the wolves and I were important because we could protect the family. As heartening as that had been to my 11-year-old self, it wasn't so helpful now. The wolves are gone now. If I don't have them, what was I? Then maybe it's time to figure out what life is like without them. What you're like. I shook my head. Useful would be a good start. I tried not to let the darker memories surface, the ones that filled me with self-doubt and self-loathing when I let them. Before the wolves, I couldn't save Thea from my mother trying to shove us out a window after she'd lost her mind. Thea had to save us. If it hadn't been for the wolves, I wouldn't have been able to help Jackson find Elle and Sophie when we thought they'd been kidnapped. If it weren't for the wolves, the farm wouldn't have been protected. And without the wolves, I felt irrelevant. Stories only have the power we give them, she said, like she could hear my thoughts. Despite how you may feel right now, you do get to write your own story, with or without the wolves. You were the one to survive the fever. You were the one they sought. It wasn't the other way around. Took grumbled at the foot of the deck stairs, and Jade rose to her feet and walked over to help him make his way up. slowly and carefully since his arthritis had gotten worse. "I'm fine," he grumbled, and he waved her away with one hand, gripping onto the railing with the other. "Don't fuss over me, woman." Even at 86 years old, his mind was still sharp as a tack, unlike his body. "Come on, Dad," Jade said, motioning to the sliding door. "Come in and have some breakfast. It's been a long morning." "Nah," he shook his head. "I want some fresh air." He made his way over to the table with a little more hunch to his back than I remembered. "All right," Jade conceded, knowing it wasn't worth an argument. She looked at me with a wink and nodded to my tea. "Have some before it gets cold." She placed her hand on my shoulder. "And don't let him fall asleep out here. He'll wake up with a kink in his neck." "I'm old, not narcoleptic," Took grumbled again, and with a smile, Jade went back inside the house. With a huff, Took sat down where Jade had been, his jacket rustling as he tried to get comfortable. "We need new cushions," he muttered. "It feels like I'm sitting on a slab of cement." "I'll get some," I told him, trying not to smile. "No, you don't just get some," Took chided, glaring at me. "You make them. Have I taught you nothing, kid? Or are you too manly these days for that domestic crap?" A smile broke free. "Not too manly, no," I said. "I'll see what we have in the feather bin and talk to Dell about saving more next time we go goose hunting." Took nodded, but he only looked partially content. He was nothing if not consistently grouchy and gruff. We sat in silence for a moment, the endless pool of conversation suddenly dry. There were a few more groans and heavy sighs before Took finally looked at me. "How are you holding up, kid?" His eyes were a little sad despite the frown on his face. "I'll survive," I told him, even if it felt like a part of me wouldn't. "It feels off, doesn't it?" he mused. "Like walking backward or holding your gun in the wrong hand to shoot. It's unnerving." "Yeah, that sounds about right." I leaned forward to rest my elbows on my knees. "That's how I felt after my wife died. Jade was barely 12 years old, but I'd been with Hitty since I was a boy. She was my best friend, then my wife, the one person I could rely on and share my life with. Then she left me for a fishing trip with her uncle and granddad and never came back. She fell through the ice and was swept away." He looked at me with his steely eyes, clear and regretful. "You can't plan for that kind of thing, and no matter what anyone says, you won't feel better. Not for a while, at least." As always, Took was a ray of sunshine and didn't skirt around the truth, but I appreciated him more for it. No flowery words or empty platitudes, just hard, real life, like the lines etched in his face and the gray of his whiskers. "What did you do?" I asked him, imagining how much worse it must have been to lose a wife, someone that he'd shared so much of his life with. He huffed. "I sent Jade away." His eyes veered to mine again. "I made her live with her grandmother and I lost myself out in the woods for months." I gaped at him as I tried to imagine a small Jade with only her grief and her hard-ass grandmother to share it with. She'd been the one to tattoo Jade's face the way their people had for generations, even if Jade had been in mourning at the time. "I'm not proud of it," Took added, "but it needed to be done so that when I came back I could be a real father to her." His eyes hardened on me. "Sometimes it takes distance in order to find the truth of one's life and purpose, and all the other reasons we're put on this earth. We have to figure out how to embrace our fears so that they don't hold us back. I needed to find my way without Hitty, and apparently, that was what it took to snap me out of it." Took's story intrigued me. Maybe it was time for me to stop listening to Jade and everyone else's stories and go experience some of my own. Then, a rush of uncertainty swept over me, but not because I didn't think I could survive out there. It was a hollowness at the realization I would, for the first time, be completely and utterly alone. I peered into the trees, feeling a clawing sense of unease knowing the wolves might never come back. And then what would I do? "It's natural to fear everything unfamiliar," Took explained. He scratched his bushy gray eyebrow with his crooked finger. "But sometimes it's the only way to discover who we really are." He stared at me as his words sank in. I imagined myself on a cold night with Luna by my side, without her to talk to as the long days dragged on. Was I so dependent on her that I couldn't just be me, even if I wasn't certain who exactly that was? A sudden urge to prove to myself that I could do it overwhelmed me. "Dad," Jade called from inside the house, and he grumbled to his feet. Yeah. As he straightened, his glittering eyes met mine. "You only live once, kid. Make it count. For your sake." Chapter 6. The next morning, I stood in the door of my old bedroom upstairs, now used as a storage area for my things more than anything else. The morning shadows hung in the hallway as I stared at Thea's closed bedroom door across from mine, then at Elle and Jackson's down the hall. I could wait until they were awake and say goodbye, or I could leave them a note. It would be easier for all of us. Or maybe it would just be easier for me. I didn't want to see the worry in Elle's eyes when I told her I was going south alone, and I didn't want her to talk me out of my decision. Yes, she would worry because, yes, the weather would soon worsen. But even as the thought gnawed at me, I knew I had to do it. Took was right. I needed distance. I'd been thinking about his journey all night. I wanted, more than anything, to feel something other than grief, and I figured that experiencing the world differently than I ever had before might be the only way to move past it. Grabbing a rolled-up pair of thermals, extra jeans and socks, and another long-sleeve shirt, I quietly made my way down the stairs to my rifle that I'd left leaning beside the sliding glass door. Everything else I would need for a few weeks was in my hunting pack in the garage. I could build a fire and a shelter if the weather changed drastically, though I also had a small one-person tent. I could purify water for drinking and mend wounds if I happened to get any, the basic kind at least. I was familiar enough with the Yukon to understand the way nature worked here, even if British Columbia was a more uncharted territory. Stuffing my clothes under my arm, I grabbed my rifle and quietly slid the glass door open, then stepped outside. The fog was dense as I made my way down the steps and out to the garage to grab my pack. And I wasn't surprised I couldn't sense or see the wolves on the periphery, even if I hoped they'd surprise me. As idiotic as I knew it was to feel left behind, me, a human, and them wild and roaming, a part of me did. When I walked into the garage, I headed around the snowmobiles straight for the lockers against the far wall that held all of our camping gear. We went on monthly hunting trips and had slept in rain and hiked in snow. We'd battled blizzard winds and survived sweltering heat, even swarms of mosquitoes in the summer. But while we had particular lakes and foothills we frequented, depending on the time of year, I was going to jagged peaks, crystal lakes, and rugged canyons I'd never climbed before. It was similar terrain, but new enough that my stomach flipped with both uncertainty and excitement. I shoved my clothes into my pack, along with more ammo, which I stuffed alongside my first aid kit. I checked to make sure I had my compass, utility tool, fishing line and hook, as well as my hat, sunscreen, and everything else I'd likely need at some point. Then I patted the folded map in my back pocket, lugged my bag onto my back, gave myself a final pep talk, and lowered the rifle strap over my shoulder before I turned for the garage door. "You're leaving?" I startled to find Thea standing there, her blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Her hair was mussed from sleep, and her eyes were filled with worry and guilt. I shoved my baseball cap into my back pocket and cleared my throat, uncertain I could stand the sadness from the past 24 hours radiating from her on top of my own. Just for a little while. She didn't say anything else as I filled my hydro pack in the sink basin, and I slid it back into my bag as I walked to the door. Thea didn't move out of the way. "You're leaving because of me," she said, and even if Thea was older now and a pain in the ass, I still heard the little girl in my sister's voice, always curious and always fretting. Her brown eyes shimmered in the overhead lights before she averted her gaze. "I'm not leaving because of you, Thea," I told her, zipping my pack shut. "I'm leaving because of me." Her chest heaved a little, and I nudged her. "I promise. And you don't have to worry. You know I can take care of myself." She eyed me warily. Then why are you sneaking out while everyone's asleep? I glowered at her, hating the uneasiness creeping in the longer I stood there, settling in beside the uncertainty. Because I don't want anyone to try to change my mind. So don't say anything. I pinned her with a hard stare. All right? Instead of agreeing, Thea's eyebrows lowered. You were just going to leave? She looked like she was offended, angry even. There's a note in my room, I said, and stepped around her and back into the cool morning. Beau, she chirped. I turned around, ready to tell her to go back inside, but I stopped myself. She braced for a scolding, a look I often saw. It's cold outside, Thea, I told her instead. You should go in. You can tell them I left when they wake up if you want. Tell Jackson I went south to British Columbia. He'll know where I'm headed. Thea nodded, hesitant, and pursed her lips. Be careful, she whispered. I will. I was about to turn away and realized I didn't want the last time I saw my sister, for what could be a month or more, to be like all the other times I'd walked away from her in need of distance. Not this time. Not after all we'd been through together and the pain I knew she was feeling too. My chest tightened for what felt like the 100th time in hours, and stepping closer, I wrapped my arms around Thea's shoulders. Stay out of trouble while I'm gone, I told her, and stop hanging out with Donovan. I wasn't just being an ass before. That guy is bad news. When Thea didn't answer, I pulled away, glaring at her. Fine, she groaned. It was probably a lie, but I appreciated her saying it all the same. Tightening the blanket around her, Thea walked with me across the property, toward the river crossing. In spite of my jacket, wool socks, insulated pants, and hiking boots, I felt the chill in the air, prickling over my skin as I headed toward the bridge. Take care of Elle and Jackson while I'm gone, I told her as it came into sight. I glanced over my shoulder. Tell them I love them. Thea nodded, her chin trembling as if she feared I might not come back. I will, she croaked. Don't cry, I said, feeling a tug in my chest. I'll be fine. Wiping the tear from her cheek, she nodded. Okay. I stepped onto the bridge, feeling the magnitude of what I was doing with each step toward the other side. I'll be back by the first snowfall, I called over my shoulder. Okay, love you, she called back. I smiled a little. Nuh-uh. As I walked into the trees, I glanced behind me. I could no longer see Thea on the other side through the thicket of woods around me. Then her voice carried quietly in the misty morning. Yeah, huh? Chapter 7. 8 hours and 27 miles of hiking later, I was lying on my back in the boreal forest in my sleeping bag, staring up at the stars in the sky. My shoulders were stiff from carrying nearly 40 pounds of weight on my back, and my feet were tender, but surprisingly, I was content. It would take me a couple of weeks to get to the Spatsizi Plateau Wilderness in north-central British Columbia. It was a place Jackson had told me about once, with cliffs and valleys unlike anything he'd ever seen, and plenty of bodies of water along the way so I wouldn't have to worry about dehydration. It was a long trek to get there, and by the time I arrived, I'd have to turn around to make it home before the full winter set in. But at least my path would be my own, and the way home would be more certain. More than anything, I could say I'd done it. For a reason I didn't want to think too long and hard about, that mattered to me, there would be plenty of days and nights for wallowing and wondering what the hell I'd been thinking coming out here on my own. And I wanted to put those moments off as long as possible. A small fire blazed beside me, flickering and cracking against the whispering evergreens in the breeze. Wood smoke blew in a gust toward me, and I inhaled, thinking about nights like this years ago, when Elle, Jackson, Sophie, Alex, Thea, and I would sit around the fire pit. I remembered Alex's birthday back in Slana, when we all thought we'd found a calm in the crazy. I'd snuck out after everyone had gone to sleep to play with Luna for the first time, for hours and hours in the snow, barely making it back home before Elle had woken for coffee and her morning run. I peered up at the clear sky above, I couldn't have asked for a better first night out here on my own. Plus, I was too exhausted mentally and physically to think about much more than my plan for morning while I watched the bright, undulating lights above me. There were many things I took for granted living out here, but the northern lights felt too powerful and mesmerizing to grow used to or grow bored of. No matter how old I got, they still felt otherworldly. My chest tightened, feeling the void beside me, and my eyes began to burn. Closing them, I took a deep breath, nestled deeper into my bag, wondering if Luna was up there watching me, and willed sleep to take me. Chapter 8. I slept like the dead on my first night at Marsh Lake. Maybe it was because I was exhausted from nearly 9 hours of walking, but when I woke, my muscles ached from overuse and a familiar, unwanted animal sense pricked my mind. But I pressed on. I was excited to finally make my way out of the Yukon, away from the past and toward uncharted territory. The afternoon sun was bright, and the fog had long cleared, though the wind had taken its place. I followed the Yukon River for another mile, wondering when the last of the leaves would fall from the willows, the first signs of winter. I stopped at an abandoned shack at the edge of the water. From what I could see, it was only bare bones. The roof was nothing but rotted wooden rafters that poked out of the creeping kudzu vines that swaddled what was left of the surface. The plant was a great source of nutrients when it wasn't smothering its host to death. Despite it being blanketed in green, I could imagine an old miner or trapper living there ages ago, long before the outbreak. The rocky bank marked the start of my diverging path, where I would leave the river behind me. I peered across the river at the evergreens and golden birch that speckled the mountainside, lifted my rifle off of my back, and set my pack on the ground for a welcome reprieve. I'd been to Prince Rupert, and I knew there were subtle differences between British Columbia and the Yukon Territory, but I'd never been as far south as I was planning to go, and that filled me with an unexpected thrill and determination. Crouching at the edge of the river, I pulled out my hydro pack to fill it with the rushing water, grateful for the inline filter so that I didn't have to worry about stopping to boil water each time I needed some. I'd only ever seen one person get a waterborne illness from drinking contaminated water, but seeing the effects of infectious colitis was enough to scare me straight, and I'd never risk a bout of anything like that if I could help it. When my hydro pack was full, I continued toward the lakes that fed into the Yukon, water that would flow through countries and territories throughout North America, before it reached the Bering Sea. I would find food, shelter, and more water there, and each step and bit of planning only reiterated how small I was in such a wild, expansive place. It was a blaring reminder that I was leaving the comforts of home far behind me, but also the memory of the emptiness I felt there, and that was all I needed to keep me going. But the farther I walked, the more I realized I hadn't left all behind me. The niggling I'd felt in the back of my mind since dawn hadn't gone away. Bear's mind was drawing closer as he trailed me deeper south. I tried to tell myself I didn't want a tag-along, especially not an animal one, but it was a strange comfort to feel my shadow a mile or so behind me. While a part of me wanted to tell Bear to go away, knowing he was out there somewhere made me feel less alone, too. Ignoring him, I peered into a thicket of birch and cedar trees as I continued through the woods, fallen leaves and pine needles crunching beneath my feet. The landscape was changing. The evergreens thinned ever so slightly, making way for a more vibrant glow of autumn. It was a short season, between the mosquito-ridden summer mornings and the first snow in October, but it was my favorite. The lakes were so cold and clear, it was like staring into glass, and the colors were almost blinding. I was sure you could see the green and gold patchwork from space. Another few hours passed, and while my baseball cap shielded my face from the descending sunlight, the back of my neck felt like sandpaper, stretched and dry from the heat and the cold wind as it came in spurts. My feet ached. My thighs were no longer tight from overuse, but felt like jello. The moment the pitched roofs of the town of Atlin came into view, I allowed myself to stop, knowing this would be a good place to camp for the night. I peered out at the picturesque landscape before me. Atlin country, Marked by rocky bluffs and crystal blue lakes that carved passageways through the coast mountains, was everything my geography history teachers said it was: the Switzerland of the North. The glacial waters practically glowed in parts, the richest blues I'd ever seen. The black mass of evergreens in the distance gave way to snow-capped mountains that arched and rolled behind it. It was a welcomed change to the cedars and birch, the thistle bushes and ivy that decorated the forest the way I'd come. Even the lake was beautiful, and somehow different than the ones at home. Or maybe it was that I was so relieved to see it. Water, fish to eat, and maybe even an old cabin to sleep in for the night, instead of on my thin bedroll in my one-person tent. With so many uncomfortably cold nights ahead of me, the thought of actual shelter made the exhaustion weigh heavier in my bones. Then I remembered something. I pulled my map of the territory from my back pocket and spun it around. A rush of excitement made my over-anxious fingers twitchy, and I nearly tore the map as I opened it. I grinned, elation washing over me. I was just outside the mining town of Atlin, but more excitedly, Warm Springs were a few hours beyond it. Marika had told me about them when she'd started working at the survival center. It was one of the places where she and her sister had stopped on their way to Whitehorse, a bubbling spring with lukewarm water, more conducive to bathe in than the frigid lake. Suddenly, every bit of grime on my body and every ounce of sweat felt more cloying than the burden of exhaustion. My socks were damp, my face gritty and dirty, and I smelled exactly as I would have thought after 2 full days of hiking in the same clothes with the sun on my back. Wiping the perspiration from my brow, I forgot about Atlin and the lake, and I moved quickly down the shore, my rifle at the ready as I maneuvered my way around the outskirts of town. If I could hold out a few more hours, I would get to bathe in less than freezing water before my dinner tonight, and my tired feet couldn't move fast enough. By the time I reached the Warm Springs, Bear had fallen farther behind me, and the sun was sinking behind the horizon. The clouds that floated in the sky were muted yellows and blues. The wind was cold, but I didn't think much about that as I inhaled the balmy, metallic scent of the spring. I dropped my pack at the narrow base of a pine and peered around the meadow. Overgrown grasses and scattered pine cones surrounding a pool of gray water. I'd never been so excited to submerge myself in lukewarm water before. Muscles desperate for a reprieve, I tossed my baseball cap on top of my pack and tore off my long-sleeved shirt over my head. Then my t-shirt. Hastily, I unlaced and pulled off my boots, and the air bit at the sweat-dampened parts of my skin as I stripped down to nothing. Grabbing a bar of soap, the sole towel I'd brought with me, and nothing more, I hurried over to the spring, ignoring the sticks and rocks that scratched the bottoms of my feet. In the cooling evening air, even the tepid water steamed, and I dropped my things on the bank and stepped inside. The gravel bottom crunched under my feet. Chills spread like wildfire over every inch of me. I stepped farther in, up to my waist, and I grinned. The water was warmer than I expected, or maybe I knew it was the only true bath I'd likely get in the month to come that wasn't ice-cold temperatures, and I soaked it up from head to toe. Luna would have splashed around with me, retreating to the edge when she was finished to stand sentinel and wait. I glanced at my discarded towel. She'd be sitting right beside it. I could lock away some of the void I felt without her when my mind was busy tracking or navigating, but as my mind stilled, I could feel the heaviness closing in on me as reality began to sink back in. I thought of Took's story and how he'd lost his wife, the mother of his daughter, in a freak accident. I had lost a companion, a wolf who'd lived a long and happy life. I knew they weren't comparable, but even as I tried to convince myself the pain couldn't be the same, I felt my chest restrict again. I submerged myself in the spring, desperate for movement as I let the water swallow the heaviness. When I was younger, I'd been searching for purpose and direction. Now it was time and distraction that I needed. As I came up for air, the impending tasks of what needed to be done still dinged in the back of my mind, like one of Elle's incessant ticking timers that ensured she didn't burn dinner, build a fire and set up camp, boil water for drinking, and settle in before nightfall. But as I peered out at the last rays of the sun that glowed behind the mountaintops, I pushed the list away. Instead, I thought about Whiteley. Home. Old home. It was hard to believe the Juneau ice field was just beyond the mountains. Alaska seemed so close and yet so far away. But then, Alaska didn't feel like home anymore. It hadn't for a really long time. It's where I was born, and was where Elle and Jackson had found us, but really, it was a distant memory. I licked the salt from my lips. Canada was my real home. White Horse and the Yukon. It was wilder and more untamed, and Luna and I had spent many days exploring it together. Fleetingly, I wondered if my love of nature had something to do with my ability. The outdoors had always felt like a part of me in a way I couldn't describe, like my friendship with Luna. Being out here, away from work and people and the creature comforts I had begun to take for granted again, felt different. It felt right, even without Luna by my side. It was only day 2 of my journey, and despite the long road ahead, nights like this would make all the aching muscles and blistered feet worth it. And if I allowed myself to hope, I'd feel a little bit more whole by the end of it too. Chapter 9. The following day was much the same. After another decent night's sleep in the protection of the forest, I'd woke with the sun in my dew-covered tent, the scent of damp earth clinging to the inside of my nose, and the rustle of finches and the fallen leaves that blanketed the ground around me. Bear had drawn closer overnight. I could feel his mind sharpening as he meandered nearer, prowling to find food. Overwintered crowberries, horsetail, and sweet vetch roots, if he wasn't too lazy to dig for them. I'd assumed he'd have settled in for torpor already, wherever it was he disappeared to in the winter, but apparently following me, invited or not, had been more appealing. As my mind began to seek his more and more each day, I wondered if he wasn't somehow compelled to seek me out, the way my mind seemed to be searching for him. Pushing his bear concerns away, I focused on a late lunch for myself and nestled lower behind a felled spruce trunk to wait for a hare to come into sight. After nearly 20 miles of walking, I was starving, and I'd seen the droppings and the tracks. I knew there were at least 2 that frequented the area, even if I'd been waiting for nearly 2 hours and had yet to see one. I'd brought jerky, dried berries, smoked salmon chunks, and a handful of MREs from our stock at home, but that was backup for the days I couldn't catch anything. Since I was on my 3rd day in the wildlands, it was time to hunt. Hares, grouse, muskrat, weasel, fish in the lakes I'd passed, something small that I could clean and cook quickly that wouldn't be wasteful. There was plenty of game. I just had to be patient. I sat a little while longer, dozing in the intermittent patches of sunlight that warmed my back until finally I saw movement in the underbrush of a spruce that soared 100 feet tall with a girth nearly as wide as the length of a truck. Leaning closer, I peered through my scope at a tawny hare with big eyes and long, pointed ears, sniffing in the detritus a couple of dozen yards away. Rabbit had never been my meat of choice, but my mouth watered thinking about it now, and suddenly I was ravenous. I waited a few more breaths for it to settle in for a snack, and was about to pull the trigger when Bear grumbled through the trees in front of me. He roared to make sure I knew he was there, and the hare skittered away in the blink of an eye. "Bear!" I shouted, jumping to my feet. "Are you fucking serious right now?" I glared at him as he sniffed around, no doubt tired of walking, and he wanted me to feed him. His bulk could crush me, and his claws could tear me in half, but still, I could only resent him. I knew he was hungry. He was always hungry. "I don't have food for you, and you just scared mine away." Bear growled at me, equally agitated with me for leaving home so close to winter, and he grumbled and sniffed at the ground as he lumbered closer. "I didn't ask you to come," I told him. "In fact, you weren't even invited." He roared at me and chuffed, ignoring the fact that I didn't want him there as he stalked closer. "I'm serious. Go away," I told him, and pulled a stick of jerky from my pack before I shrugged it back on again. My shoulders protested as the weight of the pack settled back into place. "And you're not getting any food from me, so you might as well turn around and head back home." Not nice, like girl. It was a muddy, caustic thought, but I got the gist. Thea was sweet and fond over him, and of course he loved that. "No, definitely not," I muttered. Whatever his connection to me was, it had kept him close for years, always in the periphery, but always there, somewhere, Misbehaving, sulking. I didn't understand it. We didn't have a connection like I'd had with Luna. With her, I innately knew what she was thinking, like she was a part of me. Bear was just a bear whose mind I could feel, and we could communicate if we were close enough. But it didn't feel the same. He had no deep-rooted connection to me, and yet he was always around. Putting more distance between us, I continued south into the deepening canyon. I gazed out at the bluffs that surrounded me. The land was different in the Stygian region. The valley was blanketed in reds and oranges, a mixture of wild grasses and shrubs, and the mountains swelled on either side of me, jagged and cast in moving shadows from the clouds above. I peered up into the gray-blue sky, feeling the weather change as a storm came in. Then I peered at a ledge cut into the mountainside above me. I was taking a 50-50 chance of either being protected from the wind up there or feeling its wrath as it whipped through, but it would protect me from the coming rain, and I had a feeling the view would be worth it. Tearing off another piece of jerky, I made my way up. It was steep, but what was hiking without a good, narrow goat trail worn into the side of a mountain to explore? The air was crisp as it blew against me, forcing me to hug the rocky scree at the base. If I hadn't had 35 pounds to knock around on my back, it wouldn't have been as adventurous, but wind and weight could be a scary mix. A half hour later, with only a few slips and curses, I made it up to the ledge with the relieved breath, allowing every coiled muscle in my arms and legs, even my abs, to loosen. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I dropped my pack and peered out at the most epic sight I'd ever seen. Canyons and ridges stretched as far as I could see, browns and greens against the yellow and red underbrush. As the clouds continued to move and the sunlight continued to shift, it was as if parts of the forest had caught flame with color. The Taku River cut through the conifers like veins in the distance, winding its way west to the Gulf of Alaska. A bit farther southwest, and I would nearly be at Prince Rupert, where Huck ran the trading port for the North Pacific. A hawk's cry carried on the wind, and I could imagine what he saw from so high above. Everything. Regardless of what was to come, I knew at that moment that being here was what I'd needed. Space, distance, perspective. There was no Thea and her bad decisions to worry about out here. There was no Marika to distract me. There was no Bear inserting himself into my life. The only thought on my mind was the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen, and that Luna wasn't there to see it with me. I noticed what might be smoke far off in the distance, and I made a mental note to stay clear of it. I sat down on the ledge and watched as the clouds thickened and the sun vanished behind them, casting the valley in an ominous gray glow. It was like the moisture in the air was shimmering. Rain was coming. Probably thunder too, and lots of wind. Despite the lure of its rugged beauty, I knew tonight would be long and cold, and sleep would probably be lost to me. Minutes passed, and when the sky was inky with only a slight glow on the horizon, I shuddered in a gust that swept over the ledge. Pulling my jacket tighter around me, I climbed to my feet. It was time to layer up and get my tent set so I wouldn't have to sleep in the cold and the wind. While the fire sounded magical from up here, any roamer would be able to see it, and I didn't want to pique any unwanted curiosities and bring attention to myself. It was a decision I'd likely regret, but it was the smart thing to do. Though the ache in my muscles had become less noticeable, I could still feel the tug of exhaustion as I slid my bedroll out of my pack. Then my one-person tent. I hadn't had the tent poles up all the way when I felt the familiar spark in my mind and heard a familiar rumble. I groaned. Bear crested the cliffside, his mouth open as he panted, drool dripping from his muzzle. "What do you want?" I grumbled as he drew closer. His heft shook with each heavy step, and ignoring me, he lumbered over to sniff my pack. "I already told you, no food, thanks to you." He wasn't the only one who was hungry, though. I'd snack tonight, but I needed to fish or catch something soon. As I shoved the last of my tent poles in through the sleeve, Bear nudged me where I crouched, knocking me off balance. "Quit it," I told him, and pushed him back. "Go be a bear somewhere else, would you?" The wind whipped up again, sending a wave of chills over me as I erected the nylon casing. But Bear had other plans. With a moan, he began sniffing the tent, getting too close to it for comfort. "Go!" I ground out. He had that look of mischief in his eyes, and I didn't want to deal with his antics while I had a shelter to think about in the rapidly dropping temperatures. I'm serious. Bear's eyes met mine, and with a groan, he sat down. Go! I repeated, but he bobbed his head up and down and nudged me with his massive paw instead, like he wanted to play. No, I'm busy, Bear. Go away. I don't have 1,000 pounds to keep me warm tonight. He pawed at my pack obstinately, and I rose to my feet. Stop it, would you? I scolded and lugged my pack up and moved it out of his reach. What do you want? The last thing I needed was for him to shred my pack or break something so early in my trip. With a disgruntled huff, Bear rolled back onto my tent, snapping the poles in half. The crack echoed through the air. I stared at my deflated tent as he rolled off and got to his feet. Are you shitting me? I gritted out. My night just got a hell of a lot colder, and I glared at him. Go! The word was sharp, and I pointed the way he'd come. I felt Bear's guilt, but it was muted compared to my anger. Bear just stared at me, his big brown eyes blinking. Finally, as if he'd given up, he glanced away. But I didn't care if he was sorry. He just added a whole new project to my list of things to do tomorrow, on top of hunting, which he'd also ruined today. I was cold, hungry, and exhausted, and I didn't have the patience for him. When he didn't move, my blood began to boil. Go! I shouted, and with suddenly wide eyes, Bear roared back at me. His breath was hot against my face, and his mind was muddled with hurt and anger as he turned and stalked away. My body hummed with adrenaline, the sound of his roar still ringing in my ears, but I shook my surprise away. Taking a deep breath, I ran my hand over my hair and stared down at my broken tent. I'd figure out a way to fix it tomorrow, but for tonight at least, it looked like I was sleeping under the stars. A frigid gust of wind raked over me, in case I'd forgotten how cold it was, and I crouched down and rubbed my hands over my face. I'd wanted to avoid a fire, not wanting to draw attention to myself up here on the ridge, but I wasn't trying to freeze in 39-degree weather either. So, with weary muscles and by lantern light, I broke off old shrub switches from the side of the mountain and gathered wood debris that had been caught in the canyon crevices around me to build a small fire. Moving into the innermost crevasse of the outcropping as far out of the wind as possible, I nested my tinder at the base of my soon-to-be fire and teepeed my sticks and twisted branches. Pulling my fire starter out of my tool bag, I struck and lit the tinder in a single stroke and blew the embers until they caught flame. Then the rain began to fall. I'd need layers tonight. All of them. I regretted sleeping on the landing as the rain fell harder. The fire flames whipping so much in the wind, they did little to keep me warm. The outcropping proved to be more of a tunnel than it was protective in the high winds, and the rain fell whichever way the gusts carried it. I tugged the beanie Thea had made me for Christmas down over my ears, and pulled the tent that was keeping me dry up closer to my face. All things considered, it could have been worse, and after a couple of hours passed, I was too tired, cold, and entranced by the lightning show in the distance to think about much more than sleep. Bright flashes of yellow and white lit the sky, but the sound was little more than a distant rumble, and it helped ease me to sleep. I nestled my chin deeper into my thermal neck warmer, and eventually my thoughts drifted too. They faded in and out, disturbed only when a gust of wind picked up and I shuddered in my skin. I dreamt of snowbanks and a sea of ice. I could feel it in my bones, rooting itself there like the day I fell through the frozen lake. It numbed me, froze me from the inside out, and then suddenly the cold was gone. Heat enveloped me, and I thought of Luna's black body curled up beside me. Only instinctively, I knew it wasn't her. She was gone. Then I was there, standing on the frozen lake, the man I was now, not the kid from years ago. Luna stood on the shore, blanketed in white, her muzzle grayed with age and her yellow eyes shimmering in the afternoon sunlight. Snow crystals danced in the air, and I could smell fresh balsam and juniper. Luna lifted her paw as if she was going to walk away, and I willed her to come to me instead. Only Luna stayed where she stood, staring at me and unmoving. Luna. My voice caught in my throat as I felt a prickle of desperation. But she didn't budge. Littlefoot, Tyga, and even Rocky came trotting out of the tree line, stopping short to stare across the lake at me. I saw the others in the woods, the rest of the pack that remained wild and rarely came around. They lingered in the periphery, watching and waiting. Unlike Luna, they continued on after a few seconds, and Littlefoot and Tyga followed. Only Rocky stayed behind with his mother, both of their eyes fixed on me. Finally, Luna turned to Rocky, who died too young because of crazy Nora. Luna yipped at him, but I wasn't privy to her thoughts this time. With a final glance in my direction, they both trotted away, each paw print leading away until it was all that was left of her. Luna was leaving me. I felt it in the deepest parts of my soul, and the idea of that made my heart soar. The cold seeped further in, a lonely, vacant feeling settling inside. There was a blur of white, and then a wave of heat. My mind stirred again, only this time, when my consciousness settled over me, my body hummed with warmth. It breathed deep and heavy, and was bristly against my side. I peeled my eyes open to find the fire was out, the scent of smoke barely noticeable in the whipping wind, and a large, fuzzy outline was a blur beside me. It rose and fell in slumber. It snored and groaned, and as it slept, it kept me warm. Tears pricked the backs of my eyes. Luna had left me in the cold. It was ridiculous because it was only a dream, and yet, she was still gone. But Bear was still here. He'd come back, and he was keeping me warm. Closing my eyes, I willed sleep to pull me back in so that I didn't have to think or feel any of it. And as Bear's deep breaths rumbled in the stormy night, I thought about summer and sunshine, and I was lulled back to sleep. Chapter 10. The next morning, I woke to Bear breath and the grizzly pushing at me more playfully than I appreciated so early in the morning. "Get," I rasped, pushing him away. "And eat some mint every once in a while, would you? Your breath stinks." I rested the crook of my arm over my eyes, and Bear pushed at me again. I jolted up and pushed him back. "Dude, what's your problem?" With another groan, I rubbed my eyes and blinked into the morning sunlight. It was blinding, but after the cold, wet night, it was a relief. He'd kept me warm, I remembered, and I glanced at him. "And thanks, by the way," I told him. Even if I hadn't wanted him to come on this trip, last night I'd been grateful to have him. He blinked at me. Food was Bear's answer. That was always his answer. "Go find some then. I didn't bring Bear portions," I reminded him. I scrubbed my hands over my face and inhaled the crisp morning. With a yawn, I climbed to my feet and stopped where my camping blanket fell to the ground in a neon green puddle at my feet. A slobbery branch of unripe soapberries rested on the ground beside my bedroll. The end of it was torn to shreds, like he'd swiped it or gnawed it off the tree. I looked from him to the soapberries again. "You brought me food?" I realized aloud, and slowly my head cocked to the side. "That's surprising." I found myself muttering another thank you, and as he stared at me, waiting for me to eat them, I sighed. This was going to be rough. Swallowing thickly, I popped one into my mouth, my entire face contorting from the bitterness. "Yum," I said, forcing a tight-lipped smile. "Why don't you have the rest while I pack up?" Bear chuffed and flung his head around, pleased with himself, and I saw a flash of water, a river, and more berries in his mind. A river meant there were fish, and the thought of fish for breakfast made me salivate like a starved hyena. He huffed and clawed at my bedding, impatient. "Just give me a minute," I told him as I began to pack my things. "I still have to figure out how I'm going to fix the tent you broke last night." I glanced at him, an eyebrow raised, and the instant my eyes met his, he averted his gaze. I wasn't mad anymore, not like I had been. Bear had come to keep me warm last night, and even if I hated to admit it to myself, I wasn't sure I would have done the same thing for him. Knowing that, I didn't think I even deserved the kindness. I rolled up my sleeping pad and tent and clipped them to my pack again. Bear was maddening, infuriating most of the time, but he wasn't vicious or dangerous. In fact, he was too playful and docile for his own good. Maybe if he had a little fear in him, or if he were a little wilder, he would find a life away from Whitehorse and me, like normal grizzlies did all the time. Instead, he stirred up trouble and grew bored too easily, and even if I hated to admit it, I knew I had some part to play in that. And whatever our differences, he'd come through for me last night. "There's a settlement of some sort over there," I told him, zipping my pack. "Past the forest." I leveled a gaze on him, knowing all too well he'd venture too close in search of an easy meal. I saw the smoke. "Stay away from it," I commanded. "I'm serious. They don't know you like Whitehorse does. It's dangerous." Bear groused and flung his head up again, eagerly waiting for me to get my shit together. "You're more impatient than I am," I muttered, and I wondered if I was as annoying to my family as Bear was to me at times. I nearly snorted. Thea would definitely think so. Shrugging my pack on again and lowering the rifle strap around my shoulder, I pulled my beanie over my head to cover my ears in the cool morning and followed after Bear as we trekked back down the mountain. The gravel was loose beneath my feet, but nothing my scuffed-up hiking boots couldn't handle, though Bear, trudging a few yards ahead, didn't seem to have a care in the world. He stopped to sniff the air and he groaned to himself and rubbed his body against a broken rock formation protruding from the side of the mountain, like he had an itch he needed to scratch. Then he trudged some more. When we finally reached the bottom, he lifted his nose again, sniffing the scents of the valley. I knew bears could smell close to 20 miles away, and suddenly I grew curious. For the first time, I didn't try to push his mind away. I felt for it instead. I fixated on the spark I felt in my mind, usually a muted hum, and pulled it closer. Through him, I could smell the world times 1,000, the floral scent of rich jasmine and lupins somewhere nearby, though I couldn't see them. The dead and rotted wood in the damp forest beyond, so earthy it was almost suffocating. The caribou droppings a few miles away that carried a dry scent on the breeze, and a faint scent of smoke that wafted with it. Bear and I both wondered about the settlement once more, though for different reasons. He needed over 90 pounds of sustenance on an average day, so food was always on his mind. I, on the other hand, wanted to remain unnoticed. The longer, the better. It was easy to forget there were actual lunatics in the world when you were out in the middle of nowhere. Easy to forget there were dangers that might lurk aside from the wrath of Mother Nature. Pulling my rifle into my hands, I nodded for him to lead the way. "Time for breakfast," I reminded him, and I nodded into the woods, away from the scent of smoke. As we made our way into the forest, I told myself we'd eradicated the gangs that used to roam the lands, their powers unchecked as groups of them banded together, doing whatever they wanted and taking whatever they pleased, simply because, with growing, dangerous powers, they could. But despite Ross, Huck, and Jackson's hard work to get them to the rehabilitation facility, there were still the outliers and renegades. It was impossible to have found them all. There were rumors of nomad villages and unfriendlies who were dangerous. One rifle wouldn't protect me from everything. The longer I remained unseen, the better. Our footsteps crunched over dead debris and lichen-covered rocks as we made our way farther into the forest. After an hour of walking southwest, I was beginning to wonder where Bear was taking me. We were only vaguely heading in the direction I'd wanted to go, and as hungry and determined as I was to catch food, I didn't want to spend a whole day backtracking either. "You better not be screwing with me," I told him. It wasn't until I noticed the trees began to thicken and I heard the sound of trickling water that I realized we must be close. It was greener in this part of the forest, denser with large, lush-leafed foliage and moss that covered nearly everything. I weaved between a couple of birch trees and stopped where their roots met the rocky shore of a bubbling brook. It was almost as if we'd stepped out of the boreal forest and into a tropical one. Dust motes danced in patches of sunlight, the deciduous trees that surrounded us shimmered with color, and ivy hung from willow branches. Bushy ferns fanned out over fallen logs, some of them reaching 6 feet or higher. This place was so hidden and felt so removed, it was almost unnatural, like something out of one of Jade's magical stories. My awe was replaced with shock and annoyance as cold water splashed across my torso and face, and I tore my gaze away from the canopy of green and orange and glared at Bear. "What the hell?" I bit out, and Bear splashed me again in answer. I lurched forward and splashed him back. "How do you like it?" Bear splashed me again and threw his head up into the air, pleased with himself. "Breakfast," he reminded me. "Too slow." "I'm slow?" I gaped at him. "I don't think I understood you correctly." I splashed him again, earning another in return. That's it. I jumped into the ankle-deep stream, my heavy boots raining water over him, making him blink, and I cupped handfuls of water and splashed it on him. He chuffed and stomped more, completely undeterred. Apparently, during food and playtime, Bear had all the stamina in the world. The water was cool and sent goosebumps over my skin, but I chased him farther down the creek, both of us drenched. By the time his sides were heaving and I was breaking a sweat, we came to a truce. Water dripped off my nose and trickled down my cheeks, and even if my fingers were so numb I could barely feel them, I laughed. Yeah, you better run. I watched as Bear's butt disappeared into a thicket of soapberries. A memory of Luna and me playing in the Yukon when I was a kid flared to mind, and my chest ached. Then, wiping my forehead off with my arm, I gathered my breath and glanced around again. I didn't know where I was, exactly. Maybe an offshoot of the Taku River. I gazed into the crystal-clear water that trickled around the lichen-splattered boulders until the stream deepened. Fish swam at the bottom. They weren't trout, but they were big enough to eat, and my stomach rumbled. Dropping my pack on the edge of the creek, I bent down and stared into the water, trying to gauge its depth. A few feet, at least, and a school of foot-long, silvery fish I didn't recognize swam listlessly at the bottom. A rock splashed into the water downstream, and my head jerked up in time to see Bear leaning against a tree trunk, reaching for tiny, glossy red crab apples. Ah, so that's why you like it here. I shook my head. They wouldn't be my first choice, but Bear had been able to slog through the water fast enough to get to them. Whatever this place was, it was unexpected. Unzipping my pack, I pulled out my tool bag and fishing line, as well as a jig head, and as I stood, peering around to find a fishing stick, I froze. A pyramid of red berries, brighter and larger than any soap berries I'd ever seen, clung to the top of a 10-foot stem as thick as my thumb. What the? I breathed, and I stepped closer, my eyes glued to the towering plant across the stream. It had yellow spines that armored the stalks under a canopy of maple-like leaves fanning out around it, confirming my odd suspicion. No fucking way. Jumping from boulder to boulder so as not to get my feet wet in the creek, I landed on the other side and grinned from ear to ear. Devil's Club. I'd seen pictures of Alaskan ginseng, but never in person. It wasn't supposed to exist anymore. Not around here, anyway. I remembered the story Jade had told Fiona about the day her grandmother found the special plant that would save her life. I laughed to myself. Jade would never believe that I saw it. If we had access to it, especially now, without pills and meds, everything might be different. It was a potent cure-all, and it could change so many things back home. I pressed farther into the thicket of it, careful not to touch the barbs that grew along the stems. Nature knew how important it was. That much was clear. It was armed to the teeth. But without a world of people in need of it, there was no more harvesting, and it was growing like wildflowers. Stalks of it grew within the crabapple trees and up against a rocky mound, casting it in shade. I might not have had Elle's camera, but I could take a sample of the Devil's Club home to prove it, and that in and of itself was worth the trip. Chapter 11. On the 7th day of my trek, after trudging through fresh mud from the sporadic rainstorms and hiking craggy foothills of the interior mountain range, I stopped at a bend somewhere along the Nalin River. Intermittent clouds blocked the sun, but I couldn't put off a full-body rinse for another day. Splashing frigid lake water on my face, arms, and pits wasn't cutting it anymore, and while Bear had been coming and going of his own accord, I couldn't help wondering if, given his super senses, it wasn't also because of my ripe smell. Not even I could stand the scent of myself a minute longer. For too long, I'd stood at the edge of the river, anticipating what would feel like shards of glass rushing over my skin. Being cold was one thing, but the memory of throbbing, burning, frozen pain wasn't something I ever wanted to relive. In fact, despite the cold, it made me sweat thinking about it. The water, crisp and rushing over rocks and a protruding tree branch, sounded cold, but the temperature would only continue to drop as the days went on, and it needed to be done. I pulled off my boots and socks and stood on the gravel bank as I took a steadying breath. The instant I tore off my clothes, I was going to grab my bar of soap, run in, scrub the shit off my body, let the current wash me clean, and get the hell out of there as fast as my feet would carry me. Tugging my long sleeves overhead, I glanced at my towel, resting on a stone beside the water's edge. Then I unbuttoned my pants, slid out of my briefs, and ran into the water with bated breath. I barely felt the rocks beneath my feet as they hit the water, though my muscles instantly tensed, and my toes curled from the cold. I gasped, clinging to the bar of soap, and submerged myself, all the while telling myself this had to be done. The water rushed over me, and my feet touched the river bottom as I pushed myself back up. I shot out of the water with a gasp. "Holy shit!" I barked out as my body turned from cold to tingling pins and needles. I gripped the bar of soap so tight I worried I might break it in my grasp, and instantly began to scrub. My blonde hair, my stubbled cheeks, my armpits, elbows, and lower until my skin felt as if it was burning with numbness from the cold. After an excruciating few long minutes, I couldn't stand it anymore. I submerged myself once again, then fumbled toward the dry riverbank, desperate for warmth. I felt Bear's curiosity and amusement from somewhere in the forest. Of course, he'd wander back this way in time to laugh at my expense. "You think it's funny?" I shouted. My hands shook as I crouched naked on the rocky beach, ignoring the pebbles poking the bottoms of my feet. I slid the bar of soap into a bag so it didn't get dirty and reached for my towel, hastily scrubbing the damp skin dry. Bear made his way closer through the trees, his head hung low as he watched me. He paused, flinging his head with a roar, and if I wasn't mistaken, he was laughing at me. "Dick," I muttered, and in my frenzy to pull my clothes back on, I grabbed a rock and threw it in his direction. He growled at me again, less amused this time, then turned and left me alone. "Yeah, you better run," I grumbled. Still wet, but mostly satisfied, I pulled the last of my clothes back on, groaning as my sun-soaked shirt warmed my torso, and chills of relief trickled down my spine. My nose dripped with water, and my scalp tingled in the cold air, but my body was warm and clean, and I was relieved it was over. Once my socks and boots were on and my teeth had stopped chattering, I sat on the river's edge, snacking on some nuts and berries as I plotted out the rest of the day's journey. I only had a few hours left of sunlight and needed to find shelter and settle in someplace for the night. If I continued southeast toward Nathanaw Mountain, I was sure to find more offshoots of the Taku River, and I could breathe a little easier again. So I plopped a handful of pine nuts into my mouth, gathered my things, and headed out. As the hours passed, I realized I'd grown used to the fjords and lowland woods that seemed to curve their way in and out of the forest, and the trees grew smaller the farther inland I hiked. More songbirds chirped and flitted around. At least, they had been, until now. I peered up at the graying sky, dreading the incoming storm. I was lucky to have any sun at all, but it didn't make the threat of rain any less ominous. Keeping my eye out for an old hunting cabin or a heavy thicket to set my patched-up tent in, I moved deeper into the forest. As I had been doing more and more lately, I searched for a connection with Bear's mind, realizing he'd hung too far back to feel it anymore. I found it hard to believe he'd turn back for home after our last spat, but the possibility that he had left made me uneasy. I crunched through the sparse scrubs, and instead of thinking about Bear, I calculated how many more days I might have before I reached the Stykeen River. That part of the region would be beautiful, a place with canyons etched by water and wind as far as the eye could see. I figured it would be another week at the pace I was moving, maybe a bit longer. I weaved around a rotted pine trunk, inhaling the scent of musk in the air. I imagined the termite-infested wood, one of Bear's favorite delicacies when he wasn't decimating the produce stands back home. I stepped over another fallen lodgepole pine, and the moment my foot hit the ground, I heard the snap. Feeling the metal under my boot and the serrated teeth sink into my ankle directly after it. A white flash of pain burst in my mind as I shouted and fell to my knees. My eyes bulged and blurred with the most horrific feeling I'd ever felt. As my adrenaline flared, I blinked the tears from my eyes. An old rusted bear trap that must have weighed 40-plus pounds sunk into my calf and shin. My panic swayed as temporary shock set in, and I realized I'd never used a trap before or seen one in person. But as the pain smarted and burned, and I could feel my heartbeat pulsating in my leg, unease came rushing back. I was stuck. in a bear trap. A bear trap that was so ancient I knew it didn't meet any regulations set in place before the outbreak. Or had hunting been so cruel? I shook the thought from my mind, regretting it as my body moved with the motion and I clamped my mouth shut and tried to swallow the searing pain. Amidst the agony, some shred of awareness broke through, and I tried to wiggle my toes and keep the blood flowing in my leg, knowing that was the only way I was going to save my foot if too much time passed before I could get myself out of it. But as I wiggled my toes, all I could feel was more excruciating, unrelenting pain. I inhaled and slowly straightened, then forced myself to analyze the trap as my chest heaved. It hurt to breathe, to move. What if I couldn't get out of it? What if I couldn't walk when I did? I hated my panicky thoughts, but I couldn't control them. I squeezed my eyes shut and raised my face to the sky. Please, I pleaded to anything and anyone. Focus was what I needed. Control. Determination. I took another deep breath. I could get out of it if I just kept calm long enough to push down on the springs to open it. That's all I had to do. I repeated it over and over to myself and gritted my teeth. I looked down at my bloodied leg. Numbness was setting in. While I appreciated the reprieve, my mind screamed that it was a very bad sign. Beau, I breathed, trying to focus. Find the springs, Beau. If I could leverage my weight enough, I could open it, assuming the fucking thing wasn't rusted shut on me. I laughed, a bit hysterical, as I realized Elle and Jackson had given us all tetanus shots that first winter, after we'd nearly died so many times on our way to Whitehorse. But a booster shot wouldn't matter if my leg was going to fall off. And if I was going to get home, I would need my fucking leg. Tears of commingled pain and fear blurred my eyes, but I blinked them away. Brushing the layers of dirt and debris away with shaking hands, I bit my lip to stop from shouting, and felt for the springs. I had no idea why I was trying not to scream. There was no one around to hear me, and even if there were, I wanted them to. But still, I bit my bottom lip and pressed on each side, trying to open the metal jaws that held my fate. Bear! Burst from my mouth, surprising me. But I shouted his name again in panic. There was nothing he could do to help me, but at the same time, I didn't want to be alone either. Bear! I called again, but his mind was somewhere far away. The stupid bear had been trailing me since I'd left Whitehorse, and now he was nowhere to be found. I laughed again, my shoulders shaking. Refusing to give up, I forced myself to stand up, desperate to feel the pain again if it meant I still had a leg. I couldn't tell how far the teeth had gone into the bone and muscles, but it felt like it might as well have gone all the way through. Every movement made me cringe, and I couldn't help my whimper as I stared down at my bloody pants again. I couldn't feel my toes wiggle anymore. I remembered the rifle on my back, probably long and strong enough to use for some sort of leverage when I heard the break of branches in the distance and the crunch of debris under heavy footsteps. Bear? My heart fluttered, and I peered through the trees as a person on a horse rode up, their shotgun pointed directly at me. I swallowed thickly. A crazy person? A rogue wanderer? Was this a human trap? I fumbled with my own rifle and aimed it back at them, though they were a little blurry. After a few rapid blinks, I saw a woman in a trench coat on the back of a large, shaggy gray horse, speckled with black spots. My chest heaved, making me grimace, but as she glanced down to my foot in the trap, her brow furrowed. I lowered my gun. I'm not exactly dangerous at the moment, I rasped. She eyed me closely, but I didn't have time for assessment. Please, I said, lifting my eyebrows. Will you help me? She lowered her rifle and glared at me, like she couldn't decide. Please, I repeated. The longer she sat there, the more my leg became numb. Finally, as if she'd decided I wasn't feral, she dismounted her horse and walked over with a wide, determined stride, a little slower than I wanted her to be. I need you to push on that spring there while I push on this one, I told her, but it was more of a plea. The girl looked from the trap to my face. She was a native to the wildlands. I could tell by her dark hair and round, soft features. Do you understand me? I asked, my voice rough with impatience and discomfort. Her frown deepened. Yes, she answered. I understand you. She rolled her eyes and crouched down, pressing her palm against the spring lever on one side. She peered up at me. Are you ready or not? I stifled a growl and bent down, clamping my mouth shut to bite back the pain, and holding my breath. I pushed the spring on my side of the trap down. The rusted metal creaked and groaned as it opened, and I nearly cried in relief as I pulled my leg out and stumbled back. I laughed and cried at once with relief, but with each heaving breath the pain flooded back through me. I could feel the blood whirring in the veins of my leg with a sudden rush, and my head lightened as the world began to spin. I reached for a tree trunk behind me, but missed, and the moment I hit the ground, I knew I was down for the count. Chapter 12. My head throbbed, and the mist was cold and damp round my ears and on the back of my neck as my body was jostled forward and back. There was a steady clomp of hooves, the crunch of leaves, and the clip of rocks. The woods. As I tried to recall it, I could only feel the cold seeping into my bones, making me shiver, and a sharp pain shot up my leg and through my butt and back. Something was wrong with me. With this. Something was very wrong, and yet my body was draped over something unyielding, and a faint scent of leather filled my nostrils. The gray horse. I tried to blink my eyes open as my body rocked with each step, only to find an inky darkness and thick shadows surrounding me. The girl. It was all a malformed memory that dissolved before I could grasp it, and whatever had happened was nothing compared to the oppressive fog in my mind that pulled me back to sleep. Chapter 13. Tink. 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 When I woke up again, my mind was hazy. My leg was screaming with pain and my mouth was dry. I opened my eyes. I was staring up at splintered rafters with dried wild lavender and herbs hanging from them. Moist earth, sage, and wood smoke filled the air, and I licked my lips as I blinked in confusion. Tink. 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 I lifted myself up onto my elbows, peering around in a daze. Candlelight flickered from a slender rectangular table pushed up against the left wall, and jars containing both clear and dark liquids lined a shelf that stretched the length above it. The small wood stove came into focus in the far left corner, the door a couple feet away from it. The bed I was on took up most of the right side of the room, and there was barely any walking space between it, the table, and the doorway in front. Empty jars were stacked haphazardly along a small loft opening above the door. It wasn't a home, exactly. There wasn't a kitchen or a bathroom or any other room but the one I was in, but the narrow shack, smaller than my old bedroom at the lodge, looked frequently used. And inside my tight surroundings, I was alone. Tink. 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 I glanced into the far right corner, at a rusted bucket that was half full of water. Then I peered up at the roof again. Water repeatedly dripped into the bucket, and the patter of rain on the roof filled the rest of the silence. A draft whistled through a hole in the door, but the heat from the stove was thick and warm, like a heavy blanket. That, or it was the animal pelts and old ratty quilt draped over the top of me. I was sweating beneath them, and the more I tried to ignore my throbbing left leg, the more impossible it became. Then I remembered the bear trap and lifted the blankets up. My breath hitched. Save for my briefs and long sleeves, I was naked. "Where are my pants?" I mumbled, just as the door opened, creaking and protesting before it swung and crashed against the wall. The jars in the window clanked together, and a gust of wind followed the person who stepped inside. The girl. I remembered. She sidled through the door with my wet pack on her back, nearly the same size as she was. Her face was covered by the hood of her coat as she stepped farther in and shut the door behind her. I blinked at the girl as she hobbled the few steps closer to the table, not bothering to look to see if I was conscious, and dropped my pack on the floor with a loud thud. The bed shook. The girl groaned in respite, and then she pushed back her damp hood, exposing round, flushed cheeks. I swallowed thickly. I didn't know how she'd gotten me in here, but whoever she was, she'd saved my life. I watched as she shrugged out of her wet coat. Biting her bottom lip, she stepped back over to the door, hung up her coat, and pulled her long hair out from the fur collar of a brown woven sweater that hung to the back of her legs. She was about Thea's height, 5'7" or so, and as I recalled her sitting on top of her horse with a gun aimed directly at me, I knew she was clearly capable of living out here. She lifted a leather pouch that was slung around her and set it on the table, the candlelight flickering against her damp lashes and cheeks. I cleared my throat, my elbows digging into the old feather mattress as I tried to blink the remaining haziness from my mind. Finally, the girl looked at me, and whatever softness she'd had in her features before hardened, and she glared at me. Oh, yes, I remembered that look. "You're awake," she said flatly, as if it was an inconvenience. Sorry?" It was more of a question than a real apology. If she didn't want me there, why had she brought me? She eyed me warily as she pulled off woven gloves, then pulled a handful of foliage from her pouch, herbs I'd seen before, like valerian and marigold, and others I didn't recognize at all. Whoever she was, if her shack was any indicator, she knew about natural remedies, which was lucky for me. "I remember the bear trap," I told her, rubbing the back of my head. "But why is my head so fuzzy? And—" I dropped my hand, feeling a bump on the base of my skull. "Why do I have a lump?" The girl separated the different leaves into piles, then gathered them into bundles. "That might be from when you hit your head on the table," she said, not bothering to look at me as she tied twine around each of them. I glared at her. "When I did?" "Or," she continued, ignoring me as she wrapped another bundle, "when you fell off Cricket's back. I'm not sure which." "Cricket? You mean the horse?" She nodded absently. She wasn't certain, as if she wasn't the only conscious person I'd come into contact with over the past handful of hours. "Wow, thanks for being so damn careful with me," I bit out. The girl's eyes cut to me again. "I could have left you out there. I could have left you in that trap, out in the rain." I had to bite my tongue to prevent myself from saying something I didn't mean, like, "You should have then." She took a bunch of large, leaved herbs with hairy stems and tossed them in a pot of boiling water that I hadn't noticed on top of the wood stove. Then she turned to me. Heaving out another sigh, this one a sigh of exasperation, she flung the blankets back. I felt a rush of cold and was mortifyingly aware that I was only in my underwear. "Hey," I bit out, reaching for the quilt, and she glared at me again. "Give me a break," she quipped and rolled her eyes. "Do you want me to help you or don't you?" "It depends," I growled. "Am I going to get another lump on my head if I do?" Her shoulders straightened, and her eyes shifted from my bound, injured leg to my face. "Look, I got you here, didn't I? You're about 50 pounds heavier than I'm comfortable lifting." Heat flushed my cheeks as the reality of my situation sank in. She was right. Whoever she was. If it wasn't for her, I'd be out in the cold right now, whether I was out of that trap or not. This, bumps, bruises, mortification, and all, was far better than the alternative. "Sorry," I muttered, "and thank you for helping me." I wasn't sure why I expected her to answer me, but she didn't. I got the impression that my presence alone annoyed her, though I had no idea why. But despite her clipped tone, she pulled the wrapping back from my leg carefully, exposing the gnarled, raw skin beneath, and I cringed. Without missing a beat, she unwound the cloth and turned back to the stove. She walked to the front door, stepped into the doorway, and leaned out of sight. She must have submerged the cloth in water because, as she stood, she wrung the cloth out and then came back inside and closed the door. The cloth was rinsed, though still discolored, and she dropped it into the pot on the stove, pushing it down into the hot water with a stick. "Are you going to reuse that?" I asked. "Is that even sanitary?" "I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I don't have a stock of clean bandages here, so it'll have to do." "Don't ask stupid questions." "Noted." The girl stirred the boiling water around a few seconds longer, and I peered dumbly down at my leg. It looked like Bear had gnawed on it just above my ankle. I could feel the ache and burn of the tender flesh, but it wasn't as red and irritated as I'd anticipated. And while the wounds were deep, they hadn't torn or shredded my flesh, which was a relief. The less points exposed for infection, the better, and for the second time in the span of 5 minutes, I felt lucky. "So," I said, watching her at the steaming pot, "what is that concoction?" It's water infused with marigold, ribwort, and chamomile, she said quietly, thoughtful. It helps with inflammation and bleeding, and it will help you heal faster. I learned about these plants, specifically marigold and ribwort, but I'd never used them before. And I gave you a valerian tincture when we got here, which is part of why your head is so fuzzy. That surprised me. You gave me a sleeping aid? The girl looked at me with a raised eyebrow, as if she was waiting for me to protest. Sleep was certainly better than pain, even if I was uncomfortable with her deciding to administer whatever she wanted while I was incoherent, and throwing me around in the process. She lifted the cloth out of the pot of steaming water with a stick, then she daintily wrung some of the excess water out of it, leaving enough to drip as she turned and laid the steaming compress over my leg. It felt like it was singeing the top layer of my skin, and I bit the inside of my cheek to stifle a hiss. Too hot? I had no idea why she asked. She didn't seem to care in the slightest. Not at all, I ground out. Carefully, she wrapped my leg again. I was still painfully aware of the fact that I was in my underwear and a shirt while a stranger, a girl, was touching me. Do I at least get to know your name? I asked, wondering why she'd saved me if she clearly hadn't wanted to. Her hands moved deftly as she concentrated. Ren, she said. Like the bird? I asked, but I wasn't sure why. I shook my head. I'm Beau. I know. My brow furrowed. You do? She nodded to my backpack. It's written on the inside of your pack and carved into the butt of your rifle. So you went through my things then, I mused. Of course I did, she said simply, and she tucked the edge of the cloth into itself. I wasn't going to bring an insane person back to my cabin. I looked at her with a quirked brow. How do you know I'm not insane? She shrugged. I don't. I took a chance. Can I ask why? Because you clearly don't want me here. Ren pulled the blanket back over me, jolting my leg a little and making me cringe in pain. She lifted an eyebrow and stared into my eyes. What makes you say that? I blinked at her, refraining from the incredulous laughter that threatened to bubble up. What makes me say you don't want me here? Let me think. It might be because you're so pleasant. She tilted her head, like she was bored of me, and definitely still annoyed. I'm a healer, she finally said. Like my grandmother. It's what I do. I couldn't leave you there to die, no matter how dumb it was to do otherwise. I wasn't going to die. Her eyebrow lifted higher, as if she didn't believe me. Then she turned back to the table and pulled the bowl away from the wall and began muddling its contents. Anyway, I don't trust tainted blood, she said. So you can imagine why I'm not thrilled to have you as a house guest. I scooted so that my back was resting against the wall with the lumpy pillow behind me. Tainted blood. The infected, she continued. Oh, and you're not? It came out as a snort, but when Ren looked at me, I realized her meaning. Like the Ranskins, she'd never been sick. She'd never had the virus. Oh. Ren continued to muddle the leaves in her bowl, and she bit the side of her cheek like she was contemplating something. Tainteds cause trouble wherever they go, she explained, and I didn't exactly disagree. I wasn't a troublemaker, but I'd come across plenty of survivors who were. I don't think... Well, you don't know, she countered quickly. I swallowed thickly, eyeing Ren's long black hair that hung straight around her shoulders and her tanned skin. She was my age, maybe a little younger, and she was clearly distrusting. If you don't trust people like me, then why did you help me? I already told you. I'm a healer, I finished, and I shook my head. Sure. It was a cop-out, but I let it go. If her experience with crazy or infected people had been anything like mine, she'd have learned that you stay away and you never take chances. So, she had to have a reason, but I didn't push her. She already didn't like me, and I was in her debt. A few silent moments passed, and Ren's muddling ceased. She turned her head slightly in my direction, but she didn't look at me. I was beginning to think she wasn't looking at me for a reason. Did I remind her of someone? Was she really scared of me and my tainted blood? I'm not sure why I did it, she finally admitted. I just did. Her hand squeezed around the muddling stone, her knuckles temporarily turning white and her gaze shifted. This time, her eyes locked on me. "Don't make me regret it." "I won't." The words left my mouth in a breath. "Trust me, I'm not dangerous. Maybe a jerk, if you ask my sister, but I'm not dangerous." Her cheek twitched, like she wanted to smile but wouldn't allow herself to, and that made me feel a little better. A few more minutes passed with only the sound of the grinding stone and the whir of heat and flames in the wood stove. When Wren was finished, she set the stone down and turned to the pot on the stove again. She poured some of the water into a handmade mug, misshapen and stained. Then she wrapped a pinch of the leaves she'd been crushing into a small square of cloth, before tying it with a thin tether. "More tea to help you sleep," she explained. Wren dropped the tea into the mug and offered it to me. When I didn't take it right away, her eyes met mine again. "Your leg will be worse tomorrow," she said, adamant. "You want this. Trust me." Her tone brooked no argument as she nodded to my leg beneath the covers. With an impatient stare, she slid the mug closer. "Drink it." Thunder rumbled off in the distance. "What are you going to do while I sleep? Poison me? Drag me outside to give me another concussion?" I was only partially joking. The corner of her mouth quirked, and her eyes softened slightly. "I haven't decided yet," she answered dryly. We had a stare down for a few long moments, and when Wren's eyes didn't shift or waver from mine, I took the mug, feeling a surprising ache in my chest. Regardless of her dislike and distrust of me, I was grateful. The truth was, I could have all the training in the world to be out here on my own, but it didn't mean I'd survive, or that I wasn't afraid. "Thank you," I whispered, the words feeling more sincere than before. I blew on the steaming mug. "I really appreciate you helping me." She pulled the strap of her bag over her shoulder again. "You're welcome," she said brusquely, and nodded to the fire. "I put fresh logs in right before you woke up. You should be warm enough in here until morning." I set the steaming mug in my lap and felt the sudden pang of uncertainty. "Where are you going?" Wren pushed the candle holder to the edge of the table, closer to me, so I could reach it. "Home. I'll be back first thing in the morning." I was uncertain what I'd thought, if anything at all, but I hadn't thought she was going to leave me here. "You're going back out into that storm?" "It's just rain," she muttered, and donned her trench coat again. "Where's home, anyway, if it's not here?" "South," she said distractedly. "Do you have to go to the bathroom?" I paused in the middle of nodding. "Wait, what? No, not at the moment." Wren opened the door, then lifted the bucket of water and dumped it outside. "There's an outhouse. I'll be fine," I promised her. "Whatever I need, I'll manage." "Good." With the clipped word, she put the bucket back in its place, stepped outside into the rain, and closed me into her tiny shack without a second's hesitation. Alone. Tink. 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 The water continued to drip into the empty bucket, and within seconds, I heard the soggy clomp of hoofsteps outside, indicating Wren was gone for now. And since she'd mentioned it, I did have to pee. Thunder rumbled off in the distance again, making the idea of opening the door again less than appealing. I looked down at the lump in the quilt, where my left leg was wrapped in a lukewarm cloth beneath the blankets. I had no idea who this prickly girl was, but I was warm and dry in her cabin, and my wounds were clean, despite how gnarled they looked. I flung the covers back in spite of the exhaustion that made my limbs heavy. I was determined to relieve myself before sleep pulled me under again. As the cool air nipped at me, I once again realized how lucky I was to be here. Chest-tightening gratitude filled me, and for the first time since I'd left, I missed home. Chapter 14. When I opened my eyes again, sunlight filtered into the cabin through the imperfections in the wood and the small, single-pane window beside the door, illuminating the water-stained rafters. I blinked a few times, remembering the bear trap, and felt the throbbing remnants of it all too keenly in my leg. Muscles aching, I sat up and grimaced. Then, my eyes bulged. "Oh, shit!" I breathed. My head wasn't as muddled as before, but I thought I might be hallucinating when I saw a great horned owl perched in the rafter above the door staring at me. With a twitchy blink, it settled deeper into its feathers. Okay. I glanced around the small space, recalling Wren's departure last night. Seeing her would have been expected, but an owl? I looked at it again, feeling a dim spark in my mind. I focused on it. Over the years, I'd learned to feel animal consciousnesses besides the wolves, at least recognizing them on the periphery of my mind, but communicating wasn't as easy as that. At least, it wasn't like it was with Luna, and as the years progressed, I gave up trying. Until now. I felt curiosity in the owl's mind as he looked at me, but that was it. And as he grew bored with me, his eyes closed lazily. I, too, accepted him as part of the scenery and peered around the shack, taking in the rest of it in the morning sunlight. The mug of tea Wren had made me was empty on the edge of the table, an arm's reach beside me. The fire was out in the wood stove, and the window curtain was drawn. Wren's leather pouch was discarded on the table that was covered in leaves and debris from her bundling and muddling. If her bag was here, that meant she was. Flinging the blankets off, I felt a slight chill in the air and stared at my legs. The left was still wound in cloth, though not as nicely as Wren had done it. I'd had to re-wrap it when I climbed back into bed after my wet bathroom excursion. I felt the wash of relief that she hadn't tried to dress my wounds while I was sleeping this time. I removed the stiff cloth as carefully as I could, worried it had dried to my wounds or the tender skin around them. The air stung, and I fleetingly remembered calling for Bear last night. Still, I couldn't feel his mind. Maybe he was gone for good. The thought was sobering. I ignored the hollowness I felt with that realization, and I slowly shifted my left leg off the bed, cringing as the tender skin moved. When I heard a horse sneeze outside, I knew Wren had to be close, and as much as it ached to move, I wasn't going to stay in bed forever. Unless Wren had an endless supply of valerian to keep me sedated, I needed movement. And I needed clothes. I stared down at my bare legs and briefs again, then searched through my pack, propped up against the wall, realizing my dirty clothes weren't there. I wrapped the old quilt around me, peering around for them in a heap somewhere, but didn't see them. With a sigh, I limped to the window. The storm had cleared from the sky, and the sunlight felt warm on my face. Wren was sitting at a large tub with her back to me, scrubbing something. Opening the door, I stepped into the doorway, noticing the outhouse and a dwindling stack of wood to the right of the cabin. "You're back," I said dumbly. She looked over her shoulder at me. "You thought I'd leave you in my cabin to fend for yourself?" "Well, no, but—" I shook my head. "Still so pleasant," I muttered. "Careful he doesn't poop on you," she said, and as her voice reached my ears, I straightened. "What?" "Sven, perched above you. Don't let him poop on you, or you'll have to wash yourself this time." "This time?" I swallowed, and glanced up at the owl, craning his neck to peer down at me. I wrapped the quilt tighter around my waist, then took a few more painful, awkward steps out the door and onto the damp earth, clear of dropping distance. "He gets in through the vent in the wall by the stove," she said, as the owl hooted behind me, but I was too busy peering over Wren's shoulder, eyeing the heap of army green material bunched in her hand. "Are those my pants?" Wren lifted them in reply. Water dripped off them, but the leg on the left side was cut off at the knee. "You cut my pants?" I griped. Wren glared over her shoulder at me. "They were already torn. They're my favorite ones." "Well, now they can be your favorite shorts," she replied, and rolled her eyes. "God, had I known you'd be so ungrateful, I would have just left you out there." Shame heated my cheeks. "Sorry. I'm not complaining. It sounds like you are. Well, I'm not. Sorry." She submerged my pants again and scrubbed them more vigorously. "I do appreciate your help," I reiterated, though I wasn't sure Wren cared. I glanced out toward the woods. They were a bit sparser around the cabin, allowing ample sunlight through the trees, which her horse seemed to appreciate as he stood languidly in a patch of sunlight with his head hanging low. His legs were muddy, and his shaggy winter coat matted in areas. After all of his riding in the rain last night, I could imagine he was soaking up every ounce of sun he possibly could. Then I realized I could hear water trickling in the distance. Wren spun around on the log where she sat. "You called for your friend, Bear, yesterday, and he didn't come." "I know," I said, still unable to feel Bear's mind. "I'm not sure where he is." Wren's eyes were fixed on me for a moment, then drifted down to the blanket wrapped around my waist, before she turned back around to wring out my pants one last time. "I'm not going to regret helping you, am I?" Her voice was harder than before, distrusting. I frowned. "How do you mean?" "Your friend. When he finally shows up, do I need to worry about him?" She peered at me over her shoulder again, and the restrained note of fear in her voice matched the glare in her eyes. "No," I told her, shaking my head. "And Bear's not my friend." Wren stood. "Apparently not, since I haven't seen him, though I'm not sure I blame him." Her black tank top and jeans were wet from washing my clothes, and once again, I wondered why she even bothered if she detested me so much. "You know, it's not like you're a ray of sunshine either," I said, as she draped my pants over a low pine branch, drenched in sunlight and illuminating what was left of the pale bloodstains. "So I've been told," she muttered. At least I wasn't the only one she seemed to loathe. Though I had little weight on it, my leg throbbed, and I braced my palm against the doorway and leaned into it. "What I meant was, Bear's not a person. He's an actual bear." She wiped her wet hands on her holey jeans and looked at me, her dark eyebrows lowering ever so slightly. "Am I supposed to believe that you were calling for a bear to help you?" I nodded. "I mean, not help, I guess, but..." I shook my head. "It doesn't matter. A lot of good it did me. I have no idea where he is." Again, Wren eyed me, more curious than skeptical this time. "You're his human," she said with a hint of awe. "No," I countered, and waved my finger at her. "I'm not his human. I had a wolf." Her eyebrows furrowed. "But it's what you can do. It's your thing, right? Talking to animals." I'd forgotten I was tainted to her. Suddenly I regretted telling her about Bear, wondering if she'd somehow use it against me, but I nodded in answer. "Something like that." Wren's gaze lingered on me a little longer. Then she heaved the dirty water bin up, her arm straining, and walked it over to a tree trunk to dump it out. She wasn't delicate, I'd give her that much. And even if she'd felt obligated to help me, I knew she didn't want me around longer than I had to be. "Look, I have a change of clothes. I'll get my things and get out of your hair, okay? You've done enough." Feeling every single twinge of my tendons and muscles, every pull of my flesh, I limped back into the cabin. I bit back a groan as I reached for my bag, leaning against the wall at the side of the bed. Then I lifted it up onto the mattress and pulled out my other clothes. I unrolled my extra pair of pants, beyond grateful I'd brought them, pulled out a clean shirt, and was tugging off my dirty long sleeves when I heard footsteps stop in the doorway. "You should at least eat something before you leave," Wren said. She walked up behind me, and the long, dark hair hanging over her shoulder brushed against me in our close quarters. She smelled of campfire and something sweet. Definitely a lot better than I did. "It's fine, really." "What did I say?" She looked at me as she pulled a plastic container from her pouch. I held my palms up in supplication. "Okay, yeah, sure." She handed the container to me without another word. As I reached for it, her fingers brushed mine, which gave us both pause. Then her eyes narrowed on me as if I'd done something offensive, and she walked back outside. I couldn't deny that I was hungry, and I wanted to postpone having to wrap my leg and pull my pants on for as long as possible. So with the quilt still wrapped around me, I sat on the edge of the bed, elevating my leg on the mattress as I opened the container. My mouth salivated when I saw a chunk of bread, a thick hunk of white cheese, and a few strips of smoked meat. I tore off a piece of bread, then a bite of cheese, filling my mouth. When Wren came back inside, she had a handful of cranberries. "Here," she said, and put them in a pile on the table without looking at me. They'll be tart, but they're good for you. I couldn't help the twitch of my lips as I thought about Jade. My grandma always says not to pick them until spring, after they've been ripened by the forest. The happy thought reminded me of home once again. Well, don't eat them if you don't want to, then. She plopped a few into her mouth, grabbed the water pot off the stove, and headed back outside again. I shook my head. This girl was determined to pick a fight with me, and I had to bite my tongue. Half of my meal was gone when she finally came back inside, the pot filled with water again. It wasn't what I meant about the berries, I clarified, and plopped a couple into my mouth. I actually appreciated the tart nip they had to them. I was just remembering. Wren crouched down and shoved a log into the fire. She died then? I shook my head. No, well, actually, she's not even really my grandma, but she's the closest thing I've ever had to one. Finally, Wren looked at me over her shoulder, her dark eyes a little wider. Did all of your family die from the fever? Realizing how ominous my answer had been, I shook my head. No, I mean, at least not my sister. So, your grandmother took you both in? Not exactly. Trying to explain my family was more complicated than I'd thought, when I stopped to think about it. We met her later, when we were on our way to the Yukon. She and her family took us in after we had a car accident, and they've stayed a part of our lives ever since. Jade's like you, I explained. A healer? I shrugged. In a way, but she's Inuit, and has lived off the land her whole life. I don't know your story, obviously, but she was never infected. She's not, tainted, as you would call it. Wren lit a fire with the match, blowing into the tinder as it caught flame. I had to admit, as feisty as she was, I was growing more and more curious about her by the minute. She had a cabin away from her home. She didn't like people with abilities, which was just about everyone I knew who had survived, or so I thought. She could handle herself and clearly lived off the land, and despite her efforts to despise me, she was taking care of me. She'd even brought me food. Thank you, by the way, I said, feeling like a broken record, for washing my clothes and for the food. Wren busied herself, prodding at the fire with a stick, then shut the stove door and rose to her feet. You're welcome. Do you want some of this? I offered her what was left in the container, chiding myself for not asking sooner. It's really good. Wren shook her head and waved it away. You eat it. I ate this morning with my family. In your town? She nodded. My village. I eyed her carefully. I had a dozen questions, but knew she wasn't likely to answer them, so I chose the next one strategically. Do they know that you helped me? If they didn't know, she wasn't just helping me. She was risking something to do it. Wren's eyes shot to me, and her brow furrowed. No, she admitted. They don't. And you won't tell them because I'm a tainted, I realized. My people won't help you, she said with a look that was almost pained. You bring death and bad luck. That felt a little harsh. I tore off another piece of what tasted like caribou meat. Why do you hate us so much? I mean, I think you know I won't hurt you, or you wouldn't have left my gun under the bed last night, or helped me in the first place. I told you, people like you bring death and bad luck. She pulled a few leaves off a drying plant I didn't recognize, hanging from one of the rafters, and tore it up to put into the water. I know, but why do you say that? Wren repeated the motion with some of the valerian she'd gathered the night before, ignoring me. Okay, well, this place. Does your family know about it? She gave me a sidelong glance. Why? Planning on killing me out here? I rolled my eyes. No, because this is a really cool place, and it seems special, maybe. It is special, she said softly, and stirred the water as steam swirled from the surface. The small cabin began to fill with warmth again, and I wondered what I was going to do when it grew too hot inside. Taking off the blanket wrapped around me didn't seem like an option. Sven, she said, and nodded up to the owl. He's named after an old trapper who used to come to my village every winter. He knew my grandfather years ago, and when I was young, he would bring me out here and show me how to trap and skin meat. He built this place, close enough to the river but not too far away from the village a few miles south. What happened to him? I'm not sure, she said sadly. He left one spring and never came back. Because of the outbreak? She shrugged. We didn't even know about the fever until a few months after it came and went, and, well. She shook her head, as if she refused to explain. My questions clawed for voice, but I knew it wasn't my place to pry. If Wren had never been sick, that meant she didn't have an ability and might not even know all the types of abilities that were out there. In a way, she was utterly defenseless. I remedied my worry for her by reminding myself that just because I had an ability, it didn't mean I was immune to other, more dangerous ones either. I was just as defenseless, and I'd trained and taught myself how to live in the world since the virus. She'd likely done the same. Wren grabbed a clean cloth, folded on the table, and nodded for me to lie back in the bed. I wiped the breadcrumbs from my mouth and set the empty container on the table. I did as she asked, hesitant. What are you doing? Wrapping your leg again, she said. I might as well do it one last time before you leave. Now, move, she said, and pointed to the pillow with her chin. And move the blanket for me. Scooting myself back against the pillows, I lifted the blanket, then propped myself up so I could watch her dress my leg. Wren wrung out the cloth and laid it over my shin, tucking it around my calf. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she was being a bit gentler with me this time. You should stay in bed and stay off it, she said. The wrap keeps the swelling down and the raw flesh clean, but you need to keep your leg elevated for it to work. I thought we'd agreed I was leaving, but that was one question I refused to give voice to. Instead, I asked, Where are you going? She had that look in her eyes again, like she was itching to leave. I'm supposed to be collecting yarrow and echinacea, so I better get to it. I'll check on you when I'm finished. Satisfied that my leg was wound well enough, she pulled the blanket back down to cover my legs. Drink this in the meantime. She refilled the mug with some of the herbal water she'd made and handed it to me. And try to rest some more. I took the mug and nodded in thanks as I watched her turn for the door, grab her jacket hanging on a hook, and step into the doorway. Hey, I said, leaning forward. Wren paused as she draped her bag over her chest. If you're not an animal telepath, what's with the owl? I looked up at Sven's big eyes, watching me again. Wren peered up at him, and her face softened. He had a broken leg when he was a baby, and I fixed it. She glanced at my leg, hidden beneath the blanket as if she realized the sudden similarity. He's been hanging around ever since. Wren's eyes flicked to mine, then she shrugged. The sun will set before I get back. She reached for the handle and closed the door before I could say anything, shutting me inside again. Only this time I wasn't alone. I looked up at my owl companion. Wren, it seemed, was a sucker for broken creatures, and my heart warmed to her a little with the realization. Chapter 15. I'd fallen asleep again, and when I opened my eyes, the cabin was dark and shadows danced on the ceiling. I remembered that Wren said she'd be coming back, and I lifted my head to find her sitting in the single chair at the table, her back to me. She stared into the flames through the cracked door of the lit stove. I opened my mouth to tease her about being more of a ghost than a girl, and the way she came and went while I slept, but I paused when I heard her sniffle. Quietly, I leaned forward. In her profile, I could see her eyes closed and the dark fan of lashes pressed against her cheeks. She fiddled with something in her lap. Wren sniffled again. Then her eyes flitted open, and she wiped the skin beneath her lashes. If she knew I was awake, she'd likely bite my head off for intruding, or have a glib comment about minding my own business. If I said nothing, it felt like I was a voyeur. Licking my lips, I cleared my throat and moved my good leg ever so slightly, so she'd know I was awake. Instantly, Wren straightened, and she brushed the dampness from her cheek again. Hey, I said, my voice low yet unexpectedly loud against the crackling flames. She took a deep, nearly inaudible breath. Hey. The sun went down and you didn't come. I didn't think I'd see you again today. Yeah, well, I didn't think you'd be awake this late either. Realizing I'd lost track of the past 36 hours, I asked, "What time is it anyway? Morning?" Wren was quiet a moment longer before she answered. "Close," she whispered. Her voice was distant, and I wished I could leave, to give her privacy. But then I realized she'd come knowing I was here too. Maybe she needed someone to talk to. Or maybe she'd hoped I'd be sleeping and being here was better than somewhere else. I wanted to ask her what was wrong, because Wren didn't strike me as the type of girl to cry easily, but I knew she wouldn't give me an answer, not a real one anyway. "You're not tired?" I asked instead, uncertain what I would do if she said yes. Of course, I would let her sleep in her own bed and stay up for a bit. Lord knew I was ready to start moving around again, but I didn't see that suggestion working out very well. Her head moved from side to side, slowly and thoughtfully. "Are you sure? Because—" I moved the blankets, and she whipped around. "Don't. Just stay where you are. Don't worry about me. I'm not tired." She had a definite bite to her voice, but I didn't take it personally. Not this time. I preferred to suffer alone and in silence, too. Lying back against the pillow, I felt the awkwardness surrounding us, just like the heat in the room, and I couldn't handle it. "That tea of yours is powerful stuff," I told her, and glanced up at the rafters to find the owl was gone. "Where's Sven?" "Probably out hunting," she said. Against Wren's request, I pulled the blankets back, wanting to take the dry cloth off my leg to let it breathe. Blood poisoning, infection, tetanus, a number of unwanted side effects from that damn trap had crossed my mind. And while I knew Wren was doing what she could, I also knew it wasn't as effective as antibiotics or vaccines. For more than half my life, I'd lived in a world that was only a semblance of what it once was. We still had clothes, food, and transportation. We had a community and safety, and I had friends and family. But it was times like these when I missed the old world just a little. The convenience of medical supplies and expertise, the convenience of a call to the advice nurse, which Elle had griped about many times. Every sprain that might have been a break, every bout of flu or food poisoning or dehydration. When people second-guessed their knowledge and wanted another opinion, it wasn't always available anymore. I untucked the cloth from itself, and as I unwrapped it, I could feel it shifting against the flesh of my leg, tickling the healing skin. As annoying as it was a good sign, I hoped. Wren glanced over her shoulder at me, watching as I undressed my wounds. The hair on my leg rose as the fresh air kissed my clammy skin, and I tried not to cringe at the sight of my healing flesh. It wasn't horrible. In fact, it felt worse than it looked, with all the bruised and battered skin changing colors. "It doesn't look infected," I said, eyeing the flesh. It wasn't quite as tender, and the red didn't look as raw as I remembered. Wren stood up with a heavy breath, drew closer, and peered down at my leg. Her loose black hair fell over her shoulder, and as she leaned closer, it brushed against the sensitive skin and my leg twitched. She glanced up at me. "Sorry," she muttered, and tucked her hair behind her ear with one hand. With the other, she reached out and gently pressed the flesh. Her fingers were cool and sent chills trickling over me. "I think it's the comfrey and the plantain that's helping so much," she said, intent and focused on my wounds. She eyed the individual tears in my flesh. "I added some chamomile in there last time, too." I stared at her as she gently lifted my leg to check the other wounds, wondering if I was the first tainted she'd met or if, even all the way out here, she met them frequently. Perhaps that's why she hated us so much. Regardless of why, she was risking whatever she feared about us in order to help me. "Thank you." The words were so quiet, I wasn't sure she heard me. I could have bandaged myself up, and I might have been able to stave off an infection, but I'd have been miserable trying to head back home. I hadn't brought enough gauze, salves, and antiseptics for the aftermath of a bear trap. "You should be careful," she said, ignoring my gratitude. But her voice was still soft and comforting. "You don't want to get dirt or dust in it. You should keep it covered during the day." She gathered the dirty cloth, balling it up in her hand. "And," she hesitated, "you should keep it elevated, for another day or so at least." I didn't have days to sit and heal, and traveling home instead of continuing forward was the smart thing to do, but I'd risk making my wounds worse. I looked up at Ren, and those dark, brooding eyes of hers seemed uncertain for the first time. Then I realized what she was saying. Stay another day so that I wasn't walking on it. But the recommendation came at a cost to her. I could see it in her eyes. Leaving my leg out to get some air, I leaned back against the pillow and covered the rest of me, feeling strangely exposed. I'll be fine, I told her. I'll be gone in the morning. Ren's eyebrows twitched together before she turned away. You're either very brave, arrogant, or stupid, she said. Wherever you're going, I assume it's a long journey. She put the balled-up cloth by the door, probably to wash. Arrogant and stupid sounds about right, I said with a laugh. Ren's lips pursed with amusement, and I felt a little victorious. She turned back for the table and grabbed a small canister from the shelf. It was the size of her palm, and she unscrewed the lid and sniffed it. After putting the cap back on, she replaced it and grabbed another canister instead. She sniffed that one too. Satisfied, she set it on the table, then lifted up a small bowl, grabbed a bar of soap, and washed her hands. When Ren was finished, she wiped them on a clean cloth from the dwindling stack on the table and lowered herself on the edge of the bed. The lumpy mattress depressed slightly as she swiped her fingers across the salve before leaning down to trace the edges of my wound. Once again, her touch was gentler than I'd expected, and it sent another lick of chills over my skin. Sorry if my hands are cold, she murmured. This is a comfrey salve that will help with skin regrowth and inflammation. You can take it with you when you leave, and you should administer it at least once a day. I would recommend it at night when you're not using your leg as much. Why were you crying? I blurted, and regretted asking it the moment the words formed. It wasn't my business, but I wanted to know. I couldn't help myself. Her gaze shot to mine, and red bloomed in her cheeks, visible even in the low light of the cabin. I waited for an acerbic remark, but she looked back down at my torn flesh that her fingers continued to smooth the salve over lightly. I'm not... well, she whispered, and I barely heard her over the whir of the fire. What? Nothing you would understand, she said softly, more exasperated than rude. No, really, what's wrong? Is there something you can take? Her laughter caught me off guard. There's no cure for what I have, she said, surprisingly amused. I'm fine, really. It's nothing like that. I'm just having a bad day. She grabbed the last clean cloth from the table and unfolded it. Lift it, she said, nodding to my leg. If you can. I did as she asked with a few internal groans as the muscles pulled and the skin on my lower leg shifted. Try me, I said, continuing to pry against my better judgment. I needed to know more, even if I doubted she would confide in me. Once I leave, you'll never see me again, so why not get it off your chest? Ren capped the canister and discarded it on the table. She didn't look at me or acknowledge my response, but again, I wasn't surprised. Instead, she stared at the canister, contemplating. After a few moments of hesitation, she stared at the wood-burning stove. With a heavy breath, she finally said, You come from a world where nearly everyone is different, like you are. I come from a world where we're all unchanged. My people want to keep it that way. Are you in trouble for helping me? I already felt as though I was overstaying my welcome, and causing a family rift wasn't something I wanted to add to the list of shitstorms I'd created. Eventually, Ren looked at me, but her gaze was distant and troubled. It's not about you. She pulled a pendant from her pocket, a piece of smoky quartz the size of my thumb woven into the center of a knotted design of twine. That's beautiful, I said, thinking about some of the heirloom jewelry Jade had that she only wore on special occasions. It's a gift I received tonight. A meaningful gift, if the size and intricacy of the artwork was any measure. Someone make that for you? She nodded. Do you have someone special at home? She nearly blurted the words, surprising me. A girl that you miss? No, I said, wondering if that was a sad omission. I felt like it, like there was something wrong with me. I don't have a girlfriend back home. I guess I keep too busy to, or Maybe I just like being by myself. I knew that wasn't true. Not when I saw Alex and Sophie, or Elle and Jackson, all of them happy together. Ross and Kat bickered all the time, and still I envied them. In fact, I almost envied them more because they always pushed each other, and at the end of the day, they were all the happier for it. "You're lucky," Ren said, shocking the hell out of me. And when she saw the look on my face, she glanced away. "I'm going to go back to the village," she said. "If you decide you want to leave, at least wait until I come back so I can bring you some food to take with you." It wasn't a question. She reached for her trench coat, hanging on the hook by the door. "You're not going to be able to do much hunting or fishing without irritating your leg more." I nodded, wanting to ask her to stay, but she reached for her bag in a hurry, then was out the door, the creak of the hinges echoing behind her. I stared at the door, my mind reeling with even more inquiries than before. I still didn't understand what was bothering Ren, though I had to assume there was a person she shared a connection with involved. Had they argued? Was it because of me? Did they treat her well? Did they know how lucky they were? The thought gave me pause. Even if Ren was ornery, she was beautiful, and the most capable person my age that I'd ever met, and she had a kind heart, no matter how much she tried to hide it from me. But it wasn't my business to think those things about her. And of course, he knew how lucky he was, or he wouldn't have made the necklace for her. But then, why was she crying? And why did I get the impression she wanted me to stay, at least for a little while longer? I felt a sense of relief in the fact that she did, and I thought about how I could possibly pay her back after all she'd done for me. Chapter 16. The pale yellow of morning filtered in through the window, washing the cabin in a warm glow like one of Elle's sepia photos she loved so much. I'd lain awake, thinking about how I could repay Ren, and today, before I left, was my only chance to do that. Carefully, I climbed out of bed to ready for the day. I changed into my dirty clothes, determined to make myself useful. The chair Ren always sat on needed to be fixed. There was the hinge on the door that needed to be tightened so that the door didn't sag as much, which would help with the draft. And I'd noticed Ren could use more fresh sage bundles by the door, too, which I knew helped repel bugs, among other things. I'd forfeited wrapping my wounds until after I went to the river to bathe. And, thanks to my using up all of Ren's clean cloths, there was laundry to do. I opened the door to let the morning air in, pausing in the doorway a moment to seek Bear's mind. Nothing. Still no spark or tingle. It had been a couple of days since I'd felt it, the floating presence in the back of my mind, and while I assumed he was giving me my space, finally, I was beginning to realize I hadn't actually wanted it. If there was anything I'd learned in the past couple of days, it was that being alone out here sucked. It was dangerous, too, and my way home would be lonelier without him. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath and tried to open my mind to his, determined to reach my mind farther to find him this time. But I still felt nothing, a void. Not aching, the way I felt when I thought about Luna, but empty and off, nonetheless. The pine needles and leafless birch branches rustled in the morning breeze, and I hoped that wherever Bear was, he was at least staying out of trouble. I assumed it was too much to hope for, though, and resigned to get a number of things done before I headed out. I limped over to my pack, in the corner of the cabin. I tried to imagine Ren in the cabin by herself, without a larger body and a backpack almost the size she was, taking up what little space there was. Was she used to cramped quarters like I used to be? When I was younger, I'd preferred it. It made me feel safe. I didn't know if Ren ever had to worry about feeling safe, at least not like I did. Moving around before Whitehorse when everything was new and the world was utterly crazy. Did she have siblings like I did? I realized how little I still knew about her. Then I remembered the necklace she'd had. What happened when she returned home? And as another question formed, I shoved it away. I didn't need to know how she felt about the person who'd given it to her, or what her relationship was to them. I frowned and pulled my Leatherman from my tool bag, tucked in the side zipper pocket of my pack. I opened the screwdriver attachment and limped over to the door to tighten up the hinge. With winter only weeks away, Ren would need to keep as much warmth as she could inside the cabin, and I made a note to get her more firewood before I left, too. I chipped away at some of the rust on the hinge to help with the creaking, then rubbed on a little bit of salve from one of Wren's containers to loosen it up a little. When I was finished, I took a look at the chair that wobbled beneath her whenever she sat on it, realizing one of the wood legs was splitting. I glanced around the cabin with fresh eyes, looking for something I could make birch tar adhesive with, a tin or sealable container of some sort, and something to catch the drippings. The items in the cabin were minimal given the space, and everything had its purpose. Aside from her salve canisters and the glass jars filled with oils and herbs in the windowsills, I didn't see anything I could cut into or burn. Remembering the twine she'd used for tying her herbs, I opened a box on the shelf that I'd seen her store in it and pulled the spool out. I could bind the wood back together, for now. After I finished with the chair, I walked the perimeter of the cabin, collecting the fallen twigs and branches she could use as kindling. On my way to the river, I'd see what timber and stumps I could find and chop into usable pieces for her to burn. Once all of the nearby kindling was collected and stored in a nearly empty bin against the cabin just outside the door, I went inside to load up what I needed to take to the river. I gathered my towel and clean clothes to change into, pulled the willow stick from my rubber-banded bundle to pop into my mouth for cleaning, gathered the dirty rags from the heap on the floor that needed to be cleaned, and dropped all of it into the galvanized tub I'd seen Wren using to wash my bloody pants. Then, slowly, I walked to the river. I assumed it was the Taku River, knowing it flowed through the area, and in a way, I'd been following its general direction throughout the latest leg of my trip. I walked for a few minutes, the sound of the river growing louder. I could easily assume that building the cabin where it was had been strategic. Sven, the trapper, knew it was close to the river, so he'd always have access to water and the food it provided. But the small clearing the shack was in was deep enough in the trees that it wasn't visible to anyone making their way up or down river unless they went off the beaten path. Part of me wondered if he'd looked at Wren like a daughter, or perhaps a grandchild, the way Dell and Took looked at Thea and me. If he hadn't have died from the virus, assuming that was his reason for never coming back, would Wren's people have accepted him with open arms, even though they didn't like tainteds? The bigger question was, did they fear people like us, or did they hate us, because there was a difference? Fleetingly, I thought about bad boy turned good Cal back in Whitehorse and how girls flocked to him. Was that why Wren was helping me? Because she was curious and I was mysterious to her? Then I thought about Thea hanging out with Donovan and his asshole friends. Or was it to piss off her parents, or maybe even her boyfriend? As I continued, I spotted the rapids through the tree line. The spruces began to thin again and opened to a grassy bank along the river. Wren had come here often. I could tell by the flattened grasses and well-worn path to the water's edge. I followed it to the bank and set the tub on the ground, then stretched my back. Despite the tenderness and the tug of the skin on my calf and shin against my pant leg, it was a relief to move around. My muscles were stiff from disuse, and every lethargic nerve ending fed on the morning air. It felt good to be out of the confines of the cabin. But my relief flitted away as I stared at the river. Cold, rushing water, likely a muddy bottom, and I'd have to step down into it, risking the effect it would have on my leg. I needed to scrub down, badly, but after watching the frigid water rush past, I settled on a sponge bath of sorts. Still, I wasn't looking forward to it. Postponing the inevitable, I draped my clean clothes over a low-hanging branch and grabbed the tub and bar of soap I snagged from Wren's cabin. I didn't know what else to use to clean the laundry, and I bet on the fact that she had more soap than what I'd packed with me. I hoped her appreciation would outweigh any inconvenience that resulted in my using most of what remained of her soap. I sniffed it, detecting a hint of fireweed and something earthy, like a root or herb I couldn't quite pinpoint. Convincing myself that soap-making was in her repertoire of skills, I eyed a fallen pine trunk at the edge of the clearing, deciding that would be my wash station. I dropped the dirty cloths into a heap beside it, and after the few minutes it took to figure out how to crouch down with a bum leg, I sighed like the old man I was beginning to feel like and submerged the tub in the water. When I straightened again, I made my washing station by the log and plopped down with a wince. The water was cold as I submerged and scrubbed the rags clean. I peered across the river, losing myself in thought. Mountain peaks were shrouded in cloud cover, and I considered that, within the next couple of hours, I might be heading toward them. I glanced back in the direction of the cabin. A part of me wanted to stay, just a little bit longer. There was more I wanted to know about Wren's life out here, about her. It wasn't much longer before the rags were clean and hanging to dry, and once the tub was filled with firewood, I couldn't postpone my sponge bath anymore. I tugged off my shirt and, grabbing the bar of soap I'd borrowed in my clean clothes, I headed over to the water. Stepping out of my unlaced boots, my cut-up jeans that Wren had washed for me, and my briefs that I would wash when I was finished, I stood at the gravelly riverbank in nothing but my dog tag, keeping my bad leg as straight as possible. I crouched closer to the water, and with bated breath, I submerged the rag and wet the bar of soap. Then, I began scrubbing myself. Arms, neck, pits, chest. Despite my determination to be manly about the whole thing, my skin prickled with chills as the cold water dripped down my exposed skin. I scrubbed my head of shaggy hair and every crevice from behind my ears down to my toes, carefully around the wounds that dotted my left shin and calf. Far too much time passed by the time I was finished, and I plunged into the shallows to rinse myself off, then hurried out again. The chilly, late-morning air felt like a sauna compared to the frigid river. Wiping my numb feet off on my towel, I tugged on my clean pants, slid my feet back into my boots, then pulled on my long-sleeved shirt, feeling instantly better. It wasn't until I went to grab the tub of firewood that I realized it wasn't by the tree. The drying rags were gone too. I glanced around but saw no one and frowned. Either Wren was back or I'd been jacked by woodland creatures. My heart raced a little as I headed toward the cabin. If Wren had been there, that meant she'd seen me shaking like a little girl by the river. It also meant she'd probably seen me naked. My cheeks reddened at the thought, but then my mind veered drastically toward curiosity. As dumb as it was to think about, I wondered what Wren thought when she looked at me. Did she see me as someone like Cal? I couldn't help but question again if I was just some guy she was helping to piss her family off. I imagined Thea might do something like that, especially if she let her curiosity get the better of her. But I wasn't dangerous, and Wren knew that, I hoped. At least, she knew that now. I heard Cricket snorting before the shack came into view, and I found him grazing on the tall green weeds that shot through the forest floor, where the trees thickened. Then, my stomach dropped when I saw Wren, draping the wet linens I'd washed on her go-to hanging branch. I cleared my throat, though more for my sake than hers, and walked past her. She didn't bother looking at me. "I didn't know you were back," I said dumbly. "Yep." I nodded to the tub of wood. "You didn't have to bring the firewood back. I could have brought it." "Yeah, well, you shouldn't be on your feet so much. It's only been a couple days." I couldn't help but notice she kept rehanging the cloths, as if the first couple of times hadn't been good enough. "I can't keep lying in that bed," I told her. Finally, Wren turned around and nodded to the dirty clothes balled up in my arms. "You didn't clean them while you were down there," she said, and I couldn't help but notice she was averting her gaze again. I had to resist a small smile. I thought about it, but I figured it would take too long for them to dry if I cleaned them now. I glanced up at the cloudy sky, and I've overstayed my welcome as it is. I continued into the cabin with my damp towel and dirty clothes. Setting them on the quilt, I heaved my pack up onto the bed. That Wren hadn't said anything about my leaving or made a comment about me staying longer left me with a knot of disappointment in my gut that I tried to ignore. I rolled up my dirty clothes and put my damp towel in a sack until I could hang it somewhere to dry later. Then I dug through my pack for my first aid supplies. When I found some gauze and antiseptic, I cleaned and wrapped my leg again to protect it from the hours of walking I was going to do and the constant rubbing against my pants. When I was finished, I glanced at the wood stove and the few logs that were left. Deciding I'd at least stack the wood I'd gathered for Wren before I left, I headed back out the door and ran right into her. "Oh, shit," I hissed. She stumbled back, and I reached out for her. "Sorry." Wren stared at my hands on her upper arms. Then, finally, her eyes met mine. Yep, she'd totally seen me naked. As if she and I came to the same realization at that moment, I felt the heat of my cheeks redden with hers. I dropped my hands to my sides and straightened. While my instinct was to look away, I couldn't tear my gaze from the rich maple brown of her eyes. "Sorry," I mumbled again. "I was just going to stack the firewood before I left." I licked my lips. Wren's eyebrows pinched together ever so slightly. Then she looked away before heading back outside. "You don't have to do that," she said over her shoulder. "I can manage it fine on my own." Her brusqueness was back, and I couldn't help but bristle this time. She heaved the tub up and rested it against her hip as she turned and walked back toward me in the cabin. Damn, this girl was stubborn. I couldn't help but feel like she was angry with me for some reason. I know you're capable, Ren, I said, following after her. But there's not much I can do to thank you for helping me, so let me do it, would you? No, she said quickly. You should go. My jaw ticked at the bite in her voice. Did I do something to piss you off? I sputtered as I stood just outside the doorway, watching her as she hurriedly stacked the wood by the stove. Don't be ridiculous, she said with a snorty laugh. Then what's wrong? Is it because I used your soap to do the laundry? No, Beau, it's not. Nothing's wrong. My name on her lips gave me pause. She hadn't said my name this whole time. I didn't know if I'd used hers out loud, but I'd thought of it dozens of times, and suddenly, I hoped she'd thought of mine just as many. Is this about the necklace? I asked, surprising myself. That made her stop and look at me. Why would it be about the necklace? She said, but she was trying too hard to feign confusion. Her jaw clenched and her lips pursed. I don't know, but you seem angry with me, and I thought maybe... You thought maybe what? Her hand shot up to swipe a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes pinning me in place. I blinked at her, uncertain what to say. I don't know what I thought exactly, only that it felt like we were fighting. That I cared so much was a bad sign. Nothing. You're right. I should go. Rubbing the back of my head, I turned my back to the door, giving her time to finish stacking the wood so I could get past her and grab my things. I needed to get away from her before my mind got any more confused. I'd known this girl only a handful of hours in the grand scheme of things, and it wasn't like I could hang around much longer to get to know her any better either. When Ren finished, she brushed past me with one of her baskets in hand, her boots crunching in the dirt. She walked over to the weeds where Cricket was grazing, and she unwound something from her saddle. Shaking my head, I stalked back inside. This wasn't the way I planned to leave, especially not after all she'd done for me, but it was for the better, that much was clear. I glanced around, making sure I had everything. Then I grabbed my jacket off the hook and tugged on my baseball cap. I heaved my pack onto my back, its 30-plus pounds a strangely comforting feeling, and snatched up my rifle before striding out the door. I could feel the weight on my back and every muscle of my left leg, twinging with each step, but I ignored it. Stopping a couple of yards from Ren as she unsaddled her horse, I tried to think about what to say. I might have been a dick at times, but I couldn't leave without saying something. Ren unclasped Cricket's bridle, oblivious to my standing there. With a deep breath, I scratched my scruffy jaw. Thank you, was all I could think of, since she clearly wanted me gone. You're welcome. She didn't miss a beat as she unbuckled Cricket's cinch next. The words were rushed and held no emotion whatsoever. It was all the reminder I needed that it was time to get on my merry way. I'd taken a few steps before I realized I was still shaking my head, and somehow I was angry with myself as much as I was with her. I had no idea why, and I walked faster, despite my protesting leg. Suddenly, Bear's mind sparked to life in mine, and I froze. Pain. I felt pain and fear, and this time it wasn't mine. Bear, I gasped. My head whipped north, in his direction, and I peered into the trees. Beau? Ren's voice was barely audible as I shrugged out of my pack, dropping it on the ground with a loud thunk. Gripping my rifle, his pain and fear filling my veins, I began to run. Chapter 17. I was running through the woods, following the pulse of Bear's mind as it blinked in and out of focus. It was sporadic, but I could feel it all too keenly, especially the closer I drew. But the farther I ran into the foothills, the more the unwanted memories I'd worked so hard to push away settled back into place. Luna lying on the examination table, her mind and body consumed by a dull, achy pain as she yearned for rest. Rocky at the base of the spruce tree by the river, his side slashed and bleeding from Bear's mother's attack. My friends, their last moments, their last breaths. They were all I could see and feel. Bear! I shouted. I didn't know if he could sense my mind, but I wanted him to hear me. I'm coming! I felt Bear's memories replaying in his head. I heard the resounding crack of a gunshot in the crisp air, and I felt the sharp sting of a bullet in his side. Wherever he'd been, it had to be why he'd been so out of reach. A grunt, strained and anxious, came from the base of the mountains, and I ran faster despite the pain in my leg. Eventually, the fallen leaves and debris gave way to rubble and rocks, and I spotted the open mouth of a cave, carved into the volcanic rock. Lodgepole pines and moss grew over and around it, and as I thought of the friends I'd already lost, buried at home, I prayed this would not be Bear's final resting place. His call rumbled from inside the cavern, and his heavy breathing echoed as I hurried inside. Against the rocky wall of a narrow cave, barely 30 feet deep, Bear was lying on his side, his massive body heaving as he lifted his head and looked at me. I could see the dense, damp fur behind his shoulder, though there was less blood than I'd expected, and I stepped closer. "You big dumb bear," I chided with an exhale, and I fell to my knees beside him. He dropped his head back down with a chuff. "We're in the middle of nowhere, and somehow you got shot." I eyed the wound in his shoulder, realizing it wasn't deadly. For the first time, I was grateful for all of the fat he'd been storing up, all of his eating and harassing the locals in Whitehorse, because it probably saved his life. In the pale light of the cave, I searched through his bushy brown fur, looking for the bullet entry, feeling for it more than anything. There was so much fur blocking the wound, it was hard to find at first, and there wasn't much blood because of it. But I knew that the bullet was still in there. I could feel it in my mind. His consciousness was on fire with the fear and foreign sensation of it inside him. My shadow cast the wound area in darkness. I moved out of the way and reached behind me for my solar-powered flashlight, only to remember I'd dropped my pack back at the cabin. Fuck. I leaned closer to the bullet wound. It was difficult to see, so I used my fingertips to feel around for the exact location of it. The moment I touched the tender flesh, Bear growled at me with a shudder. "Oh yeah, a buckshot. Feels like 8 or 9 of them," I muttered and looked at him. He craned his neck to look at me again. This time, he whined. It wasn't a measly BB or even the sting of a .22 bullet that got him. The buckshots had torn through his meaty flesh and lodged themselves in there, nice and deep. "You're going to hate me, buddy," I told him, knowing what I had to do. "I gotta go get my pack." I didn't just have my flashlight in there, but everything that I might use to get the pellets out. I stood up, feeling every movement tenfold as I did. I'd forgotten about my leg, but something told me I'd have plenty of time to regret that later. Bear wasn't going anywhere for a while, and I wouldn't leave him behind like this. I walked over and stared into his fear and pain-filled eyes. "You're nothing but trouble, you know that?" I said, shaking my head. I bent down and tugged on his ear as he grumbled at me. I grumbled back, then gave him a reassuring pat on the top of his head. "I'll be back in a while," I told him. "Just hold tight." I heard the hurried, heavy clomp of hooves against the rocks, and registered Cricket's whinny as he drew closer. Relief flooded through me, and I hobbled stiffly out of the cave. Wren was wearing my pack, and her eyes were wide with fear. So were Cricket's as his sides heaved with exertion. He tugged at the reins as Wren pulled him to a stop, flailing his head as he tried to back away. He could smell Bear, no doubt, and every natural instinct inside of him was telling him to flee. Without thinking, I lunged forward and grabbed onto one of his reins, pulling his head closer to me. Resting my palm on his neck, I focused my mind on his, trying to instill a sense of reassurance. "Friend," I thought. Cricket tried to pull away at first, but after a few tugs met with resistance, his head stilled. His nostrils flared, and I could tell he was ready to flee if he needed to, but Cricket only stared at me. He heaved heavily, his hot breath pressing against my face and neck as he towered beside me. But his consciousness was tethered to mine, and the screaming sense to get away began to dim a little. Physically connected to him, his fear was heavy in my mind. But more than that, I knew he worried for Wren, too. I saw her the way he did, and heard her voice in his head, like a distant murmur in the back of his mind, calming him. I saw her smile and the years of companionship that stretched between them. There were cabins and outlines of people hustling around that I couldn't quite make out. I'm not sure if it was seconds or minutes that passed before I realized I was still connected to him, and feeling his distress gradually subside, I finally dropped my hand. When I looked at Wren, her brow was drawn and she bit her bottom lip. Carefully, like she might spook Cricket, she leaned forward, whispered him reassurances as she stroked his neck, then gripped the saddle like she was going to try to fling her leg over it to dismount. The pack was so heavy she nearly fell forward, and as she shrieked, I reached up to hold the bag in place. "Hold up," I told her with a grunt. "Take it off." I gripped the back of it tighter, prepared to bear the brunt of the weight once she shrugged it off. With a grunt of her own, she wiggled out of the pack, and I strained to lower it down from the horse. I set it on the ground with a thud. "What the hell do you have in that thing?" she griped as she flung her leg over the saddle. "Enough supplies to keep me alive for a month," I told her. "We don't all have quaint little cabins in the woods." Wiping her palms on her pants, Wren looked at me, ignoring my comment. "What the hell happened? You just dropped everything and ran." On cue, Bear groaned from inside the cave. "He was shot," I told her, "and you need to be careful." I glanced furtively around the surrounding woods. I have no idea if the person who shot him has tracked him all this way or not. Wren's eyes widened, and when Bear growled, Cricket began to pull back. Wren reached for his reins this time and tried to calm him, but I wasn't worried about Cricket. Whether it was pain, exhaustion, or fear, I could feel Bear's mind blurring a little. I didn't think the wound was that bad, but I could have been wrong. It was hard to tell in the dark. "Is he going to be okay?" Wren asked, looking past me at the mouth of the cave. Her eyes were wide, but I wasn't sure it was with worry so much as curiosity. "I think so." I lugged my pack over my shoulder, then strode back toward the cave and the restless grizzly. Wren tied Cricket to a pine branch before her footsteps followed in a rush behind me. She was quick to catch up and nearly ran into the back of me as I stopped and dropped my pack on the rocky ground. Hurriedly, I pulled out my solar lantern and my Leatherman multi-tool. Wren was stiff next to me, and I glanced up at her. Her eyes were wider than I'd ever seen them. I would have smiled at the sight of seeing Miss Severity herself out of her element in the presence of a grizzly bear, but I could feel Bear's pain, and my hands moved quickly to rifle through my pack. I didn't know Wren all that well, but I had a feeling she didn't get nervous very often, and she had definitely never been at a loss for words in the days I'd known her, until now. "He's friendly," I told her, as I rose to my feet with a grimace. Bear growled an answer, but it was half-hearted as his mind continued to slip into sleep. "What?" Wren cleared her throat. "What can I do to help him?" "Start a fire," I said, without hesitation, "so I can see and to keep us warm. We're going to be here for a while." The narrow corridor was tall, which I prayed would help with the smoke. Every time Bear grunted or groaned, Wren's eyes widened where she stood, unmoving. "Wren," I said gravely, urging her attention toward me. Finally, she looked at me. "A fire," I repeated. "Please." "Yeah, okay." She nodded as she backed out of the cave, finally shaking some sense back into her head. "I'll go gather wood." "Thank you," I said, and turned to face Bear. He wasn't going to die. Not quickly, at least, but unless we got the pellets out, he'd either continue to lose blood or the wounds would get infected. I walked over, stopping a few inches from his head, and peered down at him. His face was the size of my torso, and his big black eyes slowly blinked open and shut. Whatever our differences were, I didn't want Bear to suffer, and I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't do everything I could to help him. Reaching out, I stroked the side of his face, earning a deep inhale from him as his eyes blinked shut again. "It's okay, bud. We'll get you fixed up. You're going to hate me while I do it, but you'll be okay." Chapter 18. Nearly an hour had passed since the fire was built. I'd sterilized my knife and pliers and was able to see well enough to clean the wounds and get inside of them. It was getting harder to ignore the pain in my leg, but I tried to push it away. Bear still sprawled out on his side, his head whipping around to me when I pried and prodded too hard, but I couldn't help it. Everything about Bear was thick and tough, making me work harder to find the buckshot pellets. Cleaning meat after hunting was one thing, but I'd never removed multiple pellets from a living animal before. While I was confident I could do it, knowing how much pain it caused Bear was hard to stomach. The firelight helped, but the flickering shadows over Bear's fur didn't. "Only a few more," I told him. He'd grown too tired to grumble back at me. "I'm not the one who went searching for food around someone's cabin and got myself into trouble. What did you think was going to happen?" Now that he'd calmed down, I'd gleaned the rest of his memory. Bear lifted his head and an image of a bear trap flashed into his mind, my own memory that he'd gleaned from me. I cursed him with a laugh. "Touché, you damn bastard," I muttered, and when my pliers hit another metal ball, I latched onto it and plucked it out of his flesh. "You talk to him like he's human," Ren mused from the mouth of the cavern. I jumped, earning a mewling groan from Bear. I hadn't realized she'd returned from the cabin. "Sounds like both of you like to get yourselves into trouble." Her voice held far too much amusement. I glanced over my shoulder, hoping my face wasn't too shadowed so she could see I was glaring at her. "That's not the point. This big lug is always getting himself into trouble. It's half the reason I can't stand him." Bear grumbled back at me, like he couldn't stand me either. I plucked out another buckshot. "That makes 8. I counted aloud. Bear's whole side rose with a steadying breath. Ren knelt behind me, unloading an armful of items by the fire. "How many buckshots are in a shotgun casing?" she asked. "It depends, but I found 9 wounds." I felt another nodule against the nose of my pliers, and hoping it was a pellet and not irritated flesh, I plucked it out. Bear roared this time, and I noticed Ren startle from the corner of my eye. I discarded the pellet on the ground with the others. "Only a few more, buddy," I told him, and carefully I needled my way into the next wound. "Just be glad the guy wasn't a better shot," I muttered, "or the situation could be a hell of a lot worse than it is." Ren brushed her hands off behind me. "I brought water," she said as she lifted a jug. I watched her as I felt around in the wound, since I couldn't really see what I was doing anyway. She pulled out a couple of rags, some herbs, and what looked like materials for a compress from her pouch. I didn't know how well that would work on a bear, but I was grateful she was at least going to try. "Here," she said, a bit breathy as she hurried over. "I brought your flashlight in from outside. It's still cloudy, but it charged a little." She switched it on and aimed the light at the wounded area. I could see the red, fleshy holes much better, even through the blood, but none of that really sunk in as I realized her shoulder was touching mine. An hour ago, I'd been determined to leave, and she was happy to let me. Now, she knelt down beside me, helping me. "Thank you," I said, my voice low in the cavernous space. "Again," I added. I really was a damn broken record around her. Ren's eyes met mine and shifted to my mouth before she dipped her chin in answer. Feeling another pellet, I glanced back at the wound and tried to pull it out, careful not to clip any flesh. I added it to the pile of pellets at my feet. "There's still one left, Bear. Then we're done." I couldn't help but notice that Ren bit her bottom lip and cringed a little as I stuck the pliers inside the last wound. I knew the multi-tool would come in handy. I just hadn't realized what exactly I would be using it for or how many times it would save my ass. Prodding a little deeper, I felt the metals touch. "Got it," I said victoriously, and I removed the last pellet and held it up for Bear to see. "Stay away from other people's cabins," I told him. "Not everyone likes grizzly bears." And what I didn't say was that not all of them are nice, healthy humans either. I didn't know who the guy was that had shot Bear, assuming it was a guy at all, but I wasn't certain I wanted to know either. "Stay away from that place," I reiterated. "I mean it. The last thing I wanted to have to live with was another crazy person killing one of my animals." I sobered at the thought. My animals. I stared at Bear as he growled and pulled his leg back beneath him, trying to get more comfortable. Bear was mine now. When had that happened? With another chuff and groan, he laid his head down on his front paws, and I knew it was only a matter of minutes before he would be passed out for a while. "You two seem to argue a lot," Ren mused as she shut off my flashlight. I grimaced as I rose to my feet, praying my leg felt worse than it was, and I hadn't made my wounds worse in all of my rushing around. "Yeah, well, it's sort of a love-hate relationship." Ren's brow furrowed a little, but she didn't say anything as she pulled a small pot from a saddlebag she'd brought in and splashed some water into it. She set it on the logs of the fire to warm. "Will he mind if I clean up his wound?" she asked. "Or should you do it?" "Are you kidding? He'd love the attention." I glanced back at him. "Wouldn't you?" It wasn't really a question because he and I both knew he was a big teddy bear who wanted any and all attention he could get. Bear heaved out another dramatically pathetic sigh in response, and I rolled my eyes. Snatching up the jug of water, I headed out of the cave to wash the blood and fur from my hands. The woods were filled with bird songs and the rustle of leaves in the wind. and I wondered how far, exactly, I'd run to get here. As I dumped a little bit of water over my hands, careful not to waste it as I rinsed the blood and gunk off, I noticed Cricket tied up beneath the looming pines. His gray head hung low in boredom or sleep. Bedding was rolled up behind Wren's saddle. I wiped my wet hands on my pants and took a few steps closer. Unless Wren was planning a sleepover, she'd brought me bedding, knowing I'd be here overnight. The corner of my mouth tugged up in a smile, and I shook my head. She definitely kept me on my toes. Setting the water jug on the ground, I unstrapped the rolled quilt and pillow. I already had a bedroll, so other than some much-needed painkillers or a shot of Ross's whiskey, I was set for the night. Tucking the bedding under my arms, I snagged the water jug up again and headed back into the cave. Now, all I needed was to go fishing at some point, wherever the river was. I stopped at the mouth of the cave, staring inside. A jar of jam, half a loaf of bread, and some jerky were resting on my backpack. I looked at Wren, kneeling beside Bear. She cleaned his wound intently, careful as she ran her fingers slowly through his thick fur. Bear's eyes were shut, and while he was barely awake enough to appreciate what Wren was doing, he was content she was there all the same. Who the hell was this girl? I was beginning to think it was more than just luck that she'd found me in the forest. She'd been around twice when I needed her, after she'd practically pushed me out the doors hours ago. But she was here, helping me again. Walking over to the fire, I wondered if Wren's family ever worried where she was, or why their food kept disappearing. For 2 days in a row, she'd brought me food, and unless Cricket could ride faster than the wind, she wouldn't have had time to get the jam and the bread from her village before coming back here, which meant she'd had it with her when she came back this morning. Then I'd been a dick and had stomped away. Continuing inside, I set the water jug and bedding down by the fire. "Careful, Wren," I warned. "If you're too nice to him, he'll never leave you alone after this." Bear's eyes peeled open slightly before closing again, exhaustion surmounting. "That's okay," she said. "He's a sacred animal to my family. I might actually have some clout if he followed me around." She looked at him, studying his contented face as the sound of his deep breaths filled the cave. I bent down and reached for the handle of the pot in the fire. "Want me to get you some fresh water?" Wren nodded. "Yes, please, but let's fill it up this time. I want to add comfrey to it and put a compress on the wounds while he's sleeping. I want to look at your leg, too." "I'm fine," I told her, heading out of the cave again to dump the bloodied water. "Your face says differently," she said, her words catching my ear. They were soft and strangely gentle. "I didn't spend the last couple of days helping you just so you could tear your wounds open again and get them infected." I grinned to myself. It was the quip I'd grown so used to. "You want to make it back home, don't you?" With a snort, I shook my head. "You give me whiplash, you know?" Though I said it in jest, I also meant it. I couldn't tell half of the time if Wren liked me, or if underneath all of that glaring and those quippy comebacks, she was just too much of a bleeding heart to turn me out to the cold, knowing I was alone. "What's that supposed to mean?" The bite in her tone was definitely back. I tossed the water into the wind and headed back toward her. You've thought of everything." She glared at me and nodded for me to sit down on the bedding. "For instance," I gestured to the quilt and the food resting on my pack. Wren's cheeks reddened a little, and she quickly refocused her attention on Bear, wiping at his bullet wounds one last time. I filled the pot with water, making a mental note to grab a long stick when I had a second to move the logs around a bit. I set the pot in the fire again. The smoke rose up and dissipated in the cool breeze that floated in and jostled the air. At least I had Bear to help me stave off the chill when the sun went down. "It's going to get cold in here tonight," Wren said, mirroring my thoughts. She rose to her feet, balled up the bloody rag she was using to clean Bear's wounds, and tossed it by the entrance of the cave. "Sit," she told me again, "and stretch out your leg." When I hesitated, she pointed to the bedding. "I want to see how bad it is." With an indignant sigh, I did as she asked, refusing to wince as I outstretched my leg. I already knew the wounds on my calf had opened again. I felt the blood kiss the breeze when it touched my skin the instant I pulled up my pant leg. I stared down at them, half crusted over and cracked, some of the gnarled bits a little bit too red for my liking. Wren shook her head disapprovingly. "Don't move," she commanded, and she reached for the bundle of herbs she'd brought. "I should have grabbed the valerian too," she muttered, and dropped a handful of comfrey leaves into the water. She added chamomile next, then another root I didn't recognize. "Do they wonder where you've been running off to every day?" I asked, voicing the thought as it came to me for the dozenth time. "Or why your appetite is suddenly increased?" I grinned. Using her finger, Wren stirred the water, barely steaming, then shook her head. "I'm not home very often. They're used to it." It was a surprising admission, and I suddenly remembered her words the night we sat in the cabin by the fire. "Is it because you're unwell?" I asked, wondering what was wrong with her. Her eyes darted to mine. "What?" "You said the other night that you were unwell." Recognition lit her eyes, and she looked away. "I was upset. I said a lot of things I shouldn't have." Wren busied herself with her cauldron of magical spells. "That doesn't really answer my question," I said. "Are you okay?" "Of course I'm okay," she said more hotly. "Don't I look okay?" She lifted an eyebrow, daring me to answer. I shook my head, wondering if she was ever going to let me in. "So, you can ask me questions, but I can't ask you any?" Wren sighed as she grabbed one of the clean rags she'd brought. "I have these spells, sometimes," she admitted. "But it's nothing serious and they go away. See? I'm fine." She rose to her feet. "Really, Beau, don't worry about it. It's not life-threatening or anything." She walked out of the cave and into the daylight. A minute later, Wren came back in with a long stick in her hand. "Here," I said, reaching for it. I pulled my knife from my pocket. "At least let me shave off the sap and loose pieces for you." Wren handed me the stick, and I began to peel off the bark so she could use it without getting dirt and debris in the water. If I knew Wren, she'd figure out how to get me, or maybe Bear to drink it. So I was doing it more for me. At least, that's what I told myself. "What about you?" Wren said. "Why are you out here on this trek all by yourself? You don't like your family?" My hand paused mid-chisel. "No, it's not about them," I told her. "It's about me. I needed to get away for a while." But it struck me that perhaps Wren was always gone because she didn't like her family. I peered up at her as inconspicuously as I could, only to find her already watching me. She sat across the fire with her chin on her knee. "Why? Did something happen?" "A thousand things. A single thing." My life after the virus had been a whirlwind, and I began to question why I'd left. "My wolf died," I told her, hating to say the words out loud. The answer wasn't as easy as that, though, and I shrugged. I guess I just needed some space. Wren blinked at me, thoughtful. "You mentioned her. One you could talk to?" The question was filled with curiosity and awe. "Luna was more than an animal I could talk to," I said, feeling the tug in my chest I'd been able to ignore until now. "She's been my best friend since I was 9 years old, or at least she was. She was the first animal I could communicate with after I changed. My mind's always been the strongest with her." Wren's eyes shifted to my thermal-clad chest. "Is that why you have a wolf tattooed on your chest?" Her question surprised me. My tattoo had been a part of me for so long I'd forgotten it was there. A pectoral-sized image of a black-hided wolf head. I nodded. "Not because she died. I've had it longer than that. But because of what she was. What she's always been to me. My guide. The more time I spend alone, though, the more I realize she was my strength, too. The world feels a lot more uncertain without her." Wren's eyebrows drew together in sympathy or sadness, and she licked her lips. "Can I ask what happened to her?" she asked carefully. As I ran the blade of my knife down the length of the stick, I glanced at her. She was old and tired, and I held on for too long, I admitted, feeling the burn in the backs of my eyes. The more time went on, the worse I'd felt about clinging to her for so long, knowing she'd only stuck around for me. I cleared my throat and handed Wren her stick. Since I was likely going to use it to cook my fish at some point, I'd sharpened the tip, too. "Thanks." She flashed me a weak smile, and I tried not to react, though it was surprising to see. Wren stirred the steaming water. Her concoction of leaves, roots, and stems circled around and around as she continued to mix them methodically. I glanced at Bear, snoring deeply by the wall, his ear twitching in his sleep. 7 years ago, Ren began, and my gaze shot to her. Her attention was fixed on the potion she was making as she lazily continued to stir it around. A few men showed up in our old village. Wanderers, we call them. At first, they seemed like simple travelers, and we'd only started putting the pieces together about the fever at that point. We didn't realize the people who had been infected and survived were different. The gravity of Ren's voice, the reluctance to say the words at all, was evident, and I knew I wasn't going to like this story by the time she was finished. But I prayed she wouldn't stop either. It felt like she was finally giving me a breadcrumb, and I hadn't realized how starved I was for one until I was practically salivating for it. "Did they hurt you?" I breathed when she didn't continue. I was scared to know the answer, but it would be better than what I imagined in her silence. Ren tugged the hem of her sleeves down until they covered her palms, as if she was suddenly uncomfortable in her own skin. "Nothing I couldn't handle," she said. "Thankfully, I was small and young and they didn't seem to notice me. But they noticed my brother's fiancée and another girl in our village. I told my father they weren't right. I could feel it in my bones. My people are too kind and naive for their own good, or at least they were. We were known for our trading. It was why Sven, the trapper, had come to us in the first place. Strangers and trade were our business." Her eyes glazed over as she continued. "But they were more strange than usual. They had nothing to trade, but my father couldn't see that. He kept calling them traders, and I remember—" Ren paused and licked her lips as her eyebrows lowered, like she was conjuring a painful or confusing thought. "I told them they were bad, that they didn't want to trade, but he didn't listen. No one listened." Firelight flickered in Ren's faraway look, and her eyes glittered like bits of iron blazing in a forge. It was like he was under some sort of spell. I gulped a breath, watching the play of emotions across her face. I wanted to ask her if they'd been a band of rogue, crazy people or part of the unruly gangs who preyed on the weak, but it didn't matter either way. The outcome was going to be terrible, regardless, and I clenched my fists, waiting for her to continue. Ren put another clean cloth in the water, stirring it in to soak with the others. "I've never had a television, but we watched videos in class sometimes when I was little, and it was kind of like watching a video, you know?" She looked at me, like it wasn't real. It seemed like the men communicated without even speaking. Just looks to one another that made my skin crawl. Everyone in the village began acting strange, allowing things they wouldn't have allowed before. Weird things. Then, people started giving the men whatever they asked for. We didn't know they had powers. At least, no one suspected it, except for my brother and me. Her expression hardened. When one of the men took Colt's fiancée to bed one night, my brother flipped out and went after the man with a revolver. Only the guy used his mind control to turn the revolver around, and Colt shot himself instead. Horror cinched my throat and I couldn't swallow it down. Mind control and telepathy? My heart began to race. "Ren," I breathed. "You saw all of this?" She didn't move or even look at me. "There was blood everywhere. His chest was—" When Colt hit the ground, he managed to shoot the man who had taken his fiancée. When the guy mind-controlling everyone died, the village snapped out of their daze and realized how horribly wrong everything was. My father threatened the other two men, but there was nothing we could do against their powers. And that's when I realized oblivion was all that had kept my people safe. Her voice was hollow. Then she blinked, perhaps remembering she was in a cave with me, and she went back to stirring the water that was boiling. I forced my mouth to work. "Did they leave after that?" Ren didn't answer. "Ren," I prompted, "what did they do?" Imagining how scared she must have been, what they might have done to her and the rest of her family, made my blood boil and burn beneath my skin. "Did they hurt you?" When she looked at me, her eyes were shimmering. "Of course they did. They hurt all of us when they didn't get what they wanted. They didn't hurt me in the way you're thinking, but they killed my brother, Beau." Her voice was strangled. "They beat my father within an inch of his life because they could, and they raped and killed my mother, my brother's fiancée, and one other girl. They locked my grandmother and me in one of the houses, and we couldn't get out. It was only 2 men against a community of nearly 20 people, and they still did all of that." Her head was shaking, and her voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief. "Little, unsuspecting hunter shot them with his dad's shotgun," she breathed, as if the scene was replaying right before her eyes. "After what they did to him, he killed them." There was a sense of awe in her voice and her lip twitched. He was my age and still he saved us. I'd seen crazy shit. Thea and I both had. But we'd never had to watch something like that. We'd never been that powerless with no one to protect us. I'm so sorry, I rasped. My words couldn't erase the past, and they probably meant nothing to her, but it was all I could offer. We're not all like that. You know that, right? Wren's eyes, honey brown in the dimming firelight, shifted to me. She nodded. But my family will never get past it. They'll never see any survivors other than true bloods like us as trustworthy people. It felt like Wren was warning me, or maybe trying to explain. We keep to ourselves now. It's why I won't tell them about you. It doesn't matter that I'm 19 and have been taking care of them since I was little. To them, I'm one of the only children left, the youngest woman of our people, the one who has to carry on the family line. My gut churned. Carry on the family line? Like what, you're forced to marry someone or something? She looked at me in answer. I swallowed thickly. The necklace. Do you love him? The words fell from my lips before I even realized I'd spoken them. Hunter is a good guy, she said, and I hated the sudden deflation in her voice. There was no more bite, no more curiosity or stubbornness. But if Hunter was the kid who'd saved them, I imagined there was some sort of bond between them. Still, her voice was flat, like this was the path she had to walk, and there was nothing to be done about it. Do you want to marry him? I asked, feeling the sudden need for her to say no. Wren lifted her gaze from the fire. It doesn't matter, she admitted, and the tension in my shoulders eased a little. Wren pulled one of the cloths from the steaming water and wrung it out. Then she folded it into eighths and walked over to Bear's hulking body. With only a quick flick of her gaze, as if she was checking to see if he was asleep, she pressed the cloth in the area of his wounds. His ears went back, and he sighed, but his eyes didn't open. My mind was spinning. I felt sick, and it wasn't only because of what I'd learned about her past. Her future was looming. I could feel it, oppressing like a thundercloud hovering overhead. Wren turned the cloth over and pressed it into Bear's wounds again. Then she left it to soak on his fur. Wren walked back over to the fire, refusing to look at me as she fished the other cloth out with the stick. She let it cool in the air for a few seconds, then she wrung it out and crouched down beside me. Have you told your father? I asked, watching the way she gently dabbed at my leg. Told him what? That you don't want to marry Hunter. I imagined what Thea would do if Elle and Jackson forced her to marry someone. There would be shouting and doors slamming, and Thea would probably run away. But Wren was still here. She'd accepted it. It's not a choice. We are the last of our generation, the only two who aren't related by blood. It's the way it has to be. So, your family is using you as a brooding mare, I bit out. Fuck the fact that you deserve to be happy, especially after what you've been through. Wren laughed at that. It's not funny, I told her. The plan had too many holes in it anyway, like they were too desperate and blind to think it through all the way. You shouldn't have to do anything you don't want to, Wren. They can't make you. How could a girl as stubborn and feisty as Wren sit back like it was nothing? Wren's laughter faded to a brittle smile as she wrapped the cloth around my leg and tucked it into itself. Hey, I prompted, reaching for her arm. She tugged it away from me, and finally, her eyes met mine. Her amusement had completely vanished. I never said I didn't want to marry him. My chest heaved, though I knew I had no right to feel as shocked or disappointed as I did. But I knew she was lying. I could see it on her face. Guilt. Panic. She was lying to me and to herself. Hunter and I are all my people have left, and I won't let them down. In that moment, my heart cracked a little. I didn't know how I felt about Wren exactly, but I was happy when I saw her and I kept her in the forefront of my thoughts when she was away. I wanted to learn more about her, and yet now I couldn't unlearn it. Despite not wanting to, she was going to marry a guy she didn't love to protect her bloodline, for her family, and still, it would never keep them safe. I thought about what Thea had done in order to save me from our mother, and the people Elle and Jackson had killed in order to save me on multiple occasions. Even if I wanted to tell Wren her family's plan was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard and completely unsustainable, I couldn't. Because just like Wren didn't know anything about my life and what I'd seen and lived through, I didn't know much about hers either. I hadn't lived it. What I did know was that she had every right to be frightened of people with abilities. Like me. And in that moment, as her eyes glistened and her chin trembled ever so slightly, she sat there. Considering her duty, I realized how similar we were. Wren was doing what she had to protect her family, just like I would do for Elle or Jackson or to keep my sister safe. I owed my family that much. At least. Chapter 19. I'm not sure what time of night it was, but it was cold as hell in the cave, and I'd resorted to snuggling with Bear again to keep myself warm, praying he didn't roll on top of me in his sleep. The fire flicked low in front of me, illuminating the rocky cavern with moving, muted shadows. I could hear the wind outside and could even feel it once in a while when it changed course, but we were secluded and safe, and being next to Bear's furry mass of warmth, I was comfortable. His steady breaths were like white noise that lulled me into a sleepy daze against him. He smelled like Luna used to, wild, like the wind still clung to him, and the bits of earth that dirtied his paws were still fresh. I stared at the quilt covering me that Wren had brought. I hadn't stopped thinking about what she'd said, about protecting her bloodline, about her story of the men who'd come to her village. Even if she knew I wasn't like the other survivors she'd met, she was right to be scared of us. Hell, I didn't trust people with abilities either. All it took was one asshole to ruin everything or put people's lives in danger, and I'd come across it too many times to be able to convince Wren or myself that she shouldn't be afraid of us. I thought about Cal's invisibility and Kat's lightning. I thought about Elle's glowing eyes and the fire on her skin and Thea's telekinesis. With Bear or the wolves by my side, even I could mangle a village. And with Alex's ability to amplify us all with a single touch, we'd be an unstoppable army. For the first time, I felt uncomfortable in my own skin. Damn straight, Wren and her people should be scared. The Ranskins had us to protect them, our powers and our knowledge. What did Wren have? Seclusion? A couple of guns and bows and arrows? Those wouldn't save them against any of it, just like it hadn't protected Wren's family against mind control. Not even I could protect her from that. But holding themselves away wouldn't protect her family either. They were only biding their time, stewing in wait. I tried to think of a solution, but the only one I could think of was them coming to Whitehorse, to be with the rest of us. They would have walls to live within and an entire town to protect them. Safety was never a guarantee, but we offered the best defense they could hope for. Bear heaved out a breath, stirring beside me, and I reached out, pressing my hand lightly to his side, reminding him I was there. I felt his consciousness flicker, and with a stretch, a groan at the soreness of his wound, and then a yawn. He arched his head down and nuzzled me with his wet nose. "I'm surprised you're awake," I muttered, scratching the side of his face, but when he continued breathing on me, I nudged his snout away. "Okay, that's enough. I'm not much of a cuddler first thing in the morning." Images of Wren flashed into Bear's mind. Shaking my head, I propped myself up on my elbow, thinking of her again as I watched the dying embers burn. I'm not sure how someone so infuriating at times can be so... I don't even know the word. Interesting, confusing, addictive? I shook my head, forcing the adjective away, and I nodded to the bread wrapped in a cloth on my pack by the fire. "She left you a treat in case you were hungry when you woke up," I told him through a laugh, because Bear was always hungry, something she'd learn quickly about him, if she comes back. Bear inhaled deeply, and I peered back at him. His eyes were wide as he stared at the bread, and he lifted his nose to the air. It was walnut bread. I could even smell the honey in it that permeated Bear's senses as he compartmentalized every layer of the scent. He chuffed, inhaling again. Then he whimpered, like he desperately wanted it but was too pathetic to get it himself. Oh, brother. Rolling my eyes, I crawled closer to the fire and reached for the bread. "I'm stealing a piece of this for my troubles," I told him. I unwrapped it from the towel she'd brought it in and tore off a piece before handing it over. Bear took it with his mouth and leaned back to enjoy his midnight snack. I sat up, careful to keep my legs straight but wanting to give him space to eat his food without my being in the way. He held the loaf, dwarfed by his massive claws, and nipped at it, as if he was savoring it, despite the pain I knew still seared his shoulder with each movement. I picked at my piece, my thoughts tumbling as I considered when exactly we should start heading back home. While I didn't get as far as I'd wanted to this trip, I didn't want to push my luck either. I was nearly 4 days behind schedule, which meant I wasn't going to make it before I'd have to turn back if I was going to avoid full winter. When Bear was finished, he leaned forward, sniffing me. At least, that's what I would have thought if it wasn't for the concern that prickled his mind. He smelled my leg with his super senses. Surprisingly, his anxiety was for me. I rubbed the top of his head. "I'm fine," I told him. "I'll definitely have some battle wounds from this trip, but..." I thought about Ren again. They were worth it. Then, Bear sniffed at his shoulder and licked the fur as far as he could reach, which was nowhere close to the wound. "I'll clean it again in the morning," I told him. "And Ren left some of her things, so I have a feeling she might be coming back." It was a hopeful thought, one I tried not to dwell on, but there was no denying I would be disappointed if she didn't, if for no other reason than to say a proper goodbye and thank her for all she'd done for us. I continued to tell myself that, as Bear and I fell into companionable silence again, and my eyes grew heavy as the sound of his breathing lulled me back to sleep. Chapter 20. The next morning, I woke to Bear nudging me with his cold nose again. My face was wet and grisly breath inundated my senses. "Gross." I pushed his face away from me as I blinked my eyes open. "Dude, go away." He huffed and nudged me again, and I sat up, the shadowed, bumpy walls of the cave coming into focus. Sunlight brightened the mouth of the cave, and Bear nudged me again. "God, you're the worst," I muttered, feeling the cold stone seeping through my sleeping pad beneath me. My back was stiff, maybe from sleeping on the hard ground again after getting used to Ren's bed, or maybe it was because my body was angry with me from running through the woods and bending over to get the pellets out of Bear's wounds. With far more effort than it should have taken, I climbed to my feet. The quilt fell to the ground, and I stretched my arms above my head, tugging my flannel and thermal shirts down as they rose higher. Slowly, Bear climbed to his feet, feeling the pull in his shoulder but desperate to go to the bathroom. He groaned a little, but headed for the mouth of the cave without even a limp, only stopping once to sniff my pack along the way. His mind was awake and wired, while mine felt rusted and out of commission. I'd only gotten a few hours of sleep, if that, and my body and mind could feel the effects. My stomach rumbled. While I didn't want him getting used to the idea, I figured I could help him catch a bit of breakfast and possibly some lunch today, while he recovered. And even if I'd hoped Ren would reappear this morning, she hadn't, and I didn't want to sit in the cave all day waiting on the off chance that she might. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I knew it was better to get a start sooner rather than later. I rolled up my sleeping pad and leaned it against the wall, then folded the quilt and plopped it on the ground beside my pad, along with the pillow Ren had left me. With most of the unnecessary items already out of my bag, I grabbed my pack and lifted it onto my shoulders. I still needed to clean my teeth and make a fishing pole when I eventually got to the water, so I schlepped out of the cave, unhurried and conscious of my leg that Ren had spent so much time cleaning for me again last night. As I stepped into the sunshine, I inhaled the brisk air. Even if our joints were achy, our stomachs were empty, and our bodies beat to hell, Bear and I reveled in the morning's warmth, and a strange sense of contentment washed over me. He was paces ahead, but I could feel his mind deeper in the pines, and I followed after him. Whatever our growing connection was, I welcomed it, for now. The less I pushed him away, the clearer life through his eyes became, and the more I could sense and understand him. It still felt different than it had with Luna, but I'd been with her so long, I didn't think any animal, no matter the connection, would ever feel the same. Fleetingly, I wondered if my connection with Luna had been so strong that it had snuffed out the other animal minds I'd always tried and mostly failed to connect to. If my connection to her was why I'd always been so frustrated. I thought of both Cricket and Bear. Now that she was gone, it felt so much easier. Even if I found it heartbreakingly impossible to consider ever connecting with another animal the way I'd connected with Luna, the fact that it was coming more naturally to me now made me surprisingly happy. Food. The thought flashed in my mind, not surprisingly since it was all Bear ever thought about, but I was curious and opened my mind to his a bit more. Bear's nose was the surest asset we had out here, and if he smelled water north, that was the way we'd walk. I just hoped Ren would wait for us to come back if she showed up. I felt like headbutting a tree trunk as she popped into my mind again. It was annoying and senseless to fixate on her. She'd been a stranger less than a week ago, and in a couple of days' time, she'd be nothing more than a memory. But that didn't stop me from wondering what she was doing. "You like her?" It was Alex's voice in my head. When Carla Matthews kissed me on my 15th birthday, albeit on the cheek, and I felt bad because I didn't like her back, Alex told me it was because she wasn't the one. When I was 16 and liked Sydney Collingsworth from class but felt rejected when she had a crush on a new boy, Cal, instead, Alex asked me if I thought about her all the time. I'd said no, I just liked her. Then she's not the one, bud. Even when I asked Marika out the other night and she said she was seeing Cal, I'd felt rejected, not because I was sad, but because it was Cal. Again. Ego was different from love or like. But Ren, she was a conundrum to me. I liked her, despite her thorny demeanor, and I thought about her more than I should have. Ren was an alluring mystery I couldn't seem to figure out. Forcing thoughts of her from my mind, determined to think about the last leg of the trek back to Whitehorse, I connected to Bear's mind again. I could easily connect to it. I could feel it like it was mine, only it felt amplified. It was as if Bear's life force hovered in the back of my consciousness, pulsating like a second heartbeat. Letting out a breath, I opened my mind to his even more. The scent of earth enveloped me, 100 layers more complex than anything I'd ever experienced. Pungent ragweed, crisp sage, sour cranberries, the supposedly odorless but nutty smell of blue chanterelle mushrooms, growing closer with each step, fatty grubs, rotted wood, and the muddy, silty scent of the river. I gathered a few willow sticks for poles as the invisible pull of Bear's mind tugged me toward him. The sharp fragrance of the damp underbrush along the river's edge tickled my nose the closer we drew. Then I smelled them. Whitefish. Apparently one of Bear's favorite meaty snacks, based on the flash of excitement that filled my mind. We began to salivate at the same time, and my limped gait quickened as I realized we were there. It would be a couple of hours at least before I caught enough fish for lunch, and some to take back for dinner, so I didn't waste any time getting my poles ready when the sound of trickling water met my ears. Reaching my right arm back, I unzipped the side pocket of my pack and pulled out the spool of fishing line I'd brought. All I needed were a few more willow branches to stage along the water's edge, and I'd be able to catch a feast. I'm not sure how much time had passed, but as the sun began to lower, Bear and I made our way back to the cave. I was satisfied with 6 fish to take back for dinner. Bear had been munching on berries and had caught enough fish between bouts of lounging in patches of sunlight throughout the day to have him satisfied, for a little while at least. While I'd waited for my final pull to catch a fish, I foraged for berries and wood to burn for my nightly fire, cramming my pack as full as I could, and I whittled a walking stick for our journey back home to help burn some of my weight as my leg continued to heal. Although I'd snacked a little on berries and a handful of mushrooms, fresh, cooked fish was all I could think about, and despite my careful footsteps, I found myself walking faster back to the cave. Bear panted a few paces behind me, taking his time as he plodded through the woods. "We're going to sleep good tonight," I called back to him. Even if I hadn't done much for the day, I was already feeling the heaviness in my bones, and I hoped my throbbing leg wouldn't give me fits all night. My musing ceased when I saw the flick of a gray tail through the trees, outside the cave entrance. Ren was there. I didn't know how long she'd been waiting or how long she was planning to stay, but I hoped I could lure her to stay a little longer, since I had something for her this time. Plenty of fish for a feast. "Hey, Cricket," I said as I walked past him. His ears shifted to me, but his head hung low as he nibbled on wild grass. When I stepped inside the cave and saw Ren sitting by the fire she'd built, my easiness faltered. Her shoulders straightened as she looked up to find me standing there, and she quickly wiped the tears from beneath her eyes. "Is everything okay?" I took a step closer, my hand tightening around my walking stick. Had she come to say goodbye? Ren's lips pursed and her eyes held mine, intent, thoughtful, regretful even. Despite myself, I held my breath, but Ren's stubbornness was predictable, and her brow furrowed slightly as she lifted her chin. "Everything's fine," she lied, almost too easily. "Ren, I'm fine," she clipped out. "Really, it's just been a long week." Because of me, I imagined. As much as I hated to say it, I knew that Ren coming here was problematic, especially after she confided in me last night. The last thing I wanted to do was make things harder for her than they already were. Look, Ren, I appreciate all that you've done, more than you know, but if it's about me— Beau, she said, exasperated. It's not about you, okay? Just let it go. Her voice was pleading. I wanted to argue, because it felt important, but I didn't want her to leave and never come back either. Okay, I said, though it would be impossible to ignore it. I held up the tether of fish and forced a smile. Hungry? Chapter 21. After our bellies were full and even Bear had eaten a couple of whitefish, Ren and I sat by the fire as I put another log on. The embers dispersed, flitting in the air before they dimmed out in the darkening cave. The smoke was minimal and twirled its way to the ceiling before catching in the drafty cave and diffusing. The sky outside was dim, and save for the distant creak of boughs out in the breeze, it was mostly quiet. I basked in the heat of the flames against my face. I was comfortable, sated, full and warm, and in good company. I imagined I could sit this way for hours. How was your leg today? Ren asked, from her cross-legged perch across the fire. My hand inched to my shin automatically, feeling for the gauze beneath my pant leg and the tender flesh it covered. Better, thanks to you. I lifted my eyebrow. You have a knack of showing up at just the right times. Ren's eyes met mine, and her lips pursed before her gaze shifted back to the fire. Hey, Ren? Her name was a quiet syllable that tingled the tip of my tongue. She peered at me through her lashes. I wanted to ask her what was wrong earlier, but I was scared to learn the answer, or worse, ruin the comfortable silence between us and scare her away. Seriously, I said instead. Thank you for everything. Her brown eyes lingered on me, bright like honey and shimmering in the firelight. You're welcome. I leaned back on my palms, feeling the tug in my forearms from digging and prying into Bear's solid muscle. When I tell Elle what you did for me, I'll probably get a ration of shit for not doing something more to thank you, but I'm not sure what I can do. You already fixed my cabin door and my chair, she said, the corner of her mouth lifting, which was something I'd probably never have gotten around to doing, so that's enough. You noticed? When I didn't nearly fall when I sat down? Yeah, she smirked. I noticed. She pulled her knee up to rest her cheek on it as she peered into the flames. Is Elle your mother? She asked. I nodded because she was. Now. A fleeting shadow crossed Ren's face and she worried her bottom lip again, so I knew another question was coming. She found you? Alex did. Then he took us to Sophie's, and that's when we met Elle. Jackson helped us later, and it's been the 6 of us since, I said. I drew in a deep breath only for it to feel suffocating, so I let it out again. What other things can people do? She asked, her voice nearly a whisper. The bad ones, she clarified. Honestly, I said, not wanting to frighten her, but at the same time I knew she needed to know. They can do anything. There wasn't an ounce of surprise in her expression. Have you met people with mind control abilities before? I shook my head. No, I've met cannibals and crazed men who could smell my fear, I admitted, but I've never met someone who could control minds. And I hoped I never would. Ren nodded to herself, as if she'd suspected as much. This is probably a dumb question, she started again, picking at a dried leaf stuck to the hem of her sweater. But do you miss your life from before? Your family? Her eyes were fixed on the fire. I know that I do, she muttered. It felt strange to admit it, but the truth was, I hadn't thought about before much. I missed my mom sometimes, but not the person I remember was trying to kill me. Everything after that was heightened fear and uncertainty, and Elle and Jackson had been taking care of us for so long. My other life, the old Beau that lived in a sleepy town and was just a normal kid with goldfish, seemed like it never really existed. There are memories that make me sad when I think about them, but the reality feels more like a nightmare I wish I could forget. Ren watched me over the flames. The curiosity dancing in her gold-rimmed eyes was so greedy I could practically feel it begging for more. It registered that I might be the first person she'd talked to about the outbreak that wasn't like her, someone who'd lived through it and knew what it was like. As you already know, people like me who survived were different and could do things that didn't make sense for the longest time. There were others, like my real mother, who survived, but... But what? She whispered, the words eager and breathless. She went crazy. Wren blinked at me and swallowed, but she didn't pry. She was a schoolteacher in the town Thea and I lived in. Everyone knew her because she was one of the only teachers and because she was one of the few residents who had lived in Whiteley all her life. But she changed after she got sick, I said, remembering the biting cold that blasted my face in that god-awful building, despite the feverish heat of fear and the sickness in my blood as she tried pushing me out the window. I can still feel her nails in my skin and hear Thea's screams. What happened to Thea? I almost laughed, but it was with an exasperated sort of amusement. She was frightened and killed our mom so that she couldn't hurt me anymore. I shook my head. Whatever our mom was, Thea and I both knew the woman in that building wasn't her anymore. I blinked myself from the memory. Thea can move things with her mind, I explained. She sent my mother out that window instead of me. As horrifying as it had been, I was still in awe of her each time I replayed it. Clearing my throat, I nodded to the last whitefish fillet on a stone beside the fire. Are you still hungry? Bear's head popped up with a grunt. Not you, I grumbled. With a soft chuckle that dispersed the heaviness in the air, like a puff of smoke, Wren shook her head. No, thank you. He can have it. I looked at Bear, yawning where he lounged behind me. Open up then, beggar. I leaned forward and tossed what was left of the whitefish toward him, which he caught in his mouth with a heavy breath of relief. His idea of a nightcap, I said, winking at Wren, and I turned back to the fire. The fact that her smile lingered like she was as content as I was to sit around the fire, full and sated, made me happy. Like maybe for once her mind wasn't somewhere else and dwelling on darker things I couldn't see or protect her from. Wren tucked her long hair behind her ears, exposing her slender neck. Thank you for feeding me, she said. I snorted and moved, uncomfortable where I sat. Don't even thank me. It's the least I can do. Wren shrugged and gazed back into the fire as she poked it with the stirring stick that I'd shaved for her. We don't eat a lot of fish at home, so it's kind of a treat. You don't? She shook her head. Only if I bring it home, which I don't do often, or if Hunter has time to go out. But you don't live that far away, right? The river's close, so why not? Wren set the stick back down and lifted her shoulder indifferently. We just don't. We stay close to the village for the most part, she said, dragging her gaze back up to me. The ease in her expression faded, and she pulled the hem of her sweater sleeves down over her palms, like I'd seen her do before. While it was one of many nervous habits she seemed to have, it was the one that made me the most uneasy. It was one thing to worry her bottom lip, like she was uncertain or curious, but each time she tugged on her sleeves, I got a sickening sense that she felt uncomfortable in her own skin, and the possible reasons behind that nearly unhinged me. The men in my village trap and hunt more than they fish, she continued, and I'm so busy gathering herbs all of the time for my father's teas or making tinctures for some of the villagers, I don't have time to sit by the river and catch fish for everyone. Teas and tinctures? Is your father sick? The question formed before I could stop it. The column of Wren's throat moved slowly as she swallowed thickly and her chest heaved, almost as if she was resigned to tell me something against her better judgment. You could say that, she admitted, and left her explanation at that. While I desperately wanted to know more about her home life, I knew there was a fine balance between Wren's comfort and discomfort around me, and I risked upsetting her if I pushed her too far. Instead, I chose a similar but safer topic to see what I could glean. Are there a lot of people where you live? Wren shook her head. Not compared to where you live, I'm sure, she explained. There's only 12 of us. There used to be more, though. Again, she didn't elaborate. Small talk with her was like pulling teeth. Whatever mysteries Wren had, there was one thing my time with her had taught me. She had walls thicker than Fort Knox. What is your village like? She asked. Or your town, I mean. You want to know about Whitehorse? I leaned back on my palms again, feeling the pebbled ground beneath my hands as I stretched out my leg, reveling in the feeling. It's large. Well, larger than it used to be when we first settled there. There are about 1,000 citizens now. They've come from all over the continent. It's just like any town, at least how towns used to be, I guess. We have shops and we trade for goods. We have jobs and some people drive biodiesel-powered vehicles, though more and more people ride horses these days like you do. My eyes met hers. Kids go to school and people have day jobs that help keep the town running, that sort of thing. And you feel safe there? I blinked at her, it hitting me all over again what daily life must be like for her out here, not knowing what's going on in the world around her and worried about people like me coming back to her village. Yes, I do. Whitehorse is a safe place. It's why so many people settle there each year. We have walls around the city that are guarded at all times by people who protect us from outsiders who might be dangerous and deter people who want to cause problems. Cause problems? You mean the tainted, who use their powers for bad, she clarified. I guess, yeah. Ren leaned in closer. How do people protect your town? Well, I mused, wondering how to describe it without scaring her. You know how I told you my sister can move things with her mind? Ren nodded. There are others who can do things that are similar, things that help keep us safe. There are some of us who can block other people's abilities if they want to, I explained, thinking about Woody. It had come in handy during the roundup of the rogue gangs years ago, blocking the teenagers who were terrorizing communities all over the place just because they could. Nulling their abilities ensured we were safer around them, and allowed us to bring them in and put them in the rehabilitation program. Others can sense what abilities people have or tell if dangerous people are lying. And if they're dangerous, she said, urging me to continue, what do you do? We lock them in the prison, I told her plainly. The priority is keeping the town safe, so that whatever happened to your family doesn't happen to ours. My words were colder than I'd meant them, and Ren balked at me, but we both knew it was true. As an idea formed, I couldn't stop my thoughts from spiraling and my mouth from moving. And for the worst kind of people out there, the crazy people who use what they can do to hurt others, there's a serum. What does it do? Kill them? I eyed her carefully as I withheld a laugh. You do realize that when I ask you a question, I get a 3-word answer, but then you ask me questions. She rolled her eyes. Just tell me, she muttered. With a chuckle, I shook my head. No, it doesn't kill them, but it does take their ability away. Or maybe it blocks it, I'm not sure which. But it makes them powerless against us. Ren's brow furrowed, as if she wasn't sure she liked that idea. What? I asked. I thought that would be a relief to you. It's not that, she said, thoughtful for a moment. She shook her head. I guess I just don't like that word. Powerless? She rolled her eyes again. Just keep going, she commanded. Once again, I withheld my questions, just glad she was asking me things she was curious about, so she could see just how different the world was away from her secluded life here. We've only used the serum once, but I know of other places on the West Coast that have used it a few times. You would be safe in Whitehorse, I told her. All of you would. Ren practically snorted and shook her head. Yeah, like that would happen. I'm serious, and your father, whatever's wrong with him. Your people can't help my father, Ren said dryly. You can't help him because there's not much left of him as it is. The defeat in Ren's voice made me bristle and ache for her all at once. You don't know that. Yes, I do, she snapped. I know my family and what they need more than you do, Beau, and trust me, a city of people isn't the answer. In fact, it would only make things worse. Well, if you'd at least tell me about your village, I might— Look, she said, a bit breathy. I know you're trying to be helpful, and Whitehorse sounds like a great place to live, but it's not for us. Ren, you're being stubborn. Beau, she bit out. Just stop, okay? You have no idea what you're talking about. I gritted my teeth. She was so fucking stubborn. It was smart for her to consider Whitehorse for her sanity, if nothing else. Living out in the middle of nowhere in fear was no way to live at all. And the more breadcrumbs she laid out for me, the more I knew her life at home was unhealthy. Sad and lonely, even. Maybe it was my own stubbornness, or maybe I was too exhausted to argue with her. But I left it alone. Attempting and failing to have a real conversation about it would only frustrate me more. Ren and I sat in awkward silence for a few minutes as I tried to figure out what to say, since everything I asked her or wanted to talk about seemed to be off limits. As she picked more aggressively at the loose thread in her sweater, I knew she was close to getting up and walking out, and I wasn't ready for her to leave yet. Damn her double standards. Taking a deep breath, I scrambled for a more neutral topic. Sven, I said, and Ren finally looked at me. The owl, not the man, I clarified. Are he and I the only poor wretches you've helped, or are there a slew of other pathetic creatures out there walking on all of their limbs thanks to you? Her pensive expression softened slightly, and I hated that I could note the smallest changes in her. It meant I was paying far more attention than I should be. You're the only two, she said, with a softness that seemed to soothe the tension between us. What about you? Do you have a petting zoo of animals at home that follow you around, or is Bear the only sucker? I almost snorted, and while the ache of Luna flared a little, it was the struggle I'd always had to connect to most animals that seemed to settle into place. No zoo, I said. Elle would freak. Besides, I don't connect to animals very easily. I saw you with Cricket yesterday, she said, and I remembered how frightened he was of Bear when they'd arrived at the cave. That was, I searched for the word, sort of unexpected. I've actually struggled with it since I was a kid. I'm starting to think that now that Luna's gone, I might be able to connect with other animals more easily. I nodded behind me. This guy is complicated. I still don't know exactly what to think about our connection, only that it seems to be growing stronger by the day. Maybe it was different before because my bond with Luna was so strong. I scratched the back of my neck. Arya's going to have a smug smirk on her face when I get home, though. I thought aloud. She's been telling me for years he's my bear, not hers. While he might not exactly be mine, I think it's safe to say he's my travel companion for the rest of the journey, at least. Ren crossed her legs in front of her again. Who's Arya? She asked, her eyes shifting away from me. A family friend, I guess you could call her. I shrugged. She has an ability like mine. Ren seemed satisfied with that answer, which was good because Arya was sort of like a sister and not one at the same time. It was why whatever relationship she and I had explored a few years ago hadn't worked. At all. So, Ren started, after too much silence. Are you ready to go home? When I looked at her, her cheekbones ruddy in the heat of the fire and her eyes shining like firelight and amber, I felt the desperate need to stay. I said the only 3 words I could form. I should be. But there was no conviction in my voice, and the fact that I was hedging made my stomach knot with unease. Soon I'll have to, I added with more certainty, but I felt anything but certain. I glanced back at Bear, like he was the reason I was still here. But if I was honest with myself, a shot to the shoulder wasn't dire enough to keep us here much longer. Scratching the side of my stubbly face, I forced myself to look into the fire and nod at Ren and whatever emotions and thoughts played over her features. I didn't want to see any hope in her eyes that might sway me to stay, or indifference that would only fill me with disappointment. The silence stretched, the wind outside rustled, and I lost myself in a myriad of confused, conflicting thoughts. I didn't like that I was questioning my better judgment. I didn't like that this closed-off girl in the middle of the woods, who I knew so little about, was the reason for it either. No matter how much more I wanted to learn about Ren, winter still loomed, and whatever I wanted to do was irrelevant. I needed to go. I could stretch it a few more days, but to what end? After more uncomfortable silence, I forced myself to look at Ren. I didn't know what thoughts shadowed her eyes as she stared at me, but I didn't dwell on it too long. Instead, I watched the way she continued to bite her bottom lip. What are you thinking? I heard myself ask, just as Ren pulled her sleeves over her palms again and jumped to her feet. That it's been fun hanging out with you boys, but I need to get back. Her casualness was forced, and I could hear an unfamiliar strain in her voice. I laughed a bitter sound and grimaced as I rose to my feet. Ren brushed off the back of her pants and reached down to grab her bag. What's so funny? Shaking my head, I ran my hand over the back of my neck, then let it fall to my side in utter exasperation. You, I exhaled. Why am I funny? She put her hands on her hips. The waspish bite to her voice was back. You're so predictable and not at the same time. I pinned her gaze with mine. It's maddening. Part of me was fully aware that my annoyance wasn't entirely with her, but as she stood there with an air of indifference, my frustration flared. Ren turned away from me with a shrug. I am what I am, she muttered. Are you coming back tomorrow? I couldn't help the curtness of my tone, and Ren must have detected it as well. Shrugging into her coat, she glanced at me over her shoulder. I guess we'll see. We both know how unpredictable I am, she said dryly. She made her way toward the mouth of the cave. Why the hell does everything have to be so complicated with you? She whirled around. If I'm so complicated, Beau, and so maddening, why the hell do you care if I come back tomorrow? I've been trying to figure that out myself, I said, my voice razor sharp. I might have had an unexpected attraction to Ren, but that didn't mean I wasn't growing tired of her hot and cold attitude. Well, don't hurt yourself, she quipped, and don't forget to change the dressings on your leg tonight. I'm not cleaning it again. Jaw clenched and hands fisted at my side, I limped after her as she disappeared into the night shadows. As I rounded the mouth of the cave, Cricket's head bounced up at the sight of Ren, excited to return home. She patted his gray withers, nearly black in the inky night, and untied his reins from the tree branch. You know, I called out, trying to control the next words that came out of my mouth. You're more frustrating than Thea, and that's really hard to beat. Ren didn't bother sparing me a glance as she climbed into Cricket's saddle. Have you ever thought that maybe you're the problem, Beau? My hands clenched at my sides, feeling a shoulder-tensing wave of guilt and anger as I watched Ren turn Cricket on his hind legs, and they trotted away. When I could no longer hear the sound of her horse's clomping hooves, I glared up into the treetops, my chest heaving with resentment. Whatever this was between Ren and me, it was really, really dangerous, and I knew in that moment what I needed to do. Chapter 22. Bear was up when the sun rose, feeling anxious and ready to get out of the cave. After an aggravatingly sleepless night, I wasn't in the mood to grapple with him for a few more hours of sleep, so I rolled up my bedding, set it to the side to pack later, and gathered a few things to take to the river, since he was so dead set on going there. What's up with you this morning? I said, as he paced at the mouth of the cave. I zipped up my jacket, feeling the bite of the cool morning more acutely than usual. I'm coming. Just go. I'll catch up. Like Bear, I was determined to shed the craggy confines of the cave, but while I needed air and space to get out of my own head, I didn't know what his hurry was. With a chuff, he headed out, leaving me to collect my fishing poles in one hand and fling an empty drawstring bag over my shoulder with the other, to fill with berries, mushrooms, and hopefully some echinacea and comfrey for my leg. Ren was too much on my mind, which I decided was the answer to the big question. Yes, I was leaving, and it needed to be today. Putting it off would only bite me in the ass, and I'd had enough surprises for one adventure. I hadn't taken 2 steps out of the cave when she and Cricket meandered through the trees toward me. My stomach flip-flopped with unwanted relief and an amused sort of satisfaction that she couldn't stay away, despite how awful she thought I was. When Ren's eyes met mine, she quickly glanced away, busying herself as she bent down to fix something on her stirrup. I suppressed the smirk I felt creeping into place. Whatever Ren's reservations were about me, she was obviously having an equally difficult time navigating them. Without a word, she dismounted, giving Cricket some slack in the reins to breathe a little as she unbuckled the flap of her saddle pack. The horse's eyes were wide, and his nostrils flared as he peered in the direction Bear had gone. Setting my poles against the trunk of a pine tree, I reached out and rubbed Cricket's face to reassure him, not taking my eyes off Ren. Good morning, I said a bit wryly, and watched as she pulled a roll of linen the size of her forearm from her back. She stared at the roll as she turned and walked over to me. I didn't know when you'd be leaving, but I figured you should have some extra dressing to take with you so that all of my hard work isn't wasted. As she handed it to me, a whiff of herbs filled my nostrils. So she'd brought more than leg dressings. That she was staring at her gifts in my hand instead of at me made a familiar spark of hope flare a little. Thank you, I said, trying to curb my amusement. The shred of victory I felt that she'd come back at all shoved every rational thought I'd had aside, and leaving by the afternoon was no longer in the forefront of my mind. We're walking to the river to fish and gather some food for the trip. I nodded in Bear's direction. Want to come? I mean, you probably need to replenish all the herbs you wasted on my leg, I added with a slight grin. Ren's eyes shifted to mine, narrowed, and as she worried her bottom lip, I silently pleaded for her to say yes. Finally, her gaze shifted north, and she shrugged as if she were indifferent. You did clean me out of comfrey and valerian, she said, and I could use some more yarrow, which grows really well there. I nodded. Yeah, of course. She glared at my obvious amusement, and I reached for my fishing poles and tipped my head toward the river. Wren pulled Cricket's reins over his head and led him as she walked beside me in silence, at first. "You're not limping as much today," she mused as she peered around the woods. The farther away from the foothills we walked, the thicker the brightly colored birch trees became, and the forest glowed in the morning sunlight. "It feels better," I said, realizing that was true. "Did you wrap your leg this morning?" When I didn't answer, she gave me a sidelong glance and shook her head. "Men," she grumbled. "I didn't think you were coming back, so I wasn't expecting you to care." "So if I'm not around, you let your leg rot?" I couldn't help but chuckle. The fact that she'd come back after being so angry with me made her severity pack a bit less of a punch. "I'm just joking. I cleaned it and wrapped it this morning. Do you want me to prove it to you?" I lifted my leg. With an eye roll, Wren continued walking. "You're so irritating." I laughed again, and I saw the slight rise of Wren's cheek in her profile as she tried not to smile too. The finches chirped and fluttered in the trees, and a woodpecker echoed in the distance. Cricket's hooves clomped lazily over rocky debris, and Wren and I walked in a comfortable silence. "Wait, I thought we were going to the river," she said, glancing around. "This isn't the way." I peered up through the trees, knowing where Bear was, but unable to see him through the forest. I saw water in his mind, a creek of sorts, and green foliage around it. "I guess we'll see," I said with a shrug. The trees thickened with poplars and shrubbery before we finally made our way through a thicket I'd never explored before. Blackberry vines grew like fireweed, and Wren and I stopped to collect some for her herb arsenal back home. Grabbing a broken stick off the ground, she moved the bramble out of the way, oblivious to the thorns that clung to her coat, and she began to pry some of the roots from the ground. "One of the good things about the rain," she said with a huff as she prodded and tugged, using a rock for leverage to pull the thick roots up, "is that the soil is softer, which makes this a whole lot easier than it would be otherwise." "What are you going to do with those? Cook with them or make one of your teas for someone?" I asked, curious. Wren pulled a knife from her boot, which I hadn't realized had been there, and used it to hack off the thick root. "They're mostly old people in my village," she said. "Trust me, it comes in handy." With a final tug, she handed it to me. "Hold this one," she ordered, and as she handed me the root, the sleeve of her coat lifted, exposing a scar on her wrist. My shoulders tensed, and I felt an overwhelming mixture of anger and sobriety. Completely unaware, Wren proceeded to prod at another root, but all I could think about were the men who had come to her village all those years ago, and the things they'd done that she hadn't told me. "How do you know so much about herbs? Your grandmother?" Wren's question broke my darkening thoughts, and I knew my questions about her scar would have to wait. No matter how much I wanted to better understand why she kept me at such a distance, I knew my questions would ruin everything. I cleared my throat. "Yeah, and I teach survival skills back home," I said, and before she could give me shit, I held up my hand. "I know, I'm doing a bang-up job." Wren glanced at me over her shoulder with a smirk. I wasn't going to say anything. Liar. She turned back to the rootstocks. Her long, dark hair swung with each jerking motion as she tugged and pried at them, and she pursed her lips in concentration. It struck me in that moment that I'd never really seen Wren like this, in her element. In the cabin, dressing my wounds, she was confined and stilted in my presence. But out here, she moved without hesitation and seemed to forget I was standing there at all. Her confidence was different. She was different. Every movement was as if she'd done it 100 times. Her hands moved quickly, and her fingernails were darkened with soil as she manhandled one of Mother Nature's most prickly beasts. Despite the world she came from and the distrust and fear she hid behind, did Wren know how strong she was? Because she radiated strength, and I envied and admired her for that. When she was satisfied with another chunk of roots, Wren took the one I held from my hand and walked them over to Cricket's saddlebag. "Between the roots and the bark, I'll have enough poultice and tincture for grandmother's upset stomach to last months," she said with a wry amusement. "Remind me to pick some of the leaves on my way out for tea, would you?" she said, clipping the pack shut again. Her cheeks were pink from the exertion, and she wiped a loose hair from her face with the side of her hand. I nodded, and when Wren reached for Cricket's reins to continue on, she looked at me and I couldn't suppress a grin. "What? Why are you smiling like that?" she said with a frown. My grin widened, and I reached out to brush the dirt from her cheek. She scowled at my hand as I reached closer. "Easy, tough stuff," I said with a smirk. "You've got dirt on your face, that's all." I leaned closer and brushed it off, feeling the softness of her cheek beneath my thumb. her warmth. Wren's eyes locked on mine, and my thumbs stilled. She was so infuriating. And so beautiful. She had no idea. My gaze shifted to the column of her throat, moving as she swallowed, and I would have given anything in that moment to know what she was thinking. Cricket nudged her from behind, probably thirsty, knowing the water was close and whatever temporary hold we had on each other was broken. Wren blinked, and I straightened, then took a deep breath. "Bear's on the other side of those trees," I told her. "So, I guess that means we're here." Wren nodded, and finally, forcing my gaze from hers, I turned, grabbed my poles, and headed through the thicket. A brook babbled through the rocks and seemed to tumble its way out of the trees, standing tall and protective around it. I stepped up to the water, wondering where Bear was hiding. It's like the place he showed me farther north, I thought aloud. The foliage and ferns grew wide and tall here. "What is this place?" Wren asked, breathily beside me. I glanced at her, feeling the corner of my mouth quirk with excitement to see how round and confused her eyes were. "Who knows?" I said. "One of many hidden oases he seems to find. And I have a feeling there are crab apples around here somewhere, too," I muttered, remembering how they grew thick at the brook we'd stopped at before. "Are those elder bushes?" Wren said, holding her hand up to shield her eyes from the filtered sunlight. She dropped Cricket's reins to the ground and walked over to them. Leaving Wren to explore, I set my poles against a boulder by the creek and peered inside for fish. I didn't see any, but I was too pleased with the day to worry too much about it. Instead, I led Cricket to water. As he slurped, I watched Wren pluck, sniff, and shove leaves and clusters of different plants into the ever-present bag draped around her. Whatever reason Bear had brought us here, I was glad for it. It felt like Wren and I were on even ground here, without the heaviness of her life hanging over her and my desperate need to learn about it. I glanced around for Bear, wondering where the hell he'd gone off to. I could feel his mind drifting around in the forest, but I gave it no other thought. I was content to stay here with Wren, exploring while we waited. "Fish!" Wren said, pointing to a pool farther downstream. I grinned. "Looks like we'll have something for lunch then." She smiled back at me. I fucking loved Wren's smile. I rarely saw it, and when I did, it was like a gift, one that I greedily needed more of, and I knew in that moment that I was definitely in trouble. I'd stay forever if it meant she'd keep smiling at me like that. Chapter 23. A couple of hours passed, and as I sat with my poles by the creek, waiting for another fish or two to bite, I watched Wren as she continued collecting plants that were foreign to me. Every unguarded smile and sound of girlish delight in her voice made me smile in return, and I tried to recall the last time I'd been so content to sit and do nothing with someone. Not Luna or Bear, but another person. "These are corn lilies," Wren said with awe, and she ran her fingertips over the long, thick leaves that curled under. "They're beautiful in the springtime and very toxic." "And yet you're touching it," I muttered. Then she picked the stem from its root. "And picking it, of course you are." She ignored me and picked another stem, then another. "Just make sure you wash your hands later, okay?" I mumbled. Finally, Wren looked at me. "It's fine as a compress," she said. "Just don't ingest it. You can teach that to your students." I nodded. "Whatever you say, medicine woman." That earned me a tiny smirk, and once Wren was finished collecting her bundle, she shoved it in her leather bag that was brimming with green. "You keep staring at the water," she said, glancing at me over her shoulder. I tore my gaze away from it. "Do I?" Wren dipped her chin, her eyes fixed, and her contemplative expression practically shouting questions. I shrugged. I liked the sound of it, I realized, and I thought of the frozen lake water. "Because it reminds you of home?" she asked, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. "Maybe." Wren was probably right. The sound of rushing water did remind me of the river back home, but there was something more, too. There's something comforting in noise, I realized. Silence can be foreboding. "I like the silence," Wren countered, her tone more thoughtful than it was before. Once again, I wondered what it was back home that made her retreat to solitude so frequently. I didn't like the shadows that flashed across her features. We found Devil's Club farther north, I told her, wondering if she would find it as pleasantly unexpected as I did. Wren's eyebrows lifted with surprise. And you didn't get any? Her brow creased with disbelief. And carry it around for a month? No, I didn't. At least, not enough to do much with. I clipped off a stem to take home to Jade. She'll never believe me otherwise. It's matted and wilted in the bottom of my pack. I'll give you a piece when we get back to the cave if you want it. With a satisfied sigh, Wren came over to the patch of sunshine where I sat and pulled off her coat to drape it over the rocks with mine. Then she set her leather bag on the ground and heaved a sigh as she plopped down. Finally taking a break, Wren pulled a hairband from her wrist and gathered her hair up into a ponytail on top of her head. Yeah, for a bit. I didn't bring a big enough saddlebag, she mused. At least this day turned out to be productive for you, even with the slight detour to join us. Her eyes shifted to mine. Productive is a word for it. With another sigh, she stretched out one of her legs beside mine and leaned back, lifting her face to the sunshine as her eyes flitted shut. Her dark lashes fanned her cheeks. The sun feels so good, she whispered, and I wondered if Wren ever sat down like this, to relax and stop moving for a single second. You mentioned there are a lot of older people in your village, I said. She nodded. Yeah, most of them are. It's why... She paused, her eyes cutting to mine. It's why things are so complicated sometimes, she finished, and I wondered if that was code for her relationship with Hunter. I hadn't thought about him, and I hated to now, but he was our reality. I swallowed thickly as the thought formed. He was Wren's reality. There was no our. You can talk about him, I told her. About your family or your village, you know. What's it matter? I won't be around for long anyway. Wren didn't bristle like I thought she would, despite the sudden bite in my voice. It wasn't frustration with her, but with myself, for allowing myself to forget how impossible anything between us was. I know, she said, and maybe that's why I don't tell you things, she offered, and I held my breath, wondering if she'd explain. Her gaze wandered up and down the creek as she continued. When I'm around you, I don't have to be Wren from home and worry about everyone else. I can just be different, or try to be at least. It's hard, though. I know what you mean, I admitted, because I did. I left because I don't know how to be at home these days. Not since Luna, and I needed to figure it out on my own. Wren's head tilted to the side, and she watched me with curiosity. Is it working? It's something, I said with a laugh, and my eyes flashed to hers. It's been surprising, I'll admit that much. Wren smiled again. In a good way or a bad way? She held her chin up playfully. Choose your words carefully, Beau. I did just pick fresh corn lily. A chuckle rumbled from my chest, and Wren's grin broadened. Touché, I told her. And in a good way, I said with a shrug. Mostly. She chucked a pebble at me. Hey, play nice, I told her. You're just as ornery as Bear when he wants attention. Wren glanced around, her eyebrows pinching together. Where is he anyway? I clasped my hands behind my head. Around, probably passed out from gorging himself on crab apples. Wren shook her head. I haven't seen any crab apples. I shrugged again and leaned back against the warm stone, closing my eyes with a contented sigh. Why do you call him Bear? Wren asked, and I peeled an eyelid open to look at her. I mean, why didn't you give him a real name if you're so close to animals? Remember I told you Bear and I haven't always been close? Wren nodded. And yet you saved his life getting those bullets out of him the other day. I tilted my head and glowered at her. I'm not heartless. Maybe not, but he came all the way out here with you. With a deep inhale, I nodded. Yeah, he did. Uninvited. Beau, Wren chided. You can pretend you're indifferent to Bear all you want, but I've seen you two together, and you'd be miserable without him. Her eyes held a spark of challenge, but I knew she was right. His mother killed one of my wolves, I told her, admitting part of my resistance to him for the first time. I know it wasn't his fault, but I was a kid, and I think I always held it against him because I needed someone to blame. I'm sorry, she said, her voice soft and sincere. It didn't help that I couldn't communicate with other animals, only the wolves at the time. Wren scoffed. You talk to wolves and grizzly bears, Beau. I think you should cut yourself some slack. To my people, you would be more than an anomaly. You'd be a lot closer to one of the gods. Would I now? My eyebrows danced. I like that better than being a tainted monster. While it was meant to be an offhanded joke, it was more than that too. Wren knew it, and she veered the conversation more to her liking. So, Bear, she prompted. Sort of an obvious name, isn't it? Or is it that you didn't want to name him at all? I flashed her a knowing look. I refused to name him, so my sister did instead. So she's the one who decided on Bear? No, Thea would never allow such a boring name. Close, though. She named him Honey Bear, because honey is her favorite sweet thing in the world, and it made sense to her at the time. Wren's eyebrow lifted, and the corner of her mouth hinged itself into a smirk. And you refuse to call him Honey Bear? Yep, I said simply. She nudged her booted toe against my thigh. Oh, come on. Honey Bear is his name. You have to call him by his name. I will never call him that, I promised. Thea gave up arguing with me about it a long time ago. Wren's chest heaved with a bit of laughter and she shrugged. I think it's a cute name. Of course you do, because you and Thea are very similar. Wren's smile twitched. Are we? You both like to give me shit and aggravate the hell out of me. Well, if you didn't make it so easy, she laughed again, and as I shook my head, I saw the look on Wren's face shift from one of amusement to awe as her gaze drifted past me. Beau, look behind you. She straightened and squinted into the trees. Peering over my shoulder, I spotted a white bear trudging through the mossy trees, and my mouth dropped open. Beau, Wren rasped, is that what I think it is? A bear, I whispered, and I couldn't look away from the creature as it drew closer. A white one. A spirit bear. I've only ever heard of them. Me too. We watched as it nonchalantly made its way closer, as if it didn't even know we were there, or perhaps it didn't care. What is it doing so far from the coast? When Wren didn't answer me, I looked at her. Thriving, she said quietly. They don't have to hide from people anymore. The wonder in her eyes made my chest feel lighter. They're sacred, she said, and as I tried to open my mind to the white bear, I felt Bear's mind spark stronger, and he chuffed as he came out of the trees behind her. You cheeky bastard, I muttered. You made a friend. No wonder he was so anxious to get here. It made sense that he'd seek out a companion while I'd been so unavailable to him, and I felt a pang of guilt. The two bears waded through the water together, sipping and nudging and sniffing one another as they lazily explored. I can't believe I didn't realize, I said, not only awed by the realization that Bear had a friend, but that I hadn't known. Maybe, Wren said, it's because you haven't cared enough to find out. There was no sarcasm or censure in her voice, and I knew Wren was right. This place is magic, she said quietly and smiled again, making my chest warm. Thank you for bringing me here. Wren hardly smiled, and I'd seen it a handful of times today. Of course, I said, equally grateful she'd come. Together we watched the bears, falling into a companionable silence of our own. I was disappointed when the sun began to set and Wren said it was time for her to get back to her village. Bear and I walked with her and Cricket part of the way, Bear begrudgingly leaving his friend behind, but I assumed it wouldn't be for long. Cricket's head lolled as he walked, officially unaffected by the grizzly after a long day around the bears. Wren and I walked in silence most of the way, the question of if we'd see each other again on the tip of my tongue. I'd been planning to leave, but now I wasn't confident I could bring myself to do it. The lure of spending time with her, special days like today, made it nearly impossible to imagine leaving, even if the reasonable part of me knew I needed to get going, or my trek home would be harder all the way around. Because of Winter, because I craved her presence. I couldn't ignore it anymore or tell myself it was just curiosity. At some point, while she was pushing me away, I was drawing closer, and I knew I was inching dangerously close to uncharted, point-of-no-return territory. Staying a little bit longer was becoming easier to justify than leaving. I worried about her. I needed to convince her to come back with me, for her safety and for the sake of her people. I considered postponing for a couple of more days. Halfway back to the cave, Wren pulled Cricket to a stop. "This is a straight shot back," she said, and once again her gaze was everywhere but on me. She turned to glance back at Bear, who was unhurriedly following behind us, and smiled. "You guys have a safe trip and stay out of trouble, okay?" When her eyes met mine, shimmering like maple sugar in the setting sun, it was all I could do not to lean in and kiss her. I'd never see her again, after all. I'd regret it if I didn't, and yet I didn't want her possible rejection to be the last thing I remembered or the last thing she remembered of me. Instead of reaching for her, I straightened my shoulders. "Thank you again, for everything. I wish I had an address for you," I said, as lightly as I could. "So Elle can send you a thank you card. She'd probably send you a whole basket of goodies if she could." I smiled, though it felt forced. "Just stay out of trouble," Wren said. She flashed me a big, overzealous smile. "That's all you have to do to thank me." "Ask me to stay," I silently pleaded. "I'll do my best," I said instead. "Good luck with everything." I couldn't bring myself to say marriage or even utter Hunter's name. Wren's smile weakened and she dipped her head, then grabbed onto Cricket's saddle. Lifting her leg into the stirrup, she paused. When she looked at me, my heart skittered to a halt. "Bye, Beau," she whispered. I swallowed my disappointment. "Goodbye, Wren." Scratching the side of my stubbled jaw, I turned, forcing myself to walk away from her. I could feel Bear's mind and his confusion as Wren and I went in different directions. "Come on," I muttered to him, knowing his bare ears could hear me. "It's time to go home." Bear chuffed and growled, but I didn't look behind me. I didn't want to see Wren riding away. Hearing the retreating clomp of Cricket's hooves was hard enough. Bear growled again, so loud it was almost a roar, and I turned on my heels to growl back at him. "I said, let's go!" His neck was craned in my direction, but so was Wren's, where she and Cricket were stopped a few yards away, peering back at me. Wren sat like that for what felt like too long before she jerked Cricket's head around, and they started walking back toward me. My heart pumped like an over-oiled piston, waiting for Wren to say something. She stopped Cricket a few feet away, a serious, contemplative look on her face as she worried her bottom lip. "Say it." Whatever it was practically pulsated in the space between us. "Is everything okay?" "Do you—" Wren ran her hands through her hair. "How do you feel about waiting one more day?" she said. "To leave, I mean." She left the question hanging in the cool evening before she continued. "There's something I want to show you." I had to stop myself from grinning. "Yeah, sure." "Okay," she said, and if I wasn't mistaken, she exhaled a breath of relief. "I'll see you tomorrow then," she confirmed. "See you tomorrow." Without wasting another second, Wren turned Cricket, and with the click of her tongue, they cantered off and disappeared through the trees. Bear looked at me. "I know," I said almost immediately. I ran my hand through my hair. "I'm royally fucked." Chapter 24. Wren came the next day, but so did the rain, and the next, and the next, and by the third day, I began to count on her coming, and hoped the heavy rain would continue so I could spend more time with her. She'd come at the same time each morning, a couple of hours after sunrise, and would stay until the sun was beginning to set. She'd even unsaddle Cricket so he could meander around for the day. Bear went off on his own to see his friend and forage for food, and I was content to stay inside the cave with Wren. We practiced our cave drawing skills, which I apparently excelled in, and we played guessing games, like Thea and I used to play. I even taught Wren the giraffe game, which earned me a punch in the arm after she realized it was only a ploy to shut her up, even if I could listen to her talk about anything and nothing all day long. When it got too cold, we built the fire and talked about offhanded things that kept us on even ground so that we didn't argue like it was an unspoken agreement we'd come to. We talked about summers in British Columbia and what they were like in the Yukon, and that, despite her knack for making poultices and brewing tinctures, Wren couldn't cook to save her life. I told her my favorite food was Cat's chili recipe and how I liked a good ale, which we traded for in Prince Rupert. Each little fact we learned about one another made me more fascinated with her, and I continued to push thoughts of home away. "I brought treats today," she said on the fourth morning, when I met her outside the cave. She dismounted Cricket with an openness to her expression I'd come to rely on as the days passed. The damp earth yielded under my feet as I walked out to greet her. Treats? Wren glanced around for Bear as she pulled a loaf of cranberry bread from her bag. Oh boy, I said as she tore a piece off and handed it to me. I plopped it in my mouth. Are you trying to make him like you more than me? It was moist and freshly baked and was the best tasting food I'd had since I left home. She lifted her eyebrow wryly. Do I really need to try? With a chuckle, I took another bite. I thought you couldn't bake. I can't. Are you kidding? This would be dry as a bone if I'd made it. This is thanks to my grandmother. I blanched, the bread lodging in my throat. She knows? Wren snorted. Definitely not, she said too easily, and I felt my face redden with shame and the unexpected burn of dejection. I was still a dirty secret Wren kept from her family, something I hadn't cared about much before, but it was starting to bother me, and more than I knew it should. She's not going to miss it? I tried to curb the irritation in my voice, but when Wren's smile wavered, the air between us thickened. She made a few for me to take to the neighbors this morning, and I left one less in the basket outside their door, she explained. I could see the regret in her eyes, like she could feel my disappointment, but there was nothing she could do about it. What we were, whatever it was, could never be more than this, and the reminder wound my body so tight I had to turn away or risk starting an argument I knew would ruin everything. Beau, she said, grabbing onto my arm to stop me. I stared at her hand on my bicep, feeling my muscles tighten under the tingle of her touch. I can't do this, I forced myself to say. It's getting too hard. Your family doesn't even know I exist, and they already hate me. It's too easy to forget reality about him and the life I don't get to be a part of. I tore my gaze from her hand, and when I looked into Wren's wide eyes, I realized those were probably the most honest words I'd spoken since we met. Wren dropped her hand as her shoulders heaved, then her expression softened. I know. Her words were laced with regret, but they were a confession, too. Raindrops dripped from the pine needles, practically echoing around us, and I could feel our time together ending. It was suffocating, like smoke choking a flame. I need to go, I told her. I know, she said again, her voice only a whisper as her gaze shifted over my face. But since there's a break in the rain, can I show you something first? Swallowing, I agreed against my better judgment. Wren licked her lips and glanced toward the rocky side of the mountain. Follow me, she said, and headed around to the other side of the cave, through the sparse pine trees and toward a narrow deer path that looked like it led to a flatter plateau further up. Careful of your leg, Wren warned as I fell into step behind her. After a 10-minute trek up the side of the mountain, my chest was heaving and the path opened to a rocky area with what looked like small craters, filled with steaming water. Hot springs, I breathed. Why the hell didn't you mention this sooner? I chided, and the tension in my body instantly dissolved. Warm water? A bath? I could barely contain my elation as I surveyed the haven that had been so close all this time, hidden among lichen-covered rocks and the bog shrubs that claimed the mountainside. Because I wasn't sure you were worthy yet, Wren said with a wink, and it's not a place you should have been walking to with your leg the way it was. That's a matter of opinion, I muttered. Humidity hung in the air like a warm blanket, and I stared around at the lush greens and brightly colored blossoms that seemed to burst from every crack and crevasse. The sporadic spruce trees were draped in mosses, and goat tracks trailed through the wet soil. How did you know this place was here? I asked, watching as Wren bent down to pluck a serrated green leaf from a shoot creeping through the rocky soil. I found it one day a few years back when I was looking for this, she said. It's wild rose and seems to grow well here most of the year. What do you use it for? I asked, and crouched down to help her pick some of the petals. Anxiety, she said. For the villagers, she clarified. My gaze shifted from the plant to her. Look, do it like this. She tugged a shoot, growing from beneath two rocks, and its hair-like roots came with it. Try to get the whole plant if you can, she said. Every single part of it is useful. We picked the wild rose stems in amicable silence under the cloudy morning sky. Rocks crunched under our feet, and the wind whistled through the trees, though the rocks protected us from the chill. That's enough for now, she said, when her pouch was stuffed full. What will you make with it? Tea? She nodded. Among other things, and I'll give it to my grandmother to cook with. Ren, I said, unable to resist this time. When she looked at me, I asked, will you tell me what's wrong with them? I desperately wanted to know just how bad things were in her village, how much her people suffered. I'm sorry, I said, so low I wasn't sure I'd said it aloud. Ren's eyes met mine. Sorry for what? For everything you and your village have been through, for what happened to your family. Beau, don't be ridiculous. None of it's your fault. I know it's not, I said in a rush, but it still felt like I was being punished for it, even if Ren didn't realize it, and for whatever reason, she'd helped me when she had no reason to trust me. Still, I'm sorry. Her brow furrowed, but Ren seemed to shake herself from whatever thoughts darkened her eyes, and she nodded toward the warm pools of water. So, are we going to get in or what? She prompted. You actually want to get in? It was music to my ears. Ren pulled a hair tie off her wrist and gathered her hair into a messy knot on top of her head. My gaze drifted down her slender neck and shoulders as she walked over to the steaming water. Come on, she said, glancing at me with a smirk. Trust me, you could use a good rinse. I lifted my arm and sniffed my armpit through my shirt. It wasn't great, but I didn't smell terrible either. Are you telling me my sponge baths aren't working anymore? She cocked her head to the side, a crooked smile parting her lips again. Were they ever? Wow, tell me how you really feel. I laughed and walked over to the edge of the hollow, peering through to its clear bottom. It'll be good for your leg, Ren said, and pulled the bag strap over her head, then dropped it on the ground at the foot of a stony outcropping. Then she shrugged out of her trench coat and tossed it onto the rocks. She removed her boots next. Pausing, she looked at me, and her eyebrows lifted. Are you getting in with your clothes on? Clearing my throat, I began to undress. Were we really doing this? I went slowly, uncertain how naked she was planning to get. I removed my boots first, then shoved my socks inside. I shrugged out of my coat and pulled my long-sleeved shirt over my head. The cool air nipped my exposed skin and my metal dog tag landed with a cold thud against my chest. Ren glanced at me, her eyes assessing before her mouth spread into a knowing smile. She unzipped her pants, pulled each leg off, revealing gray underwear, and tossed them onto the rock with her coat. She moved so casually it was as if this wasn't the most intimate thing we'd ever done together, and I had to force myself not to stare at her as she jerked her long-sleeved shirt overhead until she was wearing nothing more than her underwear and a black tank top. When I realized she wasn't wearing a bra, I gulped a breath and turned away. It was one thing to wonder what Ren looked like under layers of clothes, which I'd found myself wondering more and more about during the past few days. But seeing her stripped down and next to nothing made the tension I'd felt all day wind so tight throughout my muscles it hurt. I told my body to ignore the sight of her as she slowly climbed into the pool, one foot and then the other, careful not to slip as she stepped farther in. Quickly, so that she wouldn't notice the effect she was having on me, I pulled off my pants, barely careful with my healing leg, until all I had on was my tag and briefs, and I climbed in behind her. Ren watched me as she carefully sat down, a little confused by my clumsiness, but that was better than her realizing why. The moment my body hit the warm water, my eyes closed and a hum escaped my chest. It's perfect, huh? Mm-hmm. I sank farther in and sat on the rocky bottom. I can't believe you kept this place to yourself all this time. Every muscle in my body loosened, and any heaviness I had dispersed. I submerged myself completely and waited a few delicious long heartbeats, letting the water seep into my bones before I came back up. It was worth it to be able to see this, she said, with what sounded like a giggle, and when I finally opened my eyes, Ren was grinning at me. Her skin shone with a layer of mist as the heat from the water swirled around her. I feel like I should be mad at you, I told her, but I'm too relaxed to care right now, and this is fucking amazing. Plus, Ren was too beautiful to be mad at, and this surprising gift was far too perfect. Ren's cheeks were red, maybe from the temperature, or perhaps she could guess the effect she had on me as I tried and failed not to look at her, worried that if I watched her for too long, I wouldn't be able to tear my gaze away. Are there any hot springs near Whitehorse? She asked, and she splashed some water on her face. Droplets ran down her cheeks and dripped off the tip of her nose. I cleared my throat. Yeah, some, but I've never actually been there. Good, then you have something special to remember about this place. She seemed triumphant, as if a hot spring was anything compared to her. I will never forget this place, I admitted, and it's not because of the hot springs. The headiness of my voice was foreign to me, and Wren noticed it too. Her cheeks flushed a deeper red in answer. After a drawn-out moment, she licked her lips and peered around at the rocky pools that dotted the plateau. I don't come here enough, she thought aloud. It's like a whole other world. It sure feels like it. I was on cloud 9. When her eyes shifted back in my direction, they settled on my leg. You didn't have it wrapped today, she said. You noticed, did you? I asked playfully, my eyebrows dancing. What else did you notice? I didn't know what crap was coming out of my mouth, only that I liked the way it made her blush before she caught on and rolled her eyes. She splashed me in response. Shut up. I chuckled and dunked my head under the water to break the tension. Part of me dreaded the shift in our relationship, but another part of me craved it. When I came up again, Wren was watching me. Water sprayed off of me as I shook my head, and she squinted as it reached her. What are you, an animal? She laughed, almost shrieked, and I sighed and laid my head back to rest against the rocks. According to you, I smell like one, I reminded her. I didn't say that, she countered. My eyebrow rose of its own accord. It was implied. I actually like the way you smell, she said, and our eyes met. Only this time she didn't blush, and I didn't look away. I'm not sure what to say to that, I admitted. Then don't say anything, she said with sass, and moved toward my outstretched, injured leg. The water, rippling around her, caused her loose tank top to float up around her ribs, and I swallowed thickly. It's healing, she said, as she reached out and cupped my calf, lifting my leg up to look more closely through the clear water. Yeah, that's why I didn't wrap it today. Her brown eyes drifted over to meet mine, then moved down my torso, landing on my dog tag necklace. What does 6 mean? She asked as she set my leg down and floated closer. It's a symbol, I said, barely able to take my eyes off her as she fixated on the tag in the center of my sternum. A symbol of what? Wren's voice was barely a breath, and as her shirt clung to her breasts, I had to force myself to stare at her face and nowhere else. My uncle gave it to me when I was a kid, after Luna and I helped him save Kat's life. It made me feel important to someone and part of a team. I haven't taken it off since. Wren reached out, her fingers brushing my chest as she turned the dog tag over in her hand. Every inch of me hummed. Every one of her touches tingled, and when her leg brushed against mine as she came within inches of my face, I couldn't help it any longer. My gaze dragged down the front of her, then froze on her outstretched arm. Scars. Not just a single one etched on her wrist, but her forearm was riddled with them. I wrapped my fingers around the palm of her hand and studied them. They were angry, and some of them looked deep as they thatched their way from the bend of her elbow down. She tugged her wrist away, and her eyes were wide with fear. Did they do that to you? I whispered, barely able to catch my breath. Did those men... She shook her head as if she didn't want to answer. She'd said they hadn't hurt her, or had she only said they hadn't raped her? Wren, what? She shook her head. It's nothing. I don't want to talk about it. She clammed her hand over her arm as she backed away. Whatever they were, she hated them. Whatever had happened, she was ashamed. Rage curled my fingers into fists, and I gritted my teeth. I knew it was pointless because it had happened years ago. I knew there was nothing I could do other than stew in thoughts of revenge that would never come, but I couldn't ignore it either. I slowly floated closer to her, and Wren's eyes widened again and shifted over me, wild and uncertain. She was going to flee if I wasn't careful, but if this was the last time I'd ever see her, there were things that needed to be said. Gently, I reached for her arm in the water and rubbed my thumb over the puckered marks that marred her skin. You shouldn't be ashamed of them, I told her. You wouldn't be as strong as you are without them. I brushed a strand of wet hair from her face, wishing I could make the pain and fear in her eyes go away. "You have no idea what you're talking about, Beau." "It doesn't matter," I said, the water rippling between us. Her wet lashes blinked in a flurry. "Whatever happened in the past, however horrible it was, I hope you can see how amazing you are, how strong and beautiful. Don't be stupid," she bit out, and she pushed me away, standing up in the water, ready to run. "Don't, Ren," I said, my voice stern and almost unrecognizable. "Don't push me away. Please." Chest heaving, she slowly turned her head to look at me. Her brow furrowed and a shimmer lit her eyes. She had a boyfriend or a fiancé or whatever the hell Hunter was, but the way she looked at me, as if I were the one she wanted, negated all of that. "Please," I repeated, and stared at the bow of her mouth as she pulled her full bottom lip between her teeth. Her eyes shifted over my face, and before I could stop myself, I rose out of the water, standing a mere inch away. She tilted her head to peer into my eyes, and before I could stop myself, I leaned down and pressed my mouth to hers, fervent. Ren's lips were soft, and her body heat enveloped me in the cool air surrounding us. When they lingered on mine and I realized her lips parted to kiss me back, I kissed her harder. The moment I felt the weight of her breasts against me, my body took over and I gripped her tighter, wrapping my arms around her waist. Ren was so small compared to me, and feminine, and need rushed through my veins. Every inch of me throbbed with a craving for more. More touch, more kisses, more of it all. Ren pulled away and peered into my eyes, scared and wanton at the same time. As our chests heaved against one another, a silent exchange passed between us. Whatever this was, here and now, stayed here. This was a means to an end, an exploration of curiosity, a rush of desire. Her hands wove up around my neck, and she tugged at my hair as she wrapped her legs around my waist, her gaze never wavering. When she pressed her lips against mine again, I couldn't help but feel the restraint in it this time, as if she wasn't only exploring my mouth but memorizing it, slowly, thoughtfully, longingly. I kissed her back, eliciting a moan from her throat as I dug my fingers into her skin. The animal in me needed her, wanted to claim her, because she was mine and she wanted me. Not Hunter. Not him. Easing back down into the water, I kissed her lips, her jaw, behind her ear, sampling the soft skin I'd been yearning to touch for days. Warm water rushed in around our torsos, filling the hair's breadth between us, and my hands moved up her body, knotting her shirt in my fingers. "I need you," she breathed against my mouth, and my fingers wouldn't move fast enough as I began to tug her tank top over her head. A grizzly-sized growl ricocheted against the rocks, and Ren's head shot up. Both of us glared at Bear as he lumbered over. He growled again, a reprimand, or maybe it was discomfort, since our minds were connected. "Go away," I grumbled back, but as usual, he ignored me and walked closer until he pulled himself up onto the rocks to climb into the water. "No, damn it!" Bear splashed inside the pool, breaking whatever hold I had over Ren, and she began to back away. "Wait," I told her. "We're not done." Ren hurriedly climbed out of the water, and I knew the moment between us was gone. "Please, come back," I pleaded. "You're much better company than he is." Bear pushed me with his massive claws, and I gripped the rock to steady myself. "I'm serious, you're such an asshole." When I glanced at Ren, a somewhat reluctant smile curved her lips, still swollen from my kisses. "It's okay," she said, as she tugged on her pants and began to dress. "I need to get back to the cabin to get the wild rose prepped anyway." This situation was anything but okay, and I had a throbbing body to prove it. I groaned and scrubbed my hands over my face as I leaned back against the uncomfortable rocks, welcoming the way they bit into my skin. I focused on the pain instead of my discomfort and silently cursed him. Bear chuffed with laughter, and water splashed up around me as he moved. "Fantastic," I said, realizing he wasn't only interrupting the most amazing 10 minutes of my life with Ren, he was ruining the entire night. The last thing I wanted to do was sleep with a bear that smelled like wet dog. "I really hate you," I muttered, and Bear splashed me again in reply. "Come on," Wren said, nodding for me to climb out. "You can help me back at the cabin." I peered down into the water with a sigh. "Yeah, just give me a minute." Her laughter was the last thing I heard before she disappeared around the rocks, leaving me to glare at the most annoying animal on the planet. Chapter 25. After I'd collected myself at the hot springs, Wren and I walked the couple of miles to the cabin. The air between us pulsed with every charged feeling that hung in our silence, and each unspoken word about what had happened between us needled me until I almost couldn't stand it anymore. What did it all mean? Were things different now? Was I going or staying? Would it happen again? God, please let it happen again. The thoughts berated me, but our conversation was neutral. Too neutral. Which made everything we didn't say more painfully obvious with each step. "Do you miss your life in Whitehorse?" she asked. "I can't imagine you have to sleep in a cave there or fish every day for your food, though you don't seem to mind it." "No, I don't mind it," I told her. "It feels like a long hunting trip, only it's lonelier. Or, at least it was." I looked at her, watching her cheeks redden as my words sank in. "The bear trap was unfortunate, and definitely not part of the plan, but it hasn't been completely unwelcome." She rolled her eyes and finally looked at me. "Wow, are those the lines you use on the girls back home?" I grinned. "I don't use lines on girls back home. I don't need to." My grin broadened, and I winked at her. "You're one of those guys, huh? Girls just fall at your feet so you don't even have to try? I can see that about you." I chuckled, mentally counting the rejections and girls I'd been with on a single hand. "Definitely not." That earned me a look of surprise. "What, you thought I was a playboy or something?" Wren's eyes scoured my face. With a grin like that, more like the devil. "Thanks, I think." Wren smiled, and we continued toward the cabin as it came into view. "We're not going to talk about what happened," I finally blurted. "Are we?" Cricket's bridle clanked as he listlessly played with it, trailing behind us, and finally, she shrugged. "What's there to talk about? It happened." Her eyes belied her tone, and at least she had the decency to blush a little, so I knew it affected her more than she was letting on. "Yeah, it did, and I feel like it's sort of a big deal." "Why?" She finally looked at me, her expression almost exasperated. "Nothing's changed, Beau." Her words sounded defeated. "Picking it apart isn't going to help anything. You still have to leave." Her eyes searched my face, like she was waiting for me to tell her I'd changed my mind. Did I want to stay? Was I willing to do that, to be her secret? Or would things be different if I stayed? Wren sighed and rubbed her temple. "You're right. A lot happened today, so can we just sit with it for a minute and not talk about it?" My instinct was to push her, because I was running out of time. I didn't want to lose her now, though, when we were so close to something. I couldn't get her kiss-swollen lips out of my head, or the feel of her breasts against my chest. I wanted her legs to wrap around me again, like she couldn't get close enough, and I wanted to hear her soft, sweet moans and feel the urgent tug of my hair as her mouth consumed mine. I swallowed down the need vibrating through me. "Fine," I breathed, "but we have to talk about it, Wren. I can't just ignore this." Like a moth to a flame, I reached out, stroking her cheek with the crook of my finger. "Not anymore." She licked her lips and slowly nodded, as if she could see what thoughts played through my mind. Her cheeks reddened again. "I should get these roses and herbs taken care of," she said, so quiet it was almost a whisper. "You can do whatever it is you do, I guess." With a huff of a laugh, I nodded. "I'll take care of Cricket for you and cut some wood." I looked at her dwindling stack on the side of the cabin. Lord knew I had plenty of pent-up energy I needed to expel. Wren handed me the reins, and our fingers brushed against one another. We let them linger long enough to send another furl of warmth through me before she pulled her hand away and headed for the cabin. After I unsettled Cricket and tied him loosely to Wren's go-to pine tree, I cleaned the fish guts from my knife, left from the day before, deciding that a little distance between Ren and me right now probably was best, because I wasn't confident I could keep my hands off her. I busied myself, chopping more firewood and stacking it against the side of the cabin. When I was finished with that, I found the old, bloodied fabric Ren had cut from my holy pants, and I tore it into strips to be cleaned and dried for tent ties, since Bear had broken the ones around my poles. Or, with the direction my trip was going, I could use them for a tourniquet in case I needed one on the way home. Home. It seemed so far away and like a distant memory. So much had happened since I'd left, and it scared me how easily I could justify reasons to stay. Guilt settled in at the thought, but so did hope for whatever might happen between Ren and me if I gave us just a little bit more time. She kissed me. Hell, she'd wanted to do a lot more than that if her hungry lips were anything to go by. I wasn't dense. I hadn't forgotten about Hunter, but he was easy to dismiss when I knew she was coming to see me every day. After too long in my own head, I stood up, my stomach rumbling with hunger, and abandoned the bloodied strips of fabric to deal with later. The sun was beginning to set, and I considered hunting for grouse or fox in the dying light, so we could feast for a late dinner. With a light rap of my knuckles on the door, I opened it only to pause in the doorway. Ren slept at the table with only the evening shadows over her face. Her arms were folded under her, and unlike before, I could imagine the scars beneath her sleeves. Surprisingly, Hunter came to mind. Did he know about her scars, or did she hide them from him too? Did he know how truly deep they went? Because I saw the shadows they'd left in her eyes. I saw the shame that had reddened her face. Did he know everything about her, and I was the one left in the dark? I hated the thought, but I couldn't ignore the truth, even if I desperately wanted to. Unlike me, he was a part of her life. He had been all her life, and he knew far more about her than I did. Then why was it so important that I protect her? Why did I have an inexplicable draw to her that made me feel crazy to even think about leaving her? I stepped closer. I'd never seen her sleep before. She looked softer. Her walls were down, her brow smooth and unfurrowed, and her cheeks were pink with sleep. She wasn't broken or angry when she slept. She was peaceful and absolutely perfect. Feeling a lick of cool air across the back of my neck, I turned and gently closed the door, locking us inside. Then, crouching down in front of the wood stove, I opened the door as quietly as I could and put a couple of logs inside to light a fire. Seeing Ren that vulnerable soothed the fiendish parts of me, and all I wanted to do was keep her warm and protect her for as long as possible so that she could sleep. When the fire was blazing, I scooped Ren into my arms, holding her against my chest for a few moments as I watched her eyelids flutter in sleep before I laid her on the bed. She mewed, curling herself into a ball on the mattress, and even though she had her sweater on, I pulled the quilt up from the foot of the bed to cover her and keep her warm. Slowly, Ren's eyes flitted open, and she turned her head and peered up at me. Her gaze was hazy with sleep, and exhaustion tugged at her eyelids as they blinked open and closed, as she battled to stay awake. "Go back to sleep," I whispered, and I laid one of the animal pelts over her as I stepped away. Ren reached for my hand, her skin cool against mine. I looked down at her fingers clasping mine, and I squeezed them back. "Stay," she breathed. She tugged on my arm, pulling me down until I was sitting on the bed beside her. She blinked at me, her eyes searching my face, and she guided me down until her lips pressed against my mouth, soft and yielding unlike before. A swell of contentment consumed me, and I felt light as a feather as I kissed her back. Gentle, unrushed. Our lips lingered a moment longer. Then, when I lifted my head, fire shadows danced in her eyes, and serenity softened her brow. When her eyes slowly flitted shut again, I lifted the quilt and curled my body around hers, cocooning us together. Ren was warm and real, and I inhaled the scent of her hair and pressed a kiss to her temple. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. We laid with each other, our body heat enveloping us, and then we fell asleep. Chapter 26. When I woke the next morning, I was lying on the lumpy mattress, wrapped in the quilt, alone. I glanced around the small cabin looking for Ren, but the fire was out. The bundles of herbs were gone, and the room was empty. Sven hooted from his perch on the rafter above the door, and I sat up. "Where did she go?" I asked him, though I didn't expect a response. If it were me, I would have stepped outside, so she could sleep and kept myself occupied. But when I realized her leather bag was gone and her trench coat wasn't hanging on the hook by the door, I felt a clawing dread creeping in. She promised we'd talk. That meant something, didn't it? We'd stayed the night in each other's arms, and she wouldn't have left it like that. My momentary panic subsided. She'd stayed the night, which meant her family was probably worried about her, so of course she'd leave to reassure them she was okay. I would, and I would have left a note. Flinging the quilt back, I rubbed my hands over my face and glanced at the darkened room. There was no note or any sort of indication she was coming back, and there was something different about the cabin, even if I couldn't put my finger on it. I rose to my feet, boots still on, along with all of my clothes. I walked to the door, careful not to stand under Fen, and I opened it to step outside. As I assumed, Cricket was gone, which meant there was no Wren. Whether it was my trained mind or an uncomfortable suspicion that niggled the back of my consciousness, I scoured the mud for tracks, expecting to find they were fresh, but Cricket's hoofprints weren't fresh at all. Which means nothing. Whether she'd left during the night or early in the morning, she'd been in a hurry to get home and probably didn't want to wake me up. It made sense. It was logical. But then, why was I so hell-bent on convincing myself? For days, Wren had come to see me. We'd spent hours together, and in the past day alone, so much had changed. She was coming back. Of course she was. Despite how many times I told myself that, I couldn't shake the feeling that I might be wrong. Chapter 27. After the first day, when Wren hadn't returned, I realized why the cabin looked different. Some of the tinctures she had in the windowsill were gone, and bundles of herbs were torn from their tails on the rafters, as if she took them so that she wouldn't have to come back. The second day of stewing, walking back and forth from the cave to the cabin, my confusion and hurt morphed into an anger I'd never felt before. Against my better judgment, I considered tracking her back to her village. I'd even started to at one point, determined to make her face me, needing the family she was so petrified of to know I existed, for Hunter to know I existed. But I couldn't bring myself to do that, so I turned back. As much as I wanted to make her hurt the way I did, I'd seen the scars on her arms. I knew she had demons I couldn't fathom, and I knew she only did what was easiest for her, even if it did make her a coward. She was a coward, and I was a fool. I wasn't sure which was worse. Bear was off with his bear friend, which was fine by me. He'd been keeping his distance since my mood was more sour than usual, and I didn't blame him. By nightfall, I arrived back at the cave to lick my wounds and prepared to leave at first light. I had a lot of ground to cover. I heard Cricket outside the cave before I saw him, scratching his neck on a tree branch a few yards away. Wren was back, and my momentary relief outshone my hurt and anger. My footsteps fell more firmly as I drew closer, trying to keep my wits intact. When I entered the mouth of the shelter to find Wren had built a fire like she belonged there, my mood soured again. She'd disappeared on me, knowing what it would do to me. Rocks crunched under my feet, and Wren looked up at me. She smiled, though it didn't touch her red-rimmed eyes, and I walked over to my bag and shoved my knife in the side pocket. "Hi," she said, a bit timidly, but I didn't look at her. "Hey." I tore at my zipper more aggressively than was necessary. "Someone's grumpy tonight," she teased. I gripped my teeth at her nonchalance, like she was really so dense that she didn't think I wouldn't mind her blowing me off. "I was worried something happened to you," I admitted, realizing that by the end of the first day, that's exactly what I'd been feeling. Worry and fear that somehow her family found out about me, and they'd locked her away somewhere, or that Hunter had found out and done something worse. "Yeah, sorry about that. There were some things I needed to do." "What things?" I pivoted around to look at her, waiting for her to lie to my face again. "Just things," she said, and her brow furrowed. I laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. "That's such bullshit." I rose to my feet and stepped closer to the fire, towering over her. "Things with Hunter?" I asked. Had she blown me off for him? Her scowl deepened. "Careful, Beau. You sound really jealous right now," she warned. My heart was pounding in my chest. That would make sense, because I am. Ren stood up with indignation. That would be stupid, since there's no us. We've both known that. That's also bullshit, and you know it, I bit out. Her eyes widened. So we're just friends. Do you kiss all your friends like that, Ren? It's none of your business what I do, Beau. When are you going to get it through your head? You don't know me. You don't know anything about me and my life. I know you like being around me, or you wouldn't keep coming back, and I know the other day, us together means something to you, or you wouldn't have disappeared. I stepped around the fire until we were only a few inches apart. I want to know why you decided to come back. Ren bit her bottom lip, her eyes wide and wild, like a scared creature on the verge of darting into the bush. It can't mean anything, she said, but I wasn't sure which one of us she was trying to convince. Well, it did, and you came back here for a reason. So tell me why. Because I'm an idiot, she huffed, and brushed past me to leave. Really? I said, grabbing her arm. She was infuriating, and I hated her for it, as much as it drew me closer to her. You're really going to act like you don't have feelings for me. None at all. It doesn't matter if I do, Beau. Don't you get that? Nothing else is going to happen between us. I'm going back to my people, and you're going home. That's the reality. Not whatever fairy tale you've conjured up in your head. It's only that black and white if you make it that way, I told her. Trust me, there is no one way things work out. We have options. People get to make choices. And what would yours be? She said, baiting me as she took a step closer. Would you choose to stay out here, hidden from my family and separate from your perfect life? Because that's the only way this works out. You don't fit into my world. You would resent me every single day, and I have enough to worry about without having to worry about you too. If you really wanted to be with me, your family would understand. They would have to. And no, I'm not going to turn my back on my own family so that I can be a hidden plaything for you. She laughed in my face. My family would never accept you. Ever. You're so certain. Beau, don't be stupid, she bit out. I ground my teeth together. Why is that so stupid? They would know I'm not dangerous. They would know that I'm no threat to them. If anything, I can protect you better than any of them can. Whitehorse can protect all of you. It's a safe place. You could come stay with us. All of you could. You don't have to live out here in the middle of nowhere like hermits. Being secluded doesn't make you safe. What a nice little world you live in, she seethed. You can go on your little adventures with your bear, but we don't get to live like that. That's your choice, I told her. Ha! You know nothing about the choices I have. Tell me then, I pleaded. I studied her brown eyes and the way they shifted over my face, the way they glittered with emotions I wanted her to share. What is it that you're running away from? I needed a little piece of her. I wanted it so badly, and again, she gave me nothing. She was quiet for too long, and her silence was too much to handle. Why the hell are you here, Ren? I asked again, taking a step back from her. The panicked, unsettling void in my gut was returning. To torture me? Pardon me if I thought you might be hungry. This isn't about nursing me or Bear back to health, not anymore. You came here because you wanted to see me. Why won't you just admit it? Is it because you're sick? Her eyes widened, and she seemed to hold her breath for a second too long before she tried to pull away from me. Beau, let go of my arm. Not until you tell me. Stop being a coward, Ren. She wrenched her arm from my grasp and glared at me. Fuck you. Ren, would you just... You're right. Her lips flattened into a thin, angry line and she took a step backward. It was a mistake to come back here. I don't know what I was thinking. She retreated farther. Good luck on the rest of your adventure, Beau, she said, and then she turned on her heels. Ren, wait! I hurried after her. I might not have known what her father looked like or what sort of house she grew up in. I might not have known her favorite food or her favorite song, but I knew what her smile looked like. I knew she was kind and compassionate under her austere shell, and she took in sick animals and poor souls like me. I knew what her hair smelled like, and how she held her lip when she stirred her potions and scrubbed the laundry. I'd seen that spark in her eyes when she finally let her guard down, and I wanted that Ren back. Ren was the only girl I'd ever lost sleep over, or ever wished I could stare at until my eyelids would no longer stay open. It wasn't Jackson or Jade or Sophie that helped me see light in the darkness. Wren helped me feel it, and I knew in my soul she felt it too. "Wren!" I shouted as she swung her leg up over Cricket. The rain was beginning to fall, and I could feel the nip of the glacial air, but I ignored it. "Please, don't run off again. Can we please talk about this?" I said in a rush as I realized Wren was going to ride away and I would never see her again. "No," she said, and when she looked at me, I saw the tears in her eyes. "It's too hard." She grabbed the reins and clenched them in her hands. "Bye, Beau," she whispered, and with a yank of the reins, Cricket's head jerked up and he spun around before galloping out of sight. My head was spinning as I watched them disappear. "Fuck!" I growled and punched the trunk of a tree. The skin of my knuckles busted open, and I ignored the burn in my torn flesh. I took 3 strides in her direction, then stopped. It was over. This was how things would end between us. "Fuck!" I shouted again, and as my chest heaved, I leaned against a pine tree and scrubbed the top of my head, the rain falling around me. I couldn't help the catch in the back of my throat. That was the last exchange we'd ever have with one another. Straightening, I began to stalk away from the cave so that I wasn't standing like a pathetic dumbass in her wake. Whatever was between Wren and me was terminally over, and it felt like my heart was breaking. Chapter 28. Stretched out on my bedroll, I stared up at the moving shadows on the ceiling of the cave. In the 7 nights I'd slept here, it had never felt so foreboding. The walls were sharp and gnarled, the ground was cold, and the draft made the fire constantly flicker. My eyes burned and I heaved in a breath. Maybe it was Bear's 6th sense, but he stayed away. I could feel his mind, but it was faint, and by sunrise, I'd head in his direction to start our journey home. The thought of leaving tore at the rawest parts of me, but I just swallowed it down. I'd already wasted too much time here. I just wished waiting to leave with the changing weather would have been my only regret. I draped my arm over my eyes, willing myself to go to sleep. But in the darkness of my mind, all I could see was Wren. "Beau?" My name was a whisper in the raindrops outside, and I held my breath. When I heard the crunch of footsteps, I lifted my arm from my eyes and froze. Wren stepped fully out of the shadows and into the dim firelight, her arms hanging by her side. She wasn't wearing her coat, only her long woven sweater plastered to her skin, and her hair was hanging in damp ribbons over her shoulders. My heart began to soar at the sight of her, then proceeded to break just as quickly. I saw a stain of blood on the sleeve of her sweater and I shot up onto my elbows. "What happened?" Shaking myself from my momentary shock, I jumped to my feet, ignoring the jerking pain of my leg, and hurried over to her. "What?" I shook my head, scouring her body for more blood. "Are you okay?" Her eyes met mine, red-rimmed and tear-filled. She didn't look hurt, and my mind swirled with confusion. "Wren," I said, reaching out to brush a strand of wet hair from her cheek. "Talk to me." Her skin was cold, her nose pink, though I couldn't tell if it was from the chill or from crying, and I wiped a tear from her cheek. Wren shook her head, blinking her eyes closed as she bit her bottom lip. "You have to go tomorrow," she said, like she was reminding herself of it. "You have to leave even if I want you to stay. Promise me." My gut turned. "You came here to tell me that?" She shook her head again and leaned in, her watery gaze fixed on me. "No," she breathed. "I came here to do this." She leaned in and pressed her mouth to mine. Her lips trembled against my own, and she clasped the sides of my face with her cold, wet hands. Wren's mouth was warm and urgent, and a swirl of warmth licked through me as I realized how badly I'd yearned for this moment. Every ounce of me was coiled with a body-aching need. Catching my breath, I pulled away, still uncertain if she was really here and that I wasn't dreaming. "I need you," she breathed, her mouth seeking mine again. Her tongue was warm against mine, and when she wrapped her arms around my neck, my arms snaked around her waist, squeezing her closer. Each of her kisses became more desperate, her hands more frantic, and she moaned against my mouth. "Hey," I breathed, leaning my forehead against hers. I'm not going anywhere, I promised, and licked my lips. I straightened and peeled her wet sweater off her body. It landed on the ground with a muted thud. Her chest heaved beneath her tank top, and I glanced at my pallet by the fire. You're wet, and it's cold. Sit. Wren bit at her bottom lip, battling with something as she lowered herself down beside me, and I desperately needed to know what it was. Wren, you don't want me? Her voice broke as she uttered the words. What? I wanted Wren more than she could possibly know, but this was a side of her I'd never seen, and as much as I wanted to take her here and now, it didn't feel right like this. Of course I do, I breathed. You have no idea. Leaning in, I brushed my lips against hers. Just having her near made every fiber in me come alive. I just want to know what's wrong. Please tell me. She shook her head, her eyes blurring. I just want to feel something else. Something good. For once, she said, and I'd never heard her sound more certain of anything. Her eyes shifted over mine and her lips parted. I want you, Beau. Whatever war she'd been waging with herself on the way over was finished, and her determination and desire had won. Wren rose to her knees, her eyes shifting from my eyes to my mouth as she straddled my lap, inhaling long and deep before she pressed her lips harder against mine. Little explosions detonated across my skin and on my tongue. Every inch of me burned and ached, and of all Wren's salves and tinctures, her lips, her body, was the only cure. She ran her hands through my hair, and her tongue explored mine, slower this time. She tasted of salt and honey. Her cool fingertips tugged at the hem of my shirt, pulling it over my head in an instant. Wren's eyes scoured my chest, her fingernails trailing lightly over the outline of the wolf tattooed on my chest and down the planes of my stomach, sending a wave of wanton chills over my skin. She tapped a finger on the tag that hung around my neck, and somehow I'd never felt so naked or scrutinized as I did under her gaze. Hands clutched onto my shoulders, she leaned closer, her long, wet hair brushing against my chest as she pressed me down on the pad beneath me. I gulped, giving her no protest. I've never done this, she whispered into my ear, and I stiffened. Wren, who was as good as married to another man, had never slept with one before. Did that change things? A distant part of me thought it did, but another part of me soared with relief. Wren was choosing me. In that moment, that was all that mattered to me. I didn't allow myself to fixate on what would happen between us when it was over. Instead, I pulled her mouth down to mine, coveting the taste of her lips that had laughed with me as much as they'd cursed me. I inhaled the lavender and leather that lingered on her skin so deeply that it stirred unknown parts of me, a mixture of desire and greed. No, need. The need for her to understand how badly I craved her. I tugged her tank top up over her head and froze. She was bare. Her chest heaved as my gaze trailed the curve of her shoulders, over her breasts and down to her hips. Oh my God, I breathed, and I held her jaw in my palm, brushing my thumb over her soft skin. Wren wasn't small, but she was delicate. Not in a fragile way, but in a beautiful, indescribable way that made me want to consume her and protect her from the world all at once. She reached up and cupped my hand with hers, her eyes flitting shut. When I noticed an angry cut puckered with dry blood on the side of her forearm, I reached for her hand. What the hell? Shh. Wren shook her head, her eyes pinned on me, willing my silence, though it was more of a command. With a sad smile, she leaned in and pressed her lips to mine, unbuttoning my pants. The brush of her cold fingertips, light but growing more frantic, sent another wave of chills over me. I was transfixed, watching her strip me down to nothing, studying her, wondering what the fuck she was thinking behind those big, bright brown eyes that held my world and all that mattered in them. We should go slow, I started, as she pressed her naked body against mine. Then, as she hesitated, uncertain what to do, I wrapped my arm around her waist and turned her onto her back. No, she said, and her palm shot out to stop me. It was almost a commanding plea. No, she whispered again, and this time there was a fear in her eyes that worried me. As I considered where that fear stemmed from, what she must have seen all those years ago, my muscles twisted in dread and anger, and I stilled, afraid to move. "We don't have to do this." "Yes, we do," she rasped, and she lowered herself on top of me with a gasp. The world melted around me, and nothing but Ren and the blinding need that consumed me mattered. Until Ren's eyes closed and her features pinched in pain. "Ren," I breathed, reaching for her, but she grabbed my hand and pressed it onto the ground. My abs and shoulders, hell, even my jaw, were wound so tight that the fingers of my free hand curled into the stone. Finally, she opened her eyes. Her pained expression vanished. Instead, there was a sheen to her gaze that hadn't been there before, a mix between sheer determination and a flare of relief. It was as if pain were merely a discomfort she'd been long accustomed to, and slowly, her hips began to move, and I sucked in a breath. Lightness filled my head as I pressed my fingertips into her skin, groaning despite myself. There was no coming back from this moment. I felt it in my soul, and as our bodies fell into a frantic rhythm, I could only think about one thing: immortalizing her body so that I would have a part of her later, a part of her forever. Chapter 29. I woke to something wet and cold touching my cheek, followed by cloying, hot breath on my face. Bear breath. I pushed Bear's snout away. "You're the worst," I grumbled, barely peeling my eyes open. He huffed and sniffed my hair and the pillow I was lying on. "Go away, Bear." I pushed his big head, registering the uneven surface against my back. I wasn't going to miss this cave floor when I left, that was for sure. I pushed him again. "Go," I told him. Dropping my arm back down beside me, I felt the warm body next to me, and my eyes peeled open. Ren. She came to me last night. The look in her eyes was almost desperate and final in a way that unnerved me, but I couldn't refuse her. I didn't want to refuse her. My heartbeat tumbled and leapt in my throat with the memory of her soft skin against mine and the taste of her lips. Holy shit, that happened. We had sex in a cave. After our argument, I thought I'd never see her again, and then there she was, like a damn dream. A smile crept over my lips, and I turned my head, grateful she hadn't snuck out in the night. Her back was to me, her sun-kissed skin exposed and beckoning to be touched, but I didn't want to wake her. So I watched her sleep instead, appreciating the soft mews with each breath, making me smile wider. Her dark hair fanned out around her like one of Sven's wings, and I watched the way her side rose and fell, shallower than I would have expected. Her skin shone despite the chilly morning air. She whimpered. "Hey," I whispered, so not to startle her. Rolling onto my side, I propped myself up on my elbow and peered down at her. "Ren?" I reached for her shoulder as another whimper escaped her throat, and my hand froze on her arm. Her skin was hot. Too hot. "Ren," I said, louder this time. I shook her and gently rolled her onto her back. Sweat beaded on her temple, and her hair was matted to her face. Her cheeks were too rosy, and her eyelashes were wet with tears. "Ren," I said, my voice trembling as I tried to shake her awake. "Ren," I bit out. Her eyes peeled open, first one and then the other before they fell closed again. "No, don't go back to sleep," I told her, cupping her cheek in my palm. Her skin was clammy, and I knew, deep in my gut, that she wasn't okay. Was it something she'd eaten? Was she sick? I felt fine, but that didn't mean anything. "Ren, please don't go back to sleep." I shook her and glanced around for some water. When I saw the smoky quartz pendant lying on the ground with her belongings, I thought about Hunter and the night she sat crying by the fire in the cabin. She'd told me she was sick, but she'd played it off like it was just a bad day. She never wanted to talk about it. Was this what she meant? Was she hiding this from me? My mind began to spiral as diseases that plagued people before the outbreak came to light again, and the most glaring among them was cancer. I pushed away the blurry memory of the man down the hall in my apartment building when I was little, emaciated and dying from bone cancer. Then, my heart seized in my throat as I remembered what she'd said. There was no cure for what she had. Was it cancer? Something worse? Ren, I need you to tell me what's wrong with you, I told her. I need you to explain. It sounded like a demand, but it was a plea. Ren, I said, shaking her. Beau, she breathed, and tears streamed down her cheeks. It hurts. Tears filled my eyes, and my words were only a desperate breath. What do I do? I looked at Beau as if he had answers. What do I do? But he only watched, worried. He could smell death around her. No, I roared at him. I'm going to get you better, Ren, I whispered, brushing her dampened hair out of her face. I promise. Exhaling a deep breath, I forced myself to focus. If she knew she was sick, she'd be prepared for this. She has the cabin for a reason, I said aloud. She kept all of those herbs and remedies for a reason. One of them would help. I just had to get her there and find it. My hands and legs moved in a flurry as I tugged on my pants, shirt, and boots, not bothering to lace them, and wrapped Ren's naked body in the blanket. I need your help, I told Beau as he sniffed her anxiously. I pushed his mind away, not wanting to know what he was thinking. Walking to the cabin will take too long, I told him. I have to ride Cricket. Gathering Ren up into my arms, I strode out of the cave, relieved her horse was still there. His head perked up and his ears angled toward us as I hurried over to him with Ren in my arms. Beau's heavy steps followed behind me. Beau stopped beside us and sat back on his hind legs. With a chuff, he stretched out his arms so I could lay Ren in them. Careful with her. Beau sniffed at her, nudging her carefully, and when I was certain she was secure in his massive arms, I climbed up into Cricket's saddle. As I reached for her, Beau rose until he was standing on his back legs, and I prayed Cricket didn't spook or move as I leaned out and took Ren back into my arms. I sighed with relief when the weight of her was firm against my chest, and I pleaded with Cricket, connecting with what parts of his mind I could reach, to take us back to the cabin as fast as his legs would move. Wait, I breathed. Ren was sick, and whatever she had, her family knew about it. They would be able to help her. Knowing they were my best, maybe my only option, I thought the word home. Instantly, Cricket turned, and his strides began to eat the distance, carrying us farther away from the cave. Gripping onto Ren in the saddle horn as tightly as I could, I willed Cricket to run faster, and with a final glance behind me, I was relieved to find Beau running after us. I just prayed her family would know what to do for her when we got there. Chapter 30. Ren's body felt like fire against mine as we raced through the trees. Cricket's gallop ate away at the forest floor, though it felt like an eternity before I saw the back of a few outbuildings. He began to slow as we trotted between an old barn and what looked like a dilapidated tool shed at the far end of the village. It looked like an old mining town, in more disrepair than I'd imagined. Cricket's hooves sloshed in the muddy road as he came to a halt. A dozen homes with peeling paint siding and tarp-covered roofs lined either side of the road, and no one was outside. Hello? I called, glancing around as I registered Beau's mind a ways back. He might have been fast, but his stamina was not as lasting as Cricket's. Hello? I peered down the road, waiting for a sign of life other than the chickens clucking in the muddy pasture beside me. This place was a run-down version of the Ranskins' homestead at Mentasta Lake, only bigger. Damn it! I need help! I called, my chest heaving in time with Cricket's. I peered down at Ren, trying to figure out how to keep her in my arms as I dismounted. The ruddiness of her face was worse, the sweat on her brow thicker despite the cold air, and her expression more pinched than before. Ren, I said, shaking her a little. Ren, I have to climb down. I need you to hold on to me, I said, without the faintest idea of how I was going to manage this. Ren, I pleaded. What's your business here? My head whipped up to find a man around my age, standing on his porch, 2 houses down the line, with a shotgun aimed at me. Ren, I told him, instinctively holding her closer. I have Ren. She's sick. She needs help. His lowered brow rose with panic, and as realization dawned on his face, he hurried over to Cricket, as if recognizing the horse for the first time. He dropped his gun to the ground and reached for her. Begrudgingly, I handed her body down to him. She has a fever. What did you do to her? He snapped at me. His dark eyes narrowed on me. Then he brushed her hair from her face gently, taking the sight of her in. Like he cared for her. Hunter. I swallowed a strange mixture of guilt, fear, and jealousy. I didn't do anything, I said as I jumped down from Cricket's saddle. When I woke up, this is how I found her. His eyes shot to mine again, and I realized the words I'd chosen. This was Hunter, all right, and my admission didn't please him at all. Are you going to help her or not? I bit out. Blinking back to focus, he hurried for the dilapidated brown house nearest me. Otto! The door to the house opened, and a wrinkled old woman with wide, uncertain eyes stepped outside. Her pinched features widened with realization and fear as she took in Wren's crumpled state, and she ushered them into the house. The screen door swung shut behind them, and I stood in the muddy street beside Cricket, still catching my breath. But then my legs were moving. Wren was in there, and I wasn't going to stand outside, dumb and waiting to figure out what the fuck was going on. I hopped up the porch steps, feeling the old wood creak under me, and flung the screen door open. A waft of herbs and something sweet filled my nose as I stepped inside. It was the way Wren smelled, I realized, and a strange sense of comfort washed over me. But it was short-lived. As I stepped farther into the cramped living room, I saw Wren's body on the couch and was met with 3 pairs of watchful, distrusting eyes. Her grandmother, her father, who had only one arm and sat in a wheelchair, and the man who I assumed was Hunter. Wren's father uttered something in a different language, which sounded a lot like a pleading curse, but I stepped closer. Please, tell me, where are her clothes? Hunter growled and turned to me, his features twitching with barely contained fury. Shame blazed through me, and I held my hands up to show them I meant no harm to them. I didn't hurt her, I promised. The words were clear and calm, willing them to believe me. I would never do that. Hesitating, I took a step closer. What's wrong with her? Is it cancer? Despite Hunter's murderous stare, I had to know. The old woman's hands shot up. Don't come any closer, she barked. I froze where I stood, noticing the rifle gripped firmly in Wren's father's lap. I'd heard stranger things than a man being a decent shot with only one arm, so I didn't move, especially seeing Wren's bare shoulders exposed as her grandmother rested her hands against Wren's cheeks. I know she's sick, I started again. I don't know what with. What can I do? Her father glared at me with flared nostrils and watery eyes. He looked both brutal and terrified. I promise I didn't hurt her. I won't hurt any of you. I just want you to help her. Hunter rounded on me and shoved me against the wall. I gripped his arms, trying to stay as composed as I could. I knew it was dangerous coming here, but I'd had to do it, and I would do whatever it took to show these people I didn't mean them any harm. For Wren. You want to help, stranger? Then tell us what the hell happened to her, because Wren isn't sick. I was about to argue with him, but confusion made it impossible to speak. I searched his face. Had she not told him? Look, man, I said calmly. She told me she was sick, but that's all I know. I just want to help, okay? I knew I'd likely regret my next words, but I had to say them so he would understand. I care about her. You have my word. Your words mean nothing. He practically spat, and he pulled me from the wall and shoved me toward the door, his tanned skin red with rage. Leave! He shouted, but as he began to push me out the door, my patience snapped and I shoved him back, knocking him into the wall. Don't touch me, I warned him, and I'm not leaving until I know she'll be okay. Hunter, her grandmother said, and both of us looked over at her. Wren's father said nothing as her grandmother appraised Wren. He only stared with eyes that seethed with hatred and a silent, fearsome ferocity. Get fresh water, she ordered, waving to Hunter. Then she looked at Wren's father. Heat the stove and collect the wild ginger from my room. The old woman leveled her attention on me. You, outside. Hunter glared at me as he brushed past, his shoulder knocking into mine. When I got to the doorway, he stopped. I want you gone when I get back, or I'll kill you, he said, his voice deadly serious. According to Wren, Hunter had killed 2 of those men years ago, when he was only a kid, so I didn't doubt he was willing. The old woman walked over and ushered me outside. What did you do to her? She growled. Nothing. I didn't do anything. You're one of them, aren't you? No. I mean, yes. I'm not like you, but this wasn't me. She told me she wasn't well, I said, hearing the light shuffle of the old woman's footsteps behind me as she hurried me out the door. I felt helpless knowing so little about any of it. I ran my hands through my hair and squinted as I stepped back out into the overcast morning. "Please, tell me what to do," I said, turning to her. "How can I help?" The old woman frowned, her lips pursing in a thin, angry line. "She had no illness. This is your fault. You gave her the fever." "I'm not contagious. We know purebloods like you, and they've never gotten sick from being around us." Her grandmother gawked at me, as if she was putting pieces of the puzzle together, and I desperately wanted to see the whole picture. Wren had kept so much from me, and I just wanted the truth. "You stupid boy," she muttered, shaking her head. "Wren is a lost soul, and she has many demons, but she is not ill, not in the way you are thinking." I remembered all the tiny cuts on her forearms. "You mean, like, depression?" The old woman blinked at me in answer. Relief lifted the weight of fear from my shoulders. No cancer, no terminal illness. "But the fever," I shook my head. "I'm not contagious. I knew for a fact I wasn't contagious. She was fine last night." Last night. Her grandmother's chest heaved, and her eyes narrowed on me as I began to understand what she clearly already had. The Ranskins had never gotten sick from being around us, but Wren was different than them. I'd slept with her. The virus, genetically engineered and unlike anything ever contracted in the history of mankind, was in my blood. It made me the way I was. I barely registered Hunter bumping past me with a tub of water sloshing in his hands. "I did this," I breathed, the words catching in my throat. My thoughts stilled, my worry numbing as realization blared to life. My heart was no longer wildly beating, but stopped, cold with dread. I was a carrier, and whatever was inside of me was now inside of Wren. I'd been sick, and I remembered the pain and fear, but this was different. It came on so fast, and she was barely conscious. Bear smelled death. Terror and panic and regret, all of it swirled and swirled until I thought I might fall. "She might give it to you," I breathed, meeting her grandmother's eyes. All I could do was shake my head. What have I done? Chapter 31. Lightheaded, I took a fumbling step back and grabbed onto the rotted porch railing. What had been thriving inside of me for the past 11 years? Because instinctively, I knew it was different and changed from whatever it was before, like me. And if the virus had spread so easily originally, what was to stop Wren from giving it to her family now? "You have to be careful," I uttered from the doorway, but my voice sounded far away, and her family didn't seem to hear me as they huddled around her. Or maybe they didn't care. I ran my hand over my face. Was Wren going to die because of me? Tears filled my eyes. I heard the chambering of a slug in the shotgun as Hunter stepped outside of the house again. "Go away, you tainted bastard, or I'll kill you. I swear I will." He lifted his shotgun to aim it at me. I would have been scared to die with a double barrel pointed at my chest, but I was too angry at myself, too desperate for this all to be a nightmare, to care. Hunter stepped off the porch, shoving the gun into my chest and knocking me backward. "I said leave!" Bear roared behind me, and Hunter's head shot up. Wren's grandmother appeared in the doorway again, and both of their eyes were wide as they peered past me. Slowly, I backed away from the house toward Bear, worried Hunter would turn the gun on him instead of me. "Don't shoot him," I said, my palms raised as non-threatening as I could be. "I swear he won't hurt you. Just don't shoot him." Bear growled and roared again in answer, and I fumbled to a stop when I backed into his hard, heaving body. Bear nudged me, as if assessing me to make sure I was okay, and I heard a collective intake of breath. "Takukak atka," Wren's grandmother uttered. Guardian spirit bear. Jade had taught me all of the animal spirit guides when I was young, and trying to understand what I could do. The healer rested her hand on the shotgun for Hunter to lower. Both of them continued to stare at us, like Bear was the most majestic thing they'd ever seen, and I was a conundrum. Wren had been right. He was sacred to her people, the protector and representation of strength, which meant they wouldn't hurt him. And with that, I could breathe a little easier. Oblivious, Bear nudged me again and sniffed the air. He was hot and tired. "He needs water," I told him. Hunter's expression settled back into a deep frown at the sound of my voice. "Around the stable," he muttered, and Bear meandered in that direction. I noticed Cricket, his head hanging wearily as he rested by his trough, fully saddled and exhausted. By then, others had stepped out of their homes, old men and women with gray hair and wrinkles lining their odd faces, to see a giant grizzly grace their presence. If they were all so shocked to see Bear, maybe they'd forget they hated me for a fleeting moment, and would let me go inside to see Wren. I took a step closer to Hunter, my eyes locked on his. "I want to see her," I told him. He, her betrothed and the one with the gun, was the one I had to sway. "Please." From man to man, both of us caring for her, I pleaded. I didn't know what I'd expected, but it wasn't for him to step aside and let me pass, even if it was clear he didn't want to. Wren's grandmother opened the door to let me in, her eyes fixed on me for only a moment longer before she looked at Bear, then led me back into the house. I cleared my throat. "If you get it, you waste your breath," she bit out as we stepped inside. "Hunter!" she called as he loomed in the doorway. The healer glanced over her shoulder and uttered words I didn't understand. He nodded, his expression grim. Then his footsteps hurried away. To warn the others. It was an assumption, but of course the old woman would try to save the others from getting sick. Their bloodline was all that mattered to them, even if it was clear no one in this room would leave Wren's side. When I saw Wren on the couch again, her father in his wheelchair at her side, I thought he would shout or send me away, but as the old woman rushed into the kitchen as if I wasn't even there, I continued closer. Her father sat soundless, glaring at me. "I just want to see her," I said quietly. He was a man with too many shadows in his eyes, a scar across his temple, and a missing arm to prove what he'd sacrificed for his family. The old woman muttered something again, a reassurance of sorts that I didn't understand, as she fussed with potions in the kitchen. But all I could think about was the girl that had changed my whole life in a matter of days, lying in front of me, her shallow breath seeming to echo in the small room. Wren moaned, and the vision of her blurred as I took the sight of her in, my eyes burning with tears. I crouched down beside the couch, and as I reached out to touch her, her father's hands whitened around his rifle, but he made no move to stop me. "Wren," I said, my voice barely audible. I could hear the old woman clanking around in the kitchen and could smell the peppery scent of ginger and mint. "Wren, I'm so sorry," I said, blinking my tears away. I reached for her hand. Her skin was hot, like fire, the way I imagined Elle's was when she was about to burst into flames. Cold cloths covered Wren's chest and were folded on her forehead. I couldn't help but stare at the scars on her arms, like I was really seeing them for the first time. Some of them were newer than others, the skin pink around them. My heart broke and tears dripped from my eyes as I wondered how many of the new ones had been because of me. "I'm so sorry," I rasped. "I didn't know any of this would happen. I shouldn't have made it so hard for you." She was trying to put space between us, and I knew I'd only made things worse. Wren's body convulsed as she broke into a coughing fit, and I fell back. Her eyes weren't even open, her body reacting automatically as the virus ate away at her from the inside. I couldn't watch it, but I couldn't look away as red colored the pale pink of her lips. "Otto, lift her head," the old woman said as she made her way over. "Shh," Wren's father mumbled. "My sweet girl." He propped Wren's head up with a ratty pillow as tears fell from his lashes. "Get some fresh rags and a sheet," she told him. With a sniffle, he wheeled himself into the hallway, out of sight. Hunter ran inside, the screen door slamming behind him as he caught his breath. "Is she worse?" As Wren coughed more, the blanket fell from around her, exposing her naked body, and the cloths, drying far too quickly, fell off her like peeling paint. "Out! Both of you, out!" her grandmother called, and she hurried over to the couch with a cup of liquid, doing her best to pour it down Wren's throat. When neither Hunter or myself moved, the old woman glared at us. "Go! Give her some privacy!" I climbed to my feet and strode out the door, the blood stain on Wren's lips all I could see. None of this had happened when I was sick. I shook my head and lowered myself onto the porch as Wren's chokes and sputters filled the house. Bear lumbered up the steps, and the old porch creaked under his weight. He rumbled and whined as he nudged me with his head, and his concern and fear for me trembled through his body. I grabbed onto him, desperate to feel a little less alone. Reassuringly, Bear licked my face, and leaning my head against his thick neck, I cried. I sat on the porch for what felt like hours, listening to Wren's gurgling pleas as she went in and out of consciousness, and to her father's low murmurs as he tried to comfort her. Just when it seemed like Wren's choking had subsided, it would start again, and her breathing had become so shallow and so wet, I feared our time was running out. Bear nudged me from his protective stance beside me, but all I could focus on were the sounds inside, the pleas, the weeping, the prayers. "Why isn't it working?" her father groaned, and I couldn't stand it any longer. "I have to do something," I told Bear. "The herbs, they aren't working. Nothing is working." I ran my hands through my hair. My eyes were swollen, my lips chapped, and I was doing nothing to help Wren. I'd never even heard of this happening between two people before, tainted blood mixing with those uninfected, but there had to be a way. I just had to think. Squeezing my head, I began to pace, recalling every survival trick I could remember, but none of them would help save Wren from this. What would Jade do? I thought aloud, staring at Bear. He stared back at me, and I saw flashes of home, memories of life at the lodge on the farm. I saw the greenhouse and Jade's remedies, but what did she know that Wren's grandmother wouldn't? I froze mid-step and held my breath. "Devil's Club," I breathed, and I jumped off the porch and ran for Cricket's saddle, removed by Hunter in an attempt to keep himself busy so he didn't kill me or lose his mind like I was. "Please be in here. Please be in here." I unbuckled Wren's saddlebag and pulled out half of the matted Devil's Club clipping I'd given her. "Here," I said, my voice hoarse. "Here!" I shouted and ran back toward the house. Bear climbed to his feet and I flung the front door open. "You," Wren's father seethed. "Get out of here!" His face was swollen and blood stained his shirt. I remembered what Wren had said about her father not sleeping well, about his nightmares and his nerves. And as I peered from him to the wrinkled old woman who was commanding everyone as if she was the captain at the helm of the ship, I realized Wren's family and these people were more broken after what happened to them years ago, after losing Wren's mother and brother, than I ever realized was possible. Wren was their everything, the one who held them all together, and now they were losing her too. "Devil's Club," I said softly, holding up the dilapidated plant. "That's impossible," her grandmother said without even looking at me. I said, "Leave us." "Not until you look. See for yourself," I said with more grit. The old woman wasn't going to discard me when I might have the only thing that would save Wren's life. Both her father and her grandmother glared at me. "Just try it," I told the healer. "Wren would want you to try it." The old woman's eyes narrowed, but she stared at the plant all the same. "Where did you find that?" she asked skeptically. "North of here, by the Taku River. It was everywhere. I can get more," I said, stepping closer to hand it to her. "If it works, I'll get you more." I tried not to get ahead of myself. If it didn't work, there was no hope and I'd probably killed her. If it did work, I had no idea how I was going to get it here when it was so far away. Walking or riding, it would take me days. "I have another sprig of it at the cave," I remembered. The healer took the Devil's Club, cringing as the thorns pricked her, but she ignored it and turned quickly on her heels. Like Wren, she knew exactly what it was, and if I wasn't mistaken, hope smoothed the deep creases in her brow ever so slightly. "The leaves," I told her. "If you make a tea, I know what to do," she said flatly. I licked my lips, glancing at Wren, taking in the redness of her neck and face, the sweat still thick on her brow. I tried to affix my last shred of hope, just as I turned and walked right into Hunter. He eyed me closely, but I couldn't tell if it was hatred or hope in his stare that flashed back at me. I straightened. "I have more," I told him. "I'll go get it." Hunter's chest rose and fell, and whether or not it would work, I had no idea, but I couldn't sit and stew any longer. Stepping past him, I walked out the door. "Stay with her," I told Bear, and I crouched down as his worry for me vibrated through my body. "Please." Reaching out, I rested my forehead against his and gripped onto his bushy neck. Through Bear, I would know if Wren got worse. I would know if I was too late, and if I should bother coming back at all. The last thought cleaved my heart, and I sucked in a breath. "I'll be back as soon as I can." Chapter 32. An hour had passed by the time I returned from the cave with all of my things, including the rest of the Devil's Club. More of the villagers were outside their homes, but they stuck to their porches, no doubt afraid of what transpired at the end of the road. Old men and women with concerned and awed expressions watched Beau, their gazes shifting to me as I pulled Cricket to an abrupt halt. By now, they'd heard stories about me and knew I'd likely brought the plague, but I couldn't be bothered with them. Beau hadn't communicated with me, which meant he either didn't know how Wren was doing or there had been no change. I had barely dismounted when the screen door opened and Wren's grandmother stepped outside. She looked exhausted, but not ill, and her expression gave nothing else away. "How is she?" I asked, reluctant to hear the answer as each hesitant step brought me closer. The old woman clenched the chipped railing to balance herself, and a flood of panic had my legs moving to reach her in time to hold her up. "Is it the fever?" I asked in a rush, glancing around as a few concerned citizens muttered and gasped, their eyes wide and brimming with uncertainty. Realizing she was the new center of attention, the old woman waved them all away with a tired but reassuring smile. "I'm old, not dying," she told them. "No fussing." She gripped my hand to steady herself. "I'm just tired. These old bones aren't used to so much excitement." Not for the first time, I deflected to Beau and his keen senses. Does she smell sick? His nose never stopped sniffing, never stopped smelling the layers of the world I'd only ever experienced through him. But Beau gave me no indication that he smelled anything irregular or that the healer wasn't well. When I looked at her again, she was staring at me. "You really do speak with him, don't you?" Her voice was hoarse with disbelief. It was like I could see the years of distrust and hatred peeling away as each line in her face softened with awe, slowly and just a little, but fading still. "Yes," I said simply. "In my own way. We're not all monsters." Her eyes narrowed again, and I felt another flash of heat fill my face. Not on purpose, anyway. I backed away from the old woman. I would never knowingly hurt Wren, I promised her. I just hoped she believed me. I handed the healer the rest of the wilted plant. With a sigh, her grandmother rubbed her temple, glancing from Beau to me, and then farther behind us. I glanced back to see Hunter walking up the road, his eyes intent on the healer. "I don't know if it's working," she admitted, and she lowered herself down with a stiff back to sit on the porch step. "She's sleeping, but the coughing has subsided for now." So it helped then. Sleeping was better than coughing up blood. It had to be. Wren's grandmother shook her head, almost in disbelief, and I worried what would come out of her mouth next. "If it's working, we'll need much more of it." "Then I'll go get it," I told her. My mind and every muscle was humming with the need to move with purpose. "The Taku River is not close," Hunter said. "We don't have that kind of time." "So I shouldn't try?" I bit out. Hunter's shoulders straightened, but he said nothing more. Crouching down beside Beau, I pointed to the plant in the woman's gnarled fingers. "I need to find more," I told him, my voice barely audible. His brown eyes searched mine and he blinked. I thought about the river, and about his bear friend, seeking images of the places he'd gone that I'd never known. There has to be more. Someplace closer. I saw a flash of what looked like a junkyard and an old cabin I'd never seen before. I saw the rocky hillside of an unknown mountain and the thick foliage growing just beyond it. I saw the Devil's Club jutting up through the brush and felt the pain of the buckshot. A flare of Bear's fear washed over me. "We have to go back," I told him. "We have to. I'll protect you, but you have to take me there." Beau heaved a breath and groaned, but he would do it. He would do it for me and for Wren, the girl who scratched behind his ears and brought him cranberry bread. "Use what I brought," I said, turning to the healer. "We'll be back as soon as we can." To my surprise, the old one reached out and placed her hand on my arm. "You should say goodbye to her before you leave, just in case." Her words gutted me. They weren't meant to be callous, but she was right, and whatever momentary reprieve I felt deflated. The old woman offered me her hand, and I helped her to her feet. "Come," she said. We moved her to her room. Her room? For some reason, it felt like she meant to say her final resting place, and my throat burned as I realized this could actually be a final goodbye, and Wren wouldn't even hear me. I looked at Hunter, expecting to see hatred marring his face, but he only stared at me as he stood motionless a few yards from the porch. The healer walked me into the house and led me down the hall to Wren's bedroom, where her father sat at her bedside, expression stoic, until he saw me. He gripped the gun in his lap so tight I could hear the metal creak in his hold. "Woodsy, enough," the old woman said, and she held out her hand. "Let the boy say goodbye," she said, lifting the dying plant in her hand. "He might be the only one who can save her." That the old woman was on my side made a small part of my heart beat with confidence, like maybe in some reality everything would have worked out. But instead, it had come to this. Eyes fixed, Otto watched me from the other side of Wren's bed. His features were drawn and he looked like a ghost, battered and broken from another life, barely clinging to this one, to the only thing he had left. My eyes burned and my chest tightened as I fell to my knees beside the bed, pushing his grave face from my mind. "Wren," I whispered, hating the timidity in my voice. Her lips, that I'd felt against mine only last night, were parted as her chest rose and fell with each shallow breath. I licked my lips and squeezed her hand in mine. "Wren," I said again. Her eye flashes fluttered, but she didn't open her eyes. "I have to leave, but I'll come back. Bear's going to take me to another one of his magical places you love so much," I said as lightly as I could, knowing that if she were awake she'd want to go, to look for herbs and roots for her tinctures and teas. "You have to hold on a little longer, okay?" The words squeaked out of me, and I squeezed her hand tighter. "You have to wait for me to come back so we can make you better." My eyes blurred, and I lowered my head to her hand. "I'm sorry I did this to you," I choked out, tears hot on my face. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know." Drawing in a deep breath, I exhaled again, but it did nothing to stop the sudden sob from escaping my throat. "I've never been so scared, or so sorry," I thought aloud, and before another wave of grief could crash over me, I cleared my throat and rose to my feet. "I'm going to fix this," I told her, sounding surer than I felt. "Just hold on." I pressed a kiss to her forehead, her skin warm like she'd been sitting too close to a fire, and I turned, unable to look at her father's crestfallen face. I hurried down the hall to the living room. I'd defiled his daughter, who was betrothed to someone else, and almost killed her. I already felt like a piece of shit. I didn't need another reminder. Wiping the tears from my face, I pushed the screen open to find Hunter still standing by the porch. Bear was already walking back toward the forest. I hurried over to Cricket, tied to his paddock fence, and checked my pack, discarded on the ground beside him for ammo. Took had lost his wife and went into the woods to grieve and find himself so he could be a better father to Jade. I slung my rifle strap over my shoulder. I'd lost my wolf and came out here to find myself and my purpose without her. Instead, I found Wren, a person who made me want to be a better man and made me question everything about life as I knew it. I cared for her, and if saving her was all I could do for her now, no matter what happened afterward, I would do it. "It's natural to fear everything unfamiliar." Took's words were laughable. I was petrified, all right, but more than that, I was determined. "But sometimes, it's the only way to discover who we really are." I just hoped killing Wren wouldn't be what would define me. "I'll be back in a day or so," I told Hunter, feeling his looming presence behind me. Wren was my journey. I knew in my bones that I was supposed to know her, and I wouldn't let her down. "I'll ride all night, and I won't stop." I climbed up into the saddle. "No," Hunter said. We exchanged a final look, and he dipped his chin. With a click of my tongue, Cricket darted past the barn and into the woods. We were going to save Wren. Chapter 33. We'd been riding for hours at intermittent paces when Bear began to slow, only this time it wasn't from exhaustion. His fear heightened as the forest thickened at the mouth of a canyon, and I pulled Cricket to a stop. He did so happily, his girth heaving and foam coating his back where the saddle rubbed. Reaching around, I pulled the map from my back pocket and searched the level mountains for some indication of where we were. Probably one of many unnamed dormant volcanoes with fissures of water that snaked their way through the valley. We were getting close to the cabin, and from what I could guess by Bear's mind images, the river was only a mile or so beyond that. If I was lucky, I'd be back at the settlement before morning. If I was unlucky, I couldn't allow myself to think about that. I nudged Cricket to continue forward, following in Bear's footsteps. Bear stopped with a grunt at a break in the woods, hesitant to continue. He lifted his nose to the air, smelling for danger. Bear hadn't seen the hunter before he was shot, only felt the bite of his bullet and the sound of the shot crack through the air amidst the man shouting at him. I'd seen enough frenzy-eyed lunatics to know how dangerous it was to go lurking around unfamiliar terrain, but I had little choice. Bear tossed his head in the air in warning, and I dismounted Cricket in the cover of the pine and spruce trees, allowing him to rest as I figured out what I was going to do. Bear huffed and pawed at the ground with a chuff. "I'll be fine," I told him, determination clouding my doubt. "But if you need to, maul the bastard," I added. Senses on alert, I crept through the trees, holding my rifle in my hands to check out the terrain. Unless we went around the mountain, this was our only way through the craggy, narrow canyon I could see off in the distance, the cabin at the mouth of it. We could pass by as quietly as possible, hoping for the best, but even then I wanted to know what we might be up against. Smoke curled from the chimney of the cabin, so I knew he was there, and Bear could smell him. The smell is wrong. Bear's thoughts came to me in a way of sickly sweet scents, and I frowned. I had no idea what that meant, other than something wasn't right. I swallowed thickly, gripped my rifle in my hands, and crept closer. The cabin was so old. There was a haphazardly patched hole in the roof. Old rusted traps and tools hung on the side of it, a stack of unevenly split wood lining the 20-foot wall. Fleetingly, I wondered if the person inside was the same one who had set that old trap I'd stepped into some 30 or so miles away. Once again, a thought flashed to my mind. Crazies. It wouldn't be the first time I'd met one. I looked behind me at Bear, meeting his beady gaze. Only one? He flung his head in a nod. Nestling deeper into the trees, I glanced around, assessing the property. An old barn stood behind the cabin, its door hanging only by the top hinge. The weeds and brush surrounding the structure were unmanicured and untrained, like the barn was never used. Only the woodpile in the immediate area around the house looked like it was walked on and well-worn. There was a small garden a few feet in front of the door with shriveled lettuce, a few trampled potato vines, and rhubarb that looked part eaten by the birds or rodents. I contemplated whether or not to announce myself, knowing it was only a matter of time before the lunatic smelled me or some shit, and he came barreling after me. My gaze fixed on a cross that protruded from a grassy mound by the barn, an unkempt grave. While I didn't think a crazy person would have the wherewithal to bury the dead, it was strange and unnerving all the same. Inching closer, I strained to hear movement inside the cabin, wondering if our unknowing host was even inside. The windows were covered, and as I took another step closer, a crash emanated inside the cabin, followed by a curse, and the door creaked open. An old man stood in the doorway with a shotgun aimed into the trees, in my general direction. I ducked down, my heart hammering in my throat. Steadying my breath, I peered over the log, in the old man's direction. He was harried, in his 70s at least, with a stringy white beard and a mess of hair that hung around his shoulders. He was practically skin and bones. I noticed his eyes had a white sheen to them. Cricket moved his head, the bridle clinking. "I'm armed, you son of a bitch!" the man shouted, lifting his gun higher. Bear growled in response, and I glared at him, willing him to be quiet. "It's you again!" The man flung the door open all the way. "I thought I took care of you, you pesky bear!" He swung his shotgun in Bear's direction. "Don't," I said. "Please, we need help." The man's gun shifted toward me, and I took cover behind a fallen log that would do little to save me. He pulled the trigger and the gunshot cracked through the air but didn't come near me. "I might be old, but I can still shoot," he called. "Please, don't shoot us," I called back. "We're not here to hurt you, I swear. We're just trying to get to the river." "I might be blind too, but I ain't dumb, son. You expect me to believe that? There are a dozen ways to get to that valley." I rose to my feet, lifting my rifle as he chambered another round in his shotgun. It looked heavy in his scrawny arms. I could see him struggling to hold it, and a part of me felt bad for the old man. "Someone's sick, and this is the shortest way through. There's a plant I need there. Please," I begged. "I don't want to hurt you. Me and the bear, we just want to pass." The old man's bushy eyebrows furrowed. "That damned bear ate all my food," he shouted. "He's worse than a varmint. Gardening isn't exactly all that easy when you can't see a damn thing." "I know, he's a pig," I admitted, glaring at Bear. "I tell him all the time, but I promise you, once I get what I need from that valley back to the settlement beyond the mountains, I will come back. I can help you plant more. I swear it." "He's your bear?" he asked, his voice less gruff, though his brow was still crinkled with annoyance. "Yes, sir," I told him. "He's a pain in my ass most of the time, but he's my bear." I noticed his right pant leg was bloody and wrapped in a torn strip of cloth. He wasn't just old. The man was beat up and hungry by the looks of it. He'd clearly been through hell. "Pardon me if I don't trust you," he said wryly, "but I've met my share of innocent wanderers, and I've regretted it every time." The gangs. The lunatics. "I know," I said, wondering if anyone trusted anyone else left in the world. "I've met some too. We've helped to disband the gangs. My people have, back in Whitehorse. I know what horrible things they've done to you folks out here," I said, thinking of Wren's family. "But I swear on my sister's life, I won't hurt you. The bear won't either." "Whitehorse?" "Yes, sir." "What the hell are you doing all the way out here?" He lowered his gun, as if he might actually trust me. "It's a long story," I breathed. The minutes felt like excruciatingly long hours as they ticked by. One I'll tell you once I save an innocent girl's life. It was quiet for a moment as the man considered my words. Only the finches in the treetops above filled the silence. "What happened to her? The girl?" he finally asked. "Her name is Wren, and she has—" I swallowed thickly. "She has the fever, and I think she's dying." His face softened slightly, and the old man blinked, his cloudy gaze shifting between me and Bear's direction. He harumphed, then nodded in the direction of the river. "Go on, then," he said. "But don't forget your promise to come back," he grumbled. "I'm taking you at your word, son." He pointed in Bear's direction. "That bear cost me months' worth of food, trampling and ruining everything." "I swear to you, I will come back. I'll hunt for you, catch fish, whatever you want. I have to do this first." He waved my words away. Go, he said. "Save the girl." My hesitation wasn't longer than a breath before I ran for Cricket. It couldn't have been so easy, but I didn't have time to question it. "Thank you," I called to him, barely having enough time to feel relieved. I was determined to reach the valley before the sun sank any lower. "What's your name, sir?" I asked as I climbed back up into the saddle. I glanced back at the old man who stared blankly in our direction. His shoulders straightened a bit. "Jasper," he said. "Jasper Wainwright III." "I'll be back, Jasper," I promised him again. He dipped his chin in acknowledgement, and I kicked Cricket into a run. There was no more time to waste. Chapter 34. The sun was rising by the time I saw the smoke of Wren's settlement come into view. Cricket was exhausted, and Bear was somewhere far behind me. We'd only stopped at the river to drink and clip as much of the Devil's Club as I could shove into the saddlebags and tie onto my back. Dozens of stalks with roots, bark, and leaves that would last for a few days at least. My hands were pricked, itchy and swollen from all of the thorns, but it didn't matter. I'd found it, and as the village came into view, I prayed it wasn't all for nothing. My thighs ached from holding on to the saddle as Cricket galloped into the middle of the road, and I pulled him to an abrupt stop. My body was coiled with tension, and the one thought I'd been tirelessly pushing from my mind was finally undeniable. No matter how fast we'd run, no matter how hard we'd tried, it might have been too late. Heaving for breath, Cricket tugged anxiously at the reins, but I barely noticed as I eyed Hunter sitting on the porch step with his head in his hands. Wren's father was in his wheelchair, just outside the screen door. I let Cricket's reins fall as I jumped out of the saddle. My boots hit the ground with a heavy thud, but I could only stare at the men with their red-rimmed eyes. Were they red with exhaustion or grief? My throat was dry with dread, and I inhaled the ragged breath about to ask the one question I feared the answer to more than any when Hunter looked at me. "You got it," he rasped. I nodded, relieved to see a flicker of hope chase away the fear in his eyes. Good. Fear meant there was still a chance, because Wren was still alive. I unstrapped the stalks of Devil's Club from the saddle as Hunter ran over. "Don't touch it," I told him. I nodded to the saddlebag, where I'd shoved the smaller cut pieces into. "I'll bring in the rest." "Milo!" Hunter shouted. A kid I hadn't noticed sitting on the porch 2 houses down with a woman who looked to be in her 50s jumped up. "Yeah?" "Bring a bucket for him to put those in," Hunter ordered, and the boy whizzed around the side of the house and came over to me with a large galvanized laundry tub within seconds. I dropped them in. "Thank you," I rasped, my hands too numb to sting anymore. I lifted the tub up and headed toward the front door of Wren's house. Her father watched me closely as I made my way up the steps and the door opened. Hunter took the tub from me and disappeared back into the house. I wanted to see Wren to make sure she really was okay, but I knew she wasn't. I needed to let her grandmother work her magic. Turning where I stood, I made my way back down to the road and over to Cricket, who had helped himself to the water in his trough on the side of the barn. Wren was alive. I let the realization settle in as the adrenaline seeped from every weary bone and muscle. With a sudden flood of relief, I stroked Cricket's face and rested my forehead against his neck, letting my heart heave in time with his, and I let out a strangled, bubbly sigh. We'd made it. Somehow, miraculously. Even if I couldn't connect with Cricket the way I could with Bear, I still wanted him to know my gratitude. Opening my mind to his, I let Cricket feel what I was feeling. Appreciation, relief, hope. He craned his neck around, nudging me with his nose. Yeah, I'll find you something to eat, I told him, and stroked his sweat-drenched body. Let me get this off you first. I unbuckled the saddle, giving him a much-needed break. Chapter 35. It was nearly nightfall by the time Bear lumbered back to the village. His mind had connected with mine long before he rounded the barn, sniffing the air for food and water. His eyes locked on me where I sat in the breezy dusk, leaning against the side of Wren's house. Her condition had not worsened, but save for the absence of coughing up blood, she hadn't improved much more either. It was one thing to race against time with purpose and determination, but another to sit with nothing to focus on but my stewing thoughts. The hours of waiting were misery. There was no Sophie to give me a pep talk and pull me out of my own darkness. There was no Elle to wrap me in her arms, and there was no Jackson to tell me everything would be all right with utter confidence, the way only Jackson could. But I wasn't alone. Bear trudged over to me, his head hung low with worry. As he climbed up the porch to where I sat, a levee inside of me began to break. Even now, when the people I loved most were hundreds of miles away, I had Bear. After all the times I'd pushed him away, he'd come back. He always came back. His warmth enveloped my senses as he stepped up to me, rubbing his soft forehead against my shoulder in comfort. Then he bowed his big head, nearly knocking me over as he rolled into me. I braced my palm against the deck and felt the tears fall from my eyes, both happy and sad, as I was flooded with his affection, his love and playfulness. Brothers. It was a feeling more than a word, but it seeped into the rawest parts of my soul, and I leaned into him, grabbing hold of the life he exuded and his warmth that felt like a heat wave in a snowstorm. For the life of me, I couldn't remember why I'd ever pushed him away. "Thank you," I whispered. It wasn't just for the warmth in the cold night or for helping me figure out how to get to the valley. It was gratitude for not giving up on me when I knew he must have wanted to. It was appreciation for coming back after all the times I'd sent him away. His giant paw pushed at my chin, his claws nearly nicking my hairy face as he rubbed his head against my torso and lap, happy for the attention. I thought of Bear's shoulder and realized that Wren, despite her own demons, had healed Bear and me both, but not just our wounds. There was no denying what she meant to us because of it. Wren, a stranger, had changed everything. I wiped the tears from my eyes and leaned my head against the side of the house, my hand absently stroking Bear's side. Eventually, his deep breath soothed me, his intermittent grumbles and huffs a lullaby to my busy mind, and the flood of his consciousness began to put me at ease, making all the dark, nervous parts of me a little less consuming. It had been quiet inside for hours, and I assumed most of the family was trying to steal a few hours of sleep. I told myself there was no way I could sleep, not until I knew Wren would be okay. But my mind began to fog with exhaustion, and Bear's warmth pulled me into a momentary reprieve. "He came back," a deep voice said from the doorway. I startled and peeled my eyes open. I craned my neck to see inside. Otto sat in his wheelchair, peering at Bear and me, sprawled out on his porch. Lazily, Bear leaned his head back and looked in at him. "Always," I whispered. "But not just for me," I told him. "For Wren, too. He was shot a week or so ago, and she helped me take care of him. Bear's grateful." Otto's 5 o'clock shadow flickered in the candlelight, emanating from the living room, and he eyed me, thoughtful for a moment. The man looked as though he'd lived 3 lifetimes, like he was a warrior until the day he wasn't, and everything in his life changed. "And you," he said more gruffly. "What are you?" Closing my eyes, I leaned my head back against the house again. Miserable and sorry, I breathed, tired of saying the only word I could think of, though it was completely inadequate. I looked at him. I know you don't want me here, but I won't leave until I know she'll be okay. Otto's chair squeaked as he shifted in his seat. My daughter is everything to me, he said, his voice resonant. And Ren is many things, willful being among them. Don't think I don't know that. Otto stared through the screen, out into the dark night. I was uncertain what he was trying to say. But she's never been happy. He continued and rested his hand on his knee. I realized he didn't have the shotgun in his lap anymore, which felt like a good sign. He swallowed thickly. You lose a part of yourself when you lose a child, but Ren was young when it happened, and she not only lost her mother and brother, she's had to fill everyone's shoes since, because of me and my sorry state, he explained. Because of her grandmother's stubbornness and Ren's importance to this community. With a heavy sigh, he combed his fingers through his stubble. He made it sound like Ren was noble, and maybe she was for what she was willing to do for her people, but she was also just a girl who deserved a life that would make her happy, one she didn't have to fight for every single day just to stay sane. The cost has been high for her, he croaked, finally looking at me as the words lodged in his throat. My chest heaved as I held my breath. But she's been different lately. I can't explain it, he said, shaking his head. I just know that my daughter sees something in you, and whatever that small bit of life you've given back to her is, I'm grateful. But if she dies, I'll bury you out in the woods with the others, and even if she lives, I'll never forgive you. The others, the tainted, the bastards that killed and raped innocent people. I was lumped in with them, and even if it hurt, I couldn't blame him for thinking it. I know. I exhaled and bit the inside of my cheek as I wiped the moisture from my eyes. I know. Otto caught his breath as we sat in silence, as Bear's snores carried on the evening breeze. You're not like the other men who have come through here before, Otto said, as if he was still surprised. While I'd come face to face with the bad guys, I'd seen plenty of good ones too, so it was easy to forget how much they didn't know about us. No, sir, I'm not. I wiped my nose with my sleeve. It was dirty anyway, caked with dust and sweat and dirt. I know I haven't done much to show it, but we're good people in Whitehorse. We help people and work for a better life. We're nothing like the others you've seen. I could feel Otto's eyes on me as I rubbed Bear behind the ears. He follows you because you were sick, he asked. Yes, it's my ability since I got sick. Communicating with this Bear, he clarified. I nodded. And the wolves, though Bear is all I have left. Bear heaved out a deep sigh as he stirred. What else can you do? I shook my head. Just this, communicate with a few animals. But there are others, he said urgently, that do other things. Yes, there are many others that do many different things. Everyone's ability varies, just like no person's eyes are the exact same as another's. Sophie, she's like my sister, can feel things, thoughts and feelings. I looked at him. My father, Jackson, has heightened instincts. My mother saved me by using her fire capabilities. A few times, actually. I splayed my hand on Bear's chest, watching the way his side rose and fell, strong and methodic. What about mind control? He asked. My eyes met his, hearing the pitch of fear and unforgettable memories in his voice. None that I've seen, though I've heard of it before. I thought about General Harrodson and what little Ren had told me about their unwanted visitors. Like I said, most of us aren't dangerous. We just want to start over, have a second chance at life, like everyone else. Well, I hope you haven't put any ideas in Ren's head, he said more gruffly, and any openness or curiosity was gone from his voice. Though I tried not to, I bristled. These people were doing themselves more harm than good by keeping themselves so closed off from the rest of us. You said yourself Ren is willful. She won't listen to or do anything she doesn't want to. Even so, he said. If I was a better man, I would have kept my mouth shut after all the harm I'd already caused, but my tongue was moving before I could force myself to stop. I mean no disrespect, sir, but you expect Ren to live in an impossible world. I told him, watching the way Bear's fur stuck between my fingers as I ran them through it. I thought about the way Wren watched me and Bear, the way she eyed me with so much curiosity that she couldn't even force herself to abandon me in the woods, no matter how many times she tried. You've all admitted that Wren's not well, but have you considered giving her a life different than this, allowing her to actually live? You overstep, boy, Otto growled out. You've known my daughter for a matter of days, and us for only hours. You know nothing, and you've caused more damage. I know that Wren fears integration, but it's the only thing that will keep you all safe and give you a better life than this. I know that she's unhappy here. I've seen her crying when she doesn't think I'm watching. I know that no matter how many times she's tried to walk away from me, she's come back, and that you, her family, and her duty, I gritted out, thinking about big, strong Hunter, are all that's keeping her here. Where I'm from, we can offer protection and community. There are others like you who are happy with us. They're safe. Wren would have a real life there. All of you would. I'm not going to listen to you tell me what's best for my daughter or my family, he seethed and cursed under his breath. I should shoot you between the eyes for what you did. Then do it, I bit out, and as I threw my arms up, Bear's head shot up. Put me out of my misery. Go ahead. It's not like Wren isn't going to hate me enough when she wakes up, if she even wakes up at all. Otto's eyes shifted to Bear, the sacred animal. Bear was probably the only reason Otto had attempted to talk to me and why he hadn't shot me yet. Don't worry, I told him. I'll be gone as soon as I know Wren's okay, and you'll never have to see me again. With another mutter, her father's wheelchair squeaked as he turned from the doorway, leaving Bear and me in the moonless night again. The wind whipped through the trees, sending a sudden chill over me as I realized how cold it was getting. Snow was only days away, and the trek home would be cold and long with a moody grizzly bear who was late for torpor. I pulled another flannel from my pack, propped up beside me. You're really great at making friends, Hunter said as he walked out of the shadows. He was in fresh clothes and carried a stack of fresh linens under his arms. I looked away from him. Yeah, well, I'm used to it. He stopped at the porch steps and leaned against the rail post. You love Wren, don't you? He said. My gaze shifted to his. Does it matter? Hunter shrugged, and I could only imagine his amusement in all of this. Wren's father hated me, a tainted, for all I'd done to her. I was the perfect villain. You tell me. I'm not going to get in your way if that's what you're worried about, I assured him. I'd caused enough damage. I'm not worried about that, he said, and even if I hated his mocking tone, he was right. He shouldn't be worried, because I was dangerous to Wren, let alone the one she'd choose to be with when she woke up. I didn't mean to hurt her, I told him. I needed them to know that. And she and I stopped myself, watching the look in Hunter's eyes carefully. He'd been far cooler than I would have expected, knowing I'd slept with his future wife. I didn't want or need to push my luck. I'd done that enough on this trip, and this was where it had gotten me. You what? He prompted. We had a connection, and we both knew it would never be more than that. Hunter nodded toward the barn, where Cricket stood quietly in the paddock doorway. The last thing she said to me the other night was that she couldn't do this anymore, he confessed. Then she rode off, and by dawn you were bringing her back here. A strange fluttering hope filled my chest. I knew she'd changed her mind about me. Her returning to me was proof of that, but to what extent? She made it clear whatever happened between us was also where it would end. So what? Was she going to run off with you and go back to your people? I laughed. No. She laughed in my face when I asked her to. For all of you to come back with us. Hunter smirked. That sounds like Wren. She's never really talked to me about any of you and your lives here. She's very protective. Hunter stood, staring into her bedroom window, both of us silent. My mind was a mess of questions, like it always was when it came to Wren. Was Wren planning on heading back to Whitehorse with me? Did any of that even matter now? Being with me seemed impossible now and unsafe. I glanced at Hunter, wondering what he was thinking as his gaze shifted back to me. Not menacingly, but thoughtful. She'll never look at me the same when all of this is over, I told him, but I wasn't sure if I was reminding myself or reassuring him I wasn't competition. His eyebrows lifted slightly, and he seemed to mull the idea around in his head. Bear heaved out a long, deep breath, and Hunter lifted the folded linen in his hand. I thought you could use a blanket, but I guess not. He stared at Bear, then shook his head and turned back to the shadows. Thanks, I said so quiet I wasn't sure Hunter heard me. Unlike the words Otto and I exchanged, my conversation with Hunter had been surprisingly pleasant. Before I could think too much more about it, I leaned back, trying to calm my mind. No more guessing and dwelling. Now I just had to wait and see. As my eyelids became heavy and the northern wind picked up, I considered all the promises I'd made and broken. I'd hurt Wren. I wasn't going to make it home before the first snow fell, and I told Jasper I'd return. That one, at least, I could keep. My head fell back, and I rested my eyes, and slowly, the world faded to black. Chapter 36. The sun was glaring as I lifted my head. My neck was stiff from sleeping hunched over all night, and while I had no idea what time it was, I did realize the weight of Bear's head and paws were no longer covering me. I blinked my eyes open, regretting it instantly. So bright, I muttered, and lifted my hand to block the sun. Despite the chilly air, it felt like my face was on fire, and for as high as the sun was, I knew it was already late morning. Realizing I was still leaning against the house, I sat up. Wren. Panic settled back into place as I considered what might have happened while I'd foolishly slept. Then the screen door flung open, and I jumped to my feet. Hunter! Wren's grandmother shouted, a forced, gravelly sound. Hunter! My heart raced as I peered inside, searching for chaos, but there was no one in the living room. 2 houses down, Hunter's front door flung open, and he was sprinting down the muddy street, passing me without a second glance as he ran into the house. I shoved my fingers through my hair and peered inside again, dumb and clueless as my heart raced in my throat. I could hear commotion inside, but I didn't know if it was good or bad. I opened the door to step inside and froze. My going inside was the last thing they needed, the last thing Wren might need. Shit, I spat, and shut the screen door again. Then I began to pace. I wasn't certain how many steps I'd taken back and forth, or how many times my fingers raked through my hair, but it felt like an hour before I heard footsteps and saw Hunter walk into the living room. He stared at me through the screen, then tilted his head toward Wren's bedroom. My instinct was to run in as fast as I could, but instead, I stilled. Why did they want me in there? Was Wren awake? Because if she was, I didn't know if I could face her. She asked for you, he finally said. Exasperation weighted his words. I felt the color drain from my face, and shock settled into place. She's awake? She's okay? I clenched my hands at my sides to steady them. Yes, and she's waiting for you, he reiterated. I opened the door and stepped inside. I felt cagey as I made my way through the living room. The air was thick and suffocatingly warm. The well-worn leather couch cushions were still indented with Wren's outline after hours of her writhing there. The quilt and dirty clothes were bunched up in a pile by the stove. A few kindling scraps were all that was left in the wood crates against the wall, and there were cups and pots and plant trimmings from the old woman's teas and poultices littering the floor and kitchen. It smelled of licorice and ginger, and I took in all of the other scents and sights that I could as I slowly made my way into the hallway. Wren's grandmother stood at the bedroom door, and her father sat in his chair beside Wren's bed, holding her hand in his. Wren looked sick, but she was awake, and my clenched fists eased with relief. Wren would be okay. Dried leaves dusted her bedding, and pieces were stuck to Wren's arms and neck, like her grandmother had covered her body with a devil's club compress. But when Wren's beautiful brown eyes met mine, her family's glares and the uncertainty faded away. She was looking at me, and it wasn't with fear. Exhaustion was heavy in her eyes, and she looked like she'd been to hell and back, but the instant she blinked and tears fell from between her lashes, I brushed past her grandmother and fell to my knees beside her bed. No, I breathed. I couldn't handle her crying. I'm so sorry, Wren. Don't cry. I didn't know. I saw him, she said, but her voice wavered. I licked my lips, confused. Saw who? Colt, she squeaked. My brother. She blinked slowly, and I thought she almost smiled. Was she hallucinating? He was in my dreams. When she said it again, I could see how happy it made her, and that was all that mattered. Good, I said, wondering if somehow he was to thank for bringing her back to me. Wren's smile wavered, and her chin trembled. I never thought I'd see him again. I took her hand in mine. Her skin was warm but no longer on fire with fever, and as if my touch was poison, Wren's body stiffened. She stared at my hand in hers. Sorry. I tried to pull away, but Wren squeezed my fingers. Don't be sorry, she said, and a giant knot formed in my chest and throat. I huffed a relieved breath and smiled. Wren glanced at the Devil's Club leaves on the nightstand. You got more? Bear helped me find it again, I explained, and imagining her coughing up blood on the couch, I shook my head. I didn't know what else to do. Wren squeezed my hand with an imperceptible sigh. You did good, she whispered. A small smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, and she licked her dry lips. You did good, she repeated, the words barely a breath. Then her eyes slowly flitted shut. Come on now, her grandmother said behind me. She needs rest. She batted at me without actually touching me, trying to herd me out of the room. Letting my eyes fall shut, I kissed the top of Wren's hand, knowing that whatever came next, I would be happy. Wren was awake. She wasn't just alive, she was getting better. I could feel it as she gave my hand a final squeeze. And even more, she wasn't afraid of me. Chapter 37. The sun was lowering in the sky, and I sat outside on the porch, watching Bear lavished with attention by a few elderly women who'd finally wandered out of their homes. It didn't matter how much drool fell from Bear's jowls or how much of their food he ate, he was an enigma to them, a wild, sacred creature that graced them with his presence, and he was soaking up every minute of it. I shook my head, biting back a laugh. Now that Wren was well and none of the other villagers were sick, I wasn't as feared as before, and life in the village was almost back to normal. Her people had begun to trickle out of their homes, and I could really take it all in. The homes that lined the dirt road were much like Wren's, but a little smaller, probably only 2 bedrooms, with peeling brown or gray paint, creaky-looking porches, and old shingled roofs in need of repair. Overgrown willow and pine trees dotted between some of them. The barn across the road had a tarped roof, housing Cricket and 3 other shaggy winter-haired horses. Past that was a shed with no door and broken windows. Rusted wire fencing lined the perimeter of a well-maintained garden, but everything else was crumbling. The women who pampered and fussed over Bear were older, none looking younger than 60, and while they had healers and gardeners in the village, what about hunters and builders and someone to protect them? The more I watched, the more I realized these people were nothing like the Ranskins. These people were struggling. They'd survived out here, but at what cost and for how much longer? The place needed upkeep, more than what Wren, Hunter, and only a few others could manage, based on what I could see. They didn't have electricity like we did. Hell, most places didn't, so it wasn't surprising, but it made the need for wood and candles and blankets, caring for livestock and growing food, all the more important. They needed more hands and able bodies by the looks of it. It was why Wren was so adamant to fulfill her duty and be with Hunter in this place. What few children there were weren't enough to keep the bloodline and community whole for much longer. It made my stomach curdle to think of Wren's life here, knowing she could live a better one if they would shrug their fears and prejudice and come with me to Whitehorse. Wren trusted me, and they would too when they realized what their lives could be. Everything would be different. It would be better. More than that, they might actually be able to move on from their painful memories and heal. But while Bear was relishing his newfound fame, I was lost in a swirl of questions. Stretching my leg out in front of me, I sliced the bark off a willow branch, trying to decide when the right time to head home was. Part of me hated to leave Wren in this place with her demons. She might not actually be alone, but she clearly felt like she was sometimes. Another part of me yearned for home and my family. I needed to make my way back before it was too difficult to journey. I could feel the promise of it clinging to the skin beneath my jacket, soaking into my bones to settle in for winter. And I couldn't help Wren by staying either. I would never be welcome here. I thought about Old Man Jasper again. He was waiting on me. Leaves and gravel crunched behind the willow tree beside me, and I stared at it, waiting for whoever was there to show themselves. Well, I said, a bit roughly, get a good look then. Everyone gawked at me, either because of my communication with Bear, the color of my skin, or my poisonous blood. Finally, a small boy, maybe 9 or 10 years old, poked his head around the side of the tree. His shaggy black hair hung around his round, chubby face, and he had dirt on his cheeks and under his fingernails as he held the bristled branches back. It was Milo, Hunter's brother, who'd brought me the tub for the Devil's Club. We eyed one another, though he seemed more curious than afraid and disgusted, unlike the rest of them. His eyes drifted to the 4-foot willow branch in my hand. "A walking stick," I told him. I half expected him to turn and run away the moment I spoke, but he tilted his head instead. "For when I leave," I explained. "Since I'd left my stick at the cave and had some time to kill, I figured I'd do something useful." "Ever had one?" He shook his head. I pointed to another stick poking out from beneath a bed of fallen leaves. "Make yourself a pole." One thing I'd learned from working with the kids in my survival courses was that curiosity usually got the better of them, and if the kid was curious enough to watch me, he might actually be able to learn something while he was at it. After staring at me a few moments, Milo reached down and picked up the stick. I nodded to the space beside me on the step. "I don't bite," I told him, and finished whittling the tip of the stick to a point, to better grip the ground. He walked over and sat on the bottom step by my boots. "Do you know how to use one of these?" I asked, holding up my knife. He pulled a pocket knife of his own from his waistband and flicked it open. I grinned. "Good." I watched as he began to peel the layers of bark off the stick. His blade was dull, which could have been good or bad, depending on how well he could manage a knife, so I said nothing. "Do you fish?" I asked, watching his thoughtful expression narrow as his motions fell into a rhythm. He was methodical and careful as he chipped away at the bark to smooth it down. "Once," he said, "when I was little." He shaved off a few more strips and looked at me. "We don't have rivers very close," he said. "Well, if you ever go to the river, you can use that to catch a fish. Here." I pulled out a plastic resealable bag containing my roll of fishing line and a couple of hooks. Being careful with the barbed tip, I pulled out a hook. "Do you have one of these?" He shook his head as I handed it to him. "Ask Ren to take you," I told him. "Tie a string or twine to your walking stick or even one of the horse's tail hairs. Then you can try to catch some fish." Milo turned it over in his palm. "What do you say?" We both glanced up to find Hunter standing in front of us. "Thanks," Milo said. Hunter nodded in the direction of home. "Mother wants you." Milo bit his cheek and looked at me. "Take the stick," I told him. "You can finish it later." He closed his knife and stood, staking his stick in the ground like he was trying to get a feel for it. "Go on," Hunter prompted. Milo walked past him, earning a hair rumple from his big brother, and hurried down the street with the stick in his hand. "Is that your mother's sly way of getting him away from me?" I asked with amusement. These people made no qualms about disliking me, and it was beginning to feel more like a game. "Probably," he said, and looked at my walking stick. "You're leaving, then?" I grinned bitterly. "Why? Are you having a sudden change of heart and want me to stay?" Even though I was amused, it didn't appear that Hunter was. His dark eyes narrowed on me, and his jaw ticked. "How did you know about the Devil's Club?" he finally said, crossing his arms over his chest. With a huff, my grin broadened. The questions and judgments were a lot easier to take now that Ren was getting better. "Did you pick the short straw or something?" I asked with a chuckle. I was wondering if someone was going to ask me. I'm a tainted heathen, after all. "Well," he prompted. I whittled at my stick, once again feeling like a broken record. The stories I've heard about Devil's Club make it sound like a miracle drug, and I figured it was worth a shot to try it. "Stories?" I nodded and blew the loose bits of bark off my willow stick. My grandmother taught all of us a lot about her culture, and I've been listening to her stories since I was 9. "Your grandmother's culture?" Hunter sounded incredulous. I met him stare for stare. "Don't think you know me," I told him. "I'm different than you, sure, but my family died during the outbreak, and I spent the last 11 years of my life trying to fit into a new one. My grandmother taught us a lot about her people and living off the land. Devil's Club is hard to forget, and it's a plant I've studied." Hunter lifted his chin with the slightest bit of a smirk. "You surprise me, Beau," he admitted. "A lot." The fact that he called me by my name shouldn't have been momentous, but it felt like it was. I scratched the side of my face. "Yeah, you and me both." I blew the last shreds of bark from the stick, spinning it in my hand to feel the weight of it. "Then," Hunter said with a heavy breath, "thank you for being surprising and for saving my best friend." The reluctant sincerity in his voice brought my eyes to his again, and I thought he might be forgiving me for what had transpired between Wren and me. I lowered my hands, resting the stick in my lap. "This might surprise you, but I'm not the devil you all think I am." After a brief moment of consideration, Hunter dipped his chin. "Wren wouldn't have picked you if you were. Picked me." I couldn't help the surprise in my voice. Was I reading too much into his words, or had something been discussed between them? "What do you mean?" I eyed the identical pendant around his neck, the same one he'd given Wren. The bastard probably made it for her himself. "She went to you, didn't she?" he said, his voice flat, as if I was being dense. Yes, Wren had come to me, but she'd also told me that what happened between us wouldn't go past that night. I shook my head and had to bite my tongue to stop myself from asking all my eager questions. Instead, I fumbled with one. "If that's true and Wren picked me, you're going to accept that?" Who am I to stop Wren from doing what she wants? Hunter was strangely understanding about all of this. I'd seen the fury in his eyes when he realized we'd slept together. "And you're not pissed?" "Oh, I'm pissed," he said, and he widened his stance. "Don't doubt that for a minute." His glare hardened on me again. "Wren is my best friend." Best friend? I couldn't help but notice his word choice. He didn't say love of my life or fiancé. He said they were best friends. And those were the two most musical words I'd ever heard. Still, a part of me couldn't shake the sinking feeling that what I wanted and what Wren wanted were very, very different. Hunter glanced from my walking stick toward the house, like he was encouraging me to go inside. "If you're leaving soon, the least you can do is go in and say goodbye." Then he turned around and headed back down the road. I stared at the closed door to Wren's house. I had to leave. There was no question about it. But for the first time, knowing Wren might have picked me gave me a flaring hope that she might come home with me too. Chapter 38. When I stepped into Wren's house, her grandmother was cleaning up the kitchen. The old woman looked at me, giving me a small nod in greeting, but barely spared me another glance before she went back to cleaning bowls and clothes in a large tub. It reminded me of the Ranskins' house, with the bare necessities lining the walls and filling the shelves, but it was so different, too. It felt more dire. Since I wasn't being chased away, I took that as a good sign and walked quietly through the living room into the hall. The two bedroom doors to my left were closed. I assumed they were her father and grandmother's rooms, and Wren's bedroom door to the right was open. I could see her outline in the flickering candlelight, flitting beneath the blankets. As quietly as I could, I made my way into her room, hoping she wasn't asleep. Wren's head snapped to the doorway, and her mouth curved a little bit when she saw me standing there. I'd missed that barely there smile of hers, and now that I'd seen it, I realized just how hard it was going to be to leave it behind if I had to. "Hey," she said, her eyes enlivened with a glimmer that hadn't been there before. Her cheeks were still rosy, but she was feeling better. I could practically feel her restlessness, and she sat up in bed. "Hey," I said quietly. I shoved my hands in my pockets and leaned against her doorway, content to watch her all night if it meant I got to see that contemplative look on her face. "What are you reading?" I nodded to the book on her nightstand. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "Romeo and Juliet," she said, and a blush crept into her cheeks. It was Colt's copy and one of my favorites. "Romeo and Juliet? Isn't that a little depressing?" Wren shrugged. "It's epic," she said. "My sister loves that story too," I realized. It must be a girl thing. "Or," she said, sitting straighter in her bed, "we're romantics at heart." "Yeah, that makes sense for Thea, but I wouldn't have guessed." Idly, Wren picked at the hem of her quilt. The fabric was well worn, and other than some of the floral squares, I couldn't tell what the other patterns were. For the first time, I peered around her bedroom, taking in the clutter on her dresser and desk. It was a small room, and there wasn't much on the walls, or much of Wren at all, not like the cabin that was littered with bottles and herbs and so many of her things. This wasn't where she felt like herself. Maybe being home was More like a fueling station, a pit stop she had to frequent, even if it wasn't exactly where she felt the most comfortable. "This place is different than you imagined, isn't it?" she said, and I heard the uncertainty in her voice. "How do you mean?" She rolled her eyes and bit her bottom lip. "It's not fancy like Whitehorse is." For the first time, I realized that Wren might not have been protecting her people from me all of this time so much as hiding them, like she was ashamed. "I didn't expect anything," I admitted. "You didn't give me the chance to." She glanced away, and I hated the buzz of apprehension in the room, so I changed the topic. "How are you feeling?" I pushed off the doorframe and took a step closer to the bed, crossing my arms over my chest. "Anxious," she said with a huff. "My body feels like I was pushing a boulder up a hill all night, but my mind, I want to get up and do something. I'm so bored, I can't stand lying here." She sounded so Wren-like, and it sent another wash of relief over me. I sat on the foot of her bed, remembering the night days ago that I awoke to the darkened cabin with a gnarled-up leg and the firelight dancing in her disapproving gaze. We'd come so far since then, and instantly the memory of her skin against mine blazed to life and my body warmed. I was suddenly aware of what we'd been doing the last time we were alone together, and I cleared my throat. "I didn't know what would happen," I breathed, and I squeezed my eyes shut. I could still feel the inferno of her body against mine as I rode with breakneck speed with her in my arms. "You know that, right?" Wren's chocolate-speckled gaze lifted to me. "Yes," she said. "I know that. I've never had to worry about someone like you. Like..." "So there are other girls?" she asked, with a quirk of her lips. "What?" I shook my head. "No, but I never thought about what would happen." "Beau," Wren said with a smile. "I know, I get it, and I don't blame you. I came to you, remember?" She quirked her eyebrow. "And that's what I told my father, too." My eyes widened at that. I guess it made sense that she had some explaining to do, but I hadn't anticipated she'd be so honest. "You did?" She heaved out a breath. He didn't want to talk about it anymore after that. She grinned, like maybe she'd done it on purpose so that her dad would leave her alone. "But I am scared," she admitted. She lifted her hands up and stared at her palms like they might turn to flame. "Now what happens? Am I like you?" I hadn't considered an ability. "I don't know," I said, suddenly worried the worst might not be over. "Do you feel any different?" "Not yet. Did you feel different right away?" I was about to shake my head, then stopped myself. A few days afterward, once we were headed away from Anchorage, I did feel different. Wren worried her bottom lip again, like she was bracing herself for the inevitable. There was a distant tingle in my mind that seemed to come out of nowhere, but when I really think about it, it had been there since I woke up. I just hadn't had time to notice it. "Was it the wolves?" I nodded. It quieted when I was around them. It scared the shit out of Elle, but I couldn't ignore it. "What about the others?" she asked, and I could hear fear in her voice again, the uncertainty that she wouldn't be the same. "They felt different immediately," I told her. "Even Thea did, and you know what she did to my mom." I let what I'd told her that night by the fire sink in. That was while Thea was still recovering. Same with Elle. She killed a man who'd broken into her house the night of her fever. I didn't mention that it was Jackson's father Elle had killed with her bare hands, though. I heaved a breath and ran my hands over my face. Time felt like it had passed in both a whirlwind and on the back of a tortoiseshell. "What happened to you was different," I told her, and hesitated before I continued. "I don't think you were supposed to survive that." Whatever uneasiness darkened her eyes now crinkled her brow. "What?" "Elle's sister was sick like you. Similar, at least." I thought about Sophie's story, about what she'd seen that night, the blood and the convulsions. Jenny didn't make it. I didn't go into how Jenny died because I knew it would only scare Wren. "So what are you saying? Because you don't look happy about it." I smiled and reached for her hand. Her fingers were long and slender in mine. "Of course I'm glad you're okay. I was just thinking my leg could use a little attention. I've neglected it the past couple of days, and..." Wren flung one of her pillows at me and I chuckled. "Jerk," she muttered. "I'm only kidding." I met her gaze. wishing things were easier after all we'd been through, and yet they felt harder than ever. I'm just saying I have no idea what happens next. This was different. I don't know if you'll have an ability, and as I considered the ramifications of her surviving this, I wasn't certain how to break the rest to her. And what, Beau? You're scaring me. I don't know what that means for your children, I admitted. I don't know what any of it means. I stared at the lines of her palm, tracing them with my fingertip. I'd never felt like more of a useless heap of breath with no promises or guarantees to offer her. Oh, she breathed. I could hear the sadness in her voice. The realization opened a slew of issues she'd have to face once again because of me. Sophie and Stanley had studied and uncovered many aspects of the original virus over the years. With the insight of the people in New Bodega, and still, we didn't know everything. It's a man-made and unpredictable virus, and after all this time, it makes sense that it's different now. I didn't allow myself to look away from her imploring gaze, though I wanted to out of shame. I think you might have it inside of you, which makes you a carrier now. Ren's future was more uncertain than it ever had been before, but I knew one thing. Hunter, I started, but stopped myself before I could utter the words. You should get more of the Devil's Club, just in case. Slowly, as if remembering her duty, Ren pulled her hand from mine. Oh, she finally said. Ideas looped through my mind, suggestions and desires I was afraid to voice because I knew what Ren was going to say, even if I desperately hoped I was wrong. You picked me, I said, letting the words hang between us. Hunter said that you told him you couldn't do this anymore, and then you came to me. I swallowed thickly, hope and fear tangling in my throat. I know you have obligations here, but we might be able to find out what the full effects are if you come back to Whitehorse with me. I was dangling a carrot in front of her, hoping she'd take the bait, but I knew it wasn't likely. It was a desperate move, but the longer we sat there and the closer I came to leaving, the more desperate I became. We have doctors and we have connections. We could probably— No, she said abruptly. I can't leave here. She glanced down the hallway toward her father's bedroom. Look, Ren, I know you have family to consider, but isn't the best place for them where they have more resources and support? Aren't you tired of doing it all on your own, out here in the middle of nowhere? Life can be easier than this. I stared at her scarred forearms, a permanent brand and a glaring reminder that she wasn't well here. I can help you if you come to Whitehorse. Beau, she said flatly, this isn't about me and you. It can't be about us. That's not why I'm telling you this. It's not? She crooked her eyebrow. Look, I started and rose to my feet. Maybe it should be about us. Rubbing my hands behind my head, I began to pace her bedroom. Well, it's not about us. It's not even about me. I don't have the luxury of making selfish decisions. I swallowed thickly. I know, I said, hating that she was right. I was selfish. I'd always been selfish, and maybe that's why I'd been naive enough to think I might be able to sway her. I stopped in front of her bedroom window, peering out at Hunter and Milo in the barn across the street, feeding Cricket and the other horses. I met the old man who shot Bear, I explained. You did? My gaze shifted to Bear, pacing anxiously like me. He lives in the mountains. Near a shortcut Bear showed me to find the Devil's Club. I could feel his restlessness. His animal instincts wanted to disappear for winter, but his mind kept him connected to me. The old man's in a bad way, and he needs help with some things. I'm going to stop there on my way home and help him. And Bear, we need to go home. I looked back at Ren in her bed, her face soft in the candlelight. I know you don't want to come to Whitehorse to stay, but I can't leave you here either, uncertain what might happen next. Sophie and Stanley, they could help you. Beau, whatever happens, it's just the way it's supposed to be. I won't leave my people all winter, so drop it, please. You and Hunter can't take care of everything, Ren, I said more sternly. You're being stubborn. And you're ignorant, she bit back. Do you have any idea what would happen to my father if I tried to get him to leave this place? You don't wake up every night when he has night terrors from what he's seen and been through. You don't have to make tinctures for him and half the other people here every day just to help them stay sane. You don't know what it's like, so this conversation is pointless. I took a few steadying breaths, biting back the acidic words on my tongue. Her mind was decided, and so was mine, so there was nothing else to say. "Then that's it," I finally said. When I glanced back at her, she was running her index finger over one of her scars. Every spark in her would die if she stayed here. I knew it in my gut, but I also knew the more I pushed, the further she'd retreat from me. And if she did decide to go with me, she'd resent me more and more every day she was away, because she'd be sick with worry. I walked over to the map on her wall that had plant names scribbled all over it. I pointed to the mouth of the valley where Jasper lived. "I'll be stopping here to help Jasper," I told her, willing her to listen. "Then I'll head north back toward Whitehorse." I pointed just above the map on the wall, where Whitehorse would have been on a larger diagram of the area. "If you ever change your mind," I added. I looked at her one last time, hating the unjustified anger I felt. "Everyone knows who I am. All you have to do is ask for me." I scoured her face. Her soft cheeks, her pink bowed lips. I'd seen them nearly every day, and not knowing when I'd see her again made my chest burn with longing. And I hadn't even left yet. "Goodbye, Ren," I breathed. And with that, I turned from the room and walked out. I had a journey to start, and there was no more waiting. Chapter 39. I locked eyes with Bears as I stepped outside, indicating to him we were ready to leave. The brisk air taunted me, and we were out of time. We had hours, days at most, before the snow would fall, and I still needed to inventory my pack and see how bad off I would be until I could find provisions. I crouched down to my back, resting against the side of the house on the porch. Everything was a necessity now, but my bag was partially empty. What the hell? I tore out everything that was rolled up and began thrashing through it all. My extra clothes were missing. I heard the screen door open and glanced up to see Ren's grandmother standing there, her gray hair falling in waves around her shoulders. It looked like the woman hadn't cut her hair in decades. She held out a stack of folded clothes and a container of meat and bread. "Those are mine?" I noticed my flannel shirt and beanie along with my towel. "Yours," she said. "Letty, Hunter's mother, cleaned the blood off for you as best she could. It's the least we could do." My eyes widened a little, surprised by their unexpected kindness. "Thank you." "Thank you," she said humbly, quietly. "I believe you saved my granddaughter." Ren's father rolled up to the doorway in his wheelchair. It didn't look like he agreed with her. "Take a horse." His words were low and gruff, almost unkind, but I knew what the offer cost him, what being down one of only 4 horses meant to their people. I met his stern, still disapproving gaze, though I thought I saw less animosity in his glare than before. Even if horseback would make my life a hell of a lot easier, I shook my head. "Thank you, but I'll be fine," I said. "I'm used to walking." "At least take Cricket to Jasper's," Ren said from behind her father. We all looked at her. "He'll find his way back home, and you have a lot of time to make up for." She pulled her blanket tighter around her shoulder and stepped outside, past her father. I nodded, desperate to make up some of the time I'd lost. "Thank you." I accepted the folded clothes from the healer, acutely aware of 3 pairs of eyes on me as I donned my flannel, and then my insulated jacket again. The old woman and Ren exchanged a silent conversation, a thoughtful look. Then her grandmother went back into the house. Ren's eyes shifted from her father to me, and then her grandmother appeared at the door again. "Take these 2, Ren said, and gripped the blanket around with one fist as she reached over her father and took furs from her grandmother's arms. Otto's eyes widened. "No," he growled, but Ren glared at him. "He takes them," she bit out, and muttered a word I didn't understand. Her father glared at me. As appreciative as I was for the kind gesture, I was proud that she'd stood up to her father even more. Maybe she would be okay here after all. I had to believe she would. "They were my brothers," Ren explained, and I froze with them in my hands. "They will keep you warm." Her tone was determined, and I didn't dare argue. "Thank you." They all stared at me a minute longer, before Ren's father wheeled himself around and they parted like the Red Sea to let him pass. I rolled my clothes and bedding again and shoved them back into the main compartment of my pack. Her grandmother turned to go back inside, leaving Ren and me on the porch. She stepped closer, the hem of her blanket brushing against my bag. Hastily, I zipped up my pack and slung it over my shoulder. The wind picked up and Ren's raven black hair fluttered around her face. When I looked at her, I tried and failed not to feel the sickening loss blooming in the pit of my stomach. For whatever reason, if you get sick again, or if you need anything, you know where the plant grows. Jasper can help you. I'll be fine, she said with a soft smile, but the amber flecks in her eyes always seemed to shimmer brighter when she was forcing herself to hold something back. This feels wrong, I heard myself say. Just turning around and walking away from you. You're not walking away, Beau. Besides, it's what needs to be done, she said a bit desperately. Bear chuffed as if I needed the reminder of why we were leaving. Will you get Cricket ready for him, please? Ren asked, and I glanced toward the barn to see Hunter disappearing inside. Crouching, Ren reached out for Bear as he plodded closer, and murmured something to him as she ran her hand over his shaggy face. Is she well? I asked him, wondering if Bear could smell with his hyperactive nose whether or not Ren was different. Is she like me? He nudged her, earning an awkward laugh from Ren as she scratched him one last time behind his ears. Different. Well. Good. I was surprised by my sudden relief. Knowing she wasn't likely to relapse or lose her mind as a result of all of this made it a little bit easier to leave. The damage, whatever it was likely done. Ren stood up again, oblivious to our silent conversation, and turned to face me. I'll kinda miss him, she admitted. And I'll miss you, she said more soberly. Be safe. Her voice was only a whisper as our eyes met. My fingers twitched at my sides, wanting to touch her one last time as my eyes raked over her cheekbones and memorized the dark fanning lashes that hooded her eyes. So expressive. So strikingly Ren. She swallowed and pulled the blanket up higher around her neck. I'm serious, she said with a surprising lilt. I know you like to get into trouble. A smile twitched on her lips, and before I could stop myself, I leaned in and pressed my mouth to hers. Soft, warm, as right as it felt to want Ren, I knew it was wrong too. Her lips parted, and for a brief moment, our mouths lingered in an indescribable, unforgettable moment before she pulled away. Slowly, her eyes flitted open and her cheeks reddened. Goodbye, Beau. My heart thundered as she walked back into the house, each step quicker than the last. The screen door slammed shut behind her, and the solid oak door after it. Running my hand over my face, I turned to find Hunter and Cricket standing in the doorway of the barn waiting for me. My cheeks flushed even more. As I drew closer, Hunter's expression remained stoic. He was good at that when he wasn't threatening to kill me, and he offered me the reins. Thanks, I muttered, my eyes shifting away from him just as quickly. He should be back in a couple of days at the latest. Pausing, I looked from Ren's bedroom window back to Hunter. Take care of her. With a solemn dip of his chin, Hunter took a step back. Stay out of trouble, would you? He said dryly. I couldn't help a humorless laugh. Easier said than done, I grumbled. I had quite the journey ahead of me, and who knew what would happen between here and home. I shrugged into my pack, the weight strangely foreign to me, and with a final nod at Hunter, I led Cricket around the barn and into the trees. I had one more stop to make before the trek home. Chapter 40. A wave of emptiness settled over me as I stepped into the cabin, a bone-chilling draft following. It smelled damp with earth, and it was cold inside without a fire in the stove. Fleetingly, I wondered if I lit a fire, if Ren would come. Sven hooted above the door, washed in the gray shadows of night, and I quickly stepped farther in. Please don't add bird shit to the growing list of things that suck, I muttered. I set down Ren's clothes, which I'd gathered from the cave, having left them behind in my rush to get her home, and stared at them. Peering around at the dark cabin, I took in the weather-roughened walls, the water-stained rafters, and cobwebbed windows. It was just a shack in the middle of the woods, and yet it was so much more than that, and I felt a vacantness I'd never felt before. It wasn't like losing Luna, which felt like I was losing a best friend. This was more like regret. Bear stepped in, sniffing around. "Careful," I told him, pointing to the owl perched on the rafter above him. He grumbled and rolled into a sitting position outside of the cabin as he waited, increasingly annoyed with me. Remembering the necklace from Hunter, I pulled the pendant out of my pocket and set it on her clothes. Wren and Hunter were so much the same, I realized. I tugged my beanie off, running my hand over my head. Now that I knew him, I could see how determined he was to do the right thing, that he was bound by his duty to his people, just like Wren. They would make their life together work, and as much as it gutted me, I admired that about them. Reaching into my collar, I pulled my dog tag necklace over my head, fingering the 6 etched on it. My chest tightened as I remembered Luna's loyalty the night we'd helped save Kat, and how a single piece of stainless steel had made me feel like I finally belonged somewhere. Ross had wanted me to know I was important, and I wanted Wren to know that she was important too. Setting the agate pendant and my dog tag on top of her clothes, I told myself there was no more grieving for what I knew all along I could never have, and I turned for the door. "Take care, Sven," I said, and closed him inside the cabin. It was time to go. Wren was doing what she needed to do, and now I needed to do the same. Chapter 41. By dawn, Bear, Cricket, and I finally saw Jasper's cabin come into view through the trees. I never thought I'd be so happy to see the dilapidated place again, but I was exhausted. We all were, from the days of chaos and uncertainty, and we were cold from riding in the whipping, angry wind all night. I needed a break. Bear chuffed and groaned at me as he continued past Jasper's and headed toward the river. "Don't wander too far," I told him. We wouldn't stay longer than a day if I could help it, though sleep sounded as welcome as a hot shower and a warm bed. Bones aching, I dismounted Cricket and walked to where he held his head high, like he knew his task was done and he got to go home. His eyes were wide and anxious as he blinked at me in the pale morning light, and I patted his shaggy gray face. "Thank you," I told him. I brushed his mane from his eyes, hoping he could feel my gratitude or at least see it. I'd never had a horse, and while Cricket wasn't mine, I still felt a kinship with him. Together, we'd saved Wren, and with Wren, he'd saved me. He jerked his head in reply. "Keep her safe for me," I said, and with a goodbye, I pushed his head away playfully. "Go on now, go home." Cricket turned on his back hooves, and with a few hurried steps, he retraced our path south, back to the village, back to Wren. Heaving out a breath, I turned toward the property, realizing just how lucky all of us were back home. I'd seen places like Prince Rupert and Hartley Bay, communities like Whitehorse that were doing well, and they were a glaring contrast to how people lived out here. While I wanted Wren to leave her village for a number of reasons, there was only one reason I thought Jasper should. He probably wouldn't survive the winter out here in his blind and frail condition. I gripped the gun at my side, alert in case Jasper got spooked and shot at me again. "Hey, Jasper," I called. "It's Beau. Remember me?" I waited a breath. "I'm back, like I promised I would be." There was no smoke coming from the chimney, and I couldn't hear anything inside. I swallowed thickly. Was I too late? I took a few steps closer to the cabin, eyeing the depleted wood stack beside his door. "Jasper?" There was a crash inside the cabin, and with an exhale I headed closer. "Don't shoot me, I'm coming in." There was cursing and grumbling, and then finally the door creaked open. Once again, Jasper, harried and unkempt, stood in the doorway in holey jeans, a torn flannel, a ragged fur cap, and an old, stained jacket showing beneath a threadbare blanket draped around his shoulders. "You really came back, boy?" The white film of his eyes shone in the muted light. "I told you I would," I said, stopping a few yards from the door. "I keep my word." He grinned, toothless but elated. "You sure as shit did, didn't you?" he said with surprising joy. "Right on time, too." "Right on time?" His face fell a little. "Never mind," he muttered, and I saw the humility on his face. Whether it was lack of food, wood, or warmth, I wasn't going to make him explain. "Well," I started, "I owe you a debt and I'm here to pay it." I lifted up the rabbit tethered to my pack, then realized he couldn't see. "I brought us a hare to cook up, and I'll cut some wood. We'll get you straightened out." "Now, as you said, this is payment of a debt," he clarified. "I don't need no charity." "Of course not. But it's my fault. Well, Bear's fault that your winter garden is ruined, and for letting me pass, I owe you a lot more than tough meat and wood for a fire." As realization dawned on Jasper, his bushy eyebrows lifted. "Did you save your friend, then?" I wanted to smile with a sense of pride, but it was my fault that she'd nearly died to begin with. "Yes, thanks to you." Well, well, don't stand out there in the cold. Come in and take a break." Jasper waved me into the cabin, stumbling as he stepped out of the way. Leaning my rifle beside the door, I pulled off my pack, unhooked the rabbit, and hung it from the eaves before I stepped inside. The cabin was larger than Wren's shack by the river, but felt infinitely smaller somehow. It was divided into 2 rooms, one main room to the right, where he clearly spent his time when he was indoors, and a room to the left that had a small kitchen, covered in dishes that hadn't been touched in what looked like years. Above was a loft, which I assumed was once a bedroom, and boxes and empty jars lined the stairs leading up. I glanced at him, wondering how he'd survived all this time out here without being able to see. I remembered the bloodied pants he'd been wearing last time, and I stared at his leg. "Did you hurt yourself?" I asked him. "I noticed you were limping a little." He batted the air. "Oh, that bear of yours startled me and I gave myself a nasty scrape, but I'm fine." "Can I see it?" I asked, just to make sure it's healing okay. He shrugged. "Suit yourself." Jasper stretched out his leg and tugged his pants up. There was dried blood smeared on his calf and on his knee, but it was wrapped, like he'd done a decent job patching himself up. "I should probably take a closer look later tonight and maybe change the bandage," I told him. "Do you have more supplies?" "Oh, yes, I have plenty. The question is where to find them," he chuckled. "They're here somewhere." "Okay. I'll find them after I cook us something to eat." "Where's that damn bear of yours, anyway?" Jasper asked, his brows furrowed. I had a feeling it would take some time for Bear and Jasper to get on friendly terms. "He won't be bothering you anymore," I promised. In fact, he found a bunch of cranberries down by the river. I was thinking of going down there to pick a bunch to have with our rabbit. "Cranberries?" Jasper's mouth seemed to water at the thought. He licked his lips and extended his hand, feeling his way around the stacks of books and the old furniture toward the dilapidated couch. "It's been a coon's age since I had any of them. My eyes aren't working like they used to, and I haven't been able to make my way down there in years." "Well, it'll be a nice treat then," I said, my chest tightening as I thought about how lonely and isolated he'd been up here and for how long. Years? I glanced at the wood-burning stove in the far corner of the living area, which is where he apparently slept as well. The stove door was open, and ashes covered the floor around it, like it hadn't been emptied in months. Stacks of books lined the walls of the room, and the cushioned chair across from the fire was so worn I could see the springs protruding through the fabric. The paisley curtains were moth-eaten, and while everything looked like it had been nicely kept, and even had a woman's touch at some point, it was now a pigsty. "I know the place isn't much," Jasper said, lowering himself down into the chair, "and it's cold as a witch's tit in here, but I can't seem to find my matches to light the damn fire." I glanced at the matchbox by the wood stove. It was empty. Clearing my throat, I headed toward the door again to grab my fire starter from my pack. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll bring in some wood while I'm at it, and we can get that rabbit cooking in a stew." I glanced into the kitchen for a pot to boil water in, making a mental note to get some fresh water at the river to boil for our meal. Wood, food, water, cabin, and barn restoration. There was a never-ending list of things that Jasper needed help with if he was going to stay alive out here much longer, but there was only one logical remedy. One I would have to broach carefully if I was going to get him to accept. By nightfall, my body was only working on autopilot. I'd gathered as much fruit as I could from the bushes by the river, brought up enough water to tide us over for a couple of days, and I'd cut enough wood to get Jasper through the week, stacked in rows just outside his door so he could find it easily. By the time night had fallen, he had cleared off a spot on the couch for us to sit and eat our rabbit and dried onion stew. Recipe courtesy of Jasper's wife, Mary Alice, who died years ago from pneumonia. Although I'd made better stew in my life, Jasper drank the first bowl like it was water, and I eagerly poured him another. Like Bert, Jasper was rough around the edges. The year he'd spent alone had made him weary and distrusting, which I couldn't blame him for, especially after the mobs that had come through the woods years back. "Mary Alice and I came out here to start a new life together after the fever. The world had gone to hell in a handbasket, and we decided to take our chances away from the city, especially after we'd both survived. How exactly, I'll never understand, but we did, only for pneumonia to take her a few years later." If Jasper and his wife both had the virus, then it meant they both had some sort of ability. "Jasper," I said, taking a slurp of my soup. Even as plain as it was warm and soothing to my aching muscles and the cold that had needled its way into my bones. "What changes did you and your wife have after you were sick?" He showed signs of nothing extraordinary, and I worried he wouldn't know what I was talking about. I didn't want him to think I was one of the crazy ones. His spoon hesitated at his crinkled lips, and he blinked his white eyes in my direction. "You mean the enhancements?" he said, quizzically. "Yeah, like how I can talk to Bear." He slurped from his spoon, then licked his lips. "Mary Alice never much knew what her change was, though I suspect that was because she wasn't ever the same after she woke from being sick. She was weaker, you see. She went from hiking Pacific Rim on the weekends to having asthma attacks after walking too far berry picking. The original purpose of the serum we had at the prison was to reverse abilities and help the elderly who had formed powers that were unwieldy and a possible danger to themselves. I couldn't help but think that somehow Mary Alice's ability might have killed her. I noticed a dusty framed photo of Jasper and his wife on the windowsill, the image whitewashed from years forgotten in the sunlight. Jasper had a short, well-kept beard, a long-sleeved button-up shirt, and a full smile to go along with his chubby cheeks. Nothing like the deteriorating old man looked now. Mary Alice had shoulder-length blonde hair pulled up, thin-rimmed glasses, a pretty smile, and high cheekbones that Thea and her friends would kill for. Jasper and Mary Alice looked like a couple from another time entirely. They looked happy. "And you?" I asked. "What's your ability?" Jasper laughed at that and absently inched his way closer to the fire. He held his hands up to it, and my chest tightened as I considered the last time he might have been warm. "I always thought my eyesight improved, but then look what happened," he said, flashing me his cloudy white irises. "You'd think I had glaucoma before all of this, but I was fit as a fiddle, right as rain. There was nothing wrong with me, and now I can't see at all, only shadows from time to time." Heightened senses, I realized. And like his wife, his ability had been more detrimental than it had been good. Jasper's head shifted from his living room, like he was taking the sight of it all in, even if I knew he couldn't really see it. He could picture it well enough in his mind, I guessed. "I wouldn't have lugged all these books out here years ago if I'd known I'd never get to read all of them. Now I've resorted to burning them for warmth." The longing in his voice was masked with a bitter edge, and I changed the subject. "Were you a historian or something?" The books were old histories of the world, everything from world wars to civil rights movements to the Mesozoic era and the Industrial Revolution. "A professor," he said with a grave smile. "World history near the end, but I was an academic in another life and wrote papers on everything from the fall of the Roman Empire to the Boston Tea Party." We sat in silence as the fire roared in the stove, and I set my empty bowl on the coffee table beside his. "You know, Jasper," I said, resting my elbows on my knees. I needed to be delicate or risk him shutting me down, like Ren had. "I know you probably like your privacy, and you have so many memories out here with Mary Alice, but would you ever consider coming back with me to Whitehorse? We could use a history teacher. We've got a brood of kids that need teaching, and Sophie, my sister, and a few of the other teachers have their hands full. Plus, none of them know lick about history." The truth was, they taught the basics, but history beyond the past 50 years had been a low priority. Self-sufficiency and self-defense, as well as studies of society and life before the virus, were more important. "I'm too old to teach a classroom full of kids," he said, and even though I heard the regret in his voice, he shook his head in answer. "What if you don't have to teach them?" I said. "What if you could tell them stories, like from your books? What if," I said, growing more excited the more I thought about it, "what if you donated your books to our library so that others can read them? We could come back in the spring and collect them all." He would belong somewhere in Whitehorse and have companions and people to talk to in the years he had left. Suddenly, bringing him back with me didn't just feel like the right thing to do, but part of my purpose and a reason for my journey. Jasper's eyebrows drew together. Then his features softened. "How many kids you got in that town of yours?" "Nearly 500, I told him, "and they love stories. In fact, they eat them up." "They do." His eyebrows rose again, and I could practically hear the rusted wheels in his mind beginning to turn. "My grandmother does an out-loud reading every Saturday night at the school," I explained, luring him in deeper. "I know you have a lot of memories out there, but you'd be safe in Whitehorse. There are people your age, too. You could all swap stories and... I don't know. What would Mary Alice want you to do? I asked, playing the last card I had. If they loved each other the way Elle and Jackson did, there was no way she'd prefer he stayed out here to die miserable and alone. Jasper frowned at that, then sat back into his chair, a spring squeak filling the quiet room. I guess I could consider it. I'm just rotting away out here anyway. With a victorious grin, I cleared my throat to steady my voice. Good. Consider it. I'll stick around for another day if you don't mind, while you think on it. I could use a little recharge and to get some food in order before Bear and I head out. The truth was, if Jasper came with us, as I hoped he would, I wanted to be ready. There was planning that needed to be done, and I wanted Bear to be prepared to have a new friend on our journey, one that would no doubt slow us down a little. Yeah, okay, he said. You can stay for another day or so. I grinned again, enjoying how serious he seemed and unaffected, as if he didn't care whether he had company or not. My entire trip south had been a whirlwind, the chaos feeling more like months than a matter of days and weeks that had passed. Another day or two behind schedule wouldn't make much of a difference, so I'd rest here with Jasper to ready us for a long journey back to Whitehorse, his new home. Chapter 42. The second afternoon at Jasper's was gray and chilly. I made my way back toward his cabin with a couple of fish I'd caught in the net I'd found in the barn. It turned out the old man had just about all the supplies he needed to live out here. He just couldn't get around or see to use them anymore. Bear wasn't happy to find out we were staying a bit longer, but he didn't want to start on the journey without me either. And since Bear was grumpier than usual and the sudden change in the plans were only making it worse, I promised him whatever bread and honey I could find when we finally returned to the lodge. It was bittersweet to think of the comforts of home, so I tried to stay focused on preparing for our 2-week trek back. I'd spent the morning sorting and salvaging what we'd need to take with us. A pack and warmer clothes for Jasper that I'd found in an old trunk, along with more wool socks I took for myself, an additional rope, which would come in handy since Jasper couldn't see anything, a compact hatchet and saw, snowshoes, and some outdated first aid supplies, and a better 4-season tent for us to sleep in. It was old, and there were a few tears in it, but it was better than the broken pole tent I had, so I'd leave mine behind. Though I hated to weigh the old man down with a pack, the weather would worsen as the days went on, and with Jasper joining us, I knew we had to be extra prepared for anything. As long as we kept moving and kept ourselves covered, I knew we could manage, though. As I came to the cabin, Jasper was feeling his way out of the house, following a well-worn trail from the front stoop around a rusted, tireless truck that hadn't moved in years. He felt his way down the path, moving with impatient steps, as if he was anxious to get wherever he was going, but I didn't stop to help him. I'd inserted myself in his life enough, and I didn't want to coddle him. Between Jasper and me and everyone else I knew back home, it was difficult to reconcile how differently our abilities affected us. I'd always been bent out of shape that I couldn't talk with multiple animals like other animal telepaths could, and that I couldn't be more useful. But I'd never thought how lucky I was that my ability wasn't eating away at me like it was with others. Even though I'd heard of elderly people being adversely affected, I'd never known anyone who had been, and seeing Jasper the way he was and hearing about Mary Alice had made me more grateful for what I had and what I could do. I walked into the barn, passing an old workbench with as many abandoned tools as there were cobwebs, and stopped in the corner behind an old boat where I'd made a makeshift bed away from the elements. I dropped my beanie and unwrapped my scarf to leave with the rest of my things while I went to clean fish for supper. Jasper had offered me his couch again, but I needed sleep, desperately, more than what I'd get on his lumpy couch, serenaded by Jasper snoring. Despite the chill, I preferred the outdoors anyway, but I assumed Bear had something to do with that. As I stepped out of the barn, I stopped in the doorway. Jasper stood at Mary Alice's grave. It had been 6 years since she'd passed, and I wondered how often he got out here to talk to her. "Reckon they could use an old guy like me," he said, his voice quiet. "And you'd like him. He's a lot like our Danny boy was." A son? I hadn't realized they'd had a child, but then it didn't surprise me either. Everyone had lost someone. I leaned against the doorway, not wanting to eavesdrop, but not wanting to disturb him either. And if I was honest, part of me was glad he still had someone he could talk to after all these years, even if she was long gone. Jasper dropped a paper crane onto her grave. For the first time, I noticed how many there were, discolored and matted by dirt and mud, and tucked away in the overgrown weeds and thistles that had grown over her. Some of them were so sun-bleached you couldn't even see the words from the book pages he'd used anymore. Anyway, he continued, we're shoving off tomorrow, but I'll be back in the spring, you hear? I'll still stop in when I can to see how you're doing. Jasper's voice warbled, and he wiped moisture from beneath his eyes. I sure miss you, Mary. With a wavering breath, Jasper readjusted the old trapper hat on top of his head and turned slowly around, his hands out in front of him, to find the pine tree. I followed a ways behind him and cleared my throat so I didn't scare him. Hey, Jasper. He turned and looked in my direction. You have just about everything you need for your pack? I do. Good to hear. He said it with less enthusiasm than I expected, and he turned back toward the house. My heart sped up a little. Jasper, I said again, you're still coming, aren't you? He ran his hands over his dirty jeans anxiously and waved my words away as he kept on his path. I just don't want to slow you down, he said. I'm an old man. I don't need to. You won't slow me down, I told him, and even if it was a lie, I wouldn't leave him behind. Nobody deserved to die cold, hungry, and alone, especially not him. Besides, I said with a smile, knowing Bear would hate me, but that it might be the only way we'd make it home before the snow got too deep. You have a ride, if it comes down to it. Jasper glanced at me, his face blanching. I'm only kidding, but he makes a killer service dog. He's slow, and you can lean on him. Trust me. You can all you want, but you can't take it back now. You're going and your bag is packed. We just need a couple more essentials, then we'll be off. Oh, well, that reminds me, he said, pointing toward the house. I found that head wrap I was telling you about, and I think I found my snow boots, too. But you'll have to check the box for me. I fell in step beside him as he shuffled his way toward the house. Good. I'll take a look, and then we'll finish packing, once I get the trout cleaned and cooking. Jasper nodded. Fine. He reached out for the rusted truck, a permanent landmark now, and stopped to look at me. Beau, what's your pa gonna think when you come home with an old fool like me? I'll tell you what he'll think. He'll think you're crazy. Nah, I said easily. Jackson won't think I'm crazy. He'll be glad to have you. We're all a bunch of strays anyway, I admitted, opening the door for him to go inside. I rested the net in my hand against the side of the building. The cabin smelled of wood smoke, now that a fire burned bright and warm in the stove. I'd aired the place out first thing in the morning, helping get the musty scent of mildew out, for now, at least. Shutting the door behind us, I wound my way through the path Jasper had made in the books to the stove, and poured him some hot water for tea. Jasper had been rationing what little food he had, but I could take care of him now, and he didn't need to go without, not when he was already skin and bones. You said strays. How did you mean? Well, we're all a bunch of strangers who just happened to have met along the way. My sister and I are the only ones who survived back home. I smiled. Funny thing is, we've got more family now than we ever had before. We've even got a few crazy uncles, which you'll get on with just fine, I think. I put some of the mint leaves I had in my pack into his mug before handing it to him. We're used to ragamuffins and misfits, I told him, so you'll fit right in. He sniffed the steaming mug, and I saw the shock register on his face. Then his brow crumbled. Flavored tea? Mint leaves grew like weeds outside, and even that was a treat. My heart ached for him. It's only peppermint, I told him. Just a little something different. Jasper's cloudy eyes shimmered in the firelight as he carefully set his mug on his lap, his wrinkly hands gripping it tightly. Thank you, Beau, he said, for humoring an old man and taking me back with you. I have to admit I don't have a lot left in me, but I sure appreciate not living what I got left in this place, alone and in the darkness. The gratitude in his voice was almost painful, and I had to steady my breath before I could speak again. I'm just glad to have the company going back home. It's generally one-sided conversation the whole way." He chuckled and took a sip of his tea. "Why don't I get to cleaning that fish so we can have a nice dinner, to celebrate your last night here?" I said. "I noticed you have a couple potatoes in the ground still, and if they're any good, I could make some fish soup. I even saw you had some herbs in the cupboard up there. Maybe we can give it a little bit of a kick." Jasper grinned as he swallowed another gulp of his tea. "Is it a celebration you want?" he asked with a devilish grin. He felt around on the side table and set his mug down. With a groan, he pushed himself up off the couch and shuffled his way through the living room, following his path into the kitchen. He felt around for the countertop, then lifted his hand to feel for the cupboard. "In there," he said, pointing to the top shelf as he opened the door. There were a few stacked plates and bowls, a couple of cups, but it was what I saw gleaming in the low glow of the firelight that caught my eye. "Whiskey," I said, grinning from ear to ear. "You've been holding out on me, old man." Jasper chuckled. "I've been saving it for something special for so long I forgot about it until now." I reached up and grabbed it off the top shelf, eyeing a couple other liquor bottles that looked empty. The label was etched with black and gold. Small batch, triple distilled. I knew enough from Woody's Guilty Pleasure that whiskey was not only smooth but strong, and sounded really good right about now. "So, kid," Jasper prompted from behind me, "want to really celebrate?" He flashed me a big, toothless grin. "Well, you have been saving it for a special occasion," I reiterated, "and I couldn't deny you, so." Jasper chuckled. "Good." Later, after the fish stew was cooked, our bellies were fed, the sun had descended, and the gray world darkened, Jasper and I started in on the whiskey. I was beginning to feel the effects. I wasn't drunk, not like I had been after I'd finished school and went out with Bird Woody and watchful Ross to celebrate my liberation. Jackson knew as well because he had a shit-eating grin on his face the next morning when I got home. But my mind was fuzzy and light, and it felt really, really good to bask in the soft glow of the cabin, warmed from the inside out. "I was never much of a drinker," Jasper said, having had only 2 swigs to my 4. He was also nearly 100 pounds lighter than I was, with no meat on his bones, so I couldn't give him shit for it. "Well, there are worse things," I told him. "I'm not much of one either, to be honest. I might have only been 20, but legal drinking age wasn't a thing anymore. Not really. There wasn't much need for one. For those of us who grew up watching our backs, worried what or who might show up in the middle of the night. Now, though, kids like Donovan didn't have to think too much about what lurked in the cover of night. It was different for them, and their immaturity was beginning to show, a path I worried Thea was following too easily. "Where are you, kid?" Jasper's voice was a gravelly whisper in my thoughts, and I shook myself back to the cabin and my new friend sitting beside me. "You got really quiet." "I was just thinking about my sister," I admitted. "I don't know if she's on the right path." "Oh?" Jasper settled into his corner of the couch. "What makes you say that?" The S in his words whispered through his toothless mouth. "She's hanging out with a crowd I don't like," I told him. "Entitled little pricks that don't know how hard we've worked for what we have. It's like they've forgotten all the bad shit we went through, you know? Like they don't know what the sacrifices have been to make Whitehorse what it is." "Well," he said easily, "maybe they don't remember, or maybe they never really knew to begin with. Maybe you need to remind them." With a sigh, I let my head fall back, feeling the fingers of sleep dragging me closer to the abyss. "That's not really my thing," I told him. "I teach kids who are actually curious and want to learn something. I don't have time for assholes who think getting my little sister, who's a few years younger than them, drunk in the middle of the night is fun. From what I remember eons ago when the world was worried about college tuition and pensions, kids have to learn lessons. You can't tell them anything, just like you," he said, matter of fact. Taken aback, my gaze shot to Jasper. "What's that mean?" "Well, kid, I might be blind, but there's a reason you're all the way out here on your own, isn't there? Whatever you needed to find, someone couldn't just tell you. You had to search it out on your own, and from what I can tell, you've had quite the adventure. It gives you a whole new appreciation, doesn't it?" I thought about Wren, and the empty hole inside of me that was filled while I was with her. Someone to care about. someone to think about, someone to protect, even if I did a crap job of it. I thought about Bear and how close we'd grown and how I missed Luna so much it still felt like a part of me was asleep or numb. And yet, Bear brightened a different part of me, a more playful, silly side I didn't really know I had. Why do old guys know so much? I thought aloud, remembering my conversation with Took, who'd convinced me to go on this adventure to begin with. Because, Jasper said, us old guys have a lot of years behind these damn wrinkles. What, did you think they were free? I laughed, a deep, throaty sound that made me feel even lighter than before, and I stared up at the rafters above. Against my better judgment, my thoughts drifted to Sven and his perch in Wren's cabin. Then I thought of her reluctant smile and her dry sense of humor, and I missed her like fucking hell. The girl, I said, hating the rasp in my voice. Jasper turned to look at me with heavy eyelids. Even if he couldn't actually see me, I could feel his attention on me, curious and light, maybe even comforted by my presence. The one I was trying to save, I added. I think I loved her, Jasper. I've never loved a girl before. Does it make your gut feel hollow and your mind crazed? I choked a laugh and nodded, then remembered he couldn't see me. Yeah, it does. The more I try not to think about her, the more I can't stop. I miss everything about her, even the most obnoxious things, like how stubborn she is all the time. Jasper grinned and tisked, shaking his head at me. Oh boy, you've got it bad, he mused. But if that's true, if she's the one, why did you leave her behind? I ran my hands over my face. I couldn't stay. Maybe it wasn't that easy, and maybe it was, but either way, it felt impossible, even with the weight of the world lifting off my shoulders more and more by the second. Then I sobered. Being with me is dangerous, Jasper. I admitted so quietly, I thought I might have only thought it. His face crumbled. You got a temper, boy. What? No, nothing like that. I shook my head. Well, I mean, I get angry, but I would never hit a woman or anything. I sighed heavily. You and I, we're different than she is. I glanced at Jasper to find him nodding, like he understood without my having to explain any of it. First it was skin color, he mused, then gender, but now we're just happy to meet good people. With the same type of blood, I added. Jasper tilted his head back. Ah, I see. We sat in silence as I tried and miserably failed not to think about Wren. You didn't know what would happen, kid, he said, and while it was true, it didn't feel any less horrific. And, he added, you said she was okay. She survived, I told him, my voice strained with sudden emotions I didn't bother to hide. But the truth is, I said, rubbing my hands over my face, it's all uncharted territory for anyone I know. For the first time since I was a kid, I have no idea what happens next. I'm scared for her. Life is tough, Jasper said, his voice soft and quiet. While he and Took were nothing alike, talking to Jasper seemed comforting and familiar. It tears you apart on some days and sews you back together on others. Like one of Mary Alice's hand-sewn quilts she used to throw together like it was nothing. But it's just as patchy, and it's just as rough in some places. Every seam is different. All you can do is navigate it the best you can, just like the rest of us. Life is a journey, and you're only starting yours. Although I knew every slurred word out of Jasper's mouth was true, I hated the thought of never seeing Wren again. I asked her to come with me, I told him. I understand why she wouldn't, but it's killing me. You have to respect her decision, he said, thoughtful. Unless, he said, you don't. My head snapped to him. What? With a shrug, Jasper leaned his head back and his eyes closed. If it was my wife, I'd go back and drag her with me, he said with a soft chuckle. I'm a lying prick, he said. I would never do that. She'd beat the shit out of me if I even tried. I laughed, wishing I could have met Mary Alice, and as Jasper's mouth parted and I could hear sleep setting in, I decided to extricate myself from the warmth of the cabin and head outside. Bear was already out there, somewhere, his mind humming with sleep. I draped Jasper's blanket over him, then put another log on the fire. After it was roaring again, I lit one of the candles I'd found, grabbed the blanket draped over the back of the couch, and headed for the door, careful not to knock over any of Jasper's book stacks. Setting the candle down, I grabbed my jacket from the hook and shrugged into it, followed by my scarf and beanie. Tucking the blanket under my arm, I picked up the candle and opened the door. I froze. It was snowing, and standing in it was a red-cheeked, dark-haired angel whose eyes gleamed in the candlelight. Ren took a deep breath. "Hi, Beau." Chapter 43. Ren stood in front of me as I tried to formulate a coherent sentence. "What are you... I licked my lips. I couldn't decide if I was drunk, dreaming, or just plain crazy. "You're here," I finally managed. Her pack was large at her feet, and a white horse pawed at the ground behind her. "Where's Cricket?" I asked. "I figured he could use a break after a rough couple of days," she said wryly. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." My eyes widened and my attention snapped back to her. "No, I don't care. I know," she said with a crooked smile. She lifted her shoulders. "Surprised?" It was a hesitant question, but before I could allow myself to be elated, I took a step back, my gaze scanning every inch of her from fur wrap to snow boots. "Is everything okay?" She shrugged, as if making her way out here so far from home was just another day in Crazy Town. "Yeah, I just figured it wouldn't hurt to take you up on your offer," she said, "to see what White Horse is like and if it's a good fit for my family." I glanced around for Hunter. I wasn't sure if I was hurt she hadn't come for me or too relieved to see her to care, and it was all I could do to keep my hands to myself. "Well, I'm glad you did." Finally, Ren smiled again, a shy, partial smile that made my fucking heart flutter. "Good, because it took all day to get here and I could use a break," she teased dryly. I grinned. "I dreamed it was possible you might, but I never thought you actually would." "To be honest," she said as a snowflake settled on her nose, "I didn't know I was going to, but then..." Ren reached under her fur wrap and into the collar of her shirt, lifting the dog tag necklace I'd left on the bed at the cabin. "I know how much this means to you, and when I saw that you'd forgotten it..." A wry smile tugged at her lips again. "Oh, so you thought you'd bring it back to me real quick," I said, shaking my head with a smirk. But Ren's amusement faded, and her eyes searched mine in the flickering flame. "I debated coming more than I've ever thought about anything, ever," she admitted. There was a waver in her voice, a vulnerability that made her look young and scared, and I wanted to shield her from it, whatever it was. She cleared it away before she spoke again. "But when I saw this on the bed, I knew I had to. And not just for my family, but for me." I swallowed thickly. I wanted to ask Ren 100 questions about her father and Hunter and what it all meant, but none of that mattered or changed the fact that she was standing in front of me. "I thought I'd never see you again," I admitted in a whisper that disappeared on the breeze as quickly as I'd uttered it. Ren stepped closer to me. "So I made the right decision?" I nearly barked with a laugh. "Yes," I said, leaning in to wrap my arms around her. I pulled Ren against me, inhaling the scent of her. "You made the right decision." I kissed her head and the side of her face, and then my mouth found hers, scared to waste a single moment more. Her hands wrapped around my neck, tightening as she kissed me back just as greedily. I never, ever wanted to let her go. "I'm going to take you home with me," I breathed. She looked into my eyes. "Good," she whispered, her breath warm against my face. Softly, she pressed her lips to mine again, allowing them to linger. "Good." Chapter 44. The next morning I woke with Ren in my arms, her head resting on my chest, and the gray of dawn peeking in through the seams in the rafters. It had been real, all of it, and even though we'd only slept, it was the best night of my life. Her body was warm against mine, but not on fire as she slept. Her hand splayed on my chest, the dog tag I'd left for her resting under her thumb. Ren had come to me. She was perfect, and she'd chosen me. She stirred, wrapping her furs tighter around her. Then, her eyes slowly fluttered open. They were the color of sun-soaked honey. "You're staring," she said as they focused on me. Her cheeks flushed and a barely-there smile curved her lips as she nestled closer. "We have to go soon," I told her, but I didn't want to wake you up. As if she remembered where she was, Wren pushed herself up, glancing around the dilapidated barn. "Romantic, no?" I teased. "It's definitely a lot different in the daylight." I chuckled and sat up, tugging my long-sleeved shirt over my head. "I hate to say it, but it's the best lodging you'll have for a while." "Well, it's a step up from the cave," she jested, glancing at me over her shoulder. She ran her fingers through her long hair to comb it, then she rifled through her pack and pulled out a few sprigs of mint. She popped one into her mouth and handed me the other. "Here," she said. "You need it." "Thanks." Fleetingly, I thought of toothpaste days and how much I hated brushing my teeth when I was a kid. Now I longed for it. Running my hands over my face, I groaned, thinking of home. "I can't wait for a hot shower and mouthwash," I told her, and I ran my fingers through my dirty hair. "And I could use a haircut. I'm beginning to feel like Jackson looks." Wren pulled on her boots with amusement, but I saw the shadows in her eyes still, like she was having second thoughts. "What is it?" I asked. "What are you thinking about?" She gathered her hair up in a knot on top of her head and wrapped it with the band from around her waist. "I don't know. I guess it's finally hitting me that I just left my family and everything in my life that's familiar to go and meet yours." I smiled, realizing she was nervous. "What, big tough Wren is worried to meet my parents?" Rolling her eyes, she slugged me in the shoulder. "Shut up." I grabbed her shoulder and pulled her into me. She didn't fight it. With a grin, I kissed the top of her head. "Don't worry about them. Seriously. Elle will think you're an angel who brought me back home, and Jade will be so excited to meet you. Someone like her." I sobered. "Well, you used to be, anyway." Wren craned her neck to look at me, and she took my chin between her fingers, pulling my face down to hers. "Don't go down that road," she said. "What happened is done, and as terrifying as it was before you, I would have been okay with it being my end." I let her words sink in, crushing my heart. "So everything to get to here and now, to feel better, I'm okay with." She paused. "I feel better, Beau. Like there's actually a reason to do all of this." She splayed her palm over my chest. "And that's because of you." I laced my fingers with hers, strumming the scars beneath her sweater sleeve with my thumb. I'd been trying to ignore it because it felt like I was betraying my family and everything I've known all my life. But when Cricket came back and I realized you weren't with him, she shook her head. I felt gutted. I'd hoped you'd come back too, and the fact that you were really gone made me sick to my stomach. Wren's chin trembled. I didn't want to feel trapped anymore. My arm wrapped tighter around her waist as I leaned in and kissed her. "I don't want that for you either," I whispered. "I want you to be happy. I want to make you happy." I rested my chin on her head. Protecting Wren and making her smile was my only goal, a desperate, all-consuming purpose that made me hate how naive, selfish, and stupid I'd been to get to this point. "I'll take care of you, and I promise, whatever happens with my family or yours, I'll do everything I can to make it work." Wren squeezed her arms around me. "I know you will." Her voice was barely a squeak before she pulled away. She wiped the tears from under her eyes. "And I'll make sure you don't kill yourself along the way." She gently patted my leg. I burst with a laugh. "Good, because I might need you to fix my face after your dad and Hunter get through with me. They couldn't have been happy you were leaving." I looked at her from the corner of my eye, hesitantly waiting for her to fill me. Wren smiled. "You'd be surprised, actually," she said. "Hunter was the one who encouraged me to come before it was too late." "He did?" I leaned back as my heart stopped, and Wren grinned. "Yes, so did my grandmother. Well, in her own way." "What?" I shook my head. "I don't get it." "Don't be so surprised. Grandmother can be a hard-headed grouch, but she's not dumb. She and Hunter both know how bad things are getting. We need help. I need help. I can't keep living in that place with all those memories." She waved her darker thoughts away. "Just trust me, okay? Besides, my family will be perfectly fine until the spring. Hunter will take care of them until I go back. He'll keep them safe." Wren's head tilted ever so slightly, and she pursed her lips, like she believed it, but she also had to remind herself of that fact, too. I promise, we will help them, Wren. I know Jackson will want to help everyone. She gave me a tight-lipped smile. I know. I believe you. As if she'd had enough chit-chat, Wren cleared her throat and rose to her feet. Oh, come on, she said with a groan, and she lugged her pack onto her back. I don't want to make a bad first impression on Jasper, and we're already running late. Even if I knew Wren was nervous about going home with me, she was determined too, and I loved her all the more for it. The thought sobered me, but I said nothing, and I rose to my feet, pulling on my boots. And pajamas, I thought aloud. Wren stared at me. What does that mean? I miss my pajamas too. Rolling her eyes, she started past me for the barn door. You're worse than a girl, Beau, she teased. Grabbing my jacket, I shrugged it on, deciding to come back for my things later. I followed Wren out the door, and we stopped short to find Jasper headed our way. Did you change your mind, kid? He said with a knowing smile. You weren't up to wake me at the crack of dawn like yesterday. No, I chuckled. I didn't change my mind, but we have an added member to our traveling troupe. Hi, Wren said, waving, though Jasper couldn't see. His bushy eyebrows lifted, but he didn't seem all that surprised. You must be the girlfriend, he said with amusement. Wren's eyes widened, and she looked at me with a wry grin. I sure hope so, she said, unless there's another one. Nah, Jasper said, and scratched his beard. But I've heard all about you. I leaned against the barn door and crossed my arms over my chest. How come you don't seem surprised she's here? Jasper chuckled and put his hands on his knobby hips. I told you, kid, I'm blind, not deaf and dumb. I heard voices last night and figured as much. It's not often you love someone that much and it's not reciprocated. I figured it was only a matter of time. And if I'm not mistaken, that hairy beast over yonder wasn't there when I fell asleep last night. That's Dancer, and I'm Wren, she said with a grin, clearly amused by my new friend. I hope you don't mind my just showing up. Not at all, Jasper said, reaching for her hand. Wren met him halfway, and he clasped his hand around hers, then pulled her in closer. Maybe now he'll fuss over you instead of me, he muttered. They both laughed, far too amused at my expense. Yeah, I said, shaking my head. Let me know when you're finished so we can get going. With another laugh, Jasper turned and headed back toward the house. I'll grab my things and I'll make sure to bring the whiskey. Wren met my gaze and winked. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 45. As the birch and spruce trees thickened, I knew we were drawing closer to home. They were covered in white, and even in the still, crisp air, I could smell the difference. I could hear the river, and I could feel it in my bones. Nearly 2 weeks it took us, trekking through the wet and the cold. But with Dancer to carry Jasper when the snow began to thicken and his old body grew tired, we kept a steady pace. We walked between snowstorms and even through them when we could, now that winter had finally set in. But most days, the sun was shining despite the cold, and we continued on. Wren walked beside me in easy banter and conversation, making the time fly more quickly than I wanted it to, even if I was anxious to get home. A part of me knew things could be a lot different when it wasn't just her and me. Jasper, Dancer, and Bear as companions was one thing, but a household, an entire town, could change things, and the unknown made me wary. Bear didn't leave us the whole trip, keeping watch and antagonizing me when he got grumpy or when he, Wren, and Jasper wanted to gang up on me. As we followed the trail along the Yukon River, I explained the importance of the power plant and told them stories about how I'd met my family, about Whiteley and the Ranskins, and how we'd come to make Whitehorse home. I told them about Nightingale, who was now Aunt Cat, and about the 3 years it had taken us to get the lodge and Whitehorse up and running in a way that was sustainable for everyone. I pointed to the ridge that Alex and Sophie had built their house on, though in the impending night I couldn't see their house through the trees. They have a little girl, I told them. Fiona. She's cute as a button and she knows it. She'll negotiate the pants off of you if you're not careful, so Woody says. The words tumbled out of my mouth the closer we came, and I felt almost nervous with excitement to finally be home after what felt like the longest, most intense month of my life. I hope you're not testing us on all this, kid, Jasper said from Dancer's back. The mare fiddled with her bridle, as equally anxious for a break as the rest of us. I might have been an academic in another life, but my mind ain't what it used to be. No, I said with a chuckle. There will be no test, but I want you both to like this place. I glanced at Wren. Snowflakes dappled her furry hood. She tore her gaze from the snow trail and looked at me. We will, she said with a soft smile. And the fact that she was trying to reassure me when she was the one who was going into unknown territory sent a flood of warmth through my chest. Bear's heavy breaths ahead of us, Dancer's clanking bridle, and our snow-crunching footsteps filled the silence, and puffs of air clouded around us with each exhale. Sometimes it's hard to remember what it was like in Whitehorse when we first came. Now it's just... home, Wren finished for me, and I smiled at the realization. Yeah. Bear's anticipation heightened as we came to the narrow part of the river, and I took Wren's hand in mine. We're almost there. She blinked at me, her dark eyelashes catching a flake of snow. When one landed on her lip, she licked it away. What's it look like? Jasper asked. I've never been this far north before. Are there maples and mountains? Wren and I peered around, taking in the landscape. There weren't many maples, but there were mountains on all sides. It's beautiful, Wren said. It's already full winter on the mountain tops. They're covered in snow. And the trees here feel taller, and they shoot straight out of the ground. Evergreens like back home, but different. It feels like there are more of them here. Wonder filled her voice, and the hope I had that this would work burned brighter. Wren lifted her chin and pointed across the river. Is that it? I paused. Dancer and Wren coming to a stop beside me, and I peered past the silty river through the woods. From the top of the hill, the lodge windows glinted through the trees in the pale setting sunlight. My heart swelled with anticipation. Smoke rose from the chimney, and I could almost imagine Thea up in her room with her headphones on, sketching horses and writing in her journals, while Elle and Jackson flirted in the kitchen, making dinner. Yes, I finally said. That's home. Wren swallowed thickly, and I laced my fingers with hers. I thought you said there are walls. There are, I told her, around parts of the city, but not here. Not at home. We're hidden, I promised her. Wren peered up at me, looking for reassurance. You're safe here, especially since we have Elle, I muttered, imagining the world catching fire if she wanted it to. I leaned down and pressed my lips to Wren's temple. I had a feeling she wasn't as worried about outsiders as she was about the people inside the house. Other than me, Jasper, and the men who had come to her village years ago, she'd never known anyone outside of her own people. Sven was an old family friend who taught her much about living off the land, the way old trappers did, but this, meeting my family who were all different than her in so many ways, was scary, even for me. Are you ready for this, Jasper? She muttered, glancing at the lodge again. I ain't getting any younger or blinder, he said, and with a final squeeze of her hand, I led us toward the narrowest portion of the river, for Dancer and Bear to cross. The water was low as it always was during the winter, making it easier for them to wade through. We'd barely crossed the river when Thea's mare, Cinder, who was so brown she was nearly black, came nickering toward the south end of the pasture. Excited to see a horse friend, Dancer stood at attention, her white head bouncing up, almost causing Jasper to lose his balance. Jiminy cricket, he grunted, lurching forward. He grabbed onto the saddle horn as Dancer moved closer, Cinder and her exchanging a snort. Wren smiled and reached out to pet Cinder's neck. Hi, pretty girl, she cooed. Jackson got my sister a horse for her 16th birthday, I explained. The equivalent of a car, I guess. Thea rides Cinder just about everywhere. But watch out for the sorrel pony. Big Red is old and nippy. Immediately, Bear started sniffing around the food troughs for any delicacies that hadn't been touched yet. Jasper, Wren said with awe. A smile quirked her lips, and her eyes swept the rest of the property. They've got a barn larger than my house and goats, chickens, pigs. I thought that was clucking I heard, Jasper mused. Some of the animals are rescues from after the outbreak, I explained. The rest we've traded other communities for over the years. What else they got? Jasper asked, and I could hear the longing in his voice, like for the first time in a very long time, he wished he could see. Wren gazed around, taking it all in. There are cabins beside the main house, which is huge, and a greenhouse brimming with plants. I'm not sure what all of the outbuildings are. As we walked toward the house, I described our methane converter, set up by the garage and the smokehouse and the skinning shed, and I told them about the fishing wheel down the river, which was used in the summer to stock up on salmon. "You have been busy," Wren breathed, unable to take her eyes off everything. It was all new and unknown to her, and I just hoped it wasn't too overwhelming. The sliding glass door slid open, and I glanced up at the deck as Elle stepped outside, wiping her hands on a dish towel. A smile crept over my face at her predictability. Her hair was pulled up on top of her head, her sweater hung loosely around her shoulders, and her boot-like slippers were tied up around her leggings. "Looks like we made it home in time for dinner," I jested. As her surprise faded and she took in the group of us standing below, Elle's smile curved into place. "Jackson," she called into the house behind her. "I told you we should have made more stew for dinner tonight." Her eyes met mine, making my cheeks blush. I knew what was coming, a half-hearted scolding and then the tears. My heart echoed in my ears and my footsteps crunched in the snow as I made my way over to the deck steps, tugging Wren along with me. Slowly, as if she couldn't believe I was home, Elle made her way down the stairs, shaking her head as she opened her arms. "I can't believe you left a note," she bit out, and wrapped her arms around my shoulders. I inhaled her, cinnamon and honey, and hugged her tightly. Even if I was a grown man, I knew Elle would never let me live down my leaving without telling her, because that's what family did. They worried, and Elle worried the best of all of them. "Why, who's here?" Jackson stepped outside. When he saw me, his expression gave nothing away. His hair was wet and pulled back, like he'd just gotten out of the shower, and he wore fresh jeans and his favorite flannel. Elle squeezed me tighter, and I felt her heave a breath of relief before she finally pulled away, instantly wiping the moisture from beneath her eyes. She blinked herself back to the scene in front of her and cleared her throat. Jackson descended the steps, slow and steady, and with a twinkle in his eyes. He looked the same as ever, gray peppering his beard, and a small, knowing smile parted his lips. He wrapped his arms around me. "I'm glad you're home, son," he said quietly. He clapped me on the back before he pulled away. "I'm glad to be back," I admitted. "It's been a long trip." "I can imagine," he said, glancing behind me at my companions. I peered back at Wren, who was helping Jasper down from the horse. "Well," Elle said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, "are you going to introduce us to your friends?" She looked at me nervously, like she knew there was a story to tell, but she would pry later. "Jackson, Elle," I said, nodding to the others. "This is Wren and Jasper." Wren and Jasper both smiled awkwardly as they hung back by Dancer, practically clutching on to one another. Elle's gaze shifted to me, her green eyes filled with questions, then back at my friends as she walked closer. "Well, Wren and Jasper, I'm Elle. Welcome to our home." She gently took Jasper's hand in hers. "Why, thank you, Miss Elle. I'm just a blind old fool your son took pity on. I hope it's not too much of an inconvenience." "That's not true," I corrected. "Bear decimated his garden. The least I could do was bring him back with me." On cue, Bear trundled up, and Elle shook her head at him. "Always getting into trouble, you big oaf," she said, and leaned in to scratch his head. Jackson looked at me with a wink, knowing there was far more to the story, and he walked over and took Jasper's hand in his. "Good to have you, Jasper. Sorry the bear was so much trouble." "Oh, not at all," he said with a nervous laugh. "We've made up a bit since. He's not so bad. It's mighty nice of you all to have me. Thank you." As Jasper's jitters seemed to settle a bit, I knew instantly I'd made the right decision. Elle and Jackson looked at Wren, and Elle's gentle smile softened a little more. "Wren, I'm Elle. It's lovely to meet you." "Nice to meet you," Wren said. Her smile was wary and a little forced, but I saw relief in her eyes too, as if she hadn't thought they would be so kind to her. "It took you long enough." A familiar voice drifted down from the deck, and I glanced up to see Thea leaning against the railing, her long hair pulled up in a ponytail. "Hey, Thea," I said, and she offered me a slow, open-palmed wave. "I promised them you'd be back by the first snowfall. You're a week late, but of course you made it just in time for dinner." She smirked at me, and if I wasn't mistaken, there was a spark of relief in her eyes too. "You all look cold and hungry, and you must be exhausted," Elle said, earning a grunt of agreement from Bear. Elle laughed. "We know you're hungry. I'll find you something too," she told him. Jackson offered to take Wren's pack as Elle began fussing over her cold hands and pink cheeks, taking the sight of her in. Wren's smile was weak and her eyes were wide. She was clearly on the brink of becoming overwhelmed, and I didn't want her to change her mind and flee. I flashed Thea a pleading look with a wink. She plodded quickly down the steps and hurried over to Wren. "Hi," she said, offering Wren her hand. "I'm Thea, Beau's annoying sister. I'm sure he's told you all about me." Wren opened her mouth to protest, but Thea waved Wren's response away, taking Wren's hand instead. "It's okay, it's mostly true. Now come on, let's get you indoors and into some clean clothes. That way Elle can fuss over Jasper." Elle lifted an eyebrow in dejection, and I gave Wren a reassuring nod and mouthed a thank you to Thea as they passed. "Well, let's get you into the house too, Jasper," Elle said, leading him toward the steps. "It's been a cold journey, I'm sure." He shuffled with uncertain steps beside her. With his layers of clothes, he didn't look as frail beside her, though I knew he was. "So," she continued, "Bear ruined your garden. I can't say that I'm surprised, though you know by now that he's harmless." "It was all a series of fortunate accidents, actually, Miss Elle," Jasper explained. "And I think that buckshot to the shoulder will make him think twice next time he considers nosing around someone's house." Elle's eyes widened, and she flashed me an "are-you-serious" glare. "He's fine," I promised. "I'm fine, we're all fine. I'll fill you in on everything." Jasper prattled on as Elle led him up the steps to the house. With Wren's pack on his shoulder, Jackson heaved Jasper's over the other, and I grabbed Dancer's reins. "Are you limping?" I glanced up at the deck to find Thea staring at me with a shit-eating grin on her face. Wren glanced down at me as Elle froze at the bottom step. "What? You're limping? Why are you limping?" Smugly satisfied, Thea nudged Wren toward the house. "That was for leaving me to explain to everyone that he left," I heard her mutter. Wren's eyes widened and shone with a little bit of amusement. I looked at Elle. "I'm fine, I promise, just tired. It's been a long trip." I could feel Jackson's gaze on the back of my neck, waiting patiently for Elle and the others to go inside. But once they were, it suddenly felt too quiet. Jackson dropped the packs at the foot of the stairs, and I dropped my pack there too. "Let's get that horse unsaddled and get you inside," he said. Strangely, I couldn't stand the silence as we walked toward the barn with Dancer in tow, weary and no doubt ravenous. "Where are the Ranskins?" "They're in town. They'll be back sometime tonight." I nodded, and we continued walking. The property was dusted with snow, but everything looked much the same. Life was unchanged here, whereas I felt wholly different. When we reached the fence, I stopped at the horse trough to let Dancer drink. As the tension in my body began to ease and the weight of survival ebbed, a sudden rush of exhaustion settled in. Home. Finally. I heaved out a breath and rested my forehead against Dancer's saddle. With Wren and Jasper here and being tended to, it felt like a heaviness had been lifted off my shoulders. We were back and safe. We would have food and warmth. It was the least I could do for them after the hell they'd been through because of me. "Son," Jackson said, resting his hand on my shoulder. I straightened, almost scared to look at him. Not because I was worried what Jackson would say or do, but because I knew how worried they'd been about me, how worried he had been, even if I could guess verbatim all the things Jackson had told Elle in the weeks I was gone, to put her at ease. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you I was leaving," I said, forcing my gaze to his. I saw the relief in his hazel eyes and something else. Curiosity, maybe. I didn't want to upset you guys, but I had to do it. "I know. I talked to Took." He paused. "I'd have gone too. I wouldn't have snuck out in the middle of the night, but you did what you needed to do." Before the guilt could settle in, Jackson nodded to Dancer. "I'll get the horse taken care of so you can shower and rest. Dinner's almost ready. You all look like you could use a hot meal." I nodded, wanting to tell him so much, but I wasn't ready. I couldn't find the words, and as if Jackson knew that, he patted my shoulder. "We'll talk later." He took the reins from me, and stroking Dancer's face, he headed toward the barn. Yes, I had a lot to tell him. But the question was, where exactly did I begin? Chapter 46. Sluggishly, Wren and I finished washing the dinner dishes in the kitchen, while Elle, Thea, Jackson, and Jasper sat with full bellies at the dining room table. Jasper regaling them with stories of his life before the outbreak. Stories about people's lives before always seemed to pull us all in, carrying with them a nostalgic fixation that reminded us of what life was once like, how far we'd come, and made us grateful for all that we had now. She was a tough one, my Mary. She took her ma and pa to task when we first met, telling them she was marrying a Protestant man no matter what her priestly father had to say about it. She never seemed to be wrong about anything. At least that's what she'd tell you. I leaned into Ren. If Jasper died tonight, I think he'd be a happy man. Just to be able to talk about her again gets him so animated. Ren smiled as she dried a dinner plate. Her eyes lingered on me. And you? I glanced from Jasper to her. Me what? Would you die a happy man? Her expression sobered, and I swallowed thickly. Only if you're happy, Ren. I know it's too soon to tell, so don't get any ideas, okay? Her smile broadened, and we continued to listen to Jasper as she dried the plates I passed to her after rinsing. She could cook and sing, and she was a wonderful artist. And her quilts, I'm pretty sure she won all the blue ribbons at the fair. At least that's the way I remember it. Mary Alice sounds wonderful, Elle told him, her voice drunk with whimsy as she listened to Jasper's love story with rapt attention. Jasper sighed. She was. When we learned that all hell had broken loose, we retreated to my pappy's old hunting cabin. It hadn't been maintained since he died, so there was a lot of work that needed to be done to it, but it was the only thing I could think of at the time. We had a lot to learn living out there. That's why I'd taken all my books. Believe it or not, my hunting was superior at the time, but it didn't last. He heaved a sigh and sat back in his chair. My eyesight started deteriorating a few years after, and then Mary Alice got sick. The longing in his voice was palpable, like the sadness he'd been holding inside all these years was finally given a voice. I glanced at Ren as she dried the dishes. Her eyes were unfocused and her mind somewhere else. I gently nudged her with my elbow. Hey, I whispered. You okay? I knew the house and new faces were a lot for her, but she rallied a smile that didn't touch her eyes. I'm just taking it all in, she admitted. I didn't want to push, but I felt apprehensive for her. She was acting different, like maybe she was having second thoughts. From what our friends have learned from the folks in New Bodega, Elle started, her voice reassuring and contemplative, like she was willing to offer any morsel of information she could to put Jasper's mind at ease. The reason so many of the older generations have been struggling with their abilities, despite the fact that they were strong enough to survive the fever, is that the virus is simply too strong. It's overpowering. Instead of mutating with the cells, the virus suffocates them. Elle looked at Jackson for reassurance, and he nodded. We've heard of a few cases, but haven't met anyone who's had to struggle with it. Ren yawned beside me and lifted on her tiptoes to place another plate on the stack in the cupboard. Hey, I whispered. Why don't you go down to the cabin and rest? I'll finish up in here. She blinked up at me, bleary-eyed. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I don't want to be rude. You won't be rude. You're exhausted. Please, I said, taking the towel from her. Go get some rest. If you're sure, she said with a tight smile. I leaned in and kissed her forehead. You're officially off duty. I'll be down in a bit after I finish up. That seemed to ease the tension around her eyes a little bit, and she nodded. Ren licked her lips and cleared her throat as she walked over to the table. Thank you for dinner, she said, with a single-handed wave of gratitude. I'm going to try to get some sleep. Thank you for everything. Of course, Elle said. Make sure you let us know if you need anything. Ren huffed a laugh. I have more than I'm used to, she said a bit offhandedly. I think I'm okay, but I'll let Beau know if I need something. Despite the questions in Elle's eyes, that seemed to appease her well enough for now. Okay then. Good night. Night. Ren was about to head toward the sliding glass door when she paused and nodded to Jasper. Are you ready to go down, Jasper? I can walk with you. Jasper felt around on the table for his tea mug and lifted it. It was still part full. I'll take him down in a bit, I offered, since he didn't seem quite ready. Thanks, though, kiddo, Jasper said. Ren nodded again, flashed a watery smile at everyone, then she headed through the living room and out the sliding door. A good kid, that one, Jasper said as he took a sip from his mug. I'm glad she's pulled through. Pulled through? Elle asked, her voice hesitant. I wasn't ready to talk to them about Ren, not just because sex was the last thing I wanted to have a conversation about, but because I knew they'd be disappointed in me for a dozen reasons. From a fever of some sort, Beau here was able to help her. and I'm glad it worked out. If it wasn't for her putting Beau in his place the whole way here, I wouldn't have had any entertainment to speak of." Jasper chuckled to himself, but I could feel Elle and Jackson's eyes on my back, and their burning questions I knew I would have to answer sooner or later. I wasn't sure why being home made the weight of all I'd seen and done in the past month feel so much heavier, but suddenly it did. Maybe it was the lack of constant movement to keep my mind focused and my body aching. But they were there now, all of my bad decisions and all of the close calls, heavy on my chest and tugging at my shoulders. Placing the last of the dried dishes in the cupboard, I tossed the towel on the counter. "I'll be right back," I muttered, and headed out to the deck for some air. Despite my relief to be home, the warmth in the house felt suffocating, and I missed the brisk air on my face and the clarity that came with it. I peered out at the cabins, grateful the Ranskins were staying with Woody and Stanley for the night, so that Wren could settle in a bit more. I stared at the candle that flickered in the window of my cabin. Electricity must have been a shock for her, since she hadn't experienced it since she was a little girl. The six of us had preferred candlelight in the days after we'd arrived at the lodge all those years ago. We'd found comfort in it after living by candle and firelight for so long. I couldn't shake the worry that she might be having second thoughts, and more than that, I worried she wouldn't tell me if she did. I hadn't accounted for how different things would be for us here, how unfamiliar for us both. The sliding glass door opened and Jackson's heavy boot steps creaked on the deck behind me. I gripped onto the railing, stretching my arms out as I exhaled the tension curling in my neck. "Sounds like you had quite an adventure," he said. I inhaled the brisk night, deep into my lungs. "You could say that. I'd left because I felt broken and empty, and I'd come back so full. I was brimming with more uncertainty and feelings than I knew what to do with. Guilt, regret, disappointment in myself, fear of the future, of Wren's future. I put on a brave face for her, but the truth was I was clueless about everything. I'd been so certain that bringing her here with me was the answer, and now I was second-guessing myself. "Feels strange to be home, huh?" he said, and his fingers gripped the railing, like he was trying to steady or maybe even prepare himself. I answered with a humorless laugh. "Yeah, it does. Comes with the territory, I think." He peered out at the property. "We all have battles to overcome, and when we get through to the other side, everything feels foreign and scary." Nodding, I let out another deep breath. "That's how it feels," I admitted. "Elle tried not to worry while you were gone, but you know how she is." "I know," I breathed, and dipped my chin. "I know I should have told you I was leaving, but I didn't want her to stop me. I needed to go. I couldn't help the desperation in my voice, desperation for him to understand, and for his forgiveness." Jackson nodded but said nothing. "Are you disappointed?" I asked, surprising myself. Jackson's brow furrowed and I looked away. "Disappointed," he said. "Beau, why would I be disappointed? From what I can tell, you brought back an elderly man who needed help and a young woman who, according to Jasper, nearly died, but you saved her." I shook my head. "It's not like that." I forced myself to look at him. I tried to save her, but I was the reason she was dying. The crease in his brow deepened. The words began falling from my lips in a rush, needing to come out to ease the weight on my chest. "She's like the Ranskins. Her family never had the virus, and I didn't think. I was so stupid, and I just didn't think." My voice broke, and I tried to force myself to say the damn words, to tell him the truth, but I couldn't. Instead, I ran my hand through my hair, feeling twitchy in my own skin. Jackson rested his hand on my shoulder. "It's okay, Beau." But he didn't understand, and it gutted me. "I almost killed her," I said, my voice cracking. When I looked at him, his expression was a watery visage of concern and pain. "I didn't know that would happen if we—" Jackson pulled me into him, his arms thick and heavy around me. "It's okay, son." His voice strained in my ear. "Whatever happened, you're both here. You're both safe." I shook my head against his shoulder, gripping his shirt tighter in my fists as every regret and fear flooded my eyes and I could barely see, could barely breathe. "What if it's not over?" I wheezed. "What if something could still happen to her? What if she realizes later that she hates me for it?" "Then we'll figure it out," Jackson said, calm and reassuring like he'd been so many times in my life. "That's what we do. We're a family, And Ren's alive, and she clearly trusts you because she came back with you. That's all that matters right now. We can figure out the rest." I nodded against him, collecting myself as his words and reassurance sank in, and then I stepped away, wiping the tears from my face. "I promised her we'd help her family," I told him. "They had to be a priority too. It was the least I could do. They're living in a time capsule out there. They have no abilities and they're defenseless. People like us." I shook my head. "We've already taken so much from them." "If that's what you promised, then that's what we'll do. We'll make it a priority first thing tomorrow. You can tell us everything and we'll figure it out." I nodded dumbly with each word, relief allowing me to gain a bit more control. "Yeah, okay, tomorrow. Right now, you need rest." I glanced at the candlelight in the window. "I'm going to make sure she's okay." He nodded to my cabin. "Go. We'll take care of Jasper. He can sleep in the den tonight. Be with Ren." Leaning in again, I wrapped my arms around Jackson. "Thank you," I breathed. He clapped my back again and gave me a quick squeeze. "It's good to have you home, son." Chapter 47. I opened the cabin door, worried I might wake Ren. I was surprised to see her sitting on my bed, propped up against the pillow, with wet hair hanging around her as if she'd showered again since getting home. She stared at the photos taped to my wall, photos of family that Elle had taken over the years. "You're awake," I said, gently closing the door behind me. Ren tore her gaze away from my photo wall and looked at me, her features soft and surprisingly placid in the candlelight. "That's Luna," she said, pointing to a photo of her and me playing at the water. "Yep," I sighed, feeling a twinge of sadness. "That's Luna." Ren's eyebrows lifted. "You were a surprisingly cute kid," she mused. Ren winked at me as I walked over. I studied the photo of me and the rest of us outside the bus the day we'd left for our first trip to the summit in Prince Rupert. I was kind of a dick, too, but nothing's really changed according to Thea. She finished for me. "I know you think that, but she loves you, Beau." I smiled sheepishly. "I think it's normal for siblings to fight. It doesn't mean anything, though." Distant shadows flicked in Ren's eyes, and I heard the longing in her voice. "I'm sorry you didn't get more time with Colt," I told her. She lifted her shoulder and stared down at the dog tag necklace she fingered in her lap. "Nothing can be changed, so it's not worth being sorry about," she said, but I wasn't convinced she believed it. "What matters now is the future and how I can help my family." I lowered myself onto the bed beside her. "Jackson said we'll talk about what to do tomorrow. It will be our top priority." Ren's eyes shifted over my face, and a small smile tugged at her lips. She reached out and cupped the side of my face in her hand. My eyes flitted shut. "Your skin is so soft when it's not covered in stubble," she said, thoughtful. "I like it." "Yeah?" Ren nodded, running her thumb over my lip before she dropped her hand back into her lap. "You showered again, I see," I said with a grin. Her cheeks flushed. "I couldn't help it. Hot running water is magical. It makes me never want to leave." My heart squeezed in my chest. "No?" She looked at me, and I wanted to know what thoughts turned in her mind as she bit her bottom lip. "You can take as many showers if you want if it will keep you here," I joked, unable to silence my insecurities. "You think I want to leave?" I shrugged. "I worry it might be too much change, too soon." Ren licked her lips as her fingers stroked the metal tag in her hand. "It is what it is, and feels like the right thing," she said, surprising me. "It's a lot to take in, and it's terrifying. But I know Colt would have done the same thing, whatever the cost, because this needs to be done." I hesitated. "And what has it cost you, Ren?" I needed to know the answer. She glanced away, staring down at her hands. "Please tell me. I can't stand not knowing." She licked her lips again and shook her head. "It's cost me nothing." Her words shocked me. "That's the problem," she continued. "I feel like I should have doubts and feel bad, but all I can feel is hope, and I feel selfish because this," she gestured around the room, "all of this feels right and makes me happy." "Really?" I breathed. "You're happy here?" She lifted her eyebrow, and that wry expression I knew and loved so well fell into place. For now, it's a bit soon to tell, but she let the words hang between us, and I felt a lightness in my soul. You're not selfish, I told her, the words still haunting me. You're the most selfless person I know. You've given up everything for your family all your life. You're allowed to feel happy. That doesn't make you selfish. Her face crumpled and she peered down at my dog tag again, her thumb practically wearing a hole through it. I leaned in on my elbows, feeling the softness of the mattress beneath me, and peered up at her. What is it? My father will never agree to come to this place. He's too stubborn. I noticed, I grumbled. But don't worry about that now. We'll get it all figured out. And as long as we can get that rifle away from him, there's little else he can do from that chair of his. I earned myself a light smack on the shoulder for that one, and laughed. I'm more worried about your family forgiving me for turning your lives upside down. We haven't exactly gotten off to a very good start. Wren shrugged and rolled her eyes. They'll come around. They have to. Hunter will help me make them see. And maybe the Ranskins, once I meet them, maybe they'll be able to help. Yeah, probably, I told her. She worried her bottom lip. Do you think they like me? She whispered. When you meet them, I know they will. Took is going to love the shit out of you. She grinned and shook her head. No, your parents and your sister. I wanted to smile at such a silly question, but I knew what it was like to meet the parents under less than ideal circumstances. So of course she'd worry. Yes, I told her, and they don't even know you yet, but I promise you they will. Thea's enamored with you already, since she has someone to gang up on me with now. Wren's lips curved into a smile again, and I was determined to see more of those in the days to come. She's nice. They all are, she said. You forget we're a lot different than your family. The 6 of us were strangers once, and we've all gone through a lot to get to where we are. They know what it's like to need help and feel like outcasts or different from everyone else, and they'll accept your family just like they already accept you. Gratitude shimmered in her eyes. Thank you for making me feel so welcome here, Beau. There was a softness in her voice I'd never heard before, and Wren did seem happy, but there was also a fretful shift in her gaze when her thoughts wandered that worried me. She might have left a world of hurt behind her, but Wren was shouldering an entirely different burden now, the new future of her people. I didn't want her to have any regrets. I cleared my throat as unwanted thoughts filled my head, but I wouldn't allow myself to ignore them. Wren, I started, and had to force myself to continue when her bright brown eyes met mine. The last thing I wanted was them to dull because of me. All of this is a lot, I stammered. Wren was no stranger to tough decisions and less than ideal circumstances, but it was how she coped with them I worried about. I know all of this is a lot, and I know things are going to get more difficult before they get easier, so I want you to know that if you want to talk about anything, or if you're feeling overwhelmed and the pressure is too much, Elle's a good person to talk to. Her eyes widened a little with shame, and before she could reach for her wrist and dwell on anything, I took her hand in mine. You can always talk to me, of course, I added, and watched the way my thumb rubbed the back of her hand. Slow and steady, reassuring us both. But, I said, and looked her in the eyes again. Elle, well, she's been through a lot, and she's a good listener. If you ever need anything and you don't feel comfortable coming to me, she can help. I didn't know all that much about Elle's past, but I'd put enough pieces together over the years to understand she'd needed massive amounts of therapy and still ran every morning to keep the demons at bay. If nothing else, Elle was a mother in all the ways that counted, and Wren hadn't had that for far too long. Okay, Wren finally said, her voice only a breath. She squeezed my hand in hers. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah. Wren nodded, leaned down, and brushed a kiss to my mouth. Our lips lingered as she drew in a deep breath. Then she smiled. And you're right, she said, and sat back against the pillows again. I generally am, but about what this time? I joked. She hit me with the pillow beside her, and I fell back with a chuckle. About the pajamas. Oh, really? My eyebrows rose with amusement. Wren nodded. These pants are so soft, I could stay in them forever. It was nice of Thea to let me borrow them. She's got tons of clothes. She can spare whatever you need. Still, it feels so fancy. She glanced at my hooded sweatshirt and my flannel pajama pants. And you look so different like this. Like what? Clean? I chuckled. Wren shrugged. Like the real you, I guess. Her gaze trailed over me, spread out on the bed, and heat began to swirl in my blood. Is that a good thing? I asked, my voice hoarse and hopeful. She lifted her eyebrow again and the corner of her mouth quirked. Yes, she breathed, and slowly leaned down to press another kiss to my lips. Even with the lemon scent from my shower lingering on her skin, Wren still smelled of wild herbs and sunshine. A groan escaped my throat and my hand moved to the side of her face, my fingers twining into her damp hair. Beau, she said my name on a breath, and she kissed me deeper, harder, unrushed but urgent. Sitting up, I broke our kiss and rested my forehead against hers. I squeezed my eyes shut. Maybe we should stop, I whispered. Last time we were careless and stupid, she said. Besides, what's done is done. It's not like I'll get sick again, and if I do, we know what to do. Yeah, but Wren, I breathed. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I got her sick again, but it was more than that. There are other things we have to consider, things we have to figure out. I ran my hand over my face. You may not have an ability that we know of, but until we get you tested, you could be a carrier of the virus now. And if I accidentally got you pregnant... Oh, by other things to consider, you mean precautions? With a small smirk, Wren nodded to a vial on my nightstand. What is that? I said roughly, partially confused and hesitant to know how she'd gotten it. It's a tincture. Something Jade makes. Your sister gave it to me. She said that... Oh my God. I flung myself back on my bed. My sister gave you birth control? That my sister even had it made my stomach roil. Wren laughed and leaned down onto her elbows beside me. Don't be so dramatic, Beau, she said. At least she's being smart about it. Besides, she told me it was either her or Elle that gave it to me, so I was grateful, actually. Wren smiled at me, and she seemed so confident like she'd already thought it all through. We'll be more careful this time, she said more seriously. Okay? I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about this moment nearly every minute for the past 2 weeks, and that Wren was the one reassuring me made it impossible to say no. Lifting up onto my elbow, I leaned over and pressed a kiss to her lips. If you're certain. Wren's eyes smiled at me as she sat up. I'm certain, she said. But if you want to wait and get all those tests done and... I shook my head. I'm not a saint, I told her, leaning in to kiss her again, more greedily this time. And despite all my oppositions, being with Wren felt right. Like the worst was behind us, and now we got to actually be us. Wrapping my arms around her, I pulled her against me, then laid her back on my pillows. A flutter of panic filled her gaze, and I instantly realized my mistake. Sorry, I straightened and let go of her. I know you don't like that. Wren grabbed my hand, squeezing it as she held me in place. Stay, she said softly, and unlike last time, she had a hesitant smile on her face instead of fear. A flash of a shadow darkened her expression. Then she shook it away. They don't feel so close anymore, she seemed to realize aloud, and her eyes searched mine. The memories, what I saw, she clarified. I know you won't hurt me. No, I won't, I promised. Ever. My chest heaved with the need for her to understand that, and I took the sight of her in, her dark hair fanned around her on my bed. She was here with me. I love you, Wren. You know that, right? Whatever happens later, I feel like I was meant to find you. A sheen of tears clouded her eyes, and without ceremony, Wren reached up and wrapped her hand around my neck, pulling me slowly down to kiss her lips, feather-light and lingering. A wave of chills rose over my skin. Good. Me too, she rasped, and her eyes shifted over my face. Good, I breathed. Good, she repeated with a smile. It was a whisper that chased away every doubt, and leaning down, I kissed the warm, soft skin of her neck, eliciting a soft moan from deep inside her that made every part of me tremble with need. I love you too, Beau. Her words were a gentle breath against my ear, and I melted into her, unable to resist a smile. Wren was home. She was with me. And she was mine. Chapter 48. Ren and I nestled in each other's arms all night. Part of me waited for the fever to come, but it never did. Another part of me couldn't sleep for fear I'd wake and find out it had all been a dream. So I stretched out beside her while she snored softly and watched her shoulders rise and fall with sleep. I traced the freckles on her shoulder in the candlelight, and I stared at her fingers, interlaced with mine. Whatever my purpose had been before and now, it was Ren. To make her happy and give her the life she deserved, the life her family deserved too. I could feel Bear's mind stirring outside, restless and anxious, though I wasn't certain why. We were home, we were safe, and that should have made him happy. But as he prowled around the perimeter, his mind sparking in mine, I realized I still owed him a debt. Pressing a kiss to Ren's forehead, I extricated myself from bed and slipped into my pajamas. "Where are you going?" Ren's voice was a husky whisper from bed, and I smiled at her. "I'll be right back. I've got something to take care of." She lowered her head onto her folded arms and smiled. "Okay." Donning my boots and grabbing a coat, I headed out the door. The night was strangely bright, the sky so clear that the moon shone big in the sky, illuminating the snow-covered landscape. When I stepped into the house, Jasper's snoring emanated from the den, and I hoped everyone didn't hate me in the morning for forgetting to warn them about that. I pilfered around in the pantry, grabbing a loaf of cornbread and one of Thea's jars of honey, and I headed back into the kitchen. Elle was leaning against the doorway, arms folded over her chest with a sleepy look on her face, as she eyed the loaf under my arm and the honey in the other. "Midnight snack?" I shook my head. "Not for me, anyway," I shrugged. "I owe him. For everything," I said, surprising myself. Elle stepped closer, running her fingers through her rumpled hair. "I'm glad to see you two are finally getting along," she said, and she leaned up and pressed a kiss to my cheek. "It's about time." I rolled my eyes, and Jasper sputtered in his sleep. Elle and I looked at one another. "This place just got a lot more interesting," she teased, "and the family a bit bigger." "Are you angry with me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice down. Elle's gaze held mine, and she rubbed the side of my cheek. "I'm proud of you," she said. "I'm not happy with the gray hairs you gave me, but Jackson says I need to catch up with him anyway, so..." She shrugged. My heart lightened even more, and I leaned in and kissed her cheek. With a smile, Elle nodded toward the sliding door. "Go on now," she said. "I'm going to make some coffee and watch the sun come up. You're welcome to join me if you want to." I smiled. "I'd like that." Elle walked into the kitchen. "Elle, do you mind?" I said, just as she turned around. "If Ren's awake, she should join us." I pursed my lips, wondering if she didn't have more of a mother's instinct than she thought she did. "Okay." A grateful smile curved my lips. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I'd never been so happy. I padded through the living room, calling Bear with my mind. He was close, and I fumbled my way out the door with full hands, sliding the glass door shut with my elbow. The snow crunched under my shoes as my mind led me toward the southernmost part of the property, where Rocky, Luna, and Jenny were buried. It was practically glowing in the moonlight, and I hesitated the closer I drew. "Bear," I called, my voice hoarse and uncertain. "What are you doing over here? Of all the places." I stopped at Luna's grave and noticed a sketch of her in a frame I hadn't seen before that was lying on top of it, sprinkled with snow. "Thea." I didn't know why I was so surprised or touched by the sketch, but I was. Thea was a softie, the most gentle of all of us, and even if I didn't blame her for what happened to Luna, I began to wonder if my sister blamed herself. Bear grumbled in the woods, and I searched the shadows for his bulky form. "What are you doing in there?" Head lowered, he came through the trees, the low hanging boughs heavy with snow, brushing against his coat. I crouched down and lifted breakfast. "As promised," I told him. With more pep in his step, he came closer, knocking me to the ground as he nudged me, sniffing with greed and equally happy I'd come to visit him. "Here," I said, and tore off a chunk of bread to hand to him. He sat down on his hind legs next to me, accepting the chunk of bread with his drooly jowls. "Dude, I still need that hand, you know." Bear pushed me playfully, suddenly coming alive again. I opened the jar of honey and poured it onto the half loaf of bread that was left. "Compliments of Thea," I told him. "Here, it's too crumbly. Eat it whole." He did so happily, his jaws smacking as he devoured his thank you gift. I was wondering where you were going, Wren said as she came through the trees. The unease on her face softened, and she smiled at the sight in front of her. Sorry to intrude. I didn't realize this was a male bonding moment. I grinned. Not at all. Come join us. I pushed Bear, not jostling him in the slightest. He huffed a grisly growl of amusement and pushed me, nearly knocking me back into the snow. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped me, and I let myself fall and lay there for a minute. Wren plopped down beside us, not caring at all that she was getting her fancy pajamas that she'd been so excited about earlier wet and dirty. I heaved a sigh. Well, Bear, you're going to disappear now, aren't you? I knew it was time for him to go. You got your payment and now you're satisfied. He rolled onto his back beside me, licking my hair and the side of my face. I grimaced. You're the worst, I grumbled, but I didn't push him away. I had a bear, and he'd traveled the countryside with me and helped me save Wren. What was the harm of a little slobber and silliness once in a while? A wet wad of snow hit me in the side of my face and I froze. Wren laughed. Sorry, she screeched. I thought I was a better aim. Yeah, right, I muttered and crawled to my feet. I tossed a snowball at her chest. Bear chuffed with amusement, but then I hit him in the neck with one. Always amused at my expense, I quipped. But Bear wasn't amused. This time, he was staring at me. Oh shit, I breathed, and my legs were moving before I could fully comprehend a grizzly bear was charging me through the snow. Wren's laughter filled the still morning air, but all I could hear was my heart beating in my ears as I ran. Bear was hot in my heels. Fast fucker, I gritted out, and when I weaved through the trees, I stumbled on a log, barely showing through the snow, and landed on the ground with a thud. Bear roared to a stop beside me and fell into me, potentially body-crushing if he hadn't been careful. He kicked snow up on me and rolled around like it was the most fun he'd ever had and the best night of his life. My heart ached a little as I realized all of this time we could have been playing like this, but I pushed the regret away and rubbed his head. I'm gonna miss you, bud, I told him, even though you're annoying sometimes. Bear licked at my hands and then my face, his nose wet and sniffing every inch of me. I can't say I'll miss that, though. He licked me again, for good measure, and then climbed up to his feet with a sigh as Wren found us through the trees. Spring will be here before we know it, though, Bear whimpered. I know, I said. It's time to go. I rose to my knees and rested my forehead against his as he let out a gentle groan. I'll see you in a few months, okay? With a final huff and a soft headbutt, Bear turned and disappeared into the shadows of the trees, calling a final groan of goodbye behind him. Images of bread and honey filled my mind, and I chuckled. I'll have some waiting, I whispered, and I felt the tightness in my chest return. Wren took my hand in hers. So now he goes to sleep, she mused. Yep, it's the only time of year White Horse isn't harassed by him, I said, this time with a bit of longing. I'll kinda miss him this time, though. Kinda, Wren deadpanned. I squeezed her hand. She sighed and rested her head against my shoulder. It will definitely be different without him. Yep. I heaved out a breath and nodded toward the house. The sun was coming up. The sky was lightening a little. Let's go get warm again and grab a cup of coffee. We can watch the sunrise with Elle. That sounds nice, Wren said, falling into step beside me. White puffs of air sprouted up around us with each breath. I've never actually had coffee before, though. I'm not sure I'll like it. I groaned. Oh, great. What? Wren's voice was peaked with concern. What's wrong? You're going to love coffee, I drawled. I know it, and Elle's going to suck you into her addiction just like she did with Sophie and Thea. And Thea swore she'd never drink the stuff, I told her. I'm going to lose you to it, I teased. I know I am. Wren shoved me. Don't scare me like that, she grumbled. I was actually worried for a minute. Oh, I said, you should be. Elle's a tyrant without it. It changes people. Wrapping my arms around Wren's shoulders, I glanced back into the trees as they disappeared farther and farther behind us. Don't worry, Wren whispered. He'll be back. I could still feel his mind, which made me feel better, like he wasn't going far. I just worry about someone shooting him again or something. You know, Beau, you better be careful. You're starting to sound like you actually care. Never, I lied, with an exaggerated scoff, and pressing a kiss to Wren's forehead, We followed our tracks back to the house. We had a sunrise to watch, planning to do, and a life to start. And whenever Bear returned, I would be waiting for him.
Epilogue. Alex, Jake and I were hoping to see you and Sophie at the summit this year, and that we might finally get to meet Fiona, since we've heard so much about her. But I understand you have many responsibilities in Whitehorse these days, as well as your family to think about. I heard Whitehorse is over 1,000 citizens strong now, which is wonderful. Maybe one day you'll catch up to us in New Bodega. It isn't exactly what Bodega Bay used to be, but in my opinion, it's better. It's growing stronger and more stable every day. Even our little hamlet of Hope Valley is more than a farm these days, now a community nearly the size of Hartley Bay. But none of that matters at the moment. I've asked Kat to give you this letter for a different reason. One I hope will provide you with some understanding, and perhaps even a sense of comfort. You see, Kat and I got to talking the other day about the recent developments between your brother and the girl from the Wildlands, Wren. It's not Kat's fault, of course. She didn't openly talk about Beau's situation so much as let something slip after a few pints of Huck's famous ale. And well, you know me. I can't leave things alone. I pulled the details out of her, but I did it with good reason. As I always do, even if Jake scolded me for it after. This, however, cannot go unsaid. As you already know, my brother Jason and I are closely linked to all that has transpired since the outbreak. Our mother, Dr. Wesley, made sure of that when she and Harrodson set this whole catastrophic event into motion. And Jason and I have been doing all we can to remedy what's left of this world since. We've seen a steady increase as survivors continue to band together to reestablish a semblance of life in this new world. Unfortunately, Beau and Wren's experience isn't the only one I've heard of. In fact, there are a number of cases in what remains of the United States of uninfected survivors from small Appalachian communities, as well as Native American settlements from the Midwest, becoming infected in the same way. All of these couplings have experienced what Beau and Wren have, only none were as lucky in the end. In fact, Wren is the only one I know of to have survived. So you can imagine my interest in their story. For nearly 11 years, my dear friend, Dr. Dustin Harper, has been working closely with New Bodega medical staff to combat the strange side effects of the virus, including the engineering of the ability reversal serum that your community now uses to suppress the abilities of survivors who would harm themselves or others without it. In light of the newest threat, the deadly side effects of sexual conduct and procreation between uninfected and infected survivors, we've been discussing a possible cure. I think the herb your brother used, Devil's Club, I believe Kat called it, might be the answer we've been looking for. Knowing this, I hope you would consider including some of it in your next supply shipment to New Bodega, and I will keep you all abreast of any developments regarding a vaccine for this side effect. While it's no longer necessary to help Wren and Beau, I know there are others in her community, and communities throughout North America who could greatly benefit from it. I know nothing is certain, and perhaps nothing will come of this effort, but I desperately want to try. And please, tell Beau that he and Wren are not alone in this, and I will continue to do everything I can to help save others from a worse fate. Your friend, Zoe Cartwright. The end. The Savage North adventures continue in Thea and Hunter's story, Unbroken.
This has been Untamed. Savage North Chronicles, Book 5, an ending world novel. Written by Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Luis Bermudez and Rebekah Nemethy. Produced by Stephen Carlock.
Well, I hope you enjoyed Beau and Bear's adventure and getting to know Wren and her village, and Hunter, because he's coming back in the next installment. And I just wanted to make a quick note to say that this is the book Untamed is the book that I saw from the very beginning, the one that I have been building up to through all of these installments. So I don't know why I saw it so vividly. It was the one I wanted to write, but I had to get there first. So thank you for being on that journey with me and being patient. I hope it was worth the wait. I hope you enjoyed. I know it was a lot different than the other ones, but that's what makes it so special. So don't go anywhere, because Thea's adventure, Unbroken, picks up right where we left off, and it's going to be a very, hopefully for you, satisfying end to the Savage North Chronicles. All right. Until next time, happy reading adventures, and I'll see you over there.